In a world where power is everything, Gao Zu unexpectedly finds himself in the chaotic realm of Hong Kong underworld. As a mere street thug, he activates a godly sign-in system that changes everything. With the ability to sign in every second, he quickly amasses wealth, starting with a military factory that produces weapons and goods at an astonishing rate. From elite liquor recipes to high-end art, Gao Zu's empire grows rapidly as he smuggles goods across borders, earning unimaginable profits. He becomes a feared figure in the criminal underworld, battling pirates and corrupt officials, all while expanding his influence globally. As he navigates this treacherous world, Gao Zu transforms into a kingpin, a master of trade and deception, with the ambition to dominate the smuggling empire. But with power comes danger, and soon enemies will test his resolve. Will he rise to the top or fall victim to the very world he seeks to conquer? Join Gao Zu on his thrilling journey filled with action, adventure, and the constant struggle for supremacy in the ruthless streets of Hong Kong. Chapter 1. Once a second, more cost-effective. Explosive military-industrial cans. Arms. If the dogs won't do it, I shall. Yen Zhu and Yi Fei gather around. Let us indulge in a delightful feast of flavors. My mind is a repository of thoughts. Apologies if my mathematics teacher was remiss in his instruction. In the late hours of the night on Gangdao, near Jiulong and Sim Sha Sui Pier, a strikingly handsome man with deep-set eyes leaned against the hood of a Huchuben. He brushed aside his flowing hair and glanced at his Rolex, where time seemed to freeze at midnight. He murmured to himself, could something have gone awry? Just then, a resounding woo-woo-woo of a horn echoed as a small cargo ship surged toward the pier. A man disembarked and approached him respectfully, saying, Zugu, I have fulfilled my promise and returned safely, laden with goods. The man observed the boxes of Argentinian frozen beef being unloaded and nodded in satisfaction. This shipment was bound to yield a handsome profit of several tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. Agoué, splendid work. Later, take the brothers to me Jilan nightclub and have Ruby arrange for a few lovely ladies for you to unwind. This man was named Gao Zu, a member of the He Lian Sheng gang and a prominent figure in the underworld. He was also a time traveler. 3 years had passed since his arrival in Gangdao. Yet, his anticipated boon, the golden finger, had yet to materialize. Alas, the Hong Kong films were not to be trusted. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has fully integrated into the world, activating the divine level sign-in system. Golden finger, Gao Zu was taken aback. No, the Hong Kong films were indeed the most formidable on the internet. Ding! Initialization at 99. Ding! The host must select one option from the second-by-second, minute-by-minute, daily, monthly, or yearly sign-in to bind. Friendly reminder, different options yield varying reward probabilities. Please make a choice. Failure to choose within 30 seconds will result in system self-destruction. Gao Zu touched his nose, realizing he was indeed a proud golden finger. Regardless of the probabilities, he unhesitatingly chose the option for a sign-in every second. This was not merely because he was a second-by-second man, but rather, statistically speaking, it offered greater value. With 24 hours in a day, 60 minutes in an hour, and 60 seconds in a minute, one could sign in 86 for 100 times a day, a month, a year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a divine-level sign-in system with a sign-in every second. Signing in grants access to a mysterious jar. Jar levels. Basic, intermediate, advanced, divine. Basic jar contains Hong Kong dollars, US dollars. Intermediate jar contains film talents, capable aids, summoning cards. Advanced jar contains body enhancement liquid, dual sword Tang-in template, bulletproof vests, standard arms, unique abilities, etc. Divine jar contains advanced weaponry, satellites, etc. Given the host choice for a sign-in every second, the probability for a basic jar is 98, intermediate jar 1, advanced jar 0. 999999, divine jar 0. 111,111. Seeing the astonishing probabilities, Gao Zu could only curse. He had been rather hasty earlier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 Hong Kong dollar, 1 Hong Kong dollar, 1 Hong Kong dollar, now deposited into the account. Integrated legally into the world, disable notifications. Gao Zu exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed. By the way, golden finger, is there no grand gift or something similar? Gao Zu inquired. Ding! Detection reveals that the host has unclaimed gifts. Claim. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 basic jar, 2 advanced jars, and 1 divine jar? A divine jar? Gao Zu immediately declared, open them all. Ding, basic jar opened, received 1 Hong Kong dollar. Ding, advanced jar opened, received body enhancement liquid, increasing the host's physical strength by 10-fold. In the next moment, a powerful force surged within him, as if tearing through his very being, including blood and bones. The pain was nearly unbearable. At that instant, he recalled the top-tier actresses he had once admired in the Sakura country, such as Xiao Zhao Chuan and Paduo. Ding, infusion complete. Ding, advanced jar opened, received a random film character summoning card. Ding, divine jar opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a military factory with fully automated production, along with a complimentary gift of 1,000 cubic meters of space. The military factory has been placed within the space. Note, the host simply needs to inject exchange points to purchase corresponding weapons, and the factory will automatically produce. Exchange points. 1 exchange point requires $10 for conversion. Uses of exchange points. 1. To purchase various types of jars. 2. To buy various items, etc. Additionally, the host is gifted 2 rifles and 3,000 rounds of ammunition. Gao Zu was overjoyed, especially upon seeing the operational details of the military factory, his excitement uncontainable. For instance, 1 rifle has a market price of $2,000, but Gao Zu only needed to invest 20 exchange points, equating to $200, or merely 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. Note, the exchange rate for Hong Kong dollars and US dollars is 1.5. This means that $200 could yield an rifle that could sell for $2,000 in reality. This presented a straightforward opportunity for immense profit. He had previously contemplated entering the arms smuggling business. However, the profit margins were slim, and operating under the watchful eyes of the Hong Kong authorities was far too risky. Numerous peers had fallen victim to gunfire. Nevertheless, with the military factory promising tenfold profits, he was now willing to take that risk. Smuggling arms was no trivial endeavor. It was a dangerous game. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The edge of the sword is sharpened through toil, and the fragrance of the plum blossom emerges from the bitter cold. In a world where human suffering goes unnoticed, smuggling arms leads to wealth and glory. At that moment, a Gue approached. Zugu, all is ready. We can depart. Suddenly, from the nearby containers, a group of masked individuals burst forth, and their leader brandished a Dahei Xing, aiming at the two. Simultaneously, the other masked figures charged toward the truck wielding machetes. A crisis had emerged. Caught off guard, a Gue fell to the ground, a bullet piercing through his chest. Gao Zu's expression turned icy as he retrieved 2 rifles from his space, stepping down from the vehicle, and unleashed a torrent of fire. Under the overwhelming firepower, the leader of the masked men was instantly turned into a sieve. Dahei Xing? Before an rifle, it was nothing but scrap metal, lacking any comparability. The others had never encountered such ferocious firepower. Before they could even reach the large truck, they turned and fled. Since they had come, how could Gao Zu allow them to escape? With a single stride, he swiftly pursued the masked figures, unleashing a barrage. His body, having undergone the baptism of enhancement fluid, was terrifyingly strong. Not only had his strength been amplified, but his physical capabilities had been elevated to a nightmarish level, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. In a mere 10 seconds, more than a dozen bodies lay scattered across the dock, each riddled with bullet holes. Gao Zu approached the remaining masked figure, stepping on the man's chest, lifting his weapon with a gentle motion, the cold muzzle glinting ominously. Gao Zu's gaze was filled with a murderous intent. Please, don't kill me. Brother Zu, I realize my mistakes, the masked man pleaded, tearing off his mask in desperation. Along, did you two Biao send you? Gao Zu inquired, looking down at the man named Along with an indifferent expression. Along, being the cousin of Yu Tu Biao, appeared here, which was indeed intriguing. That's right, the boss ordered us to eliminate you. Along nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. I beg you. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu's eyes narrowed, immediately grasping Yu Tu Biao's intentions. Such eagerness to eliminate him? It seemed that the old man could no longer hold back. I will ensure that Yu Tu Biao comes down to join you. At the same time, he aimed the weapon at Along's head, and with a resounding bang, sent him on his way to the underworld. Chapter 2 Summoning Gao Jin. Seeking an explanation. Gao Zu instructed his subordinate to clean up the scene and transport the Argentine beef to the shop he collaborated with, while he accompanied his trusted aide, Ague, to the hospital. Ague was the closest friend of the original owner. Having grown up together, their bond was profound. Although not as formidable as the elite of Hongxing, he was more than capable of handling ordinary foes. Thankfully, despite being shot, Ague's injury was not life-threatening, and he would be discharged after a few days of recovery. All right, focus on your surgery. I will handle the rest, Gao Zu said as he noticed Ague attempting to speak. Ague nodded in understanding, lying quietly on the hospital bed. After ensuring Ague was settled, Gao Zu departed and returned to his own establishment, Jiulong Fisheries Company. It was a business he had founded himself, though not extensive. It was substantial enough. Apart from smuggling operations, they ostensibly engaged in fishing activities sufficient to sustain the livelihoods of hundreds of subordinates. Gao Zu accessed the supreme sign-in system, and within just an hour, he had signed in 3,600 times, accumulating 3,600 initial cans and earning 3,600 Hong Kong dollars. He had indeed realized the dream of earning effortlessly. However, his focus was not on this. His attention was drawn to the cinematic character summoning card, which indicated a random summoning. Without hesitation, Gao Zu clicked to summon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the suit-clad thug Gao Jin. Note: exceptional strength, 100 loyalty to the host. Gao Jin. Indeed, Gao Zu was immensely pleased. A capable aide, quintessential for Hong Kong cinema. He promptly gathered over 30 subordinates from the dock and headed towards Yuan Long District, allowing someone to assassinate him. Tonight, he must demand an explanation from Yu Tu Biao. Yu Tu Biao held a mid-level position in Liansheng, having always relied on Chuan Bao. However, with the rise of Didi, he had secretly aligned himself with Didi, primarily engaging in smuggling flour and selling flour. His overall strength was quite standard in the underworld. Together with Gao Zu, they commanded around 400 subordinates. Nevertheless, this was not a cause for concern. Once they made his move, anyone would have to kneel. At 3 a.m., Gao Zu arrived at Yu Tu Biao's establishment. On the second floor of the tea house, Yu Tu Biao looked down at Gao Zu in astonishment, shocked that Gao Zu was still alive. This infuriated him. Gao Zu was indeed sharp in business and capable of fighting, which was why he had been promoted to the forefront. Yet, he was far too headstrong. It was said that Hongxing produced fighters, Dongxing dealt in flour, and Lian specialized in chicken essence. However, Liansheng was not merely involved in strip clubs and chicken stalls. They primarily dealt in flour, albeit on a smaller scale than Dongxing. Gao Zu's refusal to engage in the flour business was a grave sin. Such a rebellious figure had to be eliminated. Gao Zu's audacious presence here clearly indicated that Long and others had failed in their mission, and he had come to demand justice. Delay. Immediately arrange for a few burly subordinates to come over and gather the nearby subordinates. Yu Tu Biao commanded his men. Subsequently, he approached the table, retrieving a substantial firearm to prepare himself. Once ready, Yu Tu Biao permitted Gao Zu and Gao Jin to ascend the stairs. Zu, please take a seat. Yu Tu Biao calmly arranged the tea set and poured a cup for Gao Zu. What brings you here at such a late hour? Have you reconsidered? Gao Zu lit a cigarette, took a puff, and replied nonchalantly, Biao Ge, as I have stated, I do not engage in the flour business. No one is permitted to distribute even a grain of flour in my territory. I am here tonight to inquire about Long and the others. You cannot pretend to be ignorant, can you? Upon hearing this, Yu Tu Biao's smile diminished significantly, yet he maintained a congenial demeanor, saying, Zu, I too am compelled by circumstances. I am responsible for the sustenance of my brothers. We must pay our dues to the society monthly, relying solely on protection fees and docking fees. How much can we earn? This collaboration with Didi promises considerable profit. His goods are of high quality, with profit margins reaching 60. Is this sufficient reason for you to attempt to kill me? Gao Zu lifted his gaze, coldly stating, what a well-calculated scheme. Eliminate me, seize my territory, and then comfortably engage in the flour business. Your audacity is remarkable, Yu Tu Biao. You should know that I acquired my territory through my own efforts. You provided no assistance. I acknowledge that I have wronged you in this matter. Since it has come to this, let us speak candidly. You uphold your principles and avoid the flour business. I will not hold it against you. I can have my subordinates handle it. You need not get involved personally. If any issues arise, I will take full responsibility, ensuring you remain unaffected. What transpired tonight was indeed my fault, and I am willing to share 10 of the profits with you. How does that sound? Furthermore, We must secure our standing in the society. With Chuan Bao out of the picture, we must ingratiate ourselves with Didi. If you do not consider my situation, at least think of the welfare of the subordinates beneath you. Yu Tu Biao feigned remorse, swiftly glossing over the matter of Gao Zu's assassination. In his eyes, Gao Zu was merely a dog he had raised. The society's rules were strict, and the code of the underworld was evident. Gao Zu, even with 10 times the courage, would not dare to confront him. Moreover, the current Gao Zu lacked the strength to contend with him. Thus, he acted with brazen impunity. Gao Zu exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, a chilling smile gracing his lips, his gaze filled with icy determination. This old scoundrel, for his own benefit, was spouting nonsensical rhetoric. Having previously refused to engage in the flower business, there was no way he would consent to it now after tonight's incident. Biao Ge, I have followed you for so many years. Do you not understand my temperament? I will not touch the flower. I came tonight to discuss a long situation. Although you have cared for me for many years, your actions this time have crossed the line, and you must provide me with an explanation. Gao Zu flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone icy. Azu, do not presume to be ungrateful. If I wished to end your life, it would be a matter of mere moments. Do not think that just because you own a mediocre fisheries company, you possess the audacity to act arrogantly. In my eyes, you are nothing. Yu Tu Biao slammed the table and stood up, immediately pulling out a prepared Dahei Xing and pressing it against Gao Zu's forehead. With a ferocious expression, he said, now you have only 2 choices. First, die, and I'll personally take over your territory. Second, do exactly as I say. Gao Zu rose calmly, his expression unchanged, and looked directly at Yu Tu Biao. Biao Ge, do you know that everyone who has ever pointed a gun at my head is dead? Chapter 3. Azu, enough. Let Yi Qiu handle it, Yu Tu Biao, and the numbers gang conspire with the crown prince. Ha ha. Azu, are you unable to discern the situation? Upon hearing this, Yu Tu Biao burst into a maniacal laughter. The truth lies firmly in one's own grasp. What use is your Gao Zu's strength? Yet, in the blink of an eye, Gao Zu swiftly snatched the Dahei Xing from Yu Tu Biao's hands. He then returned to the sofa, casually uttering a single word, strike. Gao Jin, upon hearing this, sprang into action. He faced off against 6 robust men, all armed with knives. The scene erupted into chaos, the room resonating solely with the sounds of flesh colliding. Witnessing this, Yu Tu Biao felt a whirlwind of astonishment, rage, and fear. Without the Dahei Xing, he dared not exhale a word. Sit down, Biao Ge. Gao Zu placed the Dahei Xing on the table, calmly stating. Just as Yu Tu Biao settled down, he saw a body crash beside him. Delay had been stabbed in the abdomen, blood gushing forth. One after another, men were thrown beside Yu Tu Biao. None of the 6 were unscathed. They had all been stabbed. So weak, Gao Jin retracted his long leg, unable to suppress a remark. As his words fell, Yu Tu Biao trembled, his eyes quaking with fear. What in the world is this? So fierce. Seeing Gao Jin approach, Yu Tu Biao turned to stare at Gao Zu, swallowing hard. Azu, that's enough. Please, stop. Gao Zu chuckled softly, fiddling with the Dahei Xing, the sound of the gun being cocked echoing like the tolling of death, striking fear into Yu Tu Biao's heart. You don't listen when I speak, you don't understand when I explain, and you even send along to kill me. What do you expect me to do? Yu Tu Biao, trembling in fright, displayed a tearful expression. After all, I am your superior. If you harm me, the gang will hunt you down. Let us talk things over, calmly. I'll give you 100,000. 100,000. 1 million. Gao Zu retorted decisively. Indeed, he could not act against Yu Tu Biao under the public gaze. Slaying one's superior is a taboo in the underworld. If a murder were to occur, it must be done discreetly. All right, no problem. Yu Tu Biao frowned, but ultimately acquiesced. He dared not gamble on whether Gao Zu would kill him. After all, there were plenty of petty criminals in the underworld who had slain their superiors and fled. Moreover, 1 million was a sum he could muster. Soon, Gao Jin dragged Yu Tu Biao by the collar to collect the cash. After obtaining the 1 million, Gao Zu left without looking back. He was unafraid of offending Yu Tu Biao, for he knew Yu Tu Biao did not have many days left to live. The next day, in the Tsim Sha Sui district at the Kowloon Fishery Company, Gao Zu arrived. He checked the account's funds. Over the past 3 years, he had earned 1.5 million, and with last night's 1 million from Yu Tu Biao, that amounted to 2.5 million Hong Kong dollars. At the current exchange rate of 1.5 between the Hong Kong dollar and the US dollar, Gao Zu effectively possessed $500,000. This equated to 50,000 exchange points, with an A costing 20 exchange points, equivalent to $200, allowing him to produce 500 As. On the market, the price of an A is $2,000, and the black market would fetch even higher. If sold at market price, he could earn $5 million, comparable to 25 million Hong Kong dollars. What a lucrative business. However, the immediate priority was to connect with arms dealers and smugglers to sell the weapons. Soon, Gao Zu thought of Liu Yaozu. However, these individuals were engaged in arms dealing on Hong Kong Island and were not of his ilk. Was there a market on Hong Kong Island? Certainly, but it was for hot-selling Dehei-Shing, shotguns, and other weapons, in small quantities, which are exceedingly unsafe. Gao Zu did not intend to explore the arms market on Hong Kong Island. He aimed for the international stage. Only on the grand international platform could one purchase arms in bulk. Throughout the Southeast Asia region, only a few names were notable and in need of arms. Northern Myanmar, the Golden Triangle's major drug lords, Ba Mian Fo, the Doctor, the Yuanan Monkey warlord. Gao Zu's gaze sharpened. The Doctor, if memory served. She was from the Tianxing group and was indeed a woman. In the narrative, she had an entanglement with Yi Qiu, and now, Yi Qiu was working in fisheries for Gao Zu. 2 years ago, upon Yi Qiu's release from prison, he had intended to escape by sea but was pursued, fortuitously encountering Gao Zu, who had just embarked on smuggling. Thus, their fates intertwined. To Yi Qiu, Gao Zu was a lifesaver. Gao Zu exited the office and made his way to the cargo dock. There, he found Yi Qiu repairing a ship, sweat beading on his forehead, yet this lad did not complain. "Zhuge, what brings you here?" Yi Qiu looked up and immediately ceased his work, stepping ashore to greet Gao Zu with a smile. "Yi Qiu, do not go out to sea today. I have something to discuss with you," Gao Zu stated calmly. "Understood, Zhuge." Yi Qiu smiled slightly, putting away his tools and following Gao Zu closely. "Here, have some tea. You've worked hard these past 2 years. Without you and Ague, the Jiuwen Long, I would find it challenging to reach this point." Gao Zu sincerely pushed a teacup toward Yi Qiu, expressing his gratitude. "Zhuge, what are you saying? Without you, I wouldn't even have my life. Such words are unnecessary." Yi Qiu nodded in response. "You know the Doctor, right? Please help me get in touch. I have a batch of arms valued at $5 million that I wish to discuss with her," Gao Zu said without handing Yi Qiu a gaoshiba. This lad was once a renowned underworld boss on Hong Kong Island, far surpassing Gao Zu. However, 8 years in prison had granted him clarity on life. Since his release, he had sought to redeem himself. Moreover, he had been secretly reconnecting with his former brothers and was even in the midst of preparations. Nonetheless, Yi Qiu remained silent regarding these matters, and Gao Zu did not press the issue. "Arms. That business is quite perilous," Yi Qiu remarked, his brow furrowing. The reason he had consistently remained under Gao Zu's command was twofold. Firstly, to conceal his identity for ease of operation, and secondly, Gao Zu had saved his life and refrained from engaging in the flower business. Maintaining a clear conscience. In such tumultuous times, to uphold such integrity was something he greatly admired. Yet, the arms trade was far more dangerous than the flower business. As someone who has experienced much, he earnestly wished to advise Gao Zu to refrain from engaging in arms dealings. "If we are brothers, lend me a hand without asking too many questions, just as I have never questioned you. Is that not so?" Gao Zu replied nonchalantly. "Doctor, I am indeed acquainted with him, and I can introduce you, but I cannot guarantee his willingness to respond." Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu ceased to speak further and readily agreed, while simultaneously realizing that Gao Zu might be aware of his ongoing endeavors. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent, not wanting to implicate Gao Zu due to his own actions. On the other hand, Yu Tu Biao felt an acute sense of indignation, having hardly slept the previous night. His anger only intensifying with contemplation. Not only had he been publicly humiliated, but he had also been extorted for 500,000 by Gao Zu. As the long-standing leader, he had never encountered such disgrace. Particularly irked by Gao Zu's arrogant demeanor from the previous night, he found himself questioning who truly held the title of leader. If Gao Zu could not discern this, then he must ensure that such a rebellious spirit is relegated to selling salted duck eggs. Soon, he discreetly arrived in Tsim Sha Sui from Yuanlong district. "Brother Taizi, long time no see," Yu Tu Biao greeted with a smile upon entering Taizi's establishment, where he encountered a man sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and adorned with a large gold chain. This Taizi was not the legendary warrior of Hongxing, but rather the Taizi of the Number Gang. the same one who had been eliminated by Didi and Lin Bei Lu during the tumultuous times of Longcheng. What brings you here, you two Biao? Making such a grand entrance. Have you come to stir trouble in Simsha Sui? With your cowardice, you would struggle even to get into bed, Taizi mocked, exhaling a swirl of smoke. Presently, the Helian Sheng had already commenced the next round of competition for leadership. Rumor had it that Lin Bei Lu aimed to penetrate Jin Shajiao, while Chan Bao sought to reach the moon. Despite feeling angered by Taizi's brazen demeanor, Yu Tu Biao did not lose his composure. Instead, he instructed his underling to throw forward a black box containing 300,000. Taizi, there has been a misunderstanding. I have come to discuss a business proposition. At Taizi's signal, a subordinate stepped forward to open the box, revealing the Hong Kong dollars within. What business? Taizi inquired, his tone softening upon seeing the money. Here lies 300,000. Assist me in dealing with Gao Zu. We shall share his territory equally. Yu Tu Biao stated plainly. After all, Gao Zu was one of his own, and without just cause to eliminate him, it could foster suspicion among the remaining subordinates. Thus, he could only resort to employing a knife to eliminate his adversary. Oh, Gao Zu. If I recall correctly, he is your trusted subordinate, is he not? To kill your own brother? You truly know how to play, Yu Tu Biao. Taizi raised an eyebrow, smirking. What of a subordinate one cannot control? What does it matter if he is slain? Taizi, I ask you, will you take on this task or not? Yu Tu Biao demanded coldly. Ha. Of course I will. I have long found that little brat, Gao Zu, unbearable. Taizi replied, rising from his seat. His previous reluctance to confront Gao Zu stemmed from the latter's involvement in the fishing and smuggling industries, which did not directly compete with him, and his backing from Helian Sheng. It did not seem worthy to provoke Helian Sheng over a mere brat, hence his indifference. Now that Yu Tu Biao had spoken, even if Gao Zu were to be eliminated, as long as Yu Tu Biao did not pursue the matter, he was merely a pawn, easily disposed of. Moreover, 30,000 was an offer too good to refuse. How about we act tomorrow night? Yu Tu Biao smiled. Absolutely. Taizi agreed. Let us go out tonight. I shall prepare exquisite beauties and fine wines for you. Yu Tu Biao rose, winking suggestively. He had long mastered the art of hospitality when seeking assistance. Oh, you rascal, let us go, but do not let me down. Taizi responded, embracing Yu Tu Biao as they departed. Chapter 4. The Phantom Soldier. Ambushing the Fishhead Mark, a quest for vengeance. At the stroke of midnight, Gao Zu activated the Tong Zigu and checked in a staggering 86,400 times. He opened 86,399 basic jars, acquiring 86,399 Hong Kong dollars, yet not a single U.S. dollar emerged. Gao Zu felt a wave of frustration. The odds were truly disheartening. However, fortune smiled upon him as he unearthed a single intermediate jar. Without hesitation, he opened it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 phantom soldiers. Strength, comparable to a military king. Phantom soldiers? A military king. With this, armed with an A, wouldn't he sweep through the underworld of Hong Kong? Yet, Gao Zu was acutely aware of the impossibility of such a scenario. The local government, established by the British Empire, was not merely a facade. Brandishing an A in the streets would be tantamount to suicide. Nevertheless, the arrival of 100 phantom soldiers was like a timely downpour for Gao Zu. In the world of gangsters, having a loyal cadre of subordinates was paramount. They could undertake numerous tasks he could not. This would undoubtedly serve as his weapon to navigate the treacherous waters of the underworld. As for the hundreds of subordinates he already commanded, truth be told, they could occasionally be useful in putting on a show. However, Gao Zu harbored reservations about entrusting them with significant matters. It wasn't their capabilities that concerned him, but rather the inherent nature of humanity. Especially with these short-statured men, betrayal could strike at any moment. At that juncture, Gao Jin walked in and immediately announced, Brother Zu, tonight, the Fishhead Mark is at Simsha Sui, and he is meeting with the Prince of the Number Gang. The two are currently soaking in a sauna at Tianshang Renjian. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu fell into deep contemplation. The prince, he was well aware of who that was, the Hall Master of the Number Gang, renowned for his prowess. Although his overall strength could not match the deeply rooted Anai family, he had carved out a place for himself in the chaotic world. In Simsha Sui, he commanded a considerable force, boasting several hundred followers. With the backing of the Number Gang, the prince's arrogance knew no bounds. The Number Gang had long been at odds with the Lian Sheng and Fishhead Mark at this juncture, meeting the prince for a sauna session. It was blatantly a collaboration attempt. They aimed to join forces to eliminate him. In light of this, it was better to strike preemptively. Let us go. Tonight we shall execute a grand plan, Gao Zu declared, discarding his cigarette butt and rising from his seat. This time, Gao Zu intended to deploy troops along 2 routes, instructing Gao Jin to take several phantom soldiers to the Yuanlong district, raiding Fish Head Mark's home and his hall, while ensuring his family was sent away to sell salted duck eggs. The unwritten rule of the underworld states that family should not be harmed in times of strife. Removing weeds without uprooting them only allows them to regrow with the spring breeze. This is the truth. Meanwhile, he would personally deal with Fish Head Mark. Soon, he arrived with several subordinates at the entrance of Tianshang Rinjian, waiting quietly. Before long, a man resembling Hao Nen emerged from the establishment. This man was none other than Jiao Wenlong. Jiao Wenlong was a subordinate Gao Zu had taken in a year prior. Upon his release from prison, he had aspired to lead a peaceful life at Kowloon Bingshi, taking care of his son. However, due to his former girlfriend Ma Jiaohong, he found himself once again entangled in the underworld. Ultimately, he resolved his grievances with the prince of the Hongsheng society through a one-on-one arena match, believing that defeating the prince would allow him to exit the underworld. Yet, leaving the underworld was far from simple. An ambush from Hongsheng's elder, Hua Shan, caught Jiao Wenlong off guard, but Gao Zu happened to be present and saved him. A confrontation with Hongsheng ensued, and thanks to Gao Zu's formidable fighting prowess alongside Yi Qiu and Agui, they rescued Jiao Wenlong. Consequently, Gao Zu made an enemy of Hongsheng, escalating the situation and drawing in the gangs. Ultimately, Fish Head Mark and Chuan Bao, representing Lian Sheng, intervened, and Gao Zu compensated 100,000, allowing the matter to fade away. Brother Zu, they finished their bath and each secured a private room. Jiao Wenlong reported as he approached Gao Zu. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu chuckled. With the strengths of Fish Head Mark and the prince, could they truly last half an hour in such an establishment? It wasn't that Gao Zu underestimated them. Rather, they simply lacked that capability. In fact, his suspicions were confirmed. Fish Head Mark and the prince spent an hour in the sauna. Within less than 10 minutes of being in their private room, the two emerged in perfect sync. How was it? Satisfied? This time, it's all quality goods. Fish Head Mark stepped forward, inquiring. Indeed, you certainly know how to play the game. No wonder you navigate the waterways so adeptly, managing to procure some Basim girls. The prince remarked with evident satisfaction. As long as we cooperate harmoniously, not only Basim girls, but I'll also deliver eagle sauce horses to you. Fish Head Mark boasted. Excellent. I look forward to our next encounter. The hour grows late. I must take my leave. The prince nodded, departing with his subordinates. Take care, prince. Fish Head Mark did not forget to flatter him. Once the prince and his entourage left, Fish Head Mark's expression turned icy as he addressed his nearby subordinate. Go. Send the Basim girls inside to Mongkok for sale, either to Liang Kuan or Shursin Mei. I'm heading back. With that, Fish Head Mark departed with 2 of his subordinates. As Fish Head Mark exited the building, Gao Zu narrowed his eyes. Follow them. 10 minutes later, Fish Head Mark's vehicle arrived on the outskirts of the Yuanlong district. He hummed a tune as he stepped out of the car to relieve himself by the roadside. Suddenly, 2 vehicles barreled directly into theirs, colliding violently. The car was hurled several meters away, rolling multiple times before coming to a halt, and 2 of Fish Head Mark's subordinates were killed instantly. In the midst of his relief, Fish Head Mark was startled, gripping his weapon tightly. Bang! A bullet pie in these past 3 years. Your assistance has not gone unnoticed, and I am profoundly grateful. However, your attempt to have a long take my life, along with colluding with outsiders against me, is where you have erred gravely. Gao Zu exhaled a thin veil of smoke as he spoke. You two Biao undoubtedly owed him a great debt of gratitude. Yet, Azu, I acknowledge my mistakes and swear I shall not repeat them. I should not have allied with the crown prince. Forgive me, Azu, for I have elderly dependents and young children. Upon hearing this, Yu Tu Biao wept in anguish and pleaded for mercy, mistakenly believing that the crown prince had betrayed him. You are correct. My kindness towards you is as profound as a mountain. Were it not for my intervention back then, you would have long since met your demise, would you not? Let us consider our debt settled. You may pursue your own path while I tread mine. Observing Gao Zu's silence, Yu Tu Biao resorted to emotional appeals in hopes of invoking the memory of his life being spared. Save me? Biao Ge, do you think I am unaware of everything? Ali has disclosed all to me, Gao Zu stated with an unwavering expression. Ali, like a Gui, was a brother to Gao Zu, a bond forged in life and death. In his past, the original Gao Zu, though a solitary wanderer, commanded a small band of over 30 men, instilling fear in the hearts of many throughout the Yuanlong district. However, one fateful day, a group of masked assailants descended upon them, slaughtering his brothers, while he and Agui, along with Ali, were rescued by Yutu Biao. In truth, it was Ali who had been bribed by Yutu Biao, betraying Gao Zu and the others. Last month, unable to bear the weight of his guilt, Ali took his own life, leaving behind a letter that revealed the truth to Gao Zu. From that moment on, he remained vigilant against Yutu Biao. Since you are aware of everything, I implore you for one favor. Spare my family. I leave my fate in your hands. Upon hearing this, Yutu Biao's gaze fell slightly. No wonder he had been unable to contact Ali. No wonder Gao Zu's demeanor had drastically changed over the past month. He had known the truth all along. Gao Zu remained silent, retrieving 2 boxes of cigarettes, placing 30 cigarettes upright into the ground. Ali, a Luo, a Dong, a Hong. The culprits have been identified. Is what Ge has found you. With that, Gao Zu coldly turned to face Yutu Biao, commanding, kneel and bow 100 times. Miss a single bow, and I shall ensure your entire family is forced to sell salted duck eggs. Chapter 5: The Society's Wrath. A torn interior. Yutu Biao took a deep breath and began to knock repeatedly. After completing the 90th knock, Gao Zu took the great black star from Jiao Wenlong and aimed it at Yutu Biao's head, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Biao Ge, safe travels. By the way, your family will accompany you. Yutu Biao's eyes widened as he attempted to lunge at Gao Zu. But in the next moment, a loud bang resonated as his body crashed heavily onto the ground. Following this, Gao Zu emptied the magazine into Yutu Biao's lifeless form. Such a person, who would go to any lengths for his own gain, deserved no mercy. Let us go. Gao Zu cast a glance at the cold body of Yutu Biao before turning back to the car, departing shortly thereafter. At 4 o'clock, Gao Jin and his companions returned from the Yuanlong district, bringing back 2 safes. One was the hall's safe, and the other was Yutu Biao's private vault, containing various gold and silver treasures. Although Gao Zu was unaware of the passwords, he possessed a hammer, allowing him to forcibly breach the blind boxes. Soon enough, the contents of both safes were laid bare before him. Upon appraisal, there were valuables worth 30,000 in gold, along with 1 million in cash and 2 million in unmarked checks. While the cash was somewhat lacking, Yutu Biao's modest straw sandals boasted over 3 million in savings, a considerable sum indeed. After all, money was hard to come by, and opportunities were scarce, especially since Yutu Biao dealt in flour and other niche businesses. The inherent risks were colossal, with hundreds of subordinates relying on him for sustenance, while also needing to contribute to the society. It could be said that most of his money was spent on daily expenses. To have saved up so much, Yutu Biao was indeed a frugal figure. The next day, the news of Yutu Biao's murder and the burning of the hall quickly spread across various regions of the underworld. The members of Liansheng were furious upon hearing the news, hastily gathering their forces to investigate the murderer. Particularly, Chuan Bao, upon learning of the incident, boasted vehemently that no matter who the perpetrator was, from any realm of the supernatural, once discovered, he would ensure their demise. It was no wonder he was so enraged. Not only had they killed Yutu Biao, but they had also set fire to his hall, looting his wealth, and crucially, they had not spared Yutu Biao's family, severely violating the unwritten rules of the underworld. As the elder brother, if he remained silent, how would he rally his subordinates in the future? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Zu and the others summoned all of Yutu Biao's subordinates to Tsimsha Sui, the morgue. Many elder members from Liansheng, akin to the hall masters of Hongxing, had already gathered. Chuan Bao, Lung Lao, Guan Zaisan, Long Jin, Shuang Fandong, and Lao Guiwei, all of whom had a good relationship with Yutu Biao, were present. Shortly thereafter, the key figures of Liansheng, Chui Ji, Lin Bei Lu, and Didi arrived in succession. What have you discovered? Chui Ji coldly surveyed the room and inquired. Although Yutu Biao lacked strength, he was well-liked and maintained good relations with many, serving as a valuable asset to Liansheng. However, someone had the audacity to murder him. This was an affront to their honor. Unforgivable. Naturally, the primary voice was Deng Bo, who asserted that this matter could not be overlooked lightly. The wrath of Liansheng must ignite throughout the underworld. Currently, there are no leads. The police are investigating, but relying on them is less effective than trusting ourselves. I have already instructed my men to pursue the matter with all their might. This incident was exceedingly suspicious. Yu Biao was killed in Simsha Sui, and someone had gone to the Yuanlong district to exterminate his entire family. This was clearly a premeditated act. Chuan Bao exhaled smoke, analyzing the situation. What about Yu Biao's men? Chui Ji asked. They are all outside. Chuan Bao rubbed his nose, sensing something different about Chui Ji today. His assertiveness suggested that Ding Bo had given him the green light. Otherwise, without royal privilege, Chui Ji would not dare to act so brazenly in front of everyone. Bring Yu Biao's head horse and confidants here. I wish to interrogate them personally, Chui Ji commanded. Soon, Gao Zu and Yu Biao's confidants were summoned. There were a total of 6 individuals. Who was the head horse? Chui Ji looked at Gao Zu and the others. Gao Zu stepped forward, exuding a formidable presence that astonished everyone. Do you know how Yu Biao died? Chui Ji asked, taking a breath. I do not know. I received no word from Biao Ge last night. I was at the fishery company. Gao Zu replied calmly. You are a derelict head horse. Your leader is dead, and you claim ignorance? Surely you are not the one responsible. Lin Bei Lu interjected coldly. Yu Biao was bribed by Di. He was aware of it. For someone like Gao Zu, an obscure underling, it was natural for Lin Bei Lu to assert dominance. Moreover, with Yu Biao's death, a position had opened up. If Lin Bei Lu could have his own subordinate take over, it would bolster his own power. Legu, your words are too excessive. Do you think that just because you are one of the elect of Lian Shang, you can slander others at will? Di stepped forward, speaking coldly. It is a fact that Yu Biao is dead, but as Yu Biao's head horse, Gao Zu, by the rules, can take Yu Biao's place if he can tame Yu Biao's subordinates. In this regard, he is more than capable of assisting. Enough, cease the bickering. Chui Ji interjected with displeasure, then turned his gaze to the other 5, intimidating them. Has Gao Zu lied? Or do any of you know something? Feel free to speak. I, Chui Ji, will take care of you. Rich rewards await those who provide information. It is well known that the head horse is not necessarily a confidant, and a confidant is not necessarily a head horse. In other words, the head horse is responsible for leading the charge, while the confidant serves as the strategist. The two hold a mutually constraining relationship, a dynamic that many underworld leaders established to prevent insubordination. Upon hearing this, the 5 exchanged glances and quickly replied. Last night, Biao Ge mentioned he had business in Simsha Sui and needed to meet with the number gang's prince. He did not mention anything else. That's it. Chui Ji retorted sharply. Think carefully before you speak. If the society uncovers anything, you will all perish, understand? According to the interpretation of the 5, this clearly implicated the number gang's prince. Chui Ji felt a twinge of hesitation at this revelation. After all, such a significant matter must be reported to Dingbois. One of them sighed and said, It is truly gone. Initially, we intended to accompany Biao Ge, but he forbade us from joining. I firmly believe that it was undoubtedly the work of the Taizi. Hearing this, Gao Zu coldly remarked, Brothers, the situation is now clear. As Biao Ge's right-hand man, I shall annihilate the Haoma Bong and the Taizi. Even if it costs me my life, I shall avenge Biao Ge. As his words fell, all eyes were fixed upon Gao Zu. What a loyal and righteous individual. A Zu, based solely on your chivalric spirit, I shall assist you. Whether it be men, horses, or funds, I shall provide them without charge. Di stepped forward, patting Gao Zu's shoulder with satisfaction. A Zu, we shall convene a meeting regarding this matter. The Haoma Bong wields considerable power. We cannot make hasty decisions. I shall discuss this with Dingbois upon my return. Observing Di's actions, Chui Ji, who had initially intended to support Gao Zu, interjected directly. According to Dingbo's intentions, this time, the decision-maker cannot be Di. With Yu Biao now deceased, it is an opportune moment to support a loyal subordinate of Lin Bei Lu, and Di must not be allowed to take advantage. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu remained silent, merely nodding slightly. The other subordinates within the organization were unaware of Chui Ji's, or rather Dingbo's, plans. However, he was fully aware of Dingbo's true intentions. Dingbo's catchphrase, ostensibly for maintaining the balance of the organization, was merely a guise to solidify his own authority. Just like Chui Ji's current position, he was nothing more than a puppet of Dingbois. If Dingbois commanded Chui Ji to head east, Chui Ji would dare not venture westward. Yet, given his present status, he lacked the qualifications to participate in such matters. His sole objective now was to amass wealth, to earn substantial amounts of Yu dollars. However, the prerequisite for earning dollars was the strength to ensure self-preservation. Thus, he must secure the position of Yuto Biao, and moreover, it was he who had slain Yuto Biao. He must swiftly place the blame for Yuto Biao's death on the Taizi. Otherwise, if the Taizi and Shui Ji were to confront him, all his efforts would be in vain. Besides, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. If suspicion were to be cast upon him, the situation would become dire. At that point, in an attempt to salvage their reputation, Lianxing would likely make him a scapegoat. After all, he was merely a right-hand man of Yuto Biao, a mere Jiuzai. Sacrificing the right-hand man to appease the Tongzhu, the death of the grass shoe would restore the organization's face. Such occurrences are commonplace in the realm of Jianghu. Chapter 6. Assassination of the Number Gang's Prince. The power of Gao Zu. Seizing the prince's territory. Having departed from the morgue, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. During this time, discussions among the group were exceedingly fervent. Chuanbao and others advocated for the eradication of the Number Gang's prince, aiming for a decisive strike in Simsha Sui. In contrast, Shui Ji and Lin Bale expressed the need to settle accounts first. Ultimately, the group split into 2 factions, forcing Shui Ji to decide to return to the headquarters with everyone and request Deng Bo to mediate the situation. By 11 o'clock that evening, Shui Ji and the others reached a conclusion. They would first reconcile with the Number Gang before allowing D and Lin Bale to seek vengeance for Yutubio. In essence, amidst such fierce contention for leadership, Gao Zu had no part to play. When Gao Zu learned of this news from Chuanbao, he merely smiled. Settle accounts? The prince must survive until tomorrow. A corpse cannot reconcile accounts. Simsha Sui. Gao Zu had already led 100 ghost shadow soldiers, along with Jiu Wenlong, Yi Qiu, and another 100 underlings, to invade the territory of the Number Gang's prince. This could be regarded as Gao Zu's comeback battle. The prince indeed possessed some strength. However, even the most resilient of lowly mules cannot withstand bullets. Thus, Gao Zu did not hesitate. When the time comes, it must be used. As long as one has courage and momentum, commanding respect in the martial world is not a mere dream. Before long, Gao Jin, accompanied by 6 ghost shadow soldiers, arrived, masked, at a strip club. Inside, the prince was flanked by a girl on each side, reveling in a lavish array of expensive foreign liquors and fine wine on the table. Life was indeed indulgent. The rules of the underworld dictate that one should take others' wealth and alleviate their misfortunes. Yet, with Yutubio deceased, what misfortune could possibly be alleviated? He directly pocketed the 300,000, enough to allow him to live lavishly for a time. Had Yutubio known, he would likely have risen from his coffin in fury. In the next moment, a phone call came in, and the prince casually answered. Upon hearing the news, he erupted in rage. Someone was invading his territory, and that person was none other than Gao Zu. Damn it, that reckless fool. If I don't kill you tonight, I'll change my name. The prince stood up in fury, cursing, completely oblivious to the trap Gao Zu had set for him. Before leaving, he made a show of throwing a wad of cash in front of the 3 alluring dancers, declaring, "I'll return to play with you tomorrow night. I must take my leave." Soon after, the prince exited the strip club with more than 10 underlings. "Go, bring the car around." He glanced around, then lit a cigarette, slightly intoxicated, and remarked. Suddenly, a vehicle surged towards them. Gao Jin and his companions unleashed a fierce barrage of gunfire at the prince and his men. Flames erupted, and scattered passers-by fled in terror, some even daring to call the police. However, Gao Jin and his crew did not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Within mere seconds, the prince and his entourage were riddled with bullets, their bodies peppered with holes. Seeing the prince collapse in a pool of blood, Gao Jin and the others swiftly vacated the scene. Mission accomplished, the task was complete. Meanwhile, Gao Zu and his men were embroiled in a fierce conflict with the prince's crew. Although Jiu Wenlong was physically impaired, his strength remained formidable. Defeating the prince of Hongsheng showcased Jiu Wenlong's prowess. After all, he had once been a prized asset of Hongsheng. As the saying goes, a dead camel is larger than a horse. Once a king, always a king. Yi Qiu, too, fought valiantly, causing the enemy to scatter in disarray, seamlessly coordinating with Jiu Wenlong. Yet, the most formidable of all was Gao Zu. Without the enhancement from Tongzi Gu, he already possessed remarkable martial prowess. Enhanced by a physical fortification serum, Gao Zu was invincible, akin to Liu Bei of the 3 kingdoms. Defeating a few lowly mules was as effortless as slaughtering chickens. Gao Zu, drenched in blood, faced 3 reckless foes charging at him with knives. He swung his steel blade with a resounding clang, severing the weapons from their hands. "What the?" One of the lowly mules blinked in disbelief, uttering a phrase of shock. However, the next moment, he was rendered speechless as a gash appeared on his throat, blood gushing forth. Gao Zu did not halt his advance. He turned his gaze upon the prince's head henchman, stepping forth with determination, confronting Wang Li. "Wang Li, submit to me, or you shall meet the same fate." Wang Li glared at Gao Zu, bellowing, "Get lost, brat. When the prince returns, you're finished." "The prince? He won't return." Gao Zu replied nonchalantly. "Ha ha ha, you truly speak nonsense. No wonder Utubio sought to eliminate you. Your words are mere folly." Wang Li laughed heartily, gripping his knife and charging at Gao Zu. Unfazed, Gao Zu responded, "If you seek death, I shall oblige." In the next instant, like a gust of wind, Gao Zu maneuvered to Wang Li's side. Wang Li's eyes widened as his knife slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed unconscious. "I offered you a chance, yet you proved useless." Gao Zu trampled upon Wang Li's chest, applying heavy pressure. Blood erupted from Wang Li's mouth like a fountain. Ultimately, he closed his eyes in resignation. Gao Zu turned to the number gang's underlings, who hesitated to advance. "Wang Li is dead. What are you still resisting for?" "What? Wang Li is dead?" someone exclaimed, the words resonating loudly. Instantly, fear gripped the hearts of the number gang members. Having already been decimated by Gao Zu's men, they were indeed cowed. Wang Li was no ordinary figure. He had clashed with the dual champions of Hongxing on the arena, enduring dozens of rounds. With his demise, these lowly pawns recognized their own insignificance. Consequently, several members of the number gang chose to surrender. In this world, it is not only valor that matters. The pursuit of wealth is paramount, provided one remains alive. A few hundred a month? What a perilous existence in the underworld. With the presence of those who possess a soft heart and understanding, there naturally exist those hard-headed individuals devoid of intellect, determined to defend the prince's territory with arrogance, even going so far as to threaten the life of Gao Zu. Gao Zu's gaze swiftly fixated upon a formidable figure among the Han, a man whose physique mirrored that of Wang Li, signifying his status as the second most formidable fighter under the prince's command. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Zu cast aside his steel blade and charged forth. The towering man, visibly displeased, discarded his own weapon to confront Gao Zu head-on. His colossal fist struck out with the force of a boulder. Gao Zu, with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, effortlessly raised his arm, employing the principles of Tai Chi to neutralize the opponent's ferocious blow with ease. In a seamless transition from softness to strength, the muscles in Gao Zu's arm bulged with intensity. An immense force cascading forth as his fist struck the man's chest with an imperceptible velocity. The resounding impact was akin to being struck by a hammer weighing thousands of pounds, rendering the giant momentarily numb. Simultaneously, his body involuntarily soared backward, a torrent of crimson spilling forth from his lips. A closer inspection revealed the man being propelled backward with a concave chest and a protruding back, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times without a hint of movement. This spectacle plunged the entire venue into a profound silence. The members of the numbered gang rendered mute, their breaths scarcely audible. Could it be true that one punch had felled a 9-meter-tall behemoth? It seemed absurd, something even films would shy away from portraying. Yet, the scene before them was undeniably real. In that moment, the previously boastful crowd found themselves kneeling in submission to Gao Zu. The swiftness of his prowess was unparalleled. Having subdued one, it was only a matter of time before the others followed suit, until all displayed their allegiance. Only then did Zhou Wenlong and the others cease their prior actions. Gao Zu, observing the scene, felt a sense of satisfaction. Within a mere half-hour, he had taken control of the prince's domain, a commendable feat indeed. The financial prospects of Tsim Sha Sui were substantial, with the influx of patrons from the Peninsula Hotel alone eclipsing that of other regions. The 3 streets under the prince's control were situated at the heart of Tsim Sha Sui, ripe with opportunity. This was precisely why Lin Bei Lu had boasted of his intentions to infiltrate Jin Sha Sui, not only to prove his capabilities, but also to pursue lucrative gains. "Clear the premises," Gao Zu proclaimed, lighting a cigarette as he addressed the crowd. Soon after, he, along with Zhou Wenlong and others, proceeded to scour the prince's territory and residence. To his astonishment, the old rascal had taken on 3 women, each appearing rather unappealing, akin to retired courtesans. However, One must admit, when obscured by veils, their figures were undeniably commendable. Regrettably, Gao Zu lacked any inclination towards such women and allowed them to depart. Recognizing their struggle for survival rendered their elimination unnecessary. Beyond the women, Gao Zu unearthed 3 million Hong Kong dollars in cash, an unregistered check worth $1 million, and 3 HSBC bank cards. The passwords for these cards were known solely to the prince, now deceased, rendering the cards essentially useless. Nevertheless, Gao Zu opted not to discard them, as future opportunities might arise to access the funds within. Additionally, he discovered 3 large black stars and a pistol, accompanied by a modest supply of ammunition. However, the bulk of his findings consisted of flour, which posed a dilemma for Gao Zu, as he did not engage in such commerce. Yet, what was Gao Zu's true enterprise? Smuggling. While he may not partake in the flour trade on Hong Kong Island, these supplies could be dispatched to the wider world, catering to nations like the thriving Sakura Land, the Philippines, South Korea, and northern Myanmar. In essence, he felt no trepidation in supplying these countries. Rather, he harbored a flicker of anticipation. Including the flour acquired from Yu Biao, he now possessed flour valued at over $1 million. It would be illogical not to capitalize on this opportunity. Chapter 7. The essence lies in quality, not quantity. The astonishment and speculation at the West Kowloon police station. The following day, the territory of the Crown Prince was effectively seized by Gao Zu, who swiftly accumulated various forms of wealth. Concurrently, he summoned all the younger members of the Crown Prince's gang. Gazing upon the vast crowd, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Gao Zu's eyes. Although there were merely over 300 individuals present, the atmosphere was palpably different. In ancient times, Gao Zu would have undoubtedly held the position of a centurion. It is no wonder that ancient people were enamored with commanding vast armies, engrossed in the pursuit of power and profit. Even a mere 100 followers could evoke a sense of euphoria, let alone the throne itself. One cannot deny that the allure of wielding power is immensely captivating. Those willing to stand by me, stay. Those who are not can depart, Gao Zu remarked, lighting a cigarette nonchalantly. The majority of the members were youthful, brimming with fervor, with very few seasoned veterans among them. Nonetheless, Gao Zu upheld his principles in recruitment. It is not the number of people that matters, but their caliber. Quality encompasses various aspects, and first and foremost, loyalty is crucial, but one must also possess a certain level of prowess. As the saying goes, it is better to recruit 1 elite than 10 useless individuals. Upon hearing this, many from the gang began to converse among themselves, and soon, some stepped forward to express their loyalty to the gang, offering their apologies to Gao Zu. He honored his promise and allowed them to leave. The initial group of over 300 dwindled to only 200. Those who cannot withstand the pressure, leave. Gao Zu continued. This marked the second round of selection. Cannot withstand the pressure? Murmurs arose within the crowd as discussions ensued. Swiftly, more individuals chose to exit, leaving only 100 behind. Brothers, I sincerely thank you for your trust in me, Gao Zu. However, to be part of my circle, you must undergo an assessment. If you pass, you shall be my people. Rest assured, the rewards I offer far exceed those provided by any other leader in the underworld. The achievements are verifiable. Gao Zu addressed the crowd with an unhurried demeanor. Excitement erupted among the crowd. Having mingled in Sim Sha Sui, they were well aware of the benefits Gao Zu extended to his subordinates. Had they not already been registered with the gang, many would have eagerly switched allegiances. Now was a prime opportunity. The assessment commenced under the supervision of Zhou Wenlong. Simultaneously at the West Kowloon police station, high-ranking officials gathered. Chief Inspector Huang Ziqing, Senior Inspector Ling Qianer, and Senior Inspector Lu Qichong entered the forensic lab, where they encountered the forensic pathologist conducting an autopsy on the Crown Prince. Bullets were extracted one by one, filling a tray to the brim. The Crown Prince's body was riddled with bullet holes, resembling a sieve, and the flesh was utterly mangled. Even for Huang Ziqing and his colleagues, who were accustomed to gruesome sights, this scene sent shivers down their spines. It was horrifying. Yang, do you have any leads? Huang Ziqing inquired immediately. The bullet examination report has come in. Preliminary analysis suggests a caliber of 8.0 millimeters. The shooting speed remains indeterminate, and the capacity is unknown. Furthermore, the bullets contain tiny iron fragments, granting them formidable penetrating power. The forensic pathologist, Yang, promptly responded. Have you identified the model? Huang Ziqing pressed on. Only by identifying the firearm through the bullets could they advance their investigation. To put it plainly, The most common traditional A-47 has a caliber of 6,239 millimeters, and can hold a maximum of 30 rounds. Based on the eyewitness accounts you provided, 6 individuals could fire 2 rounds in 1 minute, totaling 360 bullets. Yet, over 1,200 bullets were found at the scene. I have researched all available A-series firearms on the market, and none can achieve this rate of fire and capacity. Moreover, the specifications and craftsmanship of these bullets are exceptionally unique. As of now, this is a weapon that has never been seen in the world. Noticing Huang Ziqing's bewildered expression, Yang patiently elaborated. So it cannot be traced? Huang Ziqing gritted his teeth, his expression grim. This incident was utterly atrocious. In broad daylight, armed murder occurred without a shred of regard for the West Kowloon police station. Indeed, it cannot be traced. This is unacceptable, Yang replied coldly as he resumed his work. The trio exited the forensic lab. It's been hours, and we have no leads. The foreign authorities will surely berate us. Huang Ziqing lamented as he instinctively lit a cigarette upon stepping outside. The forensic pathologist's implication was clear. There was no record of this weapon, not just in Hong Kong but globally, making the black market an unnecessary avenue for investigation. Additionally, the eyewitness accounts were unreliable. They had not seen the assailants' faces, and even the license plate numbers were fabricated. By the time they located the vehicle, it had already sunk into the sea. The perpetrator had escaped, severing all leads completely. Do you think that rascal Gao Zu might be involved? Ling Qian'er furrowed her brows and suggested. Hearing this, Lu Qichong and Huang Ziqing exchanged glances. It was certainly a possibility. The fishhead mark, Gao Zu's superior, had been killed in Tsimsha Sui just days prior. The likelihood of Gao Zu seeking revenge was as high as 99%. Otherwise, it would be an extraordinary coincidence for Gao Zu to seize the Crown Prince's territory so soon after his death. Moreover, Gao Zu was known to traverse waterways, potentially acquiring some peculiar firearms, which was not outside the realm of possibility. However, the issue remained that they had no evidence linking Gao Zu to the crime. It might be possible, but we need proof. Lu Qichong nodded in agreement. Should we attempt to probe further, perhaps slip him some substance? Huang Ziqing suggested coldly, discarding his cigarette. An investigation is necessary, but not at this moment. This rascal has just taken over the Crown Prince's territory. The number gang will not remain uninvolved. Furthermore, just because he has seized it does not guarantee he can maintain control. We will simply keep him under surveillance. Lu Qichong asserted promptly. Though he was a police officer, having spent decades dealing with gangs, he was somewhat familiar with the rules of the underworld. When a lowly figure claims a territory, they must hold it for 3 days. In the span of 3 days, Gao Zu must confront the onslaught of various formidable factions. Regardless of whether it was Gao Zu who eliminated the Crown Prince, once this young man finds himself in a dire predicament, his vulnerabilities will inevitably surface. After all, when faced with death, if Gao Zu indeed possesses such formidable weaponry, it would certainly be employed. Very well. I shall dispatch someone to keep a close watch on this young man. Ideally, he should meet his demise at the hands of another. Otherwise, I shall ensure he cannot escape unscathed, Huang Ziqing remarked in agreement. Ling Qian'er, I will leave the media outside in your capable hands, Lu Qichong said, turning to gaze at the alluring Ling Qian'er with a cheerful smile. Certainly, no problem. Ling Qian'er nodded affirmatively. Ah, what a splendid figure she possesses. Huang Ziqing could not help but admire Ling Qian'er's silhouette. She is far more beautiful than his lover, Mary. In their professional endeavors, he and Ling Qian'er are essentially arch-rivals. In the recent promotions over the past few years, he managed to outmaneuver her in terms of social connections, ultimately defeating Ling Qian'er and being appointed as the leader of the Major Crimes Unit. Enough of your frivolous chatter. Let us proceed to the scene and investigate further. Lu Qichong said with a hint of exasperation. His brother is quite competent in many respects, yet he tends to be excessively frivolous. Chapter 8 Collaborating with the Doctor to Smuggle Arms. Didi and Chuanbao arrive. In the underworld, Tsimsha Sui serves as the epicenter of public discourse, extending its influence to the surrounding regions. The death of the prince and the gruesome details surrounding it spread like wildfire among the populace. Is it true that the prince of the number gang is dead? An individual, diminutive in stature, could not help but inquire among his companions at a tea stall. Of course, I witnessed it with my own eyes. His body was riddled with bullet holes. The blood had stained the steps outside Tianshang Rin Jian crimson. What a tragic death. Which fierce dragon dared to take on the prince of the number gang? TSK, with your words, I suspect Gao Zu is a likely candidate, another remarked. Gao Zu. Who is that? You may not recognize him, but surely you know Yu Tu Biao, right? He was killed in Sim Sha Sui a few days ago, and it's said that the prince was behind it. Gao Zu is Yu Tu Biao's top horse. Think about it. Oh, that makes sense. This kid has some guts, but standing up for Yu Tu Biao is a commendable act of chivalry. The crowd engaged in a spirited discussion. As Gao Zu's reputation soared, he also bore the burden of the prince's assassination. In a secluded building, Deng Bo was sipping tea. Lin Bei Lu ascended to the second floor and recounted the events unfolding outside. Interesting, they took down the prince's territory in just one night. A true talent, Deng Bo remarked, taking a sip of his tea. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei Lu immediately responded with indignation. Deng Bo, this Gao Zu is audacious beyond measure. He not only defied the organization's wishes by acting independently, but also killed the prince. The Number Gang will not let this go easily. Should I gather some men to bring him in for the Number Gang? However, Deng Bo gently shook his head. This young man managed to seize the prince's territory through his own merit. He is worth cultivating for our organization. It has been a long time since we've had such talent. He still has to hold out for 3 days, right? If he succeeds, we gain a valuable asset. If he fails, then you can storm into Sim Sha Sui, and Didi will have nothing to say about it. Understood, Deng Bo. I know what to do. Lin Bei Lu replied, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Since Deng Bo had spoken, it was evident that he intended for Gao Zu to falter. Proceed with caution. Do not allow anyone to gather incriminating evidence against you. Deng Bo perceptively warned Lin Bei Lu. Gao Zu is indeed a talent, but he is merely a fledgling in the grand scheme of things. Compared to you, he lacks both renown and capability. It is reasonable for Gao Zu to serve as a stepping stone for Lin Bei Lu. Lin Bei Lu nodded vigorously, much like a chick pecking at its feet. At that moment, Deng Bo's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Deng Bo, the Number Gang demands that we hand over Gao Zu. Otherwise, they will not rest easy. The voice of the informant crackled through the device. Tell them that matters concerning the younger generation should be resolved by the younger generation. If they wish to escalate this, we will gladly accommodate them. Deng Bo replied coldly. Gao Zu immediately returned to the Kowloon Fishery Company from Bali Avenue. This was due to Yi Qiu establishing communication with the doctor and agreeing to collaborate with Gao Zu. Tonight, we will go to warehouse number 1 to deliver the firearms to the doctor. When you see her, convey this message. As long as there are no issues, there will be even greater business opportunities in the future. Gao Zu stated to Yi Qiu with a calm demeanor. Having plundered the prince's treasure trove, he was now able to exchange a significant amount of arms. This time, Gao Zu planned to trade 4,000 firearms and a large quantity of ammunition, totaling a value of $10 million. He had already placed the arms in warehouse number 1 that morning. He was not concerned about the doctor taking advantage of the situation, primarily due to the connection he had with Yi Qiu. Additionally, $10 million was a mere trifle. A nation has its dignity, and a person has their integrity. The doctor, as the most renowned arms dealer in the southeastern region, would not tarnish her reputation for a sum as modest as $10 million. No problem. Yi Qiu nodded in agreement and departed. Although he was unaware of the source of Gao Zu's firearms, he chose not to pry. Everyone has their own secrets. Digging too deep would be pointless. That evening, Chuan Bao and Didi arrived at the Kowloon Fishery Company. Who would have thought this kid was thriving in Sim Sha Sui? Didi remarked, observing the numerous large pickup trucks unloading a variety of seafood at the entrance, only to be subsequently packed and shipped away. In truth, before Yu Tu Biao's demise, he had no idea that Gao Zu existed within the ranks of Liansheng. Indeed, what a pity. This kid is not into the powder scene. Otherwise, leveraging his fishery company could yield a substantial profit. Chuan Bao sighed, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Such a shame. He seems to be quite principled. Didi rubbed his nose. But I, for one, enjoy breaking principles. Enough of this. Let us go and meet this young man. Chuan Bao discarded his cigarette and entered the Kowloon Fishery Company. Didi, Chuan Bao, what brings you here? Upon learning of their arrival, Gao Zu descended from the second floor. We are merely concerned for your well-being. You are too bold, daring to kill the prince of the Number Gang. What were you thinking? Chuan Bao feigned concern, offering a lecture, before swiftly changing his tone. However, there is no need to fear. You avenged Yu Tu Biao, and I, Chuan Bao, must support you. Uncle Bao, Yu Tu Biao is my leader. Avenge him is my duty, come what may. Gao Zu replied, feigning sincerity, his expressions, movements, and emotions all perfectly in sync. His performance was truly at an imperial level. Indeed, as Gao Zu's words fell, both men displayed satisfied smiles. As leaders, there is no one who does not desire a capable, loyal subordinate. It has been proven that Gao Zu possesses admirable character. In other words, individuals like Gao Zu, who value loyalty and righteousness, are easily won over and utilized. After all, many of the diminutive figures in the underworld operate on principles of righteousness, driven by passion. Much like Chun Hao Nan, who is regarded as a paragon of righteousness among the people of the underworld. For leaders like them, recruiting someone akin to Chun Hao Nan not only garners respect in the underworld, but also makes it easier to rally support from the younger generation to serve them. Azu, you are fortunate. It is an honor for you Tu Biao to have taken you under his wing. Didi gently patted Gao Zu's shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. Oh, my dear friends, you must not flatter me any further. Please, have a seat. Gao Zu replied with a smile, and soon the three men settled down. Gao Zu poured tea for both of them, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit?" "Yuto Biao has passed away, and I propose that you take his place," Chuan Bao bluntly stated. "However, the condition is that you must maintain control over the Tsim Sha Sui territory for at least 3 days to prove your capability." Yuto Biao was one of Chuan Bao's men. Although he was deceased, the operations and business associated with Yuto Biao needed to continue, and it had to be with someone from his own circle, or else there would be no profit for him. After all, as an old coin, he could hardly venture out to engage in violence himself. As the head horseman for Yuto Biao, Gao Zu had now infiltrated Jin Sha Sui, so ascending to a higher position should not pose a problem. But 3 days would be a formidable challenge. He would not only have to contend with the numbers gang, but also external forces. And even Lin Bei Lu might seize this opportunity to play the opportunist. "Your situation is precarious," Didi remarked meaningfully. Unfazed, Gao Zu lit a cigarette, his eyes narrowing slightly. The two men's banter was merely a ploy to compel Gao Zu to solicit their assistance. Should Gao Zu request help, he would incur a debt of gratitude. As the saying goes, one who accepts favors is obliged to repay them. Didi already had flower dealings with Yuto Biao, and it was certain he would insist on continuing those business ties. This principle was absolutely non-negotiable. Therefore, he would not initiate a plea for assistance. The crisis was indeed significant, but the potential rewards were greater. "I shall strive valiantly." Gao Zu exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking calmly. "Ah, you really are quite headstrong," Didi exclaimed. "We are all part of the same organization. We won't stand by and watch you fall. I, Didi, am willing to assist you, but—" He paused. In response, Gao Zu chuckled lightly. Indeed, they had come with conditions. "Brother Didi, forgive my bluntness, but if it involves flour, I shall not partake." "Oh, what are you saying? I am well aware that you have never dealt with flour. What I meant to convey is that you should provide your full support to me in the future. This time, I will assist you with all my might." Didi quickly rephrased his statement. Though displeased, at this critical juncture of the leadership election, securing an ally was paramount. To put it plainly, he was indirectly courting Chuan Bao as well. Moreover, assisting Gao Zu ultimately benefited himself. He had not forgotten Lin Bei Li's intention to penetrate Jin Sha Sui. With such a favorable opportunity, Lin Bei Li would undoubtedly have his own ambitions. "I see now. Of course, I must support you wholeheartedly. Compared to you, Lin Bei Li is nothing," Gao Zu declared immediately. The essence of navigating the underworld is to speak appropriately to different individuals. "I appreciate your words. For that reason alone, I, Didi, must stand by you." Didi replied with a satisfied smile. "Thank you." Gao Zu responded with a slight smile. Chapter 9. The Enigmatic Ruby and Lucrative Rewards. The Prince of Hongxing approaches. Shortly thereafter, Gao Zu escorted 2 individuals to Mongkok, to a venue known as Miji Lawn. The reason for this visit was Gao Zu's acquaintance with a woman named Ruby, who happens to be the mother of Miji Lawn. She is not only stunningly beautiful, but also possesses an exquisite figure and a keen understanding of human nature. Consequently, Gao Zu often frequents this establishment to enjoy drinks and support her business. "Zugo, it's been a while. You look even more handsome." Upon entering the private room, Ruby immediately rushed towards Gao Zu, embracing him with a radiant smile that showcased her captivating charm. Gao Zu introduced, "Allow me to present our society's Baoshu de Daige. Please summon the most beautiful ladies here. I shall cover the expenses." "Of course, Zugo." Ruby nodded eagerly, promptly attending to the request. "Wow, I never imagined you would indulge so extravagantly. I recall this woman is named Ruby, right?" Her reputation as a stunning beauty precedes her, with countless admirers. Even the Prince of Hongtai is enchanted by her. Dingy sighed, unable to contain his admiration as he watched Ruby leave. Indeed, for women, as long as there is wealth and power, what cannot be accomplished? Gao Zu jested lightly. Dingy and Chuan Bao exchanged glances, acknowledging the wisdom of their companion. Soon, a group of beautiful women was ushered in to accompany the two men in drinking and singing, while Gao Zu departed with Ruby. The next day, Gao Zu returned to Tsimsha Sui, full of vigor. Meanwhile, Chuan Bao and Dingy took concrete actions rather than merely making grandiose claims. They publicly declared their support for Gao Zu, warning that opposing him would be tantamount to enmity with them. Although this was merely verbal support, it proved beneficial for Gao Zu, whose group consisted of only around 300 members. Many organizations that initially planned to confront him reconsidered their intentions. Of course, this was limited to those of insufficient strength. For formidable factions like Hongxing and Haoma, the words of Chuan Bao and Dingy held little weight. Gao Zu opened his storage space, and, as before, over 90 was filled with basic jars. The majority contained Hong Kong dollars, with a portion being US dollars. While all were valued equally, the worth of the US dollar was notably higher, offering greater value for money. Nevertheless, he did manage to open 2 intermediate jars and 2 advanced jars. Without hesitation, he proceeded to unveil them. Ding! Intermediate jar opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the formidable warrior Li Wang. Ding! Intermediate jar opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the formidable warrior Feng Yuxiu. Ding! Advanced jar opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 sets of high-end beverage production lines. Ding! Advanced jar opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving a goddess card. Use it on any beautiful woman to instantly evoke romantic feelings. When it reaches 100, she will wholeheartedly fall for the host. Note: can be used once every 10 days. Gao Zu pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that the more jars stored, the greater the likelihood of obtaining intermediate or advanced ones? This needed verification. What lay before him were indeed valuable assets. Li Wang and Feng Yuxiu, akin to Gao Jin, represented top-tier combatants. 1 against 100 would not pose an issue, would it? Not to mention, this is quite perceptive of you, my friend. After all, I am facing potential threats. Having powerful allies will undoubtedly facilitate my survival amidst this turmoil. As for the high-end beverage production lines, they were equally impressive. Capable of producing a variety of drinks, such as cognac, Remy Martin XO, and whiskey, the beverage business could thrive both locally and internationally. For someone like Gao Zu, who operated via waterways, it was an ideal match. As for the goddess card, Gao Zu rubbed his nose, acknowledging that he would only engage with beautiful women. As the saying goes, men are born to pursue 2 endeavors: establishing a career and enjoying delightful nights with beautiful women. Gao Zu swiftly manifested Li Wang and Feng Yuxiu, then summoned a Gui. After several days of recuperation, the young man had healed remarkably well. Upon learning of Gao Zu's current circumstances, he insisted on being discharged. Recognizing his restless spirit, Gao Zu assigned him the task of procuring a large warehouse for the beverage production lines. Upon hearing he had work to do, a Gui beamed with joy, relieved that Gao Zu still valued him. That night, Gao Zu did not retire to rest, but instead sat in a tea house, calmly smoking and sipping tea. This marked the 2nd day since he had taken control of the Haoma prince's territory. The lack of visitors the previous day was due to their inquiries into his background. Today, he anticipated that someone would indeed come knocking. Gao Zu now found himself akin to a contestant in a martial arts arena, engaged in a match uniquely his own. If he succeeded, the banner belonging to him would undoubtedly flutter proudly, heralding his renown throughout the realm. Should he falter, there were but 2 outcomes: either retreat from Tsimsha Sui or face demise. However, he had already arranged his forces meticulously. Gao Jin, Li Wang, Feng Yuxiu, Jiu Wenlong, 100 ghost shadow soldiers, and over 200 subordinates stood ready for action. Should a confrontation arise, Gao Zu was not averse to employing to offer them a taste of lead. Above all, he could not afford to lose this time. Beneath the cloak of night, many forces had their gaze fixed upon Tsimsha Sui. Their cautious approach stemmed from 2 primary reasons. First, the rumor that the prince had been shot by Gao Zu had spread widely. Would Gao Zu resort to firearms again tonight? Second, Chuan Bao and Dingy had publicly declared their stance, deterring lesser forces from challenging him. Thus, they eagerly awaited the unfolding of events that night. who would dare disregard the potential repercussions and confront Gao Zu? At the West Kowloon police station, Huang Zicheng, Lu Qicheng, and Ling Qianair were also kept informed. Huang Zicheng cursed under his breath, but amidst the anger, he recognized the importance of maintaining professionalism as a police officer. Immediately, personnel from the police station were dispatched, leisurely making their way to the territory of Gao Zu. Their intention was not to confront Gao Zu, but rather to don their canine skins and patrol the streets, making their presence known, thereby underscoring the significance of their role as law enforcers. Such occurrences were commonplace for them. Simultaneously, on Bali Avenue, a group of short, red-headed thugs stepped out of their vehicle brandishing machetes, spreading across the entire street. Passers-by were sent into a frenzy, while even the dogs in the vicinity found themselves receiving a few kicks from these ruffians. Bali Avenue was one of the 3 streets occupied by Gao Zu, arguably the main thoroughfare. Rich in resources compared to the other 2 streets, it was a critical battleground for rival factions. The leader of this group was none other than the prince, not the inept prince slain by Gao Zu's gang, but one of the 12 hall masters of Hongxing. Known for his dual flower red sticks and his reputation as a god of war, the prince's prowess was evident from his moniker alone. Individuals of his caliber, both formidable and renowned, commanded great respect in the underworld, with his subordinates easily numbering over 1,000. However, in the face of Gao Zu, the prince chose to mobilize only a little over 300 men this time. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, he deemed Gao Zu too weak, and secondly, bringing his subordinates out required a fee. Injuries incurred would necessitate medical expenses, and in the event of fatalities, the cost of settling the deceased's family would also need to be covered. These expenses were not trivial. Even a minor deployment would incur costs exceeding 100,000. For instance, the appearance fee for each subordinate was 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, and with 300 subordinates under his command, that amounted to 300,000. Yet, penetrating Tsim Sha Sui would render it all worthwhile. Brother Zu, they have arrived. It is the Prince of Hongxing. On the second floor of the tea house, Jiao Wenlong turned and promptly reported the situation. Chapter 10. One move to defeat. Call Zuj. Extortion of 2 million. Another crown prince has arrived. How intriguing. Gao Zu rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing intently at the scene below. It must be said that the sheer number of people created an imposing spectacle reminiscent of the world of rogues. Simultaneously, Gao Jin, Li Wang, Finjiuxiu, and their companions proceeded to the street, each wielding the specially crafted rebar gifted by Gao Zu, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Gao Zu demanded, "Have him come out. Tonight, Bali Avenue is mine." The crown prince stepped forth from the throng, brandishing a machete and directing a fierce glare at Gao Jin and the others. His words dripped with arrogance, his eyes betraying utter disdain. He had no regard for Gao Zu whatsoever. This evening, he was determined to claim his territory. Determined, are we? Crown Prince, perhaps you've had too much fake wine? If you lack the funds for the real deal, I can procure some for you. Gao Zu retorted as he exited the tea house, cigarette in mouth, approaching within 10 meters of the crown prince with a cold smile. "Ah, you reckless fool, prepare to pay with your life." Enraged, the crown prince charged at Gao Zu, machete in hand. Gao Zu remained steadfast, letting the half-burnt cigarette fall to the ground as Gao Jin and his men surged forward. Kill 1, earn 10,000. Wound 1, earn 1,000. Eliminate the crown prince, earn 100,000. Announced Zhu Wenlong, brandishing a loudspeaker. Upon hearing this, the newly allied members, known as the Short Mule, felt a surge of vigor. The specially crafted rebar in their hands suddenly felt lighter. As the saying goes, greed drives men to peril. In an instant, chaos erupted, the sounds of clashing weapons echoing like raindrops falling in a mountain stream. "You cowardly tortoise, if you possess any courage, confront me in a fair fight. If you win, I shall leave. If you lose, you take your leave. What do you say?" The crown prince shouted at Gao Zu, who had blocked his path. It is well known that throughout history, to capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Subduing Gao Zu would equate to victory. However, what the crown prince did not foresee was being obstructed by Gao Jin. Initially, he thought little of it, merely needing to deal with a short mule, a task he believed would require little effort. Yet, he overestimated himself. After several exchanges with Gao Jin, he found himself not only at a disadvantage but also unexpectedly kicked several meters away, leaving him frustrated. When had the war god crown prince ever been treated in such a manner? Moreover, he caught sight of Gao Zu observing his disheveled state, causing his prideful heart to falter. Thus, he resorted to verbal insults directed at Gao Zu. Fine, brother, I shall indulge you. Gao Jin, retreat, Gao Zu declared, discarding his cigarette, but as he advanced toward the crown prince. Gao Jin nodded, turning to plunge into the fray ahead. Since you choose not to wield your knife, neither shall I, the crown prince coldly remarked as he tossed aside his machete. This was not a matter of pride. He still adhered to the code of the underworld. Gao Zu smiled silently, stepping forward with deliberate grace. Just as Gao Zu closed the distance to 3 meters, the crown prince lunged at him. In narrow encounters, the brave prevail, and a single move can determine the outcome. The crown prince understood this principle well and unleashed his full power in a strike. His fist, like iron, surged forward, propelled by a fierce wind aimed at Gao Zu's face. Gao Zu's expression was icy, his gaze as frigid as his demeanor, and he retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, and in that moment, the crown prince envisioned how to subdue Gao Zu with his next move. However, in the next instant, he felt as though his fist had struck an impenetrable wall. A wave of pain enveloped his entire arm, rendering it numb and beyond his control. At the same time, his body was propelled through the air by Gao Zu's kick, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times before finally colliding with 3 members of Hongxing, barely coming to rest. Wow, that truly hurts. The crown prince, dizzy and disoriented, managed to prop himself up, grumbling. Panic set in when he realized he could not feel his right hand. Meanwhile, Gao Zu remained motionless, as if unaffected by the altercation. You are indeed strong. You have won. I shall take my leave. The crown prince gasped, observing Gao Zu's relentless advance, fear creeping into his resolute eyes. At that moment, he genuinely felt fear. His earlier bravado had been swiftly dismantled in a single exchange that nearly cost him his life. You simply arrive and depart as you please? Do you think Bali Avenue is a marketplace? Gao Zu retorted coldly, kicking away a Hongxing member who attempted to intervene as he approached the crown prince. Gao Zu, spare me. I assure you, I will never oppose you again. I shall avoid you in the future. Moreover, killing me would yield you no benefits. You are just beginning. There is no need to offend Hongxing, wouldn't you agree? Despite his panic, the crown prince spoke with a semblance of composure. Reasonable, but insufficient. Gao Zu picked up the machete from the ground, wiping it clean, and replied nonchalantly. You think a single statement can absolve tonight's events? Your standing as a crown prince may be significant in the outside world, but in my eyes, it holds little value. Please, Gao Zu, let us speak civilly. If you allow me to leave today, I will agree to anything you propose. The crown prince stammered, panic evident in his voice as he beheld the glinting blade. It was not that he wished to confront Gao Zu again. Rather, he felt as if his bones were about to shatter. The only thing he could do was brace himself. Very well. Have your people deliver 2 million, and we shall consider tonight's matter resolved. Is that agreeable? Gao Zu stated calmly. In truth, the crown prince's earlier points were quite valid. He had only recently begun to navigate the underworld and had already offended this faction. To further antagonize Hongxing would only narrow his paths ahead. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the nature of Lianxing. Hongxing was far superior to Lianxing. If Gao Zu were to offend Hongxing because of the crown prince and escalate the situation, regardless of who was right, he could easily find himself sacrificed between the two factions as they sought to maintain peace. He understood Dinggui's character all too well. Of course, no problem. The crown prince exhaled with relief, conceding. Have your people leave. Gao Zu discarded the machete and firmly grasped the crown prince's neck, speaking coldly. The crown prince's complexion paled slightly as he shouted, Withdraw. Retreat. Most of the Hongxing brothers, upon receiving the command, nodded and departed. However, a few loyal subordinates of the crown prince, feeling indignant, stepped forward in an attempt to rescue him, only to be met with the crown prince's furious rebuke. Get the hell back. And make sure to deliver 2 million within half an hour. These subordinates, knowing better than to defy the crown prince's orders, swiftly rode off on their motorcycles. Indeed, those who recognize the shifting tides are truly wise. The crown prince possesses some remarkable qualities. Gao Zu, hearing this, expressed his satisfaction with a commendatory remark. Thank you. The crown prince replied with a bitter smile. Gao Zu entrusted the crown prince to Gao Jin and then turned his gaze towards Feng Yuxiu and the others. Clear the scene. Wash away the blood that needs washing. And let the bodies that need to be sunk into the sea be taken care of. The police will be arriving shortly. Understood, Brother Zu. The group replied in unison. They felt they hadn't had enough of the fight. The explosion of gold coins was disappointingly few, and it felt like a letdown to win so easily. As half an hour elapsed, the Crown Prince's subordinates hurriedly entered the tea house. To their astonishment, they beheld an incredible sight. The Crown Prince's arm had been bandaged, and he was jovially chatting and drinking with Gao Zu while enjoying skewers. What the hell? They thought, feeling the urge to curse. Gao Jin approached and confirmed, Brother Zu, all is well. The count is complete. All right, you all may return. I wish to converse further with Brother Zu, the Crown Prince stated, opting not to leave. Brother Zu. Just moments ago, there had been a fierce altercation, and now he was addressing him as brother. The subordinates expressed their disbelief, noting Gao Zu's young age compared to the Crown Prince. If you were truly kidnapped, just blink once. Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts further and quickly turned to leave. Brother Zu, we truly wouldn't have known each other without this fight. Allow me to toast to you, the Crown Prince earnestly proclaimed. In truth, he was not a remorseless villain, but rather a valiant individual. He was a paragon of righteousness, wisdom, and courage among the gangsters. He revered martial arts and was a fervent practitioner. Throughout his life, aside from engaging in some disputes within the community, he had mostly lived a solitary existence, immersed in the study of martial arts, focusing on strengthening his body through various disciplines such as traditional Chinese martial arts, karate, and Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Although he had explored these fields, he had not reached the pinnacle of mastery. Nevertheless, he had still carved out a formidable reputation in the martial world. The moniker War God had become synonymous with him. Few in the underworld were unfamiliar with the Crown Prince. There is a saying, how lonely it is to be invincible. Yet, just moments ago, being bested by Gao Zu's single move reminded him that there are always greater heights and stronger individuals beyond one's own prowess. What harm is there in befriending the strong? Crown Prince, you are too humble. However, your address as brother is not in vain. Do visit when you have the time, and I shall have Gao Jin teach you a few moves. Gao Zu said unabashedly. Excellent. I look forward to the day when I can exchange a few moves with you. Although Gao Zu's words were somewhat arrogant, the Crown Prince was not offended. He recognized that he had no grounds for indignation. At that moment, a large contingent of police personnel, including Huang Ziqing, Lu Qichong, and Ling Qianer, arrived on the scene. Chapter 11. Wearing dog skin and applying eye medicine? Preparing drinks. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Huang Ziqing and his companions were momentarily stunned. The area had been thoroughly cleaned. They stared in disbelief. Was it finished? So swiftly. What the hell? How could it be over so soon? This defied all logic. In typical skirmishes among the short mules, the clashes usually lasted at least half an hour, sometimes even stretching into the night. How long had it been? Was it truly concluded? Should we not administer some eye medicine to this young man? Huang Ziqing fixed his gaze on Lu Qichong, inquiring. For this operation, they had dispatched over 30 personnel. If there were no results, would it not be a fruitless endeavor? Even circus performers managed to earn a few coins. Since they were already here, they might as well proceed. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qichong strode into the tea house. Zhu Gu, the police have arrived and insist on seeing you. Should we send them away? Zhu Wenlong reported as he entered. Let them in. Gao Zu replied. He was merely an ordinary citizen and should naturally cooperate when required. Otherwise, he might face repercussions. After all, Jilong Fisheries needed to continue operations. Before long, Huang Ziqing and his two companions arrived. Upon seeing Gao Zu and the Crown Prince enjoying drinks, they exchanged glances. What was this? Had camaraderie emerged from a brawl? However, they were not in the mood to inquire about such trivial matters. Oh, enjoying a drink, are we? You two truly embody leisure and elegance. Huang Ziqing approached with a smirk, brandishing his shiny police badge. I am Huang Ziqing, the head of the Serious Crimes Unit at the West Jilong Police Station. There have been reports that you are gathering in a gang tonight, suspected of engaging in a violent clash, disturbing the peace. Now, at once, accompany us back to the station to give your statements. Before Gao Zu could respond, the Crown Prince rose with an air of arrogance and stepped before Huang Ziqing. Look closely, I am merely drinking with Zhu Gu. Is your vision located on your backside? Shall I spend some money to correct your eyesight? Huang Ziqing erupted in anger, glaring at the Crown Prince with a warning. Mind your language. This is not a place for your unruliness. The Crown Prince, feeling indignant, was about to retort when Lu Qichong interjected, stepping between them. He picked up a box of Gao Shiba from the table and addressed Gao Zu. Ah Zu, life seems quite splendid. You are indulging in Gao Shiba. If the two officers would like, I can offer you some. Gao Zu replied, unperturbed. No. That is too luxurious. it may induce coughing. Gao Zu, you've done well tonight. I hope you can continue to resolve matters peacefully in the future. Do not bring us trouble. Otherwise, as he spoke, Lu Qichong turned to leave. Otherwise what? Gao Zu set down the bottle, his tone icy. Engaging in underworld dealings naturally involved interactions with the police. Yet, to come here and act presumptuously, and then expect to leave? Did he think his tea house was a marketplace, where one could come and go as they pleased? Moreover, he had issued a warning. This was nothing short of a blatant affront. He would not allow his dignity to be trampled upon. He would not be seen as an easy target. Otherwise, I shall personally ensure you are imprisoned for life. Lu Qichong shot back, staring coldly at Gao Zu. Is that so, Officer Lu? Dressed in dogskin. Serving the foreigners, how grand. Gao Zu mocked. The moment the words left his mouth, it seemed to strike a nerve, and Lu Qichong's expression turned frigid, his teeth grinding audibly. Huang Zhiqing drew his service weapon. Kid, do you wish to die? You have a gun. Do you think I do not? Come, let us die together. Gao Zu stood and approached Huang Zhiqing, speaking arrogantly. In the next instant, Gao Jin and others surrounded them. All drawing their firearms, aimed squarely at Huang Zhiqing. The three officers' expressions shifted. They had never encountered someone so audacious. Initially, they had only intended to intimidate Gao Zu, but to their surprise, this lowly figure had an entourage armed with such formidable weapons. At this moment, it was indeed a precarious situation. You wish for me to accompany you in death. You are not worthy. Huang Zhiqing feigned bravado as he holstered his weapon. Though he valued his reputation, he had no doubt that Gao Jin and his crew would indeed pull the trigger. At times, one must show restraint. Gao Zu, assaulting an officer is a grave offense. Have your men lower their weapons. Otherwise, if this escalates, it will not bode well for anyone. Ling Qian'er approached, speaking coolly. Since the beautiful officer has spoken, I must grant this favor. Gao Zu gazed at Ling Qian'er, revealing a smile. What a stunning beauty she was, and a mature one at that. Moreover, she was a police officer. The advantages were stacking up. Without hesitation, Gao Zu directed his admiration towards Ling Qian'er. In the next moment, a virtual image appeared before him. Name, Ling Qian'er. Occupation, Senior Inspector at the West Julong Police Station. Affection value, 10. Status, single. 10%. Gao Zu felt somewhat speechless. It was a pity to be so handsome, yet only garner a mere 10%. Ling Qian'er was indeed the frosty police flower. There was a bit of challenge involved, but that made it all the more interesting. Ling Qian'er felt a momentary jolt, and upon noticing Gao Zu's unwavering gaze, she did not feel offended. Instead, she perceived him as a princely figure, causing her heart to flutter. Meanwhile, Gao Jin and the others lowered their weapons. I, Huang Zhiqing, shall remember this incident today. Do not let me catch you with any incriminating evidence. Huang Zhiqing warned through gritted teeth. As long as Officer Huang enforces the law impartially, I shall cooperate. Gao Zu replied nonchalantly, devoid of fear. With someone of Huang Zhiqing's caliber, Gao Zu could easily put him away if he so desired. However, it would be too wasteful to eliminate this wild dog now. He still held some value. Zhalanshui was not solely dominated by the Gao family. The Ni family had deep roots as well. Furthermore, as the saying goes, when one wearing a raincoat departs, another dressed in a suit arrives. Whoever leads the serious crimes unit at the West Julong Police Station is essentially the same. Let us go. Lu Qichong glared at Gao Zu and the Crown Prince as the three departed. The following day, the Crown Prince lay drunkenly sprawled on the sofa. Gao Zu had already arrived at the outskirts of Tsimsha Sui, where a large factory was situated. A Gue effortlessly took control of the premises. After a day of thorough cleaning yesterday, all the refuse, leaves, and other waste had been meticulously cleared away. The facility boasted over 10 compartments, including dedicated staff dormitories. Overall, it conformed splendidly to the architectural standards of a factory. Soon, 10 sets of related beverage production equipment were delivered by several large trucks. With drivers who were all ghostly soldiers, a deliberate arrangement by Gao Zu. It was impossible for him to conjure such resources before everyone's eyes. That would be utterly astonishing. He wished to avoid attracting the attention of the 749 Bureau and the International Mysterious Biological Department, which might lead to dissection. Gao Zu instructed a Gue and the others to install the beverage production line and promptly handed over various recipes for the drinks. The assortment of beverages was extensive. In consideration of the characteristics of this era, Gao Zu selectively chose specific formulas, dividing them into 3 batches. The popular drinks in Hong Kong Island, and even Yao Chao predominantly included San Miguel beer, Jiuzheng Shuangjing, Yatsuzaki, and Kiku Masamune. These comprised the first batch, priced affordably to cater to the daily dining needs of the general populace, ranging from 10 to 200 Hong Kong dollars. The second batch featured cognac, Remy Martin XO, Hennessy XO, and Scotch whiskey. Although these Western spirits were well received, they also enjoyed considerable popularity in Asia. In Hong Kong Island, they were standard fare for business banquets and nightlife, serving as symbols of status, with prices ranging from 800 to 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, and potentially doubling in high-end venues. The market for these spirits was not limited to Hong Kong Island. It extended to international markets as well. The final batch consisted of internationally recognized beverages, favored by the elite, including the 1982 Chateau Lafite, Mouton Rothschild, vodka, and rum. In summary, there were 3 batches, each representing a different tier, all with substantial sales potential, a lucrative venture indeed. While establishing the brewery, Lin Bale secretly met with the leader of the number gang, Go Huang, in a private room. A corpulent figure entered, clad in a suit and tie, with a fierce countenance that clearly suggested he was no benign character. This man was not Go Huang, but Zhong Xianyi's Lian Haolong. The number gang, like other major factions, had its own factions scattered throughout Hong Kong Island. These faction leaders were named after virtues such as righteousness, benevolence, propriety, wisdom, faith, loyalty, filial piety, talent, health, perseverance, sincerity, courage, love, integrity, and harmony. For instance, the late prince, shot by Gao Jin, belonged to the courage faction. Rooted in Tsim Sha Sui, while Lian Haolong was the leader of the loyalty faction, ranking among the top 3 powers within the number gang. However, this information had not been updated for years. Now, after years of accumulation, Zhong Xianyi might have ascended to the top rank. Lian Haolong, what brings you here? Where is gang leader Go? Lin Bale could not help but inquire upon encountering Lian Haolong. Considering he was a prominent figure in the Liaoxing faction, how could a mere faction leader be summoned to meet him? Chapter 12. Lian Haolong and Lin Bale's conspiracy. The indifference of humanity. Luo Tianhong strikes. The esteemed leader Go is conducting business in Ao Min. He has no time to engage in idle chatter with you. This time, I am here on behalf of Go. What, are you dissatisfied? Lian Haolong leisurely ignited a cigarette while seated, speaking in a nonchalant tone. In this matter, Lin Bale was not the only one feeling discontent. He himself felt equally perturbed. A mere Gao Zu, an inconsequential figure in the realm of Lianxing, actually warranted the personal intervention of the illustrious Lian Haolong. Truly absurd. Lian Tangzhu, you misunderstand. You are the most formidable leader of the Hao Ma Bang. With your involvement, dispatching that Gao Zu should be a trivial matter. Lin Bale responded with a smile. Let us not engage in frivolities. Go has indicated that you wish to collaborate with us. How do you envision this collaboration? Lian Haolong regarded his counterpart with intrigue. In his perception, dealing with a Gao Zu was akin to slaughtering a chicken. Why would he need to collaborate with Lin Bale? However, upon further reflection, he discerned Gu Huang's intentions. Lin Bale was indeed a candidate for the position of Lianxing spokesperson, bolstered by the support of Deng Bo, making his ascension highly probable. Gu Huang was betting on him. Gao Zu is, after all, one of our own and Lianxing's. I cannot intervene directly. However, I am willing to offer 1 million. Lin Bale stated earnestly. What do you seek in return? Lian Haolong inquired, his brow furrowed. It is customary in the Jianghu to not involve personnel without compensation. Yet, he doubted that this fellow would part with 1 million without ulterior motives. To be frank, I wish to establish a foothold in Tsim Sha Sui. Gao Zu controls 3 streets. Granting me 1 will suffice. Lin Bale took a deep breath and looked at Lian Haolong with sincerity. Understood. You desire to enhance your achievements, correct? No problem. Lian Haolong suddenly enlightened, promptly agreeing. Gu Huang aims to cultivate relations with Lin Bale. Why should he not do the same? After all, they both share the same flower business. More brothers, especially one who could potentially become the spokesperson for Lianxing, would open many doors. Just 1 street. Lian Haolong could easily afford that. And it was worth the investment. Cheers to our collaboration. Lian Haolong rose and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Cheers to our collaboration. A win-win. Lin Bale beamed, revealing his characteristic smile, a blend of shadow and excitement. That evening marked the final day of the defense competition. Gao Zu and the prince sat in a tea house, sipping tea. Gao Zu had no intention of having the prince remain to assist him. Nevertheless, the prince stubbornly refused to leave, even summoning over 100 subordinates, claiming they would help maintain order. Gao Zu outright rejected the offer. However, the prince was well versed in the intricacies of human relations, making Gao Zu feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had beaten the prince yesterday and extorted 2 million from him. And now he sought to assist Gao Zu. Tonight, who do you think will come to challenge us? Gao Zu sipped his tea, probing the prince. The Haoma Bang will undoubtedly act, though not all will participate. It's difficult to predict who will show up. By the way, aren't you in the midst of elections for the spokesperson of Lianxing? Given your society's temperament, such a large venue in Simsha Sui would be the perfect opportunity for you to assert your presence. It is indeed strange that no one has come to assist you. Winning you over would be far more advantageous than courting a mere leader. The prince analyzed progressively. Lianxing differs from other societies. The spokesperson is merely a nominal figurehead. The decision-making power lies firmly in the hands of the older generation. For those beneath them to rise, it requires not only strength, but, crucially, a reputation that earns the approval of the elders. In plain terms, Di and Lin Bale, as candidates for the spokesperson, would undoubtedly enhance their reputation by ensuring Gao Zu retains control over Simsha Sui. This presents an excellent opportunity for garnering votes. Surprisingly, Di merely made an empty gesture, while Lin Bale did not even make a peep, to the extent that a society as significant as Lianxing offered no support to Gao Zu. The reasons for this, aside from Gao Zu being an inconsequential figure, lay in the chilling indifference of Lianxing's members. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu narrowed his eyes. The prince was not the simpleton he appeared to be, able to perceive these layers of complexity, making him a valuable ally. Gao Zu then chuckled. They all harbor their own ulterior motives. Ulterior motives? A bunch of selfish individuals. Why not come join us in Hongxing? Why endure this indignity with Lianxing? The prince earnestly extended an invitation. Spare me. I have no desire to be pursued by assassins worldwide. Gao Zu declined. Changing sides is not impossible, but if one merely jumps ship upon encountering difficulties, they will be looked down upon wherever they go. Those who deserve to be bullied will still be bullied. Fists, after all, represent the true authority. The prince chuckled lightly, not pressing the issue. He seized a bottle of liquor and downed it in one go. At that moment, the subordinates of Zhongsini arrived. Several large buses and numerous vans flooded the streets. Subsequently, Zhongsini's subordinates, brandishing machetes, disembarked with an intimidating presence, numbering around 200. Each one exuded confidence, clamoring to kill Gao Zu and avenge the prince of the Haoma Bang. Utterly arrogant. This time, the leader was not Lian Haolong, but rather his most formidable subordinate, Luo Tianhong. Clad in a black trench coat, chest exposed, toothpick in mouth, he carried a sword on his shoulder. The sword was named Ba Mian Hanjian. It was said that Luo Tianhong, wielding a single sword, could send 100 men fleeing in defeat. Bring your leader out. I do not slay nameless individuals. Luo Tianhong boldly proclaimed, taking a chair from the roadside and sitting defiantly in the middle of the street, driving his sword into the blue bricks with an air of dominance. At that moment, Gao Zu stepped forward, approaching Luo Tianhong, and took a seat opposite him, receiving the chair that Gao Jin had provided. He leisurely lit a cigarette and began to smoke. You are Gao Zu. Luo Tianhong calmly gazed at Gao Zu. Do you understand that you have crossed boundaries? This place does not belong to you. Luo Tianhong, you are indeed a talent. I admire you greatly. Come work with me. Gao Zu flicked the ashes from his cigarette and replied nonchalantly. Luo Tianhong, much like the Prince of Hongxing, was a martial arts enthusiast, having always submitted to Lian Haolong. Yet he aspired to contend for the title of the world's strongest. As long as he surpassed Lian Haolong, winning over Luo Tianhong should pose no issue. After all, he was a fragment of Jingge. Apologies, Jingge. Haha. Luo Tianhong seemed to have heard the greatest joke in the world, but his expression quickly turned cold. His icy gaze radiating a chilling aura. He contemptuously remarked, What do you think you are? Do you believe that defeating the Prince of Hongxing grants you the right to act pretentiously before me? There is nothing more to discuss, Gao Zu replied indifferently. Indeed, Jingji's fragments were undeniably arrogant. Discuss? Certainly. Let your men vacate Simsha Sui immediately, and I shall spare your life. Luo Tianhong rose, coldly fixing his gaze upon Gao Zu. Gao Zu stood up, discarded his cigarette butt, and turned to leave. A clear voice resonated in the air. Gao Jin, teach him a lesson, and do ensure he remains alive. Kill. Gao Jin bellowed fiercely, brandishing a specially crafted rebar as he advanced directly towards Luo Tianhong. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu's men surged forth like a pack of ferocious tigers descending the mountain, plunging into the crowd of loyalists. Last night's slaughter had not satiated their bloodlust. They were intent on making up for it tonight. Each additional kill would hasten the accumulation of Deben fragments. With 200 members from Zhong Xine and an equal number from Gao Zu's side, the ensuing clash of 400 individuals was nothing short of a visual spectacle that no film could replicate. The authenticity of the fight far surpassed any performance. Li Wang, Feng Yuxiu, and others became embodiments of death within the throng, carving out a bloody path single-handedly. These short and stocky thugs were no more than hot-headed individuals, relying solely on brute strength and cunning tricks to scrape by. In the face of Li Wang and his ilk, they were akin to ants, utterly insignificant. Li Wang leapt into the air, his massive elbow crashing down, instantly rendering one of the short thugs unconscious. Following this, he turned and delivered a punch that sent another thug flying several meters away, toppling 3 or 4 more of Zhong Xine's lackeys in succession. The sheer ferocity of his strength instilled fear in many of Zhong Xine's members, rendering them hesitant to advance. In contrast, Feng Yuxiu exuded an even more brutal demeanor. The specially crafted rebar in his hands resembled a lethal sword. With a mere flick, 2 of Zhong Xine's lackeys clutched their throats, howling in agony. Blood spattered across Feng Yuxiu, drenching him completely. Rather than recoiling in fear, he became exhilarated, a sinister grin spreading across his scarred face. Witnessing this scene, the remaining individuals were left in shock. Deaths in such skirmishes were commonplace, yet witnessing one strike that could seal a throat or a crushing blow that silenced without a sound was a rarity. Many of Zhong Xine's lackeys hastily retreated, fearing Feng Yuxiu's gaze upon them. The entire scene was one of overwhelming dominance. In less than 10 minutes, those from Zhong Xine were either fleeing, dead, or injured, with fewer than 100 continuing to engage in the fray. Chapter 13. Capturing Luo Shenhong. Befriending the Crown Prince. The Alliance Meeting, Promotion to Straw Shoes. The contest for the position of Hall Master. Simultaneously, Luo Shenhong, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Gao Jin, also noticed the presence of Li Wang, Feng Yuxiu, and the chaotic scene around him. Initially brimming with confidence, he suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. How could a mere youth like Gao Zu possibly subdue so many formidable warriors? He yearned to assist his subordinate, yet Gao Jin obstructed him, rendering him powerless. Even self-preservation seemed a daunting challenge. In the next moment, Gao Jin's rebar came crashing down, prompting Luo Shenhong to squint and instinctively retreat a few steps, only to be sent flying by a kick from Gao Jin. Although he narrowly escaped a fatal blow, the force of the kick left him gasping for breath. Such strength, and it was almost beyond comprehension. The critical issue was that he could barely grip the Baimian Hanjian any longer, as his palm was split open, blood staining it crimson. Die or submit, Gao Jin declared coldly, brandishing the blood-soaked rebar above Luo Shenhong's head. Luo Shenhong relinquished the Baimian Hanjian, his meaning unmistakable. Luo Shenhong had been defeated. Run. Upon witnessing Luo Shenhong's defeated state at the hands of Gao Jin, a loyal subordinate bellowed. With this timely exhortation, the remaining subordinates lost all morale and fled in haste. Soon, the scene fell silent. Gao Jin and his companions swiftly began to restore order. At the same time, the head of the Ni family was assassinated. Huang Zhiqing and others, who were en route to Bali Avenue, turned back to the crime scene. Compared to the head of the Ni family, Gao Zu seemed trivial. The following day, the atmosphere in Jiulong Tsim Sha Sui shifted dramatically, capturing the attention of the martial arts community. This was not only due to Gao Zu's victory over the Crown Prince of Hongxing and his triumph over the loyal subordinates of the Hao Gang, but primarily because of the death of the Ni family head. As Gao Zu's name reverberated through the martial world, various factions began to scrutinize the Ni family. The Ni family was a long-standing force. While they could not compete with top-tier gangs, they remained a significant entity in the martial arts realm, engaging in various business dealings. Curiosity arose regarding who had slain the head of the Ni family, but they were more concerned about who would take the reins of the Ni family. With the leader deceased, the subordinates would undoubtedly have their own ambitions. Consequently, Tsim Sha Sui was bound to descend into chaos. Moreover, with Gao Zu and the alliance advancing into Tsim Sha Sui, and the Hao Gang continually suffering setbacks, unrest was inevitable. For these external factions, the more turmoil in Tsim Sha Sui, the better. They sought to seize opportunities amidst the chaos, which was their utmost desire. As for Gao Zu, capitalizing on his newfound fame, he entrusted the recruitment of new members to Li Wang and Feng Yuxiu. For those who navigated the underworld, the pursuit of wealth was paramount. Fortunately, Gao Zu possessed some prowess in this regard. Regarding the Ni family's affairs, as long as they did not provoke him, Gao Zu preferred to remain uninvolved. Of course, it was primarily because he was unable to intervene. Luo Shenhong, what, are you dissatisfied? In the grand hall of Julong Fisheries, Gao Zu approached Luo Shenhong, a playful smile gracing his lips. Luo Shenhong remained silent, his eyes gleaming with combativeness. All right, focus on healing. Once you are well, I shall afford you the opportunity to spar with me, Gao Zu said, lightly patting Luo Shenhong's shoulder. Indeed, Luo Shenhong, do not feign superiority. A loss is a loss. You simply cannot match up to Brother Zu, the Crown Prince remarked as he entered, fixating on Luo Shenhong. Gao Jin is formidable, yet Gao Zu is unfathomable. I understand. Luo Shenhong nodded earnestly. Previously, he would not have believed it. However, even a powerhouse like Gao Jin bowed before Gao Zu. The Crown Prince's swift defeat at Gao Zu's hands further validated Gao Zu's strength. Crown Prince, please return. I must visit the Alliance headquarters. Gao Zu addressed the Crown Prince. Brother Zu, go ahead. I must take my leave as well. The Crown Prince smiled slightly and departed with elegance. During his stay, he had not been idle, consistently seeking counsel from Gao Jin, Li Wang, and others, thereby recognizing his own shortcomings. Watching the Crown Prince's retreating figure, Gao Zu felt pleased. This lad is quite promising. There may be business opportunities in the future. I ought to foster a good relationship with him. Luo Shenhong, come with me. Gao Zu remarked casually as he passed by Luo Shenhong. Startled, Luo Shenhong had not anticipated that Gao Zu would take him alone to the Alliance headquarters. Did he not fear being struck down by a single sword on the way? Such audacity undoubtedly stems from confidence. Soon, Gao Zu met with Di and Chuan Bao. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the headquarters. Uncle Deng and the others were already gathered. Upon seeing Gao Zu, the elder figures began to discuss and lavish praise upon him without restraint. Lin Bale took a sniff, his expression sour. He had not anticipated that the loyal subordinates would be defeated. This time, he had lost 100,000 unnecessarily. Not only was it a substantial loss, but he also dared not confront Lien Haolong, for if the matter came to light, he would bear the blame of betrayal. Aspiring to be a decision-maker, he might as well abandon that thought. Shui Ji surveyed the room and regarded Gao Zu. Please, take a seat. In the past, Gao Zu would not have been afforded the honor of entering the headquarters, but now, having successfully captured 3 streets in Simsha Sui, he was undoubtedly qualified to take a seat. Uncle Deng scanned the room. Everyone is present. Let us commence the meeting. Shui Ji, upon hearing this, immediately declared, Today, we have gathered here primarily to discuss 2 matters. First, our organization has produced a talent, Gao Zu. He has eliminated the prince of the Hao gang, advanced into Simsha Sui, and defeated the Crown Prince of Hongxing, elevating our alliance's name. This is indeed commendable. In light of Gao Zu's outstanding performance, we shall officially enroll him in the honor roll today, promoting him to Straw Shoes. Straw Shoes possess their own teams, and, upon receiving the organization's recognition, may act as integral members of the group. Above Straw Shoes are the Hall Masters, Military Advisors, and Dragon Heads. However, within the alliance, the elder figures serve as both Hall Masters and decision-makers, wielding greater actual authority than the Dragon Heads. Below Straw Shoes are the Si Jiuzai and Blue Lanterns. The Si Jiuzai, upon receiving the organization's endorsement, shall be immediately recorded in the honor roll. The Blue Lanterns, collectively known as the Short Mules, are free to change affiliations and are not bound by the organization. The Blue Lanterns are the most common ruffians among various societies, operating under the guise of the organization while exerting their influence over the market. For a society, particularly for a leader, although the Blue Lanterns may lack loyalty, they are indispensable underlings. Much like a worker earning 100 yuan a day can generate an economic benefit of 300 yuan, they are cost-effective and efficient. Hence, although many societies claim to have tens of thousands of members, in reality, when excluding the nominal members and Blue Lanterns, the true core members are few in number. Congratulations, Azu, for within a mere 3 years of joining the society, you have already risen to the rank of Grass Shoes. Indeed, the younger generation pushes the older one aside, with each wave stronger than the last, eliciting praise from the crowd. Thank you for your recognition, esteemed uncles. Azu humbly replied. Now let us discuss the second matter. The fish head Biao has passed away, leaving a vacancy for the Tangzhou in the Yuanlong district, and we require someone to fill his position and assist the society. If anyone has a suitable candidate, please speak up, said Chueji, exhaling a plume of smoke. I propose Huanyo. Everyone knows that fish head Biao had the closest relationship with Huanyo, and he is well acquainted with the business. Taking over would allow for seamless operations. Moreover, Huanyo is a veteran with a commendable track record. It is time to promote him to Tangzhou, Lin Bei Lu asserted. As his words settled, the uncles began to deliberate. They unanimously agreed that Huanyo indeed possesses the qualifications. I disagree. According to the rules, the position of fish head Biao should rightfully be inherited by his chief steed. Only if he is unfit should it revert to a society member. Gao Zu, is he not better than Huanyo? Didi said calmly. As Didi's words rang out, the attention of the uncles shifted back to Gao Zu. Lin Bei Lu leisurely remarked, Gao Zu's capabilities are undoubtedly recognized. However, having just been promoted to grass shoes, does he expect to ascend to Tangzhou in such short order? Do you perceive the hierarchy of the society as mere decoration? The conference room fell into an abrupt silence. Is there any regulation that prohibits someone just promoted to grass shoes from becoming Tangzhou in a short time? Chuan Bao suddenly interjected, voicing his support for Gao Zu. Since Gao Zu has maintained control over Tsim Sha Sui, it attests to his capability. At this juncture, he felt compelled to back Gao Zu. Furthermore, Huanyo is not aligned with him. If he were to seize control of the Yuanlong district's business, Chuan Bao would lose out. In summary, a neutral candidate must be chosen. Selecting Huanyo is simply out of the question. Lin Bei Lu was instantly rendered speechless. At that moment, Deng Bo glanced at Chuan Bao and Didi, then turned his gaze towards Gao Zu and Huanyo. Offering a word of caution, allow me to speak impartially. Huanyo, Azu, do you both wish to take over the business in the Yuanlong district? I must remind you, if you lack the strength for this position, a slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. Think carefully before making a decision. Huanyo, being a protege of Lin Bei Lu, and Lin Bei Lu being the favored spokesperson of Deng Bo, the latter's intentions were quite clear. He was ostensibly discussing the position of Tangzhou in Yuanlong, yet was essentially warning Gao Zu. Deng Bo, I have no objections. Huanyo nodded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu also refrained from opposing. The reason was simple. Fishhead Biao had control over a dock in the Yuanlong district, and for this alone, Gao Zu was determined to vie for it. As for Deng Bo's warning and potential future threats, he felt no trepidation. In this life, if one lacks the courage to face challenges, one might as well return home to raise pigs. Chapter 14. Ascend the Grass Shoes. Lin Bei Li's warning. Slay the snakehead Ming, save Gang Shang. Very well, both of you are qualified. However, there is but one position available. To ensure fairness, the territory of you two Biao shall be divided equally between you for a month. Whoever manages it better shall become the leader of the Yuanlong district. What do you think? Upon finishing his words, Deng Bo lit a cigarette, revealing a placid expression upon his aged visage. Deng Bo, you are indeed wise. Huanyo lavished praise upon him. Each shall rely on their own capabilities. I concur. Gao Zu nodded slightly. Excellent. Since this is settled, we shall proceed as such. Deng Bo cast a glance at Gao Zu, harboring a hint of dissatisfaction. His intentions were so transparent, yet Gao Zu still foolishly sought to involve himself. You must not escape your fate. As the meeting concluded, the elder uncles escorted Gao Zu into a dimly lit room. Upon the altar stood a statue of Guangong. Chueji stepped forward, performing a devout bow while reciting a chant. At the head of the second plank bridge, amidst 10,000 soldiers, neither copper nor iron falters. The Zhu family builds bridges while the Hong family crosses, yet this bridge belongs to outsiders. In the Jianghu, one must not covet a brother's wife or don red shoes, nor wash horse olives. With loyalty and righteousness, we share blessings and endure hardships together. Gao Zu stared at Chueji, somewhat speechless. These individuals espouse righteousness, yet their actions are worse than those of swine or dogs. Those who survive in this world speak of loyalty? They would have long been slain. Which of those who ascend to power are truly noble and righteous? Yet, this old coot, who disregards the rules, is indeed comparable to Fei Shui. Time passed, and after Chueji completed his recitation, he placed 3 incense sticks into the burner. Immediately after, he drew a cleaver and held it to Gao Zu's neck. Do you love your brothers, or Goldmore? I love my brothers, Gao Zu replied. Do you love your brothers or gold more? I love my brothers. Following this ritual, when Gao Zu exited the main hall, the clock had struck 3 in the afternoon. The others had already departed. However, Lin Bei Lu remained, approaching Gao Zu directly. Zu, congratulations. You are truly a promising young man. Le Go, have you waited this long merely to congratulate me? Gao Zu replied with a knowing smile. Very well, I shall be direct. Abandon this election and let Huanyo ascend. I need Huanyo to rally votes for me. Once I become the voice of He Lian Sheng, you shall not miss out on the benefits. Lin Bei Lu spoke with a profound gaze. He had no intention of winning Gao Zu over, for he did not trust him. Moreover, he believed that without his backing, Huanyo could not surpass Gao Zu and become the hall master. He retained this confidence. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Gao Zu dismissed him, walking away with Luo Tianhong. This pie-in-the-sky talk would likely only be believed by that naive fool, Fei Ji. Zu, are you certain you wish to oppose me? Lin Bei Lu called out loudly, thinking to intimidate Gao Zu. Yet, Gao Zu did not even turn back. Lin Bei Lu gritted his teeth, the smile on his face vanishing, his gaze turning icy. This brat truly does not know what is good for him. Huanyo approached Lin Bei Li's side, cursing angrily. Since he refuses the toast and opts for punishment, let him sink into the depths. After leaving the main hall, Gao Zu arrived at the territory of Yutu Biao, as per Deng Bo's instructions, taking control of half of the business. This included a street and over 100 younger brothers. Although these younger brothers recognized Gao Zu, they were more inclined to choose Huanyo, who was protected by Lin Bei Lu. By nightfall, only about 50 individuals wished to align with Gao Zu. He was compelled to transfer several people from Tsimsha Sui. Deng Bo's intention was to see who managed better, which in reality was merely a setup for their rivalry. A sufficient number of men was essential. The night deepened, and Gao Zu arrived at the cargo dock. While it did not compare to the dock in Tsimsha Sui, its scale was considerable, and the profits remained enticing. Had he possessed sufficient funds, he would have considered purchasing the entire dock. Establishing a smuggling operation necessitated one's own dock. However, the price for any dock ranged from 5 billion to 20 billion, if not more. He simply could not afford it. As Gao Zu contemplated his future smuggling enterprise, a vessel approached the shore, and a snakehead disembarked, hurrying towards Gao Zu with a beaming smile. Brother Zu, what brings you here? Snakehead Ming inquired cheerfully. Biao Ge has passed. I have come to take over his business. Gao Zu articulated carefully. Upon hearing this, Snakehead Ming's expression shifted, and he promptly handed a bundle of US dollars to Gao Zu. Whether it was for him or for the previous Yutu Biao, as long as Gao Zu ensured their business remained untroubled, it sufficed. Gao Zu did not accept it, for he was aware that this Snakehead Ming had long been involved in the human trafficking trade. Such unscrupulous dealings, yielding dirty profits, were not something Gao Zu desired. Just as Gao Zu was about to speak, Snakehead Ming's men passed by with over 10 young men and women, among whom one woman caught his eye. Bring that woman over. Gao Zu pointed at the woman in the crowd, addressing Snakehead Ming. Snakehead Ming retracted the dollars and immediately entered the throng, retrieving the woman. Though the woman appeared disheveled, her beauty remained undeniable. What is your name? Gao Zu inquired. Gang Sheng. The girl responded cautiously, her tone revealing an unusual frailty. A fine name. Gao Zu's gaze shifted. He had indeed not misjudged. This girl was Gang Sheng. According to the storyline, she should not have been. Old Ming. You haven't done anything to this beauty, have you? Gao Zu pulled Snakehead Ming aside to ask. How could that be? She hasn't even been offered to those young masters yet. If I had touched her first, she would lose her value. Snakehead Ming replied insidiously. Gao Zu discarded his cigarette butt, seized Snakehead Ming by the neck, and with a sharp snap, he ended his life on the spot. Such scum would not be permitted to continue living and causing harm. Get lost. As Snakehead Ming's men attempted to advance, Luo Tianhong stepped forward from the crowd, delivering a cold warning. Before long, these individuals fled, including those who had been abducted. Gao Zu approached Gang Sheng and reassured him, Do not fear. I am a good person. My company is just ahead. Trust me and come along. I can protect you. After uttering these words, Gao Zu departed with Luo Tianhong. Gang Sheng's choice was inconsequential. What mattered was that Gao Zu had acted justly today, performing a noble deed. As Gang Sheng gazed at the body of Shi Tu Ming being bound to a large stone and cast into the sea, his face turned pale with fright. He turned to stare at the retreating figures of Gao Zu and Luo Tianhong. Gritting his teeth, Gang Sheng mustered the strength to leave. The following day, at Jilong Fishery, not to be confused with the one in Simsha Sui, but rather a small building that Gao Zu had acquired near the Yuanlong Pier, also named Jilong Fishery. In the future, there would be more branches of Jilong. As dawn broke, Gao Zu descended the stairs and found someone lounging on the sofa. Brother Zu, she was discovered this morning, so I brought her in, Zhou Wenlong explained. No worries, go about your business. Gao Zu replied, patting Zhou Wenlong on the shoulder. At noon, as Gao Zu relished a lavish seafood feast, the rich aroma filled the entire hall. Gang Sheng's nose twitched, and he groggily opened his eyes, only to behold Gao Zu's chiseled features and a table brimming with seafood. His stomach grumbled embarrassingly as he covered it with his hands. Awake? Come, have something to eat. Gao Zu kindly encouraged, turning his head. Gang Sheng immediately rose and approached the table, devouring the meal voraciously, entirely devoid of any semblance of grace. However, this did not diminish her beauty. Noticing Gao Zu's gaze upon her, Gang Sheng instinctively wiped her mouth and weakly explained, I haven't eaten in several days. I apologize. Haha, you misunderstood. Take your time. There is plenty. Gao Zu set down his chopsticks and lit a cigarette. By the way, how did you end up in the clutches of that Shi Tu Ming? The women he possesses either end up sold to brothels or become playthings for the wealthy, facing a dire fate. Gao Zu deliberately stated, intending to intimidate someone as innocent as Gang Sheng. Moreover, the current state of Gang Dao was indeed perilous. Gang Sheng's desire to seek out her aunt might lead her into peril beyond the borders of Yuanlong true to form. Upon hearing this, Gang Sheng's complexion blanched, revealing a look of relief. She then lamented, I came to Gang Dao to rely on my aunt, but I was deceived. Gao Zu quickly extended an olive branch. You currently lack valid identification. If apprehended by the police, you could end up imprisoned. How about this? My company needs an accountant. You can work here, with food and lodging provided. Once you earn some money, you can purchase an ID and search for your aunt. Good. Gang Sheng did not refuse, knowing that as a vulnerable woman in this unfamiliar Gang Dao, she would struggle to survive. By the way, my name is Gao Zu. You can just call me Brother Zu from now on, he said with a smile. It was a pity that his current charm card had not yet refreshed. Otherwise, he could have used it on Gang Sheng. Thank you, Brother Zu. Gang Sheng gazed at Gao Zu, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Not only had he rescued her, but he had also provided her with employment. A kind-hearted man indeed. After feasting and bathing, when Gang Sheng reappeared before Gao Zu, he rubbed his nose, impressed by her transformation. Indeed, she resembled the stunning beauty portrayed by Wang Zuxian during her prime. Her figure, her beauty, it was simply breathtaking. With willow-like brows, ruby lips, a delicate face, pearly teeth, and skin as smooth as cream, she radiated an ethereal charm even without makeup, evoking the image of a natural enchantress. Brother Zu, what is the matter? Gang Sheng inquired, noticing Gao Zu lost in thought. Nothing. You may continue with your tasks. He responded, snapping back to reality with a smile. Having arranged everything for Gang Sheng, Gao Zu stepped out of the living room and stretched lazily. At that moment, someone approached. It was Yiqiu, just returned from the kingdom of Siam. Chapter 15. The arms deal of $10 million. Yiqiu departs. Recruiting underlings. Gao Zu's magnificence. How is it? Gao Zu inquired immediately. Brother Zu, no problem, it went extremely smoothly. Yiqiu replied promptly. The doctor remarked that Brother Zu's goods were of high quality, and thus did not require any additional discount. Everything was priced according to the market rate. Gao Zu pondered for a moment and quickly understood the reasoning behind it. His product, in every aspect of quality, surpasses any other available on the market. Furthermore, it belongs to a new category on the international stage. The doctor could easily set his own prices. To ensure a long-lasting partnership and to provide himself with some benefits, this was entirely reasonable. The doctor could indeed be considered a conscientious businessman. Yiqiu produced a card. It contained $10 million. I've cleaned it all up for you. Yiqiu, you've worked hard. Without you, I wouldn't have earned so much. I'll give you $1 million. Gao Zu generously proclaimed. Brother Zu, no need for that. Yiqiu promptly refused, then solemnly added, Brother Zu, However, before he could finish, Yiqiu hesitated. This was not the usual demeanor of Yiqiu. Speak. What is it? Gao Zu said nonchalantly, exhaling smoke. In truth, he had already guessed what it might be. The 8 years of imprisonment had made Yiqiu acutely aware of human frailty. Since his release, he had embraced a path of righteousness, striving for redemption. He had established a business empire, aiming to reform himself, preparing to cleanse his past. It had been nearly 2 years. Yichio's plans were likely already in motion. This meant that Yichio would soon depart from his side. I have something to attend to and will be leaving for a while. Yichio hesitated before stating, "All right." Gao Zu did not object. Here's the doctor's business card and satellite phone. If you need to collaborate, you can contact her. Also, Brother Zu, stay on the right path. Take care. Yichio took a deep breath and revealed a reassuring smile. Take care. Gao Zu nodded. After bidding farewell to Yichio, Gao Zu hurried back to Tsimsha Sui. In recent days, Gao Jin and others had been spreading news about recruiting new members. Many individuals from the underworld had arrived. They aimed to seize territory from the Haoma gang, eliminate the Yong Yi gang's prince, defeat the Hung Hing prince, and then vanquish the Zhong Xine. Gao Zu's name had already risen in the underworld. His prowess resonated throughout, with countless individuals regarding him as a role model. Many expressed their desire to align with Brother Zu, aspiring for success and wealth. Naturally, in the underworld, reputation and prestige were crucial for attracting followers. However, what mattered more was profit. The benefits Gao Zu offered were unprecedented in the entire Hong Kong island. Just like Jinggu, he provided the best treatment for the most basic delivery workers, including comprehensive insurance and retirement plans. Prioritizing people over mere rhetoric of righteousness was far more genuine. In essence, as long as they passed the selection, following Gao Zu would offer treatment and benefits comparable to that of a mid-level white-collar worker sitting in an office. Not only did he assist in securing insurance and retirement plans, but he also provided daily allowances, relocation expenses, medical fees, and other costs that were more than 3 times those of other organizations. Additionally, a reward system was established. Those who performed well received generous bonuses. This was the reason behind their fervor. It was only the first day of recruitment, yet the entrance of the Kowloon Fisheries Company was already crowded. Everywhere one looked, there were heads clustered together. As Gao Zu arrived, the crowd erupted in cheers, calling his name in unison, "Brother Zu, Brother Zu, Brother Zu." The volume was so great that it could be heard even at the nearby container terminal. Witnessing this scene, Gao Zu maintained his composure but felt immense satisfaction. From the initial risky venture to the current spectacle, this gamble had proven entirely worthwhile. Thank you all for your support and trust. I, Gao Zu, am deeply grateful. Your time is precious, so I will be brief. If you wish to join my ranks, there are 2 requirements. First, no involvement with drugs, including selling or consuming. If you can adhere to this, step forward. Gao Zu addressed the vast crowd calmly. If he were to accept everyone, he could hardly fathom the extent of his monthly expenses. Nevertheless, he firmly believed in one principle: quality over quantity. There was no need to accept those who would merely be dead weight. Soon, many stepped forward. All right, line up in order, and you will undergo assessments of strength and skill. Gao Zu continued. The evaluations commenced shortly thereafter. Concurrently, Jiu Wenlong and others emerged carrying a large box. They soon distributed red envelopes to everyone present. The amounts were modest, 100 Hong Kong dollars. In human interactions, it's essential to acknowledge the social nuances. Although many in attendance were reluctant to abandon their involvement in the drug trade to join Gao Zu, they had made the effort to come from afar. Quickly, everyone received an envelope, praised Gao Zu, and took their leave. The once crowded street quieted considerably. Approximately 1,000 individuals remained, awaiting their assessments. That evening, at 8 o'clock, after the selection process, a total of 600 new underlings were accepted, while 400 were eliminated. Gao Zu was equally generous, providing each of the 400 with a red envelope of 200 Hong Kong dollars. His aim was to cultivate an image of generosity and charm. After all, Gao Zu was known for his lavishness. Primarily, he sought to spread the word about his grand persona through these individuals, facilitating future recruitment. That night, Gao Zu reserved the Peninsula Hotel, taking over 600 new underlings for a lavish experience. The hotel was filled to capacity, with a total of 60 tables set for 10 guests each. Everyone was awed by Gao Zu's extravagant display. Was this upscale hotel truly a place they deserved to be? They had never dared to dream of such an experience. Yet here they were, just having joined, and Gao Zu was already introducing them to a life of luxury. Each table likely cost at least 2,000 Hong Kong dollars. With 60 tables, and possibly even more, not to mention the costs of high-end beverages, including cognac, Remy Martin XO, and whiskey, the total bill would easily exceed 300 Hong Kong dollars. Magnanimous. Gao Zu was indeed extraordinary. As the performance of the dancers on the stage concluded, Gao Zu raised his wine glass and stood, gazing at the crowd. Simultaneously, everyone else lifted their glasses and stood, their eyes fixated on him. Gao Zu proclaimed, "Brothers, today marks your first day following me. If my hospitality falls short, I ask for your understanding." As his words faded, the crowd exchanged glances, revealing bittersweet smiles. The table was laden with an abundance of seafood, abalone, and lobster, accompanied by fine wines. Was this what one called inadequate hospitality? What then could one say about their previous days of meager meals, subsisting on buns? Soon, expressions of gratitude resounded throughout the hall. "All right, we are brothers. Let us not speak further. Let us toast to this drink. From henceforth, we shall share both fortune and adversity." Gao Zu raised his glass and downed its contents. "Brothers, brothers," the crowd echoed as they drank in unison. "Now, let me teach you a song, which shall henceforth serve as a testament to our brotherhood." Observing the gallant demeanor of the crowd, Gao Zu conceived a notion. A company must possess a soul, and he needed his own brotherhood anthem. This would undoubtedly be a splendid means of uniting hearts. The pinnacle of persuasion lies in understanding the right attributes, for it is only then one can win the hearts of others. The ethos of the underworld revolves around loyalty, defined by the bonds of brotherhood. "Oh, Gao Zu." Many of the shorter fellows tore off their shirts, revealing their tattoos while rhythmically swaying their bodies. With a cough, Gao Zu ascended to the platform, taking the microphone from the host, and sang passionately, "Brother, you have grown thin. You are weary. The journey cannot conceal. Come here, brother, let us embrace." The crowd harmonized with Gao Zu's lyrics and melody. The song echoed through the hall, infused with deep camaraderie. Perhaps this was the essence of brotherhood in the underworld. After several minutes, Gao Zu set down the microphone. The crowd began to sing softly, and the joyous atmosphere invigorated the nearby staff. They were well acquainted with the underworld, yet had never witnessed such a grand display of camaraderie. Time passed swiftly, and once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Gao Zu once again took to the stage. "Today marks my first recruitment." As he welcomed all, he added, as a gesture of sincerity, "Each of you shall receive a red envelope containing 1,000 yuan. The song would solidify loyalty, and now, distributing generous red envelopes represented the true moment of winning hearts. Gao Zu understood well that everyone had come in pursuit of wealth. Even the most steadfast of brothers might turn against one another in the face of financial temptation. Thus, winning hearts through wealth was the true path. As his words concluded, everyone stared at Gao Zu in disbelief. Had he not spent at least 1 million today? The red envelopes alone amounted to 300,000 yuan. The banquet at least another 300,000 yuan, and with 600 individuals receiving 1,000 yuan each, that totaled 600,000 yuan. It was not merely 1 million, it exceeded that figure significantly. In that moment, many among the crowd were moved to tears. It was akin to soldiers encountering their general, their emotions reaching a breaking point. Only they knew the depths of their struggles, living each day devoid of dignity. Yet here was Gao Zu, treating them as human beings. As he witnessed the tattooed men weeping openly, Gao Zu wiped his nose, and with a simple gesture, he evoked profound gratitude from them. Their daily lives must have been fraught with hardship. Gao Zu found a convenient excuse to depart. Regarding the allocation of the 600 individuals, he had already conferred with Gao Jin. 300 would be stationed at Jinsha-ju, and 300 in Yunlong district. Upon careful consideration, Gao Zu now commanded a force of approximately 1,000 individuals, including 200 elite soldiers and formidable allies such as Gao Jin and Li Wang. With brothers by his side, financial resources at hand, it was now time to realize his grand ambitions. Chapter 16, 10 enhanced speedboats acquired. Smuggling international high-end red wine. Upon returning to Jiulong Fishery Company, Gao Zu opened Tongzi Go. The inventory of mid-tier and above cans remained as dismal as ever, with a predominance of low-tier cans, just 1 mid-tier can and 1 high-tier can. This left him somewhat speechless. He had thought that a larger stock would yield a higher explosion rate, but to his surprise, it was not the case. I had intended to direct my heart towards the bright moon, only to find it illuminating the gutter instead. Gao Zu lit a cigarette and proceeded to crack open the cans. Ding! Mid-tier can opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Muay Thai master Tony Jia. Ding! High-tier can opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 enhanced speedboats. The comparison data was as follows. A standard speedboat is equipped with 4 to 6 Yamaha outboard motors from Sakura Country, typically generating between 200 to 400 horsepower, with a maximum load of 10 tons and a cruising speed of 50 knots, allowing for a distance of 90 to 100 kilometers in 1 hour. The enhanced version of the speedboat, however, is outfitted with 3 Mercury Marine 450R outboard motors, delivering 350 horsepower, along with bulletproof armor, a carbon fiber hull, radar and infrared night vision equipment, a 60mm machine gun, and even the capability to carry anti-tank missiles. The speedboat. What a remarkable vessel, the dream of those traversing waterways. And to possess 10 enhanced versions, the mere data alone thrilled Gao Zu. He had never owned such a vessel before, not for lack of desire, but rather due to financial constraints. Currently, he only had 10 regular fishing boats and 1 transport vessel, engaging in fishery while smuggling a bit of frozen goods with the transport ship. Now, with the enhanced speedboats, smuggling would become significantly easier. These speedboats are indeed formidable tools for evading fire, pirates, and maritime law enforcement. The speed provided by Tongzi is top-notch. Even fully loaded with 15 tons, they can still reach speeds of 100 to 150 kilometers per hour. The water police would be unable to catch up. Gao Zu was exceedingly satisfied. Meanwhile, in Mongkok, at the Zhongshan Yitong headquarters, Lian Haolong, his brother Lian Haodong, Chi-Chi, Su, and several elders of the gang were seated in a room. We must regain our dignity, raise our banner, take Sim Sha Sui, and eliminate this Gao Zu, Lian Haolong stated coldly. Initially, he had sought to restore the gang's reputation. However, not only had he failed, but his trusted aide, Luo Tianhong, had also been swayed by Gao Zu. This was a profound humiliation for him. If Gao Zu was not dealt with, where would the face of Zhongshan Yitong remain? How could he, as the world's #1, navigate the underworld? Have you prepared the firearms I requested? Lian Haolong inquired of Lian Haodong. Yes, we have 16 long guns, 10 short ones, and 2 submachine guns, all genuine articles. However, they will arrive in 3 days, Lian Haodong replied. Good. Lian Haolong was very pleased, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. If we are to play this game, let us play it big. We shall deal with Gao Zu decisively. By the way, Lin Bale, that fellow, has arrived and is waiting at the door. Shall we let him in? Lian Haodong asked, exhaling a cloud of smoke. You all go out and allow him to enter. Lian Haolong agreed without hesitation. He had already received word that Huan Yo intended to contest for the position of Hall Master against Gao Zu, vying for territory and business in the Yuanlong district. Huan Yo was a key subordinate of Lin Bale, who was eager to ascend the ranks and would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Gao Zu. This created a common objective for both parties, simplifying matters considerably. Su left without altering her expression, while the other hall masters remained silent and withdrew. Dragon brother, what's wrong? You look a bit haggard after a few days, Lin Bale remarked with a mocking tone as he entered. In truth, he was quite displeased. The 1 million he had invested felt like feeding a dog. All right, take a seat. Let's get straight to business. Lian Haolong replied tersely, lacking the time for pleasantries. I wish to collaborate with you to eliminate Gao Zu. You handled Sim Sha Sui, and I will take care of the Yuanlong district. What do you say? Lin Bale lit a cigarette, exhaling a wisp of smoke with a cold gaze. No problem. Lian Haolong mused for a moment before responding flatly. 3 days passed. In the dead of night, at the Sim Sha Sui cargo terminal, 10 enhanced speedboats splashed into the water like dumplings being dropped. Simultaneously, a Gouet directed his subordinates to load boxes of international top-tier red wine onto the vessels. This time, Gao Zu was preparing to smuggle high-end red wine. Each box contained 12 bottles weighing 20 grams, and 1 enhanced speedboat could carry 750 boxes with a 15-ton capacity. Thus, 10 boats could transport 500 boxes. At a price of 6,000 Hong Kong dollars per box, each boat was worth 4.5 million, totaling 45 million for all 10. Old Gouet, is there no issue with the buyers? Gao Zu, cigarette in mouth, turned to the old captain who bore a striking resemblance to Rindawa. This man had long been adrift on the high seas, and the smuggling business below was substantial. It was rumored that he possessed secret navigational charts, making him a venerable figure in the water trade. This time, he had utilized his network to help Gao Zu find buyers for the wine. Of course, there won't be any problems. Your wine is authentic and priced so reasonably. They have every reason to profit. Old Gouet replied, exhaling smoke leisurely. A box of 12 bottles of Remy Martin XO was sold for only 6,000 Hong Kong dollars, approximately 1,200 US dollars, cheaper than sourcing directly from Western vineyards. They could easily turn a 3- to 4-fold profit. Who wouldn't want to collaborate with Gao Zu? Excellent. Gao Zu nodded in approval. By the way, where did you acquire these 10 speedboats? They far surpass my own. Old Gouet could not help but inquire. Although he owned speedboats himself, they paled in comparison to the ones before him in terms of size and construction, capable of seating 12 individuals, not including the cargo hold. Manufactured by Wanghua, personally modified, Gao Zu replied dismissively. Old Gouet ceased his questioning upon hearing this. Shortly, the cargo was fully loaded onto the 10 speedboats. Old Gouet stepped aboard one of the enhanced vessels, grasping the steering wheel. Azu, I'm off now. Await good news. All right. Gao Zu nodded. In the following moment, the old ghost shipmaster activated the engine, gently pressing the accelerator. The enhanced engine of the Defei surged to a maximum power of 350 horsepower, shooting forth like a meteor. Faintly, one could hear the old ghost shipmaster exclaiming in excitement. Ah, incredible! 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 It's so fast. Oh, what a thrill, what a thrill. After witnessing the departure of the old ghost shipmaster and Tony Jia, Gao Zu received a call from Jiao Wenlong and promptly drove his Hu-Tu towards Bali Avenue. Soon, Gao Zu arrived at the tea house and encountered a woman with her face veiled. Judging by her figure, she was undoubtedly a striking beauty. Who are you? Gao Zu inquired. Chapter 17. The underworld boss's wife betrays. Ambush Lian Haolong. The woman turned around, tearing off the gauze from her face, and stared at Gao Zu with an air of arrogance. My name is Su. You may call me Sister Su. So it's Sister Su. I've long heard of your reputation. Gao Zu immediately recognized her origins upon seeing her. The lawfully wedded wife of Lian Haolong. The woman before him had contributed significantly to Lian Haolong's success in building Zhongxinyi to its current scale. A true underworld boss's wife. However, her greatest flaw was her inability to bear children. In the storyline, this foreshadowing led to the complete downfall of Zhongxinyi. You're quite young, yet your words are rather sweet. Su sat on a chair, took out a slender cigarette, lit it, and acted with complete ease, as if she were in her own home. Sister Su, Lian Haolong has a mistress outside, and they even have a child. Surely you're aware of this? Gao Zu remarked calmly. Sweet. Let me ask you now, does it taste bitter? Does it sting? You. Su gritted her teeth and shot Gao Zu a glare. I don't have time for your nonsense. I came here to share a secret with you. Oh, what secret? Gao Zu stood up, walked over to Su, placed his hands on her shoulders, and inquired. Su's expression turned cold, but she did not resist. Lian Haolong's weapons have arrived. His target is you. He's also collaborating with Lin Bale from your gang. As for when he'll strike, I have no idea. You. Take care. With that, Su stood up, feigning an air of aloofness. Gao Zu firmly pressed Su back down. What? Thinking of leaving already? What do you want? Su turned her head, her gaze icy as she stared at Gao Zu. Watching your husband dote on his mistress and have a child with her, while you have to smile and call her sister, it must be unbearable, right? Gao Zu said. Each word struck like a dagger, piercing straight to the core. Su, who had been cold as ice moments ago, now had a murderous glint hidden in her eyes. You just want to use my hand to kill Lian Haolong, don't you? You'll have to offer something in return. Gao Zu said with a sinister smile. What do you want? Su replied calmly, then added, Don't think I'll stoop to colluding with you. I'd rather die. Ha. Sister Su, you really are quite confident. You're over 40, aren't you? Do you think I, Gao Zu, would be interested in you? A worn-out shell, and you take pride in it? Gao Zu laughed outright. You. Su seethed with anger. What exactly do you want? Simple. Give me 30 million now. And I guarantee I'll kill Lian Haolong and ensure you leave here safely, Gao Zu stated directly. Zhongxinyi was a major player in the drug trade, firmly the top faction among the many branches of the Numbers Gang. Over the decades, their earnings had amounted to at least 200 to 300 million Hong Kong dollars. Asking for 30 million wasn't excessive. Of course, this was also his way of testing this woman. If she had truly come to betray Lian Haolong, she must have already made plans for her retreat. She might have even transferred all of Zhongxinyi's funds. After all, this woman controlled the gang's entire financial accounts. Withdrawing 30 million would be a simple task for her. At the same time, he was curious about where Su had hidden her private stash. Naturally, if Su couldn't produce the money, she would have to die. I saved your life tonight. And this is how you repay me? You ungrateful wretch. Susu erupted in fury upon hearing his demand. It wasn't that she couldn't produce 30 million in cash. Rather, she felt that she had come to save Gao Zu's life, yet she was expected to pay 30 million on top of that? Do you have a choice right now? Gao Zu grabbed Susu by the throat and spoke coldly. At the same time, outside, Li Wang and the others had already subdued the bodyguards Susu had brought with her. Fine, no problem. Struggling under Gao Zu's grip, Susu forced out the words with difficulty. By the way, you mentioned the weapons have arrived? Where are they? Gao Zu continued to inquire. Since he knew Lian Haolong was planning something ruthless, he decided to play along tonight. At the XX warehouse, Susu revealed without hesitation. Jiao Wenlong, take a few men and accompany Sister Su to retrieve the 30 million. If Sister Su doesn't follow the rules, deal with her as you see fit. Gao Zu released his grip, stared meaningfully at Susu, and then patted her cheek. Sister Su, don't let me down. All right. Susu stood up, straightened her clothes, picked up her small handbag, and walked out the door. Mongkok, several kilometers away from Zhongxinyi, inside a large abandoned warehouse. Lian Haolong and his men were inspecting the firearms. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted, and the brand new targets were instantly riddled with holes. Great stuff. Lian Haolong held a submachine gun, looking satisfied. Big brother, your old rifle needs an upgrade. Lian Haolong walked over to Lian Haolong, proudly displaying the submachine gun. Humph. Lian Haolong turned around, retrieved a rifle from the trunk of his Mercedes-Benz, aimed at the target ahead, and fired a single shot, hitting the bullseye with pinpoint accuracy. At the sight of this, everyone fell silent. Everyone, go back and prepare properly tonight. Tomorrow evening, we raid Sim Sha Sui. We'll reclaim our dignity. And bring Luo Tianhong to me. How dare he betray me? I'll make him wish he were dead. Lian Haolong put away his old rifle and issued orders to Lian Haodong and the others. Yes, big brother. Everyone responded in unison. Just then, outside the warehouse, Gao Jin arrived with over 30 ghost soldiers. All of them wore bulletproof vests, carried AK-47s, and had their faces covered. After assessing the situation, they split into groups and moved with professionalism surpassing that of SWAT teams. Bang, bang, bang. 3 ghost soldiers armed with silenced sniper rifles took out several black-clad sentries at the entrance with precise shots. Meanwhile, Gao Jin and the others entered through the main entrance, while another team circled to another exit to lay landmines. Before long, Gao Jin and his men had stealthily made their way to the rear of Lian Haolong and his group. After observing the number and positions of the people, Gao Jin and the others simultaneously revealed themselves, unleashing a barrage of fire with their AK-47s. Bullets poured out like rain, carrying an aura of death as they swept through the area. Amidst the sounds of gunfire, more than 10 black-clad men were instantly gunned down. The sudden turn of events sent Lian Haolong and his companions scattering like startled birds, frantically seeking refuge. Some did not even have the chance to glance back before their bodies were riddled with bullets. Soon, piercing screams echoed throughout the confines of the warehouse, rising and falling in a harrowing chorus. Lian Haodong, clutching his wounded arm, was drenched in sweat and struggled to maintain a firm grip on his submachine gun. Haodong, are you all right? Lian Haolong gasped, leaning against a nearby pillar while holding the large black star. I'm fine, just a minor issue. Haodong replied, taking a deep breath, unable to suppress his ire. Damn it, we've been ambushed. Who do you think it is? Lian Haolong fired a few shots symbolically into the distance, exclaiming loudly. Who else could it be but Dage? Haodong retorted with frustration. Tonight, all the trusted members of Zhongxin are present, except for Susu. Isn't that obvious? Impossible. Lian Haolong immediately dismissed the notion. Susu was his wife, who had stood by him through thick and thin. He could not believe she would betray him. Haha. Observing Lian Haolong's earnest demeanor, Haodong managed a bitter smile. You're out there keeping a mistress and even fathering a child, flaunting it in front of Susu. Do you not realize that women tend to hold grudges? The thought of killing you might even cross their minds. Isn't it entirely plausible that betrayal could occur? Chapter 18. The Demise of Loyalty and Honor. The Slaughter of the Fireball. The moments ticked away, and within the vast warehouse, the relentless gunfire from Gao Jin and his men drowned out the cicadas chirping. The overwhelming firepower rendered even the bravest, including Lian Haolong, too fearful to show their faces. The pillars, walls, and vehicles were riddled with bullet holes, the bullets penetrating deeply into the material. Some fragile columns were pierced through. claiming the lives of the loyal members of Zhongxin who had sought refuge behind them. This was the A manufactured by Tongzi Gu, a weapon of formidable lethality. On the battlefield, it would undoubtedly be a killing machine, and on the international stage, it would reign as the king among rifles. At a mere price of $2,000, it was only the standard model. Once this version of A gained notoriety, it would be the moment for Gao Zu's armaments to reap significant profits. The firepower was overwhelming. "Brother, we must flee." One elder from Zhongxin could no longer withstand the onslaught, his voice filled with anguish. Indeed, while they had acquired a fair amount of weaponry, it paled in comparison to the might of their adversaries. Retreat. Lian Haolong hesitated momentarily before resolutely making his decision. He had initially believed that they possessed sufficient firepower to retaliate. But after several minutes, their opponent's firepower remained relentless. The question was not whether they could counterattack, but whether they could survive. Upon receiving permission, the remaining survivors immediately rose to flee towards the exit, employing serpentine movements in an attempt to evade the bullets. However, in the next moment, bullets struck them with unerring accuracy, and amidst the spray of blood, their lifeless bodies fell heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. For ordinary individuals wielding firearms, there might have been a chance to survive, but alas, they were up against Gao Jin and the Ghost Shadow soldiers, each possessing the prowess of a battle-hardened warrior. Shooting was their routine operation. Attempt to escape? Was it even possible? Observing the scene, Lian Haolong and his comrades instinctively halted, returning to their original positions. "Brother, we cannot leave today. I will cover you. You have a vehicle. Remember to avenge us," Lian Haolong said, forcing himself to rise, his gaze fixed upon the remaining 6 who still stood. "Protect the brother." As he spoke, he turned and charged forward with his submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of fire towards Gao Jin and his men. In the next instant, bullets arrived as expected, and before Lian Haolong could fire more than a few rounds, his body was riddled with holes. The remaining 6 shared a similar fate. They fell heroically. Nonetheless, their sacrifice bought Lian Haolong a brief respite. At that moment, Lian Haolong had already climbed into the armored vehicle, pressing the accelerator to the floor, barreling through the nearby cargo, and crushing the bodies of Lian Haolong and others, speeding away in a shower of sparks. Just as Lian Haolong's vehicle burst through the entrance, it inadvertently triggered a landmine. This was no ordinary mine. It was an anti-tank mine, powerful enough to render a tank obsolete. What chance did a mere armored vehicle have? In the next moment, a violent explosion erupted, sending the vehicle skyward. Boom. Within seconds, the armored vehicle crashed heavily back to the ground, followed by a series of explosions as it ignited. Amidst the thick smoke, flames soared, consuming both the vehicle and Lian Haolong's body. Not even the arrival of a deity could save him. His fate was sealed. "It's over." Upon witnessing Lian Haolong's body dissolve, a Ghost Shadow soldier remarked nonchalantly. Simultaneously, Gao Jin and his men gathered the usable weapons. Soon after, they departed the warehouse with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, in the Yuanlong district, Gao Zu, accompanied by Li Wang, Feng Yuxiu, and 100 others, arrived at the Fireball's venue. After all, the territories controlled by both parties were in close proximity, and it took merely a few minutes to reach. Both sides had their own men covertly monitoring the other. Upon receiving the news, the Fireball had already assembled his forces. Gao Zu and the Fireball soon encountered each other on the street. "Zu, what the hell are you trying to say? Fair competition is about effective management, not reckless violence. Do you even understand the rules?" The Fireball, cigarette in mouth, approached, arrogantly reprimanding Gao Zu, as if imparting sacred wisdom. He had 300 men at his disposal, while the opposing side numbered just over 100, giving him a numerical advantage. Furthermore, even if it escalated to conflict with Lianxing, he would still have justification. Attack. Without further ado, Gao Zu discarded his cigarette and issued the command. Luo Tianhong surged forward, locking onto the Fireball's position, charging ahead with his sword drawn. Upon seeing Luo Tianhong, the Fireball recoiled in fright. Everyone knew him as the notorious killer, famous for dispatching foes with a single stroke. The Fireball was confident, but not foolish enough to engage Luo Tianhong in combat. However, Luo Tianhong had no intention of letting the Fireball escape, pursuing him into the midst of the crowd. This was a prime opportunity for him to showcase his abilities. He felt that compared to Gao Jin and the others, he lacked the same level of prowess. He must seize this chance to prove his worth tonight. Witnessing the target slip away, Feng Yuxiu and Li Wang felt disheartened. Nevertheless, they plunged into the fray with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the two took down dozens of underlings. These individuals were all from the same gang. Gao Zu had instructed Gao Jin and the others to avoid unnecessary killings. Otherwise, the term taking down would not apply to Feng Yuxiu and Li Wang. Soon, the formidable presence of Feng Yuxiu and his companions instilled fear in the Firebowl's men. Some began to realize that Feng Yuxiu and the others were deliberately holding back. Immediately, a few declared their surrender. The rest were not foolish and followed suit. As the saying goes, it doesn't matter who you mix with. Previously, they believed that associating with the Firebowl could bring them benefits. But ever since the news of Gao Zu recruiting his own underlings spread, envy took hold. It was clear that now was the rightful moment to align themselves with Gao Zu. At this moment, Luo Tianhong dragged the Firebowl through the crowd like a lifeless dog, making his way toward Gao Zu. Murder is but a fleeting act. If you possess the courage, why not take my life? In an extreme state of indignation, Huanyo felt his temper flare upon seeing Gao Zu's imposing figure. With a heart of righteousness and unyielding bravery, he truly did not believe that Gao Zu would dare to end his life. After all, he had served the Liansheng gang diligently for over a decade, fostering deep connections with many elder figures. Who in the Liansheng gang was unaware that he was Lin Bei Li's most esteemed confidant? Furthermore, Lin Bei Lu was a contender for the position of the decision-maker. Surely, no one would dare to cross Huanyo lightly. This conviction led him to believe that even if Gao Zu had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to harm him. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've heard such an absurd demand. Gao Zu laughed heartily, taking the 8-sided Han sword from Luo Tianhong's hands, wiping it with a tissue, and remarked playfully, I, Gao Zu, have always been a benevolent person, fond of helping others achieve their desires. Since you have so earnestly requested this, it would be ungracious of me not to fulfill it. As the glinting blade of the sword was placed against his neck, the once formidable Huanyo, who had declared he would rather die than submit, suddenly wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant. A stream of yellow urine trickled down his trousers, a scent so foul that even a dog would recoil in disgust. His earlier bravado had merely been a facade to impress those around him, to maintain his pride. Little did he expect that Gao Zu would take him seriously. Wu, Azu, I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have contended with you over the Yuanlong district. Please, spare me. I beseech you. I will withdraw immediately. I have elders above and children below. Huanyo, tears streaming down his face, appeared utterly desolate. Yet, Gao Zu showed no sign of compassion. In a flash of steel, Huanyo clasped his hands around his neck, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Gao Zu. How dare you? This sentiment was shared by the onlooking subordinates, who swallowed hard, stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Huanyo, a crucial player in the gang and Lin Bei Li's trusted aide, was being executed so brazenly? Surely, even Didi would not dare to act so recklessly. Gao Zu was well aware of their thoughts, yet understood that in this world, one must sometimes make an example of others. As the saying goes, one cannot stand firm without being ruthless. There are principles in times of prosperity, and in times of chaos, the law of the jungle prevails. Shanghai, clean up the scene, Gao Zu commanded, surveying the area. He then tossed the 8-sided Han sword back to Luo Tianhong and turned to leave. He did not linger in the Yuanlong district, but drove back to Tsimsha Sui. This evening, aside from extinguishing Lian Haolong and executing Huanyo, his primary concern was the situation with Su Su. Upon entering the lobby, he found Jiu Wenlong and others had been waiting for him. After gathering information, he learned that they had returned with a hefty sum of 100 million. Su Su sat forlornly on the sofa, her demeanor bleak. She had promised Gao Zu to retrieve 30 million, intending to execute a clever escape. However, Jiu Wenlong and his crew seemed to have anticipated her moves, deploying A-team operatives who swiftly eliminated her bodyguards hidden in the villa and looted her small treasury. This time, not only did she lose her husband, but she also suffered a loss of 100 million. How lamentable. Seeing only 100 million, Gao Zu felt a twinge of disappointment. From what he understood, the total assets of Zhong Xin were certainly worth far more. This woman must be concealing something. After pondering, Gao Zu looked at Jiu Wenlong and commanded, take her out and let her hang for a night. We shall discuss this tomorrow. Chapter 19. The Shock of the Jianghu. Cultivating Su Su. Gu Huang's fury. Early the next morning, a piece of news sent shockwaves through the police station and the Jianghu. A gunfight erupted on XX Avenue in Mongkok, resulting in a staggering death toll of 30, all of whom were esteemed members of the Zhongxinyi society, including Lian Haolong and Lian Haodou. Su Su watched the news on television, her expression fraught with anxiety. She understood that this could very well be the doing of Gao Zu, who was sitting across from her, casually enjoying breakfast. In that moment, her fear of Gao Zu reached an apex. The seemingly harmless man now appeared to her like a demon. Sister Su, I've dealt with Lian Haolong for you. How will you show your gratitude? Gao Zu said, slurping his wonton. What do you want? Su Su forced herself to sound calm. It's not about what I desire. Rather, it's about you demonstrating sufficient value. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate you, and your bodyguard too. If I'm not mistaken, one of them is your lover, right? Gao Zu wiped his mouth with a napkin, turning to fixate on Su Su, then added suggestively, in life, some things can be earned again, but once a person is dead, they bring nothing into this world and take nothing away. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Su Su comprehended Gao Zu's implication. I do have some funds, 100 million, but it's hidden in a place only I know, she promptly replied. The meaning was clear. Should she be killed, Gao Zu would lose the fortune. Very well, let's have breakfast together. Gao Zu moved forward to assist Su Su into her chair. In truth, I could forego that 100 million. Rather than that, I am more interested in collaborating with you. Your contributions have been invaluable to the Zhongxinyi society, and I hold you in high regard. You are an astute individual. You understand my intent, correct? Gao Zu inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke. Agreed, but how do you propose we collaborate? Su Su asked, her eyes darting with curiosity. I can support you in becoming the leader of the Zhongxinyi society, even the master of the Ma Hao gang. All you need to do is act as my insider within the Ma Hao gang, Gao Zu stated directly. Currently, he lacked the strength to confront the Ma Hao gang. If he were to take down the Zhongxinyi society, and should Gu Huang go mad, he would find himself at a loss for strategies. Deng Bo was a selfish individual, and with the election of the liaison person approaching, it was a precarious situation. In the world of the underworld, a leader could sacrifice a master, and a master could likewise sacrifice their society. In Deng Bo's eyes, figures like Gao Zu were merely expendable tools, and he wouldn't care about Gao Zu's fate. When surrounded by enemies, he might not fear, but what of those beneath him? What of his water empire's business? Insufficient strength necessitated patience. Had he not considered these factors, he would have already annihilated the Zhongxinyi society and taken control. Is it that simple? Su Su furrowed her brow, swallowing her wonton. Indeed, my ambitions extend beyond a mere 100 million, 200 million, or 300 million. What I desire is the entire Ma Hao gang, and you will be my representative there. I will fully support you in claiming the title of leader, Gao Zu asserted. Of course, I shall not engage in fruitless endeavors. You will be required to do my bidding. Though Su Su was but a woman, she was a formidable figure in the underworld. With Lian Haolong gone, should she ascend to the position of leader of the Zhongxinyi society, her capabilities would be unleashed to their fullest potential. Pondering this, Su Su fell into deep contemplation. The prospect of being supported to lead the Ma Hao gang was enticing, while others might doubt her. Gao Zu had already proven his strength the previous night. Moreover, she had no other options at present. All right, let us collaborate. Su Su nodded in agreement. By the way, eliminate those around you who must be dealt with. Should they leak any secrets, I will not face repercussions, but you will meet your end. Gao Zu glanced at a few black-clad bodyguards nearby, speaking coldly. Su Su's expression hardened. She understood Gao Zu's implication. Sister, take the sword. Luo Tianhong approached, handing Su Su the Ba Mianhan sword. Su Su cast a glance at Luo Tianhong, accepted the sword, and strode toward her lover and little brother. Moments later, she returned to Gao Zu, her attire stained with blood. It is done. Excellent. Gao Zu replied, satisfaction evident in his voice. Truly, a woman in the underworld acts without a flicker of hesitation. Indeed, a ruthless woman can be more relentless than a man. By the way, wasn't Lian Haolong's uncle previously killed by your Ma Hao gang's Rinzi DUI? Blame Lian Haolong's death on him. Gao Zu mused. This secret was known to very few within the Zhongxinyi society, yet as a fan of Hong Kong films, Gao Zu was aware of it. Rinzi DUI was the only faction capable of rivaling the Zhongxinyi society. Internal strife was common among them. Blaming Lian Haolong's death on them would be entirely reasonable. I understand what to do. Su Su stared at Gao Zu in astonishment. She hadn't anticipated such meticulous plotting from this young man. Moreover, how had he come to know such intricacies? How long had he been scheming against the Zhongxin E-Society? However, some questions were better left unasked. She nodded in agreement. Luo Tianhong, accompany Sister Su back. Ensure her safety. Grasp the lessons that Gao Jin and the others have imparted to you these past few days. I hope the next time we meet, you will be prepared to fight me. Gao Zu clapped Luo Tianhong on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Understood. Luo Tianhong replied succinctly. Now, discreetly escort the future leader of the Ma Hao gang back safely. Gao Zu regarded Su Su with a friendly demeanor. In Jordan, Lin Bale's stronghold, he remained absorbed in the news of the Zhongxin E-Society's downfall. Although the police in Mongkok had yet to find any evidence linking anyone or any faction, he was well aware that the bullet holes and gruesome scene mirrored the death of the Ma Hao gang's heir. Both incidents were connected to Gao Zu, raising significant suspicions. As he pondered how to pin Lian Haolong's death on Gao Zu, a subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "Brother Lu, there's trouble with Hunyao." Unperturbed, Lin Bale casually retrieved a cigarette. Lighting it as he inquired, "What is it?" "Hunyao is dead, and all the venues in Yuanlong under Utubio have been seized by Gao Zu's men." The subordinate hurriedly replied. "What?" Lin Bale's expression shifted dramatically. "Repeat that." He barked, incredulous. "You're barely over 40 and already deaf?" However, the subordinate did not dare to speak so freely and reiterated the situation. "Hunyao is truly useless." Lin Bale, incensed, hurled his cup to the ground, causing the subordinate to recoil in fear. "Enough. I understand. You may leave now." Exhaling a heavy sigh, Lin Bale turned to exit the hall. He needed to consult with Deng Bo. Killing one of your own, Hunyao? Inflicting harm on one's brethren. If Gao Zu doesn't perish, who will? Meanwhile, in Tsuanwan, the local Emperor Didi received the news of Huanyao's demise, breaking into a grin so wide it was almost comical. And he immediately seized his wife to celebrate. He earned the title of Didi, the local emperor, because he monopolized Tsuanwan, establishing a singular force alongside Lianxing, uniquely dominating a region. Ha ha, I knew I was right about this kid. He is truly remarkable. In such a short span, he managed to eliminate Hunyao. What audacity! Didi exclaimed, lighting a Gaoxaba cigarette, marveling at the audacity displayed. A newly appointed grass Shu could so effortlessly dispatch an established figure like Hunyao. Such feats were not for the ordinary. Yet, he considered it merely a trifle. Before him, Gao Zu was nothing more than a fleeting nuisance. Who among the forces could rival him in terms of finances, resources, manpower, and strength? Honey, I believe we should take substantial action to support such talent. After all, having one more ally increases our odds of success when the time comes. Didi's wife promptly suggested. Is my gratitude not sufficient? When he staked his claim in Tsimsha Sui, I made bold promises. Otherwise, he would have been extinguished long ago. Didi retorted with discontent. Very well. Understanding her husband's temperament, Didi's wife refrained from further discussion. Gao Zu could at most be regarded as a minor dark horse, not worthy of Didi's direct attention or efforts to win over, especially since Gao Zu had yet to assume the role of hallmaster. Indeed, Gao Zu lacked the requisite qualifications. Meanwhile, other societies were investigating which faction had the audacity to brazenly employ firearms and assassinate loyal figures like Lian Haolong. As a result, members of the underworld became increasingly cautious. First, it was the Number Gang's prince, followed by the head of the Ni family. And now Lian Haolong of the loyal and righteous. It seemed as though the entire underworld had undergone a seismic shift. Among the most distressed and enraged was Gu Huang, the leader of the Number Gang. The gang's most formidable hallmaster, Lian Haolong, had been reduced to a mere sieve. This signified a blatant disregard for their organization. Gu Huang personally descended upon the loyal and righteous. Chapter 20. What explanation can Lao Zi offer for his debauchery? The new leader of Zhongxinyi. By the following day, the new leader of Zhongxinyi had been determined, Su Su. Despite the chaos that had engulfed Zhongxinyi the previous evening, under the formidable suppression of Luo Tianhong and others, those who sought to usurp power were subdued. Moreover, Su Su held dominion over the entire organization as finances, making her ascension to replace Lian Haolong a relatively effortless task. When Gu Huang arrived at Zhongxinyi, he intended to support one of his loyal subordinates for the position, but it was already too late. Everyone rallied behind Su Su. Although he harbored dissatisfaction over a woman ascending to the leadership, his immediate priority was to stabilize Zhongxinyi, thus he acquiesced. However, Upon learning from Susu that it was Rinzi Duisd Shu who had slain Lian Haolong, he was consumed by rage. After much contemplation, he ultimately advised Susu to refrain from mentioning the incident. Internal discord was something he, as a leader, wished to avoid. Meanwhile, Gao Zu made yet another appearance at He Lianqing's main hall. Led by Deng Bo, the esteemed uncles and hall leaders had all gathered. The conference room buzzed with discussions, the fervor of which overshadowed even the topic of the leader's election. Gao Zu's recent actions had indeed been resonant, revitalizing the He Lianqing name. Under the pretext of avenging Yu Tu's death, he decisively took on the Hao Ma gang. Not only had he avenged Yu Tu, but he also seized the territory of the Hao Ma gang's prince. Crucially, he effortlessly mitigated the threats posed by Hongxing's encroachment and Zhang Xinyi's retaliation. Presently, even the formidable Huan Yo had met his demise at Gao Zu's hands, marking him as the most significant dark horse in recent years. For so long, the organization had not seen such a capable figure as Gao Zu. To put it bluntly, how many among the elder uncles could have accomplished what he did? With Gao Zu's arrival, everyone cast their eyes upon him, unlike the previous occasion when he was met with indifference. Now that everyone is present, let us discuss the matter at hand, Cui Ji promptly declared. He then proceeded to discuss trivial matters, entirely devoid of relevance to Gao Zu, as if he had not heard the previous discussions. Now for the last matter. Huan Yo is dead. Zu, do you have anything to say? Cui Ji's tone shifted as he coldly fixed his gaze on Gao Zu. He had not anticipated Huan Yo's incompetence. Just days into the leadership contest, Gao Zu had already dispatched him. It was akin to ending the game before even removing one's clothing. He found it absurd. Gao Zu displayed a shocking lack of understanding. As for the upcoming leader election, who among them did not know that Deng Bo favored Lin Bale? Killing Huan Yo was not merely a slight against Lin Bale. Deng Bo was no magnanimous individual. I have triumphed. The leader's position is rightfully mine. Gao Zu responded with an expression of calm indifference to Cui Ji's inquiries. The leader is yours? You think you deserve it? Lin Bale's fury erupted as he accused Gao Zu of harming a fellow member, violating the gang's code, and meriting severe punishment. Harm a fellow member? Huan Yo colluded with Zhang Xinyi to bring about my demise. Gao Zu replied without flinching. Brother Lo, would you merely wait for the blade to be drawn against your neck? Gao Zu remained unfazed. Such nonsense. Huan Yo has been loyal to our organization for many years. How could he possibly conspire with Zhang Xinyi? You fabricate lies without any credible justification. Fool. Lin Bale slammed the table, defending Huan Yo's honor. Yet, he was intrigued by how Gao Zu had come to know of this matter. Shall we invite Zhang Xinyi's members to confront this? Gao Zu's icy gaze bore into Lin Bale. Huan Yo was merely a pawn. The true mastermind is this old schemer. Enough. Even if Huan Yo was colluding with Zhang Xinyi, he is but a foot soldier. What is your status compared to his? Even if he must be punished, it is not your place to act as the enforcer. Do you not regard our organization? Deng Bo's voice, laden with age, reverberated like thunder, exuding overwhelming pressure. Indeed, Zu, you must provide us with an explanation. Cui Ji echoed Deng Bo's sentiment, pounding the table in indignation. If they did not suppress Gao Zu now, he would only become more unbridled. Meanwhile, others wished to support Gao Zu. However, with Deng Bo's clear stance, they hesitated to voice their opinions. In He Lianqing, Deng Bo was akin to a deity, and his words were tantamount to imperial edicts. Anyone who defied him would be ousted. They still desired a good life and would not jeopardize their futures for one Gao Zu. Even Didi and Chuan Bao fell silent after Deng Bo's declaration. In this world of chaos, life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility lie in the hands of providence. I, Gao Zu, am here to navigate this tumultuous world. What explanation do you seek? Gao Zu rose, casting a cold gaze upon the assembly. His anger was palpable. One by one, they clung to their accusations of him harming fellow members in their pursuit of power. At that moment, the entire conference room fell into a profound silence. No one had anticipated Gao Zu's attitude to be so assertive, transforming from a meek lamb into a fierce tiger. Had it been before, they might have disregarded him, but now he commanded 1,000 subordinates. His strength placed him among the top tiers of He Lianqing. Very well, everyone. Huan Yo's collusion with Zhang Xinyi warrants his demise. Zu has cleared the ranks for our organization. Furthermore, we are all individuals who live by the sword. Huan Yo sought to kill Gao Zu. Should Gao Zu simply present his neck for the blade? Is that not right, Cui Ji? Chuan Bao took a deep breath, and ultimately resolved to support Gao Zu. Chu Ji exchanged a glance with Deng Bo and gradually stated, "All right, Zu, since Huan Yo is dead, you shall oversee the business in the Yuanlong district. Work diligently. The organization will not shortchange you. However, upon becoming the leader, you must deliver results. U2's fee is 600,000 a month. You are more capable than him. So can you manage 2 million? Upon hearing this, Lin Bale reveled in schadenfreude. The 2 million membership fee was something only D could afford. The other leaders typically paid between 200,000 and 800,000. Chuanbao and others furrowed their brows, expressing their disapproval of Chu Ji's proposal. This was nothing short of a veiled attempt to undermine Gao Zu. If he failed to deliver later, he would face repercussions from the society, and perhaps even lose his position as a hall master. It was truly a treacherous situation. 2 million, it's nothing to worry about. Gao Zu readily agreed. While 2 million might seem substantial to others, it was a mere trifle for him. With Gao Zu's consent, many sighed in relief. Gao Zu might be the hall master of Lianxing for the shortest duration. Well, our society has gained another hall master. This is indeed a joyous occasion. Azu, let us celebrate tonight. Chu Ji continued. All right, I'll reserve the Peninsula Hotel. Gao Zu nodded, not declining. This was merely a customary practice in the underworld. By noon, Gao Zu returned to the Yuanlong district. He called Gui to inform him of the reservation at the Peninsula Hotel. Following that, he instructed his subordinates to spread the news of his ascension to hall master. This was also a prime opportunity for recruitment that could not be missed. Others might struggle to gather subordinates for various reasons: lack of character, strength, or financial resources. Conversely, some might hesitate to recruit too many, as they needed to provide their followers with lucrative opportunities. Even if they ventured into danger, they had to compensate for their appearance fees, not to mention settlement costs. Furthermore, the more subordinates one had, the greater the risk. Should any trouble arise beyond their capability, not only the subordinates, but even the leader could face dire consequences. However, Gao Zu was unfazed by such concerns. Those who roamed the streets adhered to the jungle law. There is a saying that goes, gold belts are earned through murder and arson. Building bridges and roads leave no corpses. Without enduring the trials of wind, frost, rain, and snow, how could one grow strong and prosperous? At that moment, Gao Zu's satellite phone rang. The caller was none other than the doctor. Chapter 21. A business worth 500 million. The Ascension Banquet. An encounter with death. A gentle voice emerged from the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Gao Zu? Indeed, it is I. Gao Zu replied. Greetings, doctor. My apologies for the disturbance, Mr. Gao, the doctor continued. Not at all. Gao Zu chuckled, the image of the doctor, a stunning beauty in a Chong Sam, immediately materializing in his mind. What brings you here, doctor? Mr. Gao, your merchandise is truly remarkable. It sold out almost instantly. The previous stock has been completely depleted on the international market, so I wish to place a larger order this time. I can offer 3,000 per A, with bullets to be negotiated separately. Do you have any stock available? The doctor stated her intentions directly. In truth, Gao Zu's it was extraordinarily exceptional. Anyone who handled it could immediately discern that it far surpassed anything available on the market. Furthermore, this batch was exclusive to Gao Zu, allowing for a significant price increase during sales. Of course, how many do you require? Gao Zu inquired without hesitation. The military factory produced swiftly, and with sufficient exchange points, it posed no issue. Let us start with 30,000 units. The doctor pondered momentarily before responding. Absolutely. In 15 days, you can send someone to Tsim Sha Sui to collect the goods. How does that sound? Gao Zu calculated and replied calmly. 30,000 A, at 3,000 each, represented a staggering 90 million, equivalent to 450 million Hong Kong dollars. Including the bullets, a profit of 500 million was well within reach, with a mere cost of 9 million. 15 days? Are you certain, Mr. Gao? The doctor exclaimed, incredulity evident in her tone. Such a quantity of arms consolidated in one nation cannot be produced without several months of accumulation. Moreover, I am well aware of the strict regulations against firearms in Hong Kong. You are manufacturing arms right under the eyes of the Hong Kong government? Quite unbelievable. The more she considered it, the more intrigued she became by Gao Zu. Rest assured, I will call you then. Gao Zu replied nonchalantly. What about the deposit? The doctor inquired promptly. 30 will suffice, Gao Zu answered. Mr. Gao, you are quite generous. I shall contact you within 3 days. With that, the doctor ended the call. Gao Zu then opened her storage space, where the military factory was bustling with activity. A quick inspection revealed that 3000 had already been stored. Without hesitation, she utilized the balance on her card to exchange for an additional 30,000 and some bullets, expending 10 million. It seemed as though all the profits from previous arms dealings had vanished in an instant. After such a prolonged period of hard work in the arms trade, it felt as if she had gained nothing. However, this was merely an illusion. Gao Zu was effectively engaged in a game of compounding profits. From an initial investment of 10 million to a staggering 90 million, the rate of profit was soaring at tenfold speed. It is often said that the arms trade yields swift fortunes, and indeed, this pace was not slow. Soon, Gao Zu would be a billionaire. That evening, at the Peninsula Hotel, the upper echelon of Lian Sheng gathered, though naturally, Deng Bo was absent. The old man feigned superiority. In his stead was Didi. As for why this young man was absent, Gao Zu had little interest in investigating, as they were likely to become bitter rivals in the future. During the banquet, guests engaged in extravagant feasting, while many merely pretended to celebrate. It was evident that Gao Zu had ascended to her position through her own merit, with minimal entanglements in others' interests. In fact, her rise to power might even jeopardize their own gains, resulting in a lukewarm reception from the attendees. The atmosphere lacked the jubilance typically associated with such ascension ceremonies. Nonetheless, Chuan Bao was exceptionally warm and welcoming. As the evening progressed, he raised a toast after another, referring to Gao Zu as brother and assuring her that she would not be shortchanged. His intentions were unmistakable. He sought to win her over. In the world of banquets, pretense is the norm, and Gao Zu neither accepted nor declined the overtures. She was well aware of Chuan Bao's cunning nature and would not be easily swayed by his flattering words. At midnight, the festivities concluded. See everyone off. Gao Zu instructed her subordinate, glancing at the inebriated Chuan Bao. Had it not been for her exceptional constitution, she would likely have succumbed to his excessive drinking. Exiting the Peninsula Hotel, Gao Zu had Gao Jin drive them back to the Kowloon Fishery Company. Zhuge, there's someone, Gao Jin remarked, accelerating while keeping an eye on the rearview mirror. Yes, I see them, Gao Zu replied, exhaling smoke calmly. Chuan Bao's overly exuberant demeanor that night had raised Gao Zu's suspicions. Let us take a detour to the mountains, Gao Zu ordered coldly. Before long, both parties engaged in a high-speed chase on the highway, a deadly game of cat and mouse. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached a desolate mountain road, an ideal location for nefarious deeds. What is happening? A man in a Santana car suddenly noticed that a vehicle had vanished from sight as he rounded a bend. Just as he realized this, a car appeared, blocking his path. By the time he reacted, it was too late. The brakes screeched, tires sparked, but he could not stop in time. The vehicle collided violently. When he regained consciousness, he found Gao Zu and Gao Jin staring at him coldly. As he attempted to draw his weapon, he realized he was trapped in the car, unable to move without excruciating pain. Brother, out so late? Come to hunt some wild game? Gao Zu exhaled a plume of smoke while fixating on the bloodied Ao, speaking languidly. Indeed, this individual is Ao, known colloquially as Brother Jiaqian. He is the prized emblem of the Haobang. If Lian Haolong is likened to a dual-flower red stick, then this young man can certainly be regarded as a red stick in his own right. However, my curiosity now piques regarding who has orchestrated Ao's actions. Ao, flustered, responded, "Ah no. I was just about to head home. Brother, could you please do me a favor? I am injured. Could you take me to the hospital?" He continued, "Rest assured, I will not let you down, though I currently lack cash on hand." Very well, but how does an ordinary person like you come to possess a firearm? Moreover, you have been following us this entire time. You must provide an explanation, or I shall send you off to peddle salted duck eggs. Gao Zu remarked, brandishing the large black star he had just retrieved from Ao with a hint of amusement. Ao, witnessing the situation, became increasingly anxious. "I will count to 3. If you do not speak, you shall die." Gao Zu chambered around in the large black star, pressing the muzzle against Ao's forehead, his voice icy and unyielding. Chapter 22. Hanging on to Ao. Farewell, Ling Qianer. Meeting the godfather of Hong Kong Island. Ao lamented, "Someone has sent me to kill you." This marked his first betrayal of his professional ethics, as well as his first failure. Without firing a single shot or swinging a single blade, he found a knife pressed against his neck, an incredibly frustrating predicament. "Who?" Gao Zu asked, shoving a cigarette into Ao's mouth. Concerned that this young man might bleed to death. Take a drag, gather your thoughts. Ao hesitated, taking a deep breath. In the world of assassins, nothing is more taboo than revealing the identity of the mastermind. Once exposed, not only would the client hunt him down, but his future prospects of taking on jobs would be bleak. The assassin's circle is small. Who would wish to collaborate with someone known for their lack of integrity? At that moment, Gao Zu's fist came crashing down, his voice tinged with anger. If you speak, you may survive, but if you remain silent, you will surely perish. Better to preserve your life than your wealth. You cannot take it with you when you go, right? Gao Zu understood that this individual had principles and needed a bit of persuasion. Lin Bale. Ao managed to utter the name with great difficulty. Indeed, no amount of dollars could justify risking one's life. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Gao Zu's eyes. Have you participated with Gu Huang from the number gang? Ao was momentarily taken aback. The fact that the other party knew his boss Gu Huang indicated that his identity was compromised, prompting him to instinctively ask, You know who I am? Answer my question. Gao Zu replied coldly. No. Ao blurted out. Gao Jin, take him down and bring him away. Gao Zu returned to the battered vehicle he had been occupying. Kowloon Fisheries Company. Ao, now bandaged and back in the lobby, couldn't help but inquire of Gao Zu. Brother Zu, if I kill Lin Bale, will you really give me 30 million? Is that for real? Indeed, but do you have the capability to accomplish that? Gao Zu scoffed, amused that Ao took him seriously. Truly, one who values money more than life has a certain intriguing quality. However, Ao lacked the necessary strength. Lin Bale, after all, was the master of Jordan, commanding over 2,000 subordinates, and if we include those merely on paper, the number would at least double. He was always cautious and rarely ventured out unless absolutely necessary. Ao found himself at a loss for words. Admittedly, he lacked the ability, and the risks were considerable. Do you desire 30 million? Gao Zu inquired. Yes. Ao's eyes nearly bulged at the sight of the cash laid out before him. He had never seen so much money in his life. Very well, I shall offer you an opportunity. You are the illustrious figure of the number gang. What is the point of being a mere assassin, earning $1 million or $2 million? Why not aim for something monumental? Gao Zu stated slowly. What should I do? Ao asked eagerly. Become my subordinate, and I will assist you in rising to power. In return, I need you to help me take control of the number gang. As a gesture of goodwill, you may take 5 million now. Gao Zu said nonchalantly. Su is indeed commendable, yet ultimately she is but a woman. One must be cautious of her subtle intentions. Gao Zu had his own plans for the number gang. His objective was straightforward. Once the time was ripe, he would seize the entire organization. The number gang controlled numerous docks and smuggling routes, making it a lucrative target worth the risk of preemptive action. All right. Ao did not refuse. Gao Zu's persuasion had indeed stirred his ambition. Being a leader would allow him to earn even more money. Moreover, this 5 million was an opportunity not to be missed. With Gao Zu's funding, he could expand his power. What could be more appealing? As for his agreement with Lin Bale, that was inconsequential. A mere 100,000 was hardly worth considering. The number gang prides itself on loyalty and righteousness. Do not allow yourselves to be devoured. Upon seeing Ao begin to collect the money, Gao Zu offered a reminder. Understood. Ao nodded and left with the cash. Gao Zu chuckled softly. Whether Ao would act or not was of little concern to him. He merely needed someone he could manipulate. Furthermore, he held no expectations that Ao and Su could eliminate Gu Huang. They lacked the ability, strength, and qualifications. By the way, Gao Jin, look into Lin Bale comprehensively. Gao Zu flicked off the ash from his cigarette, addressing Gao Jin. He had not forgotten the mastermind behind it all. It was time to find an opportunity to eliminate this cunning adversary. Cunning? We shall see who outsmarts whom. All right. Gao Jin nodded and departed the lobby. The following day, the news of Gao Zu's ascension and the alliance with the leader of Lianxing startled the entire underworld. The speed of his rise was astonishing, yet upon learning the details, it became less surprising. He was not only capable, but also had a significant number of subordinates. Becoming a leader was hardly remarkable. Simultaneously, Gao Zu seized this opportunity to recruit another 400 followers, further expanding his ranks. The consecutive recruitment efforts drew the attention of law enforcement. To avoid direct confrontation with Gao Zu, the upper echelon of the foreign police ultimately decided to send Ling Qianer, as a woman, to negotiate with him. Soon, Ling Qianer arrived at Kowloon Fisheries, and she came alone. Isn't this the flower of the West Kowloon Police Station? What brings you to my humble company today? Upon seeing Ling Qian'er, Gao Zu stepped forward, scrutinizing her from head to toe. It must be said, her figure was truly remarkable. Even casual wear could not conceal her beauty. Moreover, he noted Ling Qian'er's affection value had soared to 50. Gao Zu was taken aback. What was happening with this woman? Or was the goddess card simply too powerful? Gao Zu, what are your intentions? In just a few days, you've amassed so many followers? Aren't you afraid of going to prison? Ling Qian'er spoke with a frosty tone, appearing strong yet possessing an underlying softness in her voice. Indeed, since that fateful evening, she has experienced sleepless nights, struggling to find rest for several days. Her focus on the case has waned, no longer exhibiting the previous decisiveness she was known for. The root of her turmoil lies in the person before her. The image of Gao Zu lingers incessantly in her mind. She admits to having developed feelings for him. Yet she is acutely aware of her role as a police officer, while Gao Zu is but a lowly figure. They exist in entirely different realms, rendering any possibility of connection utterly implausible. Fear not, Gao Zu said with a subtle smile. Come sit. After such arduous work, allow yourself a cup of tea. Ling Qian'er initially intended to refuse, but unexpectedly, she found herself yielding to Gao Zu's gentle insistence. Before long, he won her over with his charm and reason. Ling Qian'er had come to confront him, to issue a warning, yet his demeanor left her momentarily speechless. Before departing, she offered a symbolic warning. You have been designated a person of interest by the police department. I hope you will conduct yourself accordingly. With that, she swiftly exited, or rather, fled, as her heart raced in her chest. A person of interest? Gao Zu raised an eyebrow. Bemused by the gravity of the label, he mused quietly, questioning whether he had truly committed any heinous acts. Had he not merely taken on a few underlings? Truly, it seemed an overreaction. Later that evening, a group of uninvited guests arrived at Jilong Fisheries. The Ni family had come, the most powerful faction in Simsha Sui. Recently, the head of the Ni family had passed away. According to Gao Zu's intel, the scion, Ni Yongxiao, had returned. Ni Yongxiao exuded the aura of a godfather, yet his greatest flaw lay in his excessive devotion to family. Had he been more ruthless, his fate might have been different. Among the visitors was a short, plump man whom Gao Zu recognized, Han Shun, the ultimate beneficiary in the Infernal Affairs saga. Mr. Gao, Mr. and I request your presence at Dingy seafood restaurant, Han Shun stated directly upon meeting Gao Zu. Is it Ni Yongxiao? Gao Zu inquired. Aware of the two sons in the Ni family, with Ni Yongxiao being the younger. In this world where narratives intertwine, one could not assume the plot would unfold as expected. Caution was warranted. Indeed, no conflict had yet arisen between him and the Ni family. However, in a realm where profit reigns and lives are deemed expendable, one must remain vigilant. Exactly, Han Shun nodded. Lead the way. Gao Zu extinguished his cigarette, rising to follow Han Shun, stepping forth with purpose. In Simsha Sui, only two powers prevailed, himself and the Ni family. Two tigers cannot share the same mountain. Thus it was imperative to maintain a balance to avert conflict. A meeting with Ni Yongxiao was essential for negotiation. At Dingy seafood restaurant, Gao Zu arrived accompanied by Gao Jin and 10 of his elite soldiers. Mr. Ni, the guest has arrived, Han Shun announced as he approached Ni Yongxiao. Indeed. Ni Yongxiao adjusted his glasses and turned his gaze to Gao Zu, who was approaching with an air of composure and poise that caught Ni Yongxiao's attention. The depth of Gao Zu's gaze and his striking appearance evoked a sense of admiration, even amongst men. He exuded neither the arrogance of youth nor the coldness of middle age, nor the silence of old age. This was a figure unlike anything Ni Yongxiao had anticipated. He was pleasantly surprised to discover such talent in Hong Kong. Soon, they sat face to face, locking eyes. Ni Yongxiao poured 2 glasses of San Miguel beer, pushing one toward Gao Zu. Please. Gao Zu raised his glass and drank it down. Not bad, he exclaimed, laughing heartily. Aren't you afraid I might poison it? Seeing Gao Zu's candidness, Ni Yongxiao adjusted his glasses and drank his own glass in kind. Chapter 23 Meeting with Ni Yongxiao. The old ghost ship owner encounters the water police, but fear is a word that does not exist in my ancestors' dictionary. He placed his wine cup down and spoke casually, then shifted the subject. Furthermore, I believe in your character. Upon hearing this, Ni Yongxiao smiled ambiguously. At this moment, he found conversing with the ancestor quite intriguing, the person even more so. Come, savor the meat skewers from this barbecue shop. They are quite delightful. Ni Yongxiao handed a skewer of beef to the ancestor, then muttered to himself, My father often came here to eat. He told me this place has a good flavor. What a pity my father has passed away. However, he once said that mingling in this world would eventually come at a cost. Mr. Gao, what do you think? My condolences. The ancestor offered a cigarette, then lit it for himself, taking a deep puff to subtly assert his stance. Your father's death has nothing to do with me. However, the day the crown prince died coincided with the day my father passed away. Isn't that quite a coincidence? Yongxiao exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze on the ancestor shifting slightly. The bustling world is driven by profit, all for the sake of gain. I have no connection with the Ni family or your father. Back then, I was merely a nobody. If it were today, I would indeed be willing to confront your father, who is truly the king of Tsim Sha Sui. The ancestor remarked casually. Fair enough. With that, Yongxiao chose not to pursue the matter further. An investigation will eventually reveal the truth. However, the arrogance displayed by the ancestor still irked him. He did not believe the ancestor had the qualifications to engage with the Ni family. But, not at this moment. For now, his priority was to secure his position within the Ni family. Han Shun, you all step outside. I wish to have a candid discussion with Mr. Gao. Yongxiao glanced around at the others, speaking with a calm demeanor. Mr. Ni. Han Shun immediately became anxious. The ancestor is the one who dismantled the crown prince of Hongxing. You, as a doctor, are hardly a match for him. Leave. Yongxiao remained unfazed, his tone cold. Observing this, the ancestor gestured for Gao Jin and the others to exit. Only then did Han Shun lead his group away. Well, now it is just the two of us. We can drink to our heart's content. Yongxiao flicked the ash from his cigarette, looking at the ancestor. Speak your mind. The ancestor was not in the mood for idle chit-chat. All right. I need to resolve internal family matters and uncover the identity of my father's murderer. I hope you will not interfere. Yongxiao expressed the purpose of inviting the ancestor. Currently, the Ni family faced internal strife, and the external threat was naturally the ancestor. To ensure stability within, one must address external threats. Well, I would like to extend my congratulations in advance, the head of the Ni family. The ancestor understood the young man's intent and readily agreed. Besides, he harbored no ambitions toward the Ni family at present. Moreover, even if he did, it would be wise to wait until the Ni family was embroiled in chaos and a few hall masters had fallen before making a move. Ha! Yongxiao chuckled lightly, surprised that the other had discerned his thoughts so quickly. I look forward to collaborating with you in the future. Yongxiao fixed his gaze intently on the ancestor, speaking earnestly. It was evident that he had thoroughly investigated the ancestor's background. The ancestor was principled in his dealings, never resorting to theft or illicit activities. His commitment to clean business practices earned Yongxiao's admiration. After all, he had studied abroad, and his personal experiences and insights were incomparable to those of the lowly figures in Hong Kong. He understood deeply that no matter how formidable a criminal leader may be, they could never cleanse their hands of the filth. Death is merely a matter of time. The path of the underworld is a dark road that can never be traversed successfully. Only through honest business can one achieve longevity. I share your anticipation. The ancestor rose, casting a brief glance at Yongxiao, a slight smile gracing his lips. I wish you good fortune. Although neither party displayed their true positions openly, at the very least, there would be no conflict between them in the near term. As he observed the ancestor's departing figure, Yongxiao revealed a long-lost smile. It is simple to converse with those who understand. Meanwhile, not far from Hong Kong, on the open sea, the old ghost ship owner and his crew were navigating smoothly when they unexpectedly encountered a group of pirates blocking their path. These pirates were also piloting 3 large speedboats. The old ghost ship owner immediately announced his identity over the loudspeaker and inquired about their intentions. As a seasoned mariner, he naturally had some clout. However, the pirates did not respond and swiftly fled in their speedboats. Witnessing this, the old ghost ship owner breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were merely a group of unremarkable pirates who fled upon hearing his name. Well, the crisis is averted. Let us proceed. The old ghost ship owner confidently addressed his crew. Wait, there is something amiss. Tony Jia approached the old ghost ship owner, gazing at the calm water ahead, and calmly stated. He had already heard sounds beyond the visual realm, the faint roar of engines. Come on, kid. My reputation is well established. It is only normal for them to run away. Do not be paranoid. The old ghost ship owner turned back, glaring at Tony Jia with dissatisfaction. Navigating the treacherous waters is already a daunting and monotonous task. Why spread negativity among the crew? Besides, to contradict him in front of everyone was unacceptable. If this kid were not connected to the ancestor, he would have slapped him by now. Prepare for battle. Hearing the roar grow louder, Tony Jia ignored the old ghost ship owner and shouted to the crew. He then took control of one of the speedboats himself. You. The old ghost ship owner was infuriated. At that moment, 10 police boats suddenly emerged from the nearby waters, their intense and blinding lights shining down. The anger on the old ghost ship owner's face vanished, his pupils constricting sharply. How could the water police appear here? He had made arrangements for the waterways tonight. Could it be? He had no time to ponder further and immediately alerted the crew. There are water police. Everyone be cautious. He quickly returned to the cockpit. The police boats, also known as high-speed interceptors, with the model name Water Police M-type speedboats, can exceed speeds of 50 knots and are equipped with radar and infrared night vision devices, specifically designed for apprehending smuggling vessels. They are far more formidable than the 3 speedboats that appeared earlier. We are the Hongdao Water Police, patrolling the waters of Hongdao. You have intruded without prior notification. We demand that you immediately extinguish your engines and step onto the deck for inspection. Otherwise, it will be regarded as an act of aggression, and we shall spare no effort in our response. The Hongdao Water Police issued a warning without delay. The yacht owned by the old ghost captain and his crew was quite luxurious, not resembling that of smugglers, which is why they were treated with such courtesy. Check them, Tony Jia bellowed. Launching a tank missile without hesitation, followed by a barrage from the 60mm machine guns aimed at the water police vessel. Their mission was to transport red wine, partly in exchange for U.S. dollars, and the rest in gold and several cases of Rolex watches. If the water police were to conduct an inspection, it would spell certain doom. Aware of the gravity of the situation, the old ghost captain joined in the assault. Let's go. Chapter 24. A fierce battle on the sea. Missiles strike the ghosts. The Yuan monkeys engage in a black market fray. Missiles. Yes, missiles. A heartfelt thanks. Damn it. A bunch of lunatics. Retreat immediately. Retreat. The head of the water police, upon witnessing missiles suddenly soaring from the deck of the great ship, felt an overwhelming surge of fear and trembled as he issued the order to retreat. In the next instant, the lead water police vessel was caught off guard and struck directly by an anti-tank missile, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The missile hit its target, igniting a shower of sparks, and accompanied by a violent blast, the water police vessel sank beneath the waves, smoke billowing upward. At the same time, 10 enhanced great ships engaged in a brutal skirmish with the remaining 9 water police vessels under the cover of night. The scene was exceedingly intense. The distance between the two sides was merely a few hundred meters, and the firepower was extraordinarily fierce. The bullets fired by the water police vessels left no mark on the great ships, and the speed of the water police vessels was insufficient to even graze the great ship piloted by Tony Jia. Conversely, the bullets from the great ships pierced through the hulls of the water police vessels effortlessly. Although both sides were equipped with radar detection devices, the enhanced great ships, constructed with carbon fiber hulls, possessed a degree of stealth capability, showcasing their superiority in the darkness of night. In this moment, the foreign water police found themselves at a disadvantage. By my word, the old ghost ship captain, witnessing a water police vessel being obliterated by his own bullets, felt a sense of numbness wash over him. This was far too formidable to be compared with an ordinary great ship. In the exchange of gunfire, numerous foreign water police officers fell, and vessel after vessel sank. Ah, damn squid, I want you dead. The foreign commander, seeing his comrades perish, took the helm himself and rammed his water police vessel directly towards Tony Jia's great ship. Is it time to perish together? Do you think you are worthy? Upon witnessing this scene, Tony Jia swiftly pulled back the steering wheel, causing the entire great ship to execute a 360-degree spin upon the water's surface. Simultaneously, the radar on the screen had locked onto the approaching water police vessel. Die. Tony Jia's expression was cold, with a hint of madness in his eyes as he unleashed the last anti-tank missile from the great ship. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The anti-tank missile shot forth from its chamber, its red tail flame evaporating the darkness, and within mere seconds, it struck the water police vessel. Bang, 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 bang. Damn squid. The foreign commander was engulfed in flames, yet he still managed to curse. At the same time, the old ghost ship captain caught up with a fleeing water police vessel. Like Tony Jia, he too launched an anti-tank missile. Ah, ha ha ha, what a thrill, what a delight. The old ghost ship captain roared with laughter upon witnessing the water police vessel he had sunk with a single missile. He had navigated the high seas for many years, appearing prosperous, yet feeling quite constrained. He had lost count of how many times he had been intercepted by the water police. At this moment, he felt a sense of vengeance fulfilled. As the flames extinguished on the surface of the sea, thick smoke rising from the waters, the group accelerated away without a backward glance, ensuring that none survived. Each water police vessel could accommodate 3 crew members, totaling 30 foreign officers across 10 vessels. If the port authorities were to discover this, they would surely face annihilation. In the Yuanlong district, Gao Zu arrived at the dock. Soon, he encountered the old ghost ship captain and Tony Jia. Has something happened? Noticing the machine guns firing port filled with spent shells, Gao Zu furrowed his brows and inquired. We encountered a bit of trouble, but it's nothing serious. The old ghost ship captain replied with a smile, though internally he still felt a twinge of fear. How did the transaction go? Gao Zu fixed his gaze on the old ghost ship captain and continued to inquire. No problem, all is well. 40 million in cash, along with valuables worth 5 million in gold. Moreover, I also brought back 60 boxes of Rolex watches. This trip to Yunnan has been incredibly profitable. The old ghost ship captain excitedly exclaimed as he lit a cigarette. This was his largest smuggling operation to date, and indeed the most thrilling and exhilarating. In the past, he could only flee from water police vessels, often risking being shot, and even when luck was on his side, he could not escape imprisonment. But this time, he had directly taken down 10 water police vessels and eliminated 30 foreign officers. TSK. This was a tale he could boast about for a lifetime. Old ghost, well done. I will grant you 5 million for this. By the way, let us split the Rolex watches 55 to you. How does that sound? Gao Zu said, patting the old ghost ship captain on the shoulder. No problem. The old ghost ship captain replied with a grin. One must admit, this young man before him was quite generous. A single trip yielding 5 million. This was simply delightful. Old ghost, take a few days to rest. I have already prepared the liquor. Later, I will need you to make a trip to the kingdom of Siam. Gao Zu exhaled smoke, watching as box after box of Rolex watches were unloaded onto the shore. He knew the Yunnan monkeys were untrustworthy. If it weren't for the lack of market for his liquor, he would have preferred not to collaborate with them. Now that he had met the doctor, he could fully utilize her network to expand his liquor smuggling enterprise. Excellent. The old ghost ship captain eagerly agreed. At this moment, he preferred to associate with Gao Zu rather than conduct business on his own. By the way, we just encountered the water police, 10 water police vessels, and, in self-defense, we retaliated and sank them all. The old ghost ship captain recounted the previous encounter in detail. I must say, those 10 speedboats of yours are truly formidable. Could you sell me one? The old ghost ship captain couldn't help but express his admiration. Had he possessed such impressive vessels earlier, he wouldn't have lost so many subordinates and might have already achieved wealth. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu nodded calmly. How should I put it? This was entirely within his expectations. Facing his enhanced great ship, not only the water police vessels, but even the patrol ships of the port authorities posed no threat. He even had the capability to engage in a mutually assured destruction scenario with destroyers. Engaging an equal number of water police vessels was, as the saying goes, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Selling one is not out of the question. However, as long as you perform well and diligently follow my lead, gifting you one is certainly feasible, Gao Zu stated, gazing at the old ghost ship captain. He indeed has numerous individuals responsible for smuggling beneath him, yet in comparison to the old ghost ship owner, they lack both experience and connections. If he could recruit the old ghost ship owner, it would alleviate his troubles. Ha ha ha, just for that remark, old ghost, I am committed to following you. The old ghost ship owner instantly beamed with joy, as it resonated perfectly with his desires. By the way, regarding the 3 large vessels you mentioned earlier, did you discern whose they were? Gao Zu continued. According to the old ghost, he had already established connections within the water police, and tonight's smuggling operation should proceed without issue. Yet, problems still arose. Before being intercepted by the water police, 3 large vessels had appeared. It was evident that the opposing party had deliberately lured the water police to intercept the old ghost ship owner and his crew. No, it was too dark. I couldn't see who they belonged to. Moreover, fearing to attract the attention of the water police, I dared not turn on the lights, the old ghost ship owner lamented. Brother Zu, among those 3 large vessels, I caught sight of a man with a rugged appearance. At that moment, the previously silent Tony Jaa immediately began to describe a man's visage. Upon hearing this, the old ghost ship owner's pupils constricted sharply, staring incredulously at Tony Jaa. He was astonished by Tony Jaa's keen perception, amazed that he could detect the water police's ship in advance, and even see the individuals aboard the large vessels in the darkness. Are you some sort of all-seeing entity? However, this was not the time to be astonished by Tony Jaa. His description evoked memories of a troublesome adversary. The person you described seems to be a Jaa, one of the three brothers of the Yuan gang. Old Ghost, it appears your buyer intends to engage in a black market scheme. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu chuckled softly, patting the old ghost ship owner's shoulder. It is already quite apparent. The Yuan buyer colluded with individuals from the Yuan gang. Not only did they take the red wine, but they also wish for the Yuan gang to reclaim their capital. There is no sense of integrity or principle whatsoever. Indeed, the Yuan monkeys are utterly untrustworthy. Alas, I was careless. This motley crew. Prompted by Gao Zu's remarks, the old ghost ship owner could not help but curse vehemently. Had it not been for Gao Zu's formidable large vessel, this time would have truly resulted in a complete loss. Enough of this trivial talk, old ghost. You must immediately utilize your connections to ascertain the whereabouts of these three men. Tonight, I intend to launch an assault on the Yuan gang. Upon witnessing the old ghost clamoring to settle accounts with the Yuan gang, Gao Zu promptly interjected. Only you, old ghost, would dare venture forth. I fear you may not return. The three brothers of the Yuan gang are notorious for their ruthlessness, and their subordinates are a band of desperate rogues. Attempting to reason with them solely with words will not suffice. One must rely on strength. The truth is the ultimate reality. Very well. The old ghost ship owner offered an awkward smile. He had merely been speaking out of turn. The prospect of confronting the Yuan gang genuinely unnerved him. However, Gao Zu's declarations instilled a sense of dread within him. An assault on the Yuan gang? You truly possess a grandiose tongue and boundless audacity. The Yuan gang is a force even the police dare not confront. You. Nevertheless, he refrained from elaborating further. He then retrieved his mobile phone and began making calls. Gao Zu discarded his cigarette, and departed from the dock. Given the substantial losses incurred by the Port Authority's water police, a scapegoat must be found. This time, let the Yuan gang reap the consequences. They cannot escape retribution. Moreover, these three brothers frequently engage in dealings where they consume the resources of their superiors, accumulating considerable wealth. Yet, what he was more concerned about was whether these three rascals had indeed taken Ashan's goods. If they had, Gao Zu would swallow it whole, leading to immense wealth and a bountiful gain. The Yuan gang still possessed numerous vessels. Wouldn't it be delightful to seize them for his own use? Thus, for reasons both personal and professional, it is imperative to take down the Yuan gang tonight. Chapter 25 Confrontation with the Tony Brothers. In the Grand Hall of Julong Fisheries, Gao Zu was leisurely sipping tea. Soon, Lao Gue entered the scene. After extensive inquiries, he had gathered information about the three individuals and promptly reported it to Gao Zu. At the same time, he noticed a row of A's on the ground nearby, leaving him in shock. No way, are you serious? With so many A's, they could confront a police station head-on. Are they truly planning to annihilate the Yuan gang? Meanwhile, Gao Jin, Li Wang, and others arrived. Each armed with a weapon, they declared, "Tonight, we shall eradicate the Yuan gang. Not a single one shall be spared," Gao Zu said, gazing at the crowd with indifference. "Yes, Brother Zu," Gao Jin and the others responded in unison. On the other side, a Jia disembarked from the boat and approached a public telephone booth, making a call. "Tony, it failed. That Lao Gue fellow somehow acquired a ship with formidable firepower. The water police were completely wiped out. You guys didn't expose yourselves, did you?" Tony's voice crackled from the receiver. "No. It was pitch dark, and we were quite far away," Ajah confidently explained. "All right, I understand. Hurry back." He then hung up the phone. "Let us go, brothers, you've all worked hard. Tonight, I'll treat you to some fun." Ajah stepped out of the booth, addressing his 8 subordinates. Going back. After a failed operation, his mood was decidedly sour. He needed some entertainment. As for Tony's words, he dismissed them entirely. "I am the boss. Jia Gu, so magnanimous." The younger brothers chorused. The earlier skirmish with the water police had been quite exhilarating, and now they wanted to unwind with some ladies, as that was the only remedy for their woes. Beautiful women with alluring figures. As time ticked by, Tony, noticing Ajah had yet to return, dialed his subordinate's number. Learning they were all at a nightclub, he felt a surge of anger. Second brother, if Zhago wants to play, let him. It's nothing serious. Ahu, with a robust physique, spoke hesitantly, puffing smoke as he addressed Tony's icy gaze. I have a bad feeling. Something will go wrong tonight. Tony cast a sidelong glance at Ahu. A few days ago, after receiving Ashan's goods, he had planned to flee, but an old acquaintance from Yuanan had introduced him to a lucrative deal worth 45 million. He had intended to finish off Lao Gui and leave Hong Kong Island completely tonight. Little did he expect to fail. Moreover, the situation had escalated to such proportions. 10 police boats had been annihilated. The smuggling circle on the entire Hong Kong Island would undoubtedly become a target for police scrutiny. The Yuanan gang, being one of the top players in the smuggling industry, would certainly be implicated. The police had been keeping a close watch on them. He did not wish for complications at this juncture. No, we cannot wait any longer. Ahu, you must immediately go to the nightclub and bring Ajah back. We're leaving tonight. Let us meet at the Tsim Sha Sui Pier. The more Tony pondered, the more uneasy he felt, and he spoke decisively. All right. Seeing Tony's seriousness, Ahu did not hesitate and departed immediately. Hua Sheng, grab your gear. We're heading out together. Tony stood up, glancing at Hua Sheng before striding out. Hua Sheng frowned, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. After all, as an undercover police officer, he could not possibly accompany his brothers to Yuanan. However, to avoid arousing Tony's suspicion, he hastily followed. At the nightclub, Ajah and his subordinates were wildly dancing with various beautiful women, their outfits stuffed with cash. Several boxes of Remy Martin XO littered the table. It was all about extravagance and wealth. Ajah was truly the king of the dance floor, like someone under the influence of ecstasy. He danced alone while holding a bottle of liquor. What a delight. This kid truly has a taste for enjoyment. Not far away, Gao Zu, Gao Jin, and Lao Gui, the shipowner, arrived and immediately spotted the ostentatious Ajah. That kid is just like that? I've dealt with him before. He has a notorious temper. Lao Gui, sniffing, remarked. Just then, a phone rang. After listening, Lao Gui hung up and relayed the message to Gao Zu. Ahu is almost here. Tony is rushing to Causeway Bay with a subordinate. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu squinted, realizing Tony was trying to flee. However, this was precisely the opportunity for a black-on-black operation. He then casually found a place to sit, observing the surrounding beauties dancing with youthful vigor. It is indeed these venues that provide such richness in experience. In Causeway Bay, within a residential complex, Tony and Hua Sheng exerted considerable effort to finally load the cash into the car. Hua Sheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, suddenly struck with an idea. Brother Tony, I forgot to lock the door. I'll go do that. All right, hurry. Leaning against the car, Tony exhaled smoke, nodding slightly, his gaze chillingly cold. In other words, they are about to flee, and you still want to lock the door? All right. Hua Sheng immediately rushed upstairs, arriving at the door of the room. Seizing this opportunity, he pulled out his phone to contact his superior. Ma Jun. Hello, this is Hua Sheng. Send someone to Tsim Sha Sui Pier immediately. They are about to escape. Hurry, hurry. Hua Sheng urged, hurriedly hanging up the phone. When he turned around, he found Tony staring at him with a smirk. Hua Sheng swallowed hard. Brother Tony, I knew you were up to something, but I didn't think you were actually a cop. A smile crept upon Tony's lips as he drew out a silenced pistol from his waist. Thank you for diverting the police's attention. Upon hearing this, Hua Sheng realized his cover was blown, his expression hardened. Just as he prepared to jump out the window, bullets flew in, incapacitating him instantly. Tony stepped forward, placing his foot on Hua Sheng's chest. Looking down at him, the one thing I despise most in my life is the police. You can't escape. Hua Sheng spat blood, defiantly retorting. Stubborn until the end. Tony smirked coldly and raised his weapon. Bang! A bullet pierced Hua Sheng's forehead. Subsequently, Tony dialed Ahu's number. Hua Sheng is a cop. You must bring Ajah to Causeway Bay Pier immediately. Upon finishing his words, Tua and I swiftly vacated the scene. Simultaneously, Ahu had arrived at the nightclub and encountered the inebriated Ajah, approaching him with the intention of escorting him away. Oblivious to Ahu's intentions, the drunken Ajah shoved him aside, glaring furiously. Ahu, what the hell do you mean? Zhago, there are too many eyes here. Let us speak outside. Despite Ahu's lack of foresight, he understood that he could not openly disclose their intention to flee in such a crowded environment. Damn it. I finally managed to come out to have some fun, yet you keep calling me back. Ajah slurred, his face flushed with anger. As the eldest of the Yuan Nan trio, He was supposed to be in charge, yet decisions were always made by the second brother, Tuo, which had long irked him. Though he had kept his discontent to himself. Bang! Observing Jia Ji's obstinate and unreasonable behavior, Ahu landed a punch, subtly urging, Jia Gu, come to your senses, it is time to leave. You dare strike me. Enraged, Jia was about to retaliate, but upon hearing the phrase it is time to leave, his expression shifted, and he immediately lowered his fist, turning to his subordinates. You all continue to enjoy yourselves. Ahu and I will step outside for a moment. With that, the two exited. Follow closely. Gao Zu discarded Gao Shiba and, accompanied by Gao Jin, the old ghost captain departed. Soon, the trio trailed behind Jia and his companion to the Tong Luo Wan Pier. No one followed us, right? Upon seeing Jia, Tuo and I descended from a decrepit vessel, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Tuo and I, rest assured, all is well. Jia replied with a smile. By the way, where is Huasheng? Are we not bringing him along? Tuo and I held a high regard for him due to his capability and courage, having earned his trust. That lad is with the police. Had it not been for the second brother's caution, we would have been surrounded by officers by now. Ahu remarked dismissively. Jia Gu, Ahu, we three brothers are family. Outsiders cannot be trusted. Tuo and I said, placing a reassuring hand on both their shoulders, before adding, let us proceed. Our vessel will arrive shortly. Just then, Gao Zu and Gao Jin emerged from the underbrush, unleashing a hail of gunfire. Intruders. Ahu, positioned with his back to Tuo and I and Jia, sensed the unfolding chaos and immediately exerted his strength to push the two toward the vehicle. He intended to charge forward like a valiant hero, yet was met with a barrage of bullets that mercilessly repelled him. Subsequently, Gao Zu executed a precise shot, striking Ahu in the forehead. As his body fell backward, it crashed heavily onto the sandy ground, blood staining the earth. A heroic sacrifice. Upon witnessing this, Jia's intoxication evaporated, replaced by sorrow as he gazed upon Ahu's lifeless form. Anger surged within Jia, and he brandished the Dahei Xing, ready to retaliate. But was restrained by Tuo and I. Jia Gu, their firepower is overwhelming. Do not act rashly. He too was engulfed by fury and confusion, as the firepower was clearly not from the police. Their plans for the evening had been meticulously arranged. How could they be ambushed in such a manner? What was truly happening? Time ticked by, with bullets raining down incessantly. Tuo and I and Jia dared not reveal themselves. Clang, clang, clang. In the night, the only sounds were the collision of bullets against the vehicle. The car was nearing its breaking point, at imminent risk of being blown apart. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Tuo and I gritted his teeth, seized the Dahei Xing from Jia's grasp, and hurled it away in a gesture of surrender. Upon witnessing this, Gao Zu, brandishing his firearm, smiled and signaled Gao Jin to cease firing. Tuo and I, we are under Shan Ji's command. We have come to inquire about your cargo. Raise your hands and step out. Chapter 26. The Bloodbath at Yunnan Gang. Establishing the Triune Jiulong Group. Setting sights on Jiulong Warehouse. Tony and Asia exchanged glances. At that moment, although both were displeased, they had no choice. Following Gao Zu's instructions, they exited the vehicle and approached the lifeless body of Ahu. As for Ashan, where is he? How dare he kill my brother? Are you out of your minds? Tony glared at Gao Zu and Gao Jin, his voice icy with reproach. Brother Shan is too busy to deal with you. What about his payment? You haven't swallowed it, have you? Gao Zu was not in the mood to engage in trivial banter with these two young men, so he cut straight to the point. The seas are turbulent, and the goods have yet to reach Yunnan. We must wait a few more days. When the time comes, it will naturally be delivered to Brother Shan. Tony replied curtly. As long as the other party was not involved in a black market feud and did not harbor animosity, things could be handled easily. With 80 million worth of goods as leverage, he was certain they would not dare to harm either of them. Damn it. Is it always either a storm or rain when I ask you to deliver the goods? It has been several months. You say you are delivering to the moon? Gao Zu feigned a look of frustration. Brother, let us not speak hastily. The risks at sea are significant. It's normal for delays. Go back and inform Ashan that I will settle the payment within 3 days. Tony pretended to remain calm. No need for that. Isn't it all on the ship? At that moment, from the dilapidated vessel, Lao Gue emerged, carrying several bulging duffel bags. Damn it, you are toying with me. Upon seeing Lao Gue, Tony immediately realized that Gao Zu and his companion were not Ashan's men. Toy with you? Tony, I haven't even settled the score for last night yet. You thought you could use the water police to eliminate me and then turn on each other? Did you not expect that I not only dealt with the water police, but also made it here? Ha. Lao Gui, holding a large black star, leaped onto the sand, articulating each word. You tried to steal a chicken, but lost the rice. How pitiful. There is a saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, while I, the yellow sparrow, am watching you. Lao Gui's words pierced the hearts of the two men like silver needles, igniting their fury. This truly was a futile endeavor. As gunfire erupted, blood stained the sand, and the two fell. The combat prowess of Tony and his brothers was formidable. Yet all three were fiercely independent, making their chances of submission less than one. Thus Gao Zu showed no mercy. Lao Gui, I leave their bodies to you. Make sure to clean up well. After saying this, Gao Zu and Gao Jin headed toward the cabin, departing with bundles of cash. Simultaneously, at the lair of Yunnan gang, Li Wang led over 30 ghost shadow soldiers and charged in, unleashing a massacre. The next morning, at Causeway Bay, a group of unexpected guests arrived at the police station. Observing their attire, it was evident that, in addition to their superior, there were members of the water police among them. Chun Guozhong and Ma Jun were summoned to the office, where they were met with a barrage of scolding from a group of foreigners. Last night, the Yunnan gang was bloodily wiped out. What can you say besides that it is under investigation? How do you expect us to explain this to our superiors? How do we account for it to the press? Damn it. Their superior picked up an ashtray, nearly hurling it at Ma Jun and Chun Guozhong's heads. While we do not have evidence linking the Yunnan gang to last night's killings of the water police, I believe we can place the blame squarely on the Yunnan gang. The eradication of the Yunnan gang can be viewed as our accomplishment. Chun Guozhong, proving himself as the intellectual force, quickly connected the two incidents. His idea benefited all parties involved. Ultimately, the Yunnan gang would bear the brunt of the blame. Good idea. After a moment of contemplation, the water police chief nodded in agreement, genuinely stating, protecting our interests and securing our jobs far outweighs the importance of justice. Seeing the chief's agreement, the superior in a white uniform concurred. In truth, they had all been thinking along the same lines. However, in their high positions, they could not openly express it. Chun Guozhong clearly understood them. Go ahead and handle this matter beautifully. The police station's efficiency was remarkable, quickly placing the blame on the Yunnan gang and announcing the capture of the three brothers, receiving unanimous praise from the citizens of Hong Kong. Upon seeing this news, Gao Zu merely smiled faintly. Just as he had anticipated, the foreigner's shamelessness was unchangeable, and this blame was firmly placed on the Yunnan gang. With the three brothers deceased, they would never have the chance to turn the tables. Ultimately, the beneficiary was, of course, Gao Zu himself, who tallied the earnings from the previous night, a staggering sum exceeding 1 billion. Truly, the notorious Yunnan gang possessed substantial assets. However, this did not imply that Gao Zu was satisfied. The Yunnan gang controlled various maritime businesses in Causeway Bay, including several large vessels and a cargo ship. Moreover, the territories of the Yunnan gang were ripe for the taking. Yet, Gao Zu refrained from acting for the time being. After all, such a substantial piece of meat attracted the attention of other factions. He would wait for these groups to engage in a dogfight to determine the ultimate victor before making his move. The spoils he claimed could not be devoured by others. Whoever ate it would have to spit it out. Now, Gao Zu had men, ships, and financial resources. It was time to elevate Jiulong fisheries to greater heights. Otherwise, with over 1,000 subordinates, relying solely on the fisheries would lead to ruin. At noon, Gao Zu, under his personal name, applied at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce for a Triad joint venture company license in the name of the fisheries company. This directly encompassed the functions of fisheries, shipping, and maritime transport. Originally, with Gao Zu's capabilities, he was not qualified to apply for such a company license. However, as the old saying goes, money can make the devil push the millstone. The official, adopting a mindset of seizing the opportunity, processed the application for Gao Zu. In his view, Gao Zu was simply indulging in fanciful dreams. A fisheries company struggling to make ends meet, yet aspiring to venture into shipping and even maritime transport? You truly are a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Dreaming indeed. Unfazed by the staff's ridicule, Gao Zu remained indifferent. In his previous life as a diligent worker, he had encountered various forms of disdain and individuals. He had seen it all. Patience leads to great plans. Tom would bear witness. Having completed the business license, Gao Zu subsequently rented 3 floors in a skyscraper named Jiulong Dasha, located not far from the Tsim Sha Sui Pier. He proudly hung the grand sign of Jiulong Group. While the company was established, it still lacked accountants and staff. Naturally, he could only operate within the fishing industry at present, as he lacked the capability for shipping and maritime ventures. Such undertakings could only be managed by the wealthiest tycoon of Hong Kong Island, the shipping king. However, he was unhurried and would take his time. Before long, Gao Zu summoned a Gui to recruit some accountants, while he pondered how to secure the Tsim Sha Sui container terminal, steering Jiulong Group onto the right path. Based on the current business, it would take at least half a year, perhaps even longer. As the terminal scale was valued at no less than 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. It was indeed a daunting task. Furthermore, this was a property of one of the 4 major trading firms, Jardine Matheson. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Gao Zu. The Jiulong container terminal encompassed 3 major docks, Kwun Tong, North Point, and the Tsim Sha Sui terminal currently under his purview. If memory served him right, the shipping king and Jardine Matheson had engaged in a fierce struggle over the Jiulong terminal, culminating in the legendary Battle of Jiulong Terminal. If he could seize a share of this opportunity, particularly the Tsim Sha Sui terminal, it would be splendid. With this thought, Gao Zu smiled. At this juncture, only 2 months remained until the flames of conflict over Jiulong terminal ignited. Thus, it would be prudent for Gao Zu to enter the fray now, gradually acquiring Jiulong terminal stocks, so that when the shipping king, Li Jiaqing, resurfaced, Gao Zu could partake in the spoils. However, his current funds amounted to merely 160 million. Of course, the capital from the doctor had yet to be accounted for, and he would have to wait a few days for it to be deposited. Moreover, most of these funds were acquired through smuggling, rendering them illegitimate and unfit for public display. Otherwise, if discovered by the Hong Kong government, he could face severe consequences. To legitimize the illicit gains, he could either collaborate with the casinos in Macau for a swift conversion, albeit at a high cost, or partner with film companies or cinemas, which would be a slower process. By the time Jiulong Terminal concluded, he might not have anything to show for it. Just then, the figure of Yi Qiu appeared on television. Chapter 27 Yi Qiu, the Tycoon, laundering 600 million. Investment in Jiulong Warehouse. The enchanting Wang Fengyi. Yi Qiu? Gao Zu stroked his nose. Well, this lad has transformed remarkably, ascending to the pinnacle of distinguished entrepreneurs, affluent magnates, and philanthropists on Hong Kong Island. Moreover, he has launched a company with a market value exceeding 2 billion. Indeed, Yi Qiu's actions are impressively swift. However, Gao Zu can comprehend this. During his 8 years of imprisonment, Yi Qiu meticulously planned his path to redemption, even borrowing $40 million from the doctor, along with support from various industry brothers. Such accomplishments are not surprising. Gao Zu quickly conceived an idea. Once the transaction of $90 million with the doctor is completed, he would have Yi Qiu assist him in laundering the funds, and subsequently, he would invest in Jiulong Warehouse. Perfect. Utterly perfect. Soon, 10 days passed. The turf war in Causeway Bay's Yuan Nam gang reached a conclusion. After fierce competition, it was ultimately secured by Chun Haonan, under the command of the formidable Hong Xing concurrently. During this 10-day span, Gao Zu and the doctor expedited their arms trade. The doctor advanced the $90 million to Gao Zu. He dispatched 30,000 A-grade weapons in batches. Furthermore, Gao Zu requested the doctor to connect him with liquor suppliers. Within a day, several were found, and they established a partnership with Gao Zu. For their inaugural collaboration, the counterpart sought international high-end liquor worth $30 million. Captain Lao Gui had already set sail with the goods. Accompanying him was Tony Jia, a request made specifically by Lao Gui, which Gao Zu naturally did not decline. Gao Zu then arrived at Jiulong Group, where over 10 accountants had been recruited, each more captivating than the last. Among them was one exceptionally stunning woman who greatly impressed Gao Zu. Upon inquiry, he learned her name was Wang Fengyi. Wang Fengyi? Gao Zu narrowed his eyes, quickly discerning her background. She hailed from Honghua Pavilion. Portrayed by Wang Zu, she was strikingly beautiful. Alas, in the cinematic realm, she met a tragic end at the hands of the scoundrel He Shichong. A returnee with a commendable education, why would she wish to work for my company? Gao Zu set down her resume, gazing at Wang Fengyi and inquiring. The professional ensemble she wore suited her magnificently. However, this woman was no ordinary individual. Her father was a notable figure who established a gang in Causeway Bay. It was named Honghua Society. One could say Wang Fengyi was akin to a princess of the Honghua Society. Joining a newly founded company could be seen as a step down for her. I just returned from abroad, seeking to gain experience and enhance my skills, Wang Fengyi said, her lips parting in a radiant smile. I see, Gao Zu replied, slightly easing his vigilance. This suggested Wang Fengyi had not yet involved herself in the Honghua Society's affairs or the ensuing gang conflicts. You may work here. I assure you shall not be underappreciated. Gao Zu smiled gently at Wang Fengyi, increasingly satisfied with her presence. In the meantime, familiarize yourself with the relevant operations, particularly in the shipping and maritime sectors. Perform well, and I shall promote you to supervisor. Currently, Jiulong Group possessed only data and information related to fisheries, but Gao Zu aspired to expand into the shipping and maritime industries. Talented individuals in this field were scarce, often employed by the shipping magnates. Therefore, nurturing talent in advance was paramount. However, to elevate the company to a new echelon, the forthcoming Jiulong warehouse was essential. All right, I will certainly strive to do my best, Wang Fengyi replied eagerly. At that moment, Yi Qiu, whom Gao Zu had not seen for a long time, arrived. Observing the decor of Jiulong Group and the presence of Wang Fengyi, Yi Qiu displayed a knowing smile. Brother Zu. Upon encountering Gao Zu, Yi Qiu beamed and embraced him. Congratulations, Yi Qiu, you're even on TVB now. From now on, I shall call you Yi Tycoon. Gao Zu remarked playfully. Ha, Brother Zu, you flatter me. However, seriously, would you consider joining me? You don't need to engage in smuggling. The risks are high, and the profits are meager. Yi Qiu sat down, looking earnestly at Gao Zu. Regardless of the circumstances, Gao Zu was his savior, a kindness he had long cherished. Now that he was soaring, he would not forget Gao Zu. Everyone has their own path to tread. Gao Zu replied succinctly. He understood Yi Qiu's good intentions, yet life must be grasped in one's own hands. That is the undeniable truth. All right then. Yi Qiu nodded, then inquired. By the way, you mentioned over the phone that you had something to discuss. What is it? I need you to launder 600 million for me. Gao Zu flicked the ash from his cigarette, stating, excluding the funds received from the Tongzi, his current asset scale was approximately 660 million. The remaining 60 million would not be laundered, reserved for compensating his subordinates. However, laundering this 600 million was crucial. Only then could he invest in Jiulong warehouse. At this moment, Yi Qiu's capabilities and loyalty would be put to the test. Laundering 600 million was no trivial task. Sure, no problem. Yi Qiu did not hesitate and readily agreed, appearing unusually elated. Gao Zu's ability to launder indicated his desire to pursue a legitimate path. By the way, what do you intend to do with this capital? Yi Qiu inquired, aware that he should not ask, yet unable to restrain his curiosity. Invest in Jiulong warehouse. Gao Zu replied candidly. Jiulong warehouse. You wish to venture into finance? Yi Qiu's brows furrowed in disbelief as he stared at Gao Zu. You, a gangster, dabbling in finance? Are you out of your mind? Isn't that just throwing money away? How much are you investing? All in. At that moment, Yi Qiu instinctively froze. What a bold move, spoken with such conviction. Do you understand finance? 600 million Hong Kong dollars, worth 120 million US dollars. Are you really going all in? Want to join? Don't say I didn't bring you along. Gao Zu said with a meaningful glance. No way, I can't touch finance. Doing so would lead to ruin. Yi Qiu replied helplessly, though his smoking posture became more vigorous. Had he known this lad intended to invest in finance, he would have never agreed. However, words once spoken are like a daughter married off. They cannot be retracted. Moreover, the two of them were brothers. He could only say that it was a failed support for Gao Zu's entrepreneurial endeavors. When will it be? Gao Zu inquired impatiently. The sooner he entered Jiulong Tsang, the greater the advantage he would possess. After all, the current stock price of Jiulong Tsang was not high, merely 15 Hong Kong dollars. At that point, he would hold an advantage and increase his chances of seizing the Tsim Sha Sui Pier. Have your people connect with mine. I will transfer the funds to you in the name of investing in your Jiulong group. It will be credited tonight. Seeing Gao Zu's urgency, Yi Qiu immediately responded. Good. Gao Zu exhaled a puff of smoke, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, it was not in vain that he had saved this young man back then. Quite impressive, truly impressive. By the way, my people are outside. They can connect right now? Once the matter was nearly settled, Yi Qiu finally spoke. Soon after, Yi Qiu's trusted brothers entered, carrying large bags of items, clearly well prepared. Yi Qiu, you are too polite. Gao Zu said nonchalantly, noticing these individuals. Yi Qiu promptly introduced them to Gao Zu, 5 in total, including Su Ziliang from Zhenzhou Can, lawyer Ma Xiuran, and financial director LV Wenhui, followed by a Qi and a Huixiong. These were all brothers with whom Yi Qiu had fought side by side in the past, now transformed into the upper echelons of Yi Qiu's company. One must admit, Yi Qiu indeed possessed remarkable capabilities. However, the 5 looked at Gao Zu with slight disdain, unable to comprehend why Yi Qiu was being so courteous, addressing him as Zhu Gu, which irked them. Xiuran, immediately connect with this lady and transfer the 600 million funds from the company. After the introductions, Yi Qiu fixed his gaze on Ma Xiuran. 600 million? Ma Xiuran exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief, then said solemnly, Brother Yi, our company has just gone public. If we withdraw 600 million, any minor issue could cause a market crash. Indeed, Brother Yi, this is not feasible. LV Wenhui echoed in agreement. What? Now that everyone has status, my words no longer carry weight. Yi Qiu turned to glare at the group, speaking sternly. Fine, I will handle it. Seeing Yi Qiu's irritation, Ma Xiuran quickly acquiesced. Soon, the group, along with Wang Fengyi, exited. Your brothers are quite considerate of you. Gao Zu offered a cigarette, remarking, it could be said that Yi Qiu's team was exceptionally well equipped and comprised of his loyal brothers, dedicated and responsible in their endeavors. Zhu Gu, please don't take it to heart. Yi Qiu accepted the cigarette from Gao Zu. Not at all. Gao Zu replied, inhaling deeply. Before 4 p.m., both parties had finalized the draft contract. Simultaneously, Yi Qiu's company swiftly transferred 600 million to Zhilong Yuye's account, while Gao Zu handed over 600 million in cash to Yi Qiu. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Ma Xiuran and the others softened considerably. Exchanging cash for cash was indeed acceptable. At worst, they could launder it later. After bidding farewell to Yi Qiu and the others, Gao Zu departed Zhilong Yuye with Wang Fengyi, heading towards Causeway Bay. Soon, they arrived at a financial bond company, investing the entire 600 million into Zhilongcang. Gao Zu's only requirement was a steady acquisition of Zhilongcang stocks until the entire 600 million was expended. The head of the bond company, Xiao Anna, found herself at a loss for words. Having navigated the financial world for many years, it was her first encounter with a client as audacious as Gao Zu. Without even assessing Zhilongcang's status, he directly invested 600 million. Zhilongcang, with a market price of 15 Hong Kong dollars, had already proven to be a worthless stock. Were it not for the persistent support of Jardine Matheson, it would have exited the market long ago. Did he truly believe that the current stock price of Zhilongcang at 15 Hong Kong dollars would appreciate in the future? The critical point was that Gao Zu required her to proceed cautiously with the acquisition, fearing detection by Jardine Matheson. It was indeed an instance of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, yet this was merely her personal opinion, one she dared not voice in front of Gao Zu. After all, clients of Gao Zu's caliber were rarely encountered, and regardless of whether he profited or not, she would still achieve her performance targets. Chapter 28. Raising the Flag at Tongluan. Slaying Chun Haonan's good brother, Detuzi. The airplane approaches. As night fell, dozens of Toyota Hiace vans arrived at the territory of the Yuanan gang in Tongluan, which now belonged to Chun Haonan. With the arrival of the vans, a line of men wielding specially crafted rebar descended, all dressed in striking suits. After all, the suits present were not inexpensive. They could easily cost hundreds of Hong Kong dollars. With mid-range options at around 3,000 and high-end ones starting from tens of thousands. A uniform fleet of Toyota Hiaces, standardized weaponry, and identical suits exemplified the style of those following Gao Zu. With the arrival of Feng Yuxiu, Gao Jin, Li Wang, and others, the surrounding pedestrians quickly understood the gravity of the situation. A conflict was imminent, and they chose to steer clear. Simultaneously, the members of the Hongxing gang stationed at the venue became aware of the disturbance. These fools dare to wreak havoc on our BGE's territory, truly unaware of their impending doom. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let's take down this rabble. Several tattooed youths dining at a roadside barbecue stand noticed the commotion and immediately rallied their comrades. Soon, groups of short, aggressive figures flooded the streets, brandishing blades and iron rods, smashing bricks, and striking walls. With hairstyles ranging from crew cuts to colorful spikes, their attire left much to be desired. Some were bare-chested, while others wore sleeveless tops, showcasing an array of bizarre outfits. In contrast to Gao Jin and his associates, They resembled a band of outlaws compared to a disciplined army, a true display of a disorganized mob. This territory belongs to our Zugu. Those who do not wish to die, step aside. Li Wang stepped forward, brandishing the rebar and pointing it at the Hongxing members, calmly stating, "Which gang are you from? Do you dare to act recklessly here? Do you not realize this is BGE's territory? Wise up and get lost, or I will personally end you." From the crowd emerged a Hongxing member, the good brother of Chun Haonan, Dituzi. "State your name. Soon, I shall personally snap your neck." Li Wang's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Dituzi. "I'll remember you, you little brat." Dituzi retorted defiantly. "Interesting." Li Wang chuckled softly. "Kill." Feng Yuxiu limped forward, and with the ferocity of a dragon, he charged ahead. Within mere seconds, the two sides clashed. This time, Gao Zu placed immense importance on seizing the Yuanan gang's territory, deploying not only Gao Jin and his capable subordinates, but also mobilizing half of the forces from Yuan Long to converge here. Though they numbered only around 300, it was more than sufficient to handle Chun Haonan's crew. In truth, the Yuanan gang's territory was not vast, merely spanning 2 streets. Primarily engaged in smuggling, its members were desperate individuals, living life on the edge, constantly on the run or hiding. It was fair to say they had no fixed abode. If not for the presence of a dock, the Tony trio would never have established their base in Tongluan. Time passed swiftly. The Hongxing members, originally numbering less than 200, appeared utterly powerless before Gao Jin and his associates, akin to newborn infants. This was a definitive display of overwhelming strength. After a little over 10 minutes, those who needed to lie down did so, those who could flee ran, and those who could surrender did just that. The previously arrogant Dituzi was reduced to a mere plaything under Li Wang's relentless assault. Witnessing Dituzi in a near-unconscious state, Li Wang delivered a punch to his face, tempered just enough to avoid fatality, yet the pain would torment Dituzi until his last breath. The following day, news of Gao Zu swiftly seizing control of the 2 streets in Tongluan spread throughout the community like wildfire. No one anticipated that Chun Haonan, who had steadfastly defended his territory for over 10 days, would lose it so effortlessly to Gao Zu. Chun Haonan was well known in the underworld, a prominent figure in Hongxing and one of BGE's most capable subordinates, strong, loyal, and honorable. As for Gao Zu, his reputation was equally formidable, being the leader of Lianxing and a rising star in the underworld. Both men had powerful backing, and everyone eagerly anticipated the sparks that would fly when their paths crossed. In Tongluan, upon returning from the Wan district, Chun Haonan learned of the news and was furious, wanting to curse. Before he could even settle in, his territory had been taken from him. "Nangu, it's confirmed, Dituzi is dead, slain by someone named Li Wang, a man associated with Gao Zu, the leader of Lianxing." Shanji entered the hall, delivering the news he had gathered. Upon hearing this, Chun Haonan was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with sorrow. Dituzi was his good brother. To return from one only to find him lost forever was unimaginable. "Gao Zu, I'll be damned. If I don't kill you, I shall no longer be known as Chun Haonan." Chun Haonan roared in anger, turning to retrieve a katana from his room, ready to avenge his brother Dituzi. "Nangu, don't be impulsive. Gao Zu is allied with the Lianxing leader and possesses formidable strength. Perhaps we should wait for Bi Gu and Mr. Jiang to return." Shanji, de Tian Air, and others rushed to hold Chun Haonan back, urgently persuading him. Chun Haonan, unwilling to accept this, let out a furious roar and fainted on the spot. As the underworld trembled, Gao Zu personally arrived in Tongluan to take control of the 2 streets and the dock. The 4 large vessels and a cargo ship belonging to the Tony brothers fell under Gao Zu's command. A new smuggling route had opened. Gao Zu incorporated the cargo ship and related business into the Kowloon group. Wang Fengyi proved quite capable, efficiently managing the operations. To reward her, that evening, Gao Zu took Wang Fengyi shopping. The motto being, "One does not tire of beauty." Simultaneously, Gao Zu employed the goddess card on Wang Fengyi. As a result, her emotional value soared to 80, nearing its maximum capacity. Gao Zu began to ponder whether Wang Fengyi would decline if he invited her to a hotel that night. Just then, a call from Jiao Wenlong interrupted Gao Zu's train of thought. "What is the matter?" Gao Zu emerged from the silk stocking milk tea shop, exhaling a plume of smoke as he inquired. "Brother Zu, according to our investigation, an individual known as Fei Ji may be plotting to assassinate you." Jiao Wenlong exclaimed hurriedly. He had been diligently probing into Lin Beilu, who typically interacted with few individuals. Yet, Every person who crossed paths with Lin Bei Lu was scrutinized by Jiao Wenlong. It was only when he presented a photograph to his subordinates that he uncovered the truth about Fei Ji. He had long served as Lin Bei Li's covert assassin. Subsequently, he reached out to a subordinate tailing Fei Ji, who promptly relayed the latter's whereabouts. Gao Zu found himself in Causeway Bay, where Fei Ji was also headed, an evident convergence. Without delay, he dialed Gao Zu to inform him. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu contemplated briefly and then declared, "Very well. What about Lin Bei Lu? He has just exited Deng Bo's residence." Jiao Wenlong replied, his gaze fixed ahead. "Intercept him en route and bring him to Fei Yi Mountain in Causeway Bay. Moreover, do not spare his son." Gao Zu's eyes glinted coldly as he uttered these words with a sense of detachment. If this man seeks to court death prematurely, he has no one to blame but himself. Just as he ended the call, a Santana vehicle came barreling towards Gao Zu. Chapter 29. Why is it so difficult to kill Gao Zu? Gao Zu sidestepped with a grand stride, causing the Santana to crash directly into the wall of the silk stocking milk tea shop. The engine was smoking profusely. At that moment, the bystanders hastily fled the scene. Upon witnessing the panic-stricken Wang Fengyi, Gao Zu cast a reassuring glance her way, prompting her to feign calmness as she crouched down. As the daughter of the Honghua society and a returnee, she understood the unspoken message conveyed through Gao Zu's gaze. Nevertheless, her eyes remained fixated on him, filled with concern. Inside the cockpit, the pilot was dazed from the impact, blood oozing from his forehead. Just as he regained a semblance of consciousness and prepared to draw his weapon. In the next instant, Gao Zu approached him, grasping the pilot's head, pressing down on his hand, and feigning concern as he inquired, "Are you all right? Do you need me to call an ambulance?" What went unnoticed was the fact that Gao Zu was applying pressure on the car door, causing it to warp. The excruciating pain elicited a wretched scream from the pilot, and despite his clarity of mind, he struggled to reach for his gun. However, Gao Zu's grip was like an iron vice, immobilizing his shoulder, rendering him incapable of exerting force. He had already dislocated it. The pilot, a mere lackey for life, pondered that rather than being manipulated by Lin Bei, it would be better to meet his demise right now. Gao Zu, observing the pilot's contorted expression, taunted him. Subsequently, Gao Zu's body, akin to titanium alloy, crushed the car door inward. Simultaneously, he thrust the pilot's body forward, leaving him helplessly watching as fragments of the steering wheel pierced his chest. In the throes of intense agony, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Satisfied with his handiwork, Gao Zu extracted a cigarette and lit it, only departing the scene with Wang Fengyi once the pilot had breathed his last. After escorting Wang Fengyi home, she insisted that Gao Zu come inside for a moment, but he concocted a flimsy excuse to take his leave. On the summit of Fei Yi Mountain, dense foliage surrounded several Tiger head vehicles parked on the lawn, their headlights illuminating the scene as if it were daylight. In the center of the light, Lin Bei was bound like a zongzi. Soon, Gao Zu arrived, driving a Tiger head. "Lugu, long time no see." Gao Zu, cigarette in mouth, strolled forward with a beaming smile. "You," Lin Bei exclaimed, the black cloth covering his eyes torn away. Upon seeing Gao Zu, he was struck with shock and fury, tinged with disbelief. He had assumed it was the D attempting to ensnare him, only to find it was Gao Zu, a person he had never regarded with any seriousness. He even thought that the pilot would intervene, and that Gao Zu had already been eliminated. "Surprised to see me? Let me inform you, the pilot is dead." Gao Zu's words pierced Lin Bei's heart like a steel needle, causing him immense distress. He could not fathom why it was so arduous to eliminate Gao Zu. "The pilot? Sorry, I don't know him." "Azu, you've brought me here. What exactly do you want?" Lin Bei warned haughtily, completely oblivious to his current predicament. In truth, it was quite natural for him to hold such thoughts. The rules and hierarchy within the He Lian Sheng society were exceptionally stringent. Transgressing against one's superiors was a grave offense, punishable by death if discovered. This was the principle by which Deng Bo exerted control, ensuring his continued dominance in authority. Otherwise, a man like Deng Bo, advanced in age and nearing his end, would not be welcomed at the decision-making table in organizations like Dongxing or Hongxing. He would be relegated to dining with children. To be succinct, reveal the location of your hidden treasure, and I may consider sparing your life. Gao Zu directly stated his intention while gazing at the arrogant Lin Bei. Having navigated the treacherous waters of society for decades, Lin Bei undoubtedly had reserves. While killing was certain, it was imperative to extract every ounce of value from him beforehand. "Azu, We are both members of the same society. Must we escalate matters to this extent? Lin Bale gritted his teeth, his tone icy, laden with threats. Gao Zu could no longer tolerate the expression and attitude displayed by Lin Bale. He delivered a resounding slap that left Lin Bale dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. Do you truly believe I, Gao Zu, am afraid of you? If you wish to avoid misfortune befalling your son, you had best cooperate, or else, you know the consequences. Gao Zu rose, looking down at Lin Bale as he issued a warning. Upon hearing this, Lin Bale's expression shifted dramatically, filled with rage. He then attempted the same deceitful tactics he had used on the pilot. Azu, harm should not come to family. What you are doing violates the society's rules. Gao Zu merely rubbed his nose, recognizing that it was not the pilot, but rather Deng Bo's influence that was deeply entrenched in the minds of the members. Without hesitation, Gao Zu seized a rebar and brought it crashing down onto Lin Bale's thigh. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed throughout the mountain forest. If you do not engage with reality, Lin Bale, you will face dire consequences. Regardless of whether Lin Bale ascended to the position of authority, it mattered little. Daring to provoke Gao Zu time and again, even the King of Heaven would not save him from his fate. Lin Bale, drenched in sweat from the pain, endured several more strikes from Gao Zu, yet he stubbornly refused to divulge the location of his hidden stash, displaying remarkable fortitude. Zhou Wenlong, bring him forth. Gao Zu narrowed his eyes, discarding the rebar as he spoke coolly. In the next moment, Zhou Wenlong brought forth a blindfolded young boy. Upon seeing his son, Lin Bale, without awaiting Gao Zu's prompt, mournfully exclaimed, "All right, I will tell you. I will tell you." Soon, Lin Bale revealed the location of his hidden money. 30 million? Gao Zu blinked in surprise. However, this was expected. The flower business was the mainstream trade of the He Liansheng society. Yet, the majority of the profits had to be surrendered to the organization, as Deng Bo singularly controlled the channels of the flower trade. If one wished to profit, they had to adhere to the rules. It was only due to Didi's daring spirit, secretly establishing channels without Deng Bo's knowledge, that he had risen above the rest. This was also a source of great displeasure for Dengbo. Otherwise, the position of the leader of Liansha would have long been held by Dadi. Half an hour later, Gao Jin made a phone call, reporting that he had discovered 30 million in cash within a residential area. I will pose one final question to you. Once answered, you and your son shall be free to depart. Gao Zu ended the call and turned to Lin Bale, stating, everything you have done was orchestrated by Dengbo, was it not? Indeed. In order to secure the safety of himself and his son, Lin Bale had no choice but to reveal the truth. Gao Zu personally untied Lin Bale. Very well, take your son and leave. Lin Bale, limping, approached his son, just as he was about to touch his son's face. In the next moment, Zhou Wenlong pulled out a silenced Da Haixing. With 2 muffled gunshots, it was all over. Bury them, and clear away any traces from the scene. Leave no threads behind. Gao Zu instructed Zhou Wenlong and the others with a calm demeanor. From the very beginning, he had never intended to spare Lin Bale. Just as Gao Zu was about to get into his car to leave, he noticed lights flashing in the distance. Soon enough, the lights ceased. Frowning, Gao Zu cautiously made his way towards the woods. He soon arrived at the source of the flashing lights. From a distance of 60 meters, Gao Zu spotted several individuals. In front of a red sports car, a young girl, reeking of mischief, was being surrounded and bullied by a group of ruffians. Chapter 30. Hero saves the beauty. Fellow Taoist Nen flees in disarray. These gangsters were known to Gao Zu, Chen Haonan, Shan Ji, De Tian'er, and the 5 brothers, once notorious as the 5 tigers of Xian Mountain during their reign of terror there, commanding immense awe and authority. The young female delinquent was naturally Xiao Jieba. What do you all want? Xiao Jieba stammered nervously. We want to make you do something you might enjoy. Shan Ji leered at Xiao Jieba with a sinister grin. De Tian'er and the others wore expressions even more repulsive than those of violent offenders. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jieba curled up in fear, her pitiful, terrified demeanor only inciting louder, more derisive laughter from the group. On the hood of the MR2 red sports car, Chen Haonan held a cigarette between his fingers, massaging his temples as he watched Xiao Jieba with an amused smile. Help! 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 Seeing Shan Ji and the others about to lay their filthy hands on her, Xiao Jieba screamed in terror. Ha ha ha, scream all you want. Even if you shout yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you tonight. TSK, TSK, TSK. Shan Ji laughed mockingly. In truth, they had no intention of harming Xiao Jieba. They merely wanted to teach her a lesson. Stealing their Nanji's MR2? They couldn't let that slide so easily. However, at that moment, Gao Zu emerged from the bushes. Dare to touch my woman? Do you have a death wish? Acting on chivalrous impulse, drawing his blade to rescue the distressed, Gao Zu was upholding justice and righteousness. Well, actually, he was captivated by Xiao Jieba's beauty, especially in such a situation, stepping forward to play the hero saving the damsel. Wouldn't Xiao Jieba feel compelled to offer herself in gratitude? Shanji turned and saw Gao Zu, an unfamiliar young man, whom he dismissed without a second thought, warning bluntly, "Get lost. Don't come looking for trouble. If you know what's good for you, pretend you saw nothing. Otherwise, I'll cut you down. Scram. Mind your own business." The Tianer pulled a machete from the car and pointed it at Gao Zu. "What did you just say?" At that moment, Chun Haonan approached Gao Zu, his tone icy as he inquired. It was true that Xiao Jieba had stolen his sports car, but these days, his heart had been stolen by this woman. Now, suddenly, a man appeared, and one more handsome than him at that, claiming Xiao Jieba was his woman. Chun Haonan was neither convinced nor pleased. "She is my woman," Gao Zu stated calmly. "I'll give you one chance. Leave now." "Who the hell are you?" "You're the one who should get lost." Shanji and the others advanced menacingly, ready to confront Gao Zu. "I am Gao Zu, the one who took over your turf, the one who killed your brother Detazai. And you don't even recognize me? TSK, what incompetent brothers you are." Gao Zu chuckled lightly, deliberately mentioning Detazai, knowing he was Chun Haonan's close brother. Provoking Chun Haonan seemed necessary. Sure enough, as Gao Zu's words fell, Chun Haonan's expression darkened drastically, his eyes bloodshot, as if he wished nothing more than to immediately raise his blade and strike Gao Zu down. Shanji and the others were equally enraged. Turning to retrieve gleaming knives from the trunk of the MR2 sports car, Shanji stepped forward aggressively, pointing his machete at Gao Zu. "You scum. You chose the path to hell when heaven was wide open. Today, I'll cut off your head to honor Detazai's spirit." Gao Zu merely smiled faintly, further infuriating Shanji and the others, who raised their machetes and charged forward. For some inexplicable reason, Chun Haonan stopped Shanji and the others, then lit a cigarette, his gaze piercingly cold as he stared at Gao Zu. "Your woman? I doubt you even know who she is." At that moment, his heart felt inexplicably heavy. He was determined to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't sleep tonight. As for avenging Detazai, he could deal with Gao Zu after he had his answers. After all, Gao Zu was alone. Gao Zu rubbed his nose. At a time like this, Chun Haonan still had the mind to question his relationship with Xiao Jieba. Truly worthy of the title fellow Taoist Nan, who would sacrifice others before himself. But since Chun Haonan asked, answering was no trouble. "Shishili, tell me, are you my girl?" "Yes, I am Zhu Ji's girl." Xiao Jieba didn't hesitate for a second, nodding immediately. As a young delinquent in the underworld, how could she not have heard of Gao Zu's reputation? Compared to the despicable actions of Chun Haonan and his gang, she now preferred to align herself with Gao Zu. Only Gao Zu could save her. Upon hearing this, Chun Haonan's face turned ashen, his heart aching as if pierced by countless arrows. He clenched his fists tightly, glaring fiercely at Gao Zu. "Kill him. Avenge Detazai?" Chun Haonan picked up his machete, his voice cold. Suddenly, several Mercedes-Benz sedans appeared on the road descending the hill. Shanji and the others halted, looking over. Zhu Ge, Zhou Wenlong, and the others got out of the cars and immediately approached Gao Zu. "These guys are asking for trouble. Kill them." Gao Zu nodded slightly. Zhou Wenlong and the others turned their attention to Chun Haonan and his gang, charging forward without hesitation. Outnumbered, Chun Haonan was no fool. He immediately led Shanji and the others in retreat. But they were too slow. Two windows of the MR2 red sports car were smashed by Zhou Wenlong and his men. "What a bunch of cowards." Zhou Wenlong sneered in disdain at the sight of Chun Haonan and his gang fleeing in disarray. Wow. Oh, Zhu Ge, you're amazing. I'm so impressed. You even scared off Chun Haonan." Xiao Jieba stood up and approached Gao Zu, wrapping her arms around him excitedly. "I helped you out so much. How are you going to thank me?" Gao Zu looked down at Xiao Jieba, his tone casual. Whatever it takes, I'll do it." "Zhu Ge, I'll treat you to barbecue," Xiao Jieba quickly suggested, though she was straightforward by nature and even captivated by Gao Zu's heroic rescue. With Zhou Wenlong present and having just met Gao Zu, she couldn't outright express her innermost feelings. Everything needed to unfold gradually. "You all head back first." With that, Gao Zu put his arm around Xiao Jieba, got into the car, and drove away. Along the way, Xiao Jieba chattered like an adoring fan, boasting about Gao Zu's exploits with immense admiration, then brought up the earlier events, almost wishing to offer herself to him. Alas, it is a pity. I am of the Fei Hong clan. The young stutterer concluded her flattery and, recalling Fei Hong, feigned a pitiful demeanor. Very well, from now on, accompany me, and I assure you a life of indulgence. As for Fei Hong, should he dare to approach, I shall eliminate him. High Ancestor could not fail to comprehend the sentiments of this young lady and spoke directly. Is that true, Ancestor? The young stutterer's face beamed with joy as she gazed at High Ancestor with anticipation. The more she looked, the faster her heart raced. Not only was he formidable, but he was also exceedingly handsome. The pivotal moment was when she recalled High Ancestor's appearance just moments prior. Her heart melted. Truly, High Ancestor chuckled and turned the vehicle around. Dining on barbecued fare is rather mundane. Let me take you to a hotel. Upon hearing this, the young stutterer's complexion flushed. That sounds delightful. Chapter 31. Gao Zu is a menace. Fei Hong is on the verge of tears. The following day, Fei Hong, having received news from an unknown source, arrived early at Simsha Sui with a group of people seeking justice for Xixi Li. Just as Gao Zu and Xiao Jiba returned from the hotel, they encountered Fei Hong. Gao Zu, what do you mean? You abduct my sister Fei Hong. Will you not provide an explanation? Upon seeing Gao Zu, Fei Hong immediately adopted a defiant stance. Although he was acutely aware that his strength paled in comparison to Gao Zu's, he understood that in the underworld, it was all about presence. Moreover, he was in the right, which afforded him a degree of leverage. Explanation? What sort of explanation do you seek? Gao Zu, with Xiao Jiba in his embrace, approached Fei Hong, lit a cigarette, and smirked with amusement. Fei Hong, ignoring Gao Zu's words, turned his attention to Xixi Li. Did that scoundrel bully you last night? Speak boldly. I, Fei Hong, will protect you. No one dares to touch you. Brother Fei Hong, no. Not at all. Xixi Li's mind raced back to the events of the previous night, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. No. Are you sure? Fei Hong's demeanor shifted slightly, his tone growing colder, laced with a warning. He had come specifically to confront Gao Zu, yet Xiao Jiba was being uncooperative. No. Brother Gao treats me very well, Xixi Li murmured, blinking innocently. You. Fei Hong clenched his fists, momentarily rendered speechless. With no grounds for extortion, he hesitated before stepping forward to take Xixi Li away. Come, let us go back. Oh, you think you can come and go as you please? Gao Zu placed a firm hand on Fei Hong's as he was about to reach Xiao Jiba, his voice cold. I am here to take my sister home. Do you have a problem with that? Fei Hong retorted through gritted teeth, his expression hardening. In the next moment, a throng of younger members encircled them, each brandishing weapons, clearly prepared for a confrontation. Do you wish to die? At that moment, Gao Jin, who was tallying the goods, approached, and the younger members who had been unloading their work attire joined the fray. In an instant, the gathering swelled to at least 100 individuals. Fei Hong's entourage of over 30 was swiftly surrounded, their previously arrogant demeanor extinguished. What the hell? Fei Hong thought, astonished at how these ordinary workers transformed into fierce fighters the moment they shed their uniforms. Cough, cough, cough. Brother Gao, let us discuss this calmly. Fei Hong managed a nervous smile, tinged with embarrassment. From now on, Xixi Li is my woman. She has no ties to your Fei Hong gang. Get lost. Gao Zu withdrew his hand and spoke dismissively. This does not conform to the rules of the underworld, does it? Fei Hong glared at Gao Zu, wishing he could strike him down. In response, Gao Zu sidestepped and kicked Fei Hong away. For scoundrels like Fei Hong, the only options were to be either eliminated or subdued. Otherwise, they would continue to act insolently. Gao Jin and the others also moved in, surrounding and beating Fei Hong's men. Within minutes, Fei Hong's crew was left battered and pleading for mercy. With Fei Hong himself receiving particular attention from Gao Jin, his cries for mercy ringing the loudest. Now does this conform to the rules of the underworld? Gao Zu gripped Fei Hong by the collar, smiling indifferently. Yes, it conforms, very much so. It is an honor for Xixi Li to be with Brother Gao. From today onwards, she is no longer part of our Fei Hong gang. Fei Hong stammered, trembling. In that moment, he dared not challenge Gao Zu any further. Scram. Don't provoke me, or I'll make you sink to the depths of the sea, Gao Zu declared, leading Xiao Jiba into the Kowloon Fisheries Company. Fei Hong and his crew left in a dejected state, feeling as if they were unrecognizable upon returning home. The crux of the matter was that they had no choice but to swallow this humiliation. By the way, isn't your Fei Hong gang involved in theft? As they settled down, Gao Zu recalled the nature of Fei Hong's business. Yes. Xiao Jiba nodded against Gao Zu's shoulder, mimicking a chick pecking at grain. How much inventory do you have? Gao Zu continued to inquire. The very essence of stealing is inherently illegal. For the Fei Hong gang to sell their stolen goods, they needed a buyer, particularly for luxury vehicles, which were their primary targets. The profits were substantial. Generally, if Fei Hong's crew managed to resell a luxury car worth 1 million, they could earn upwards of 400,000, and even in poor market conditions, profits of 200 to 300,000 were feasible. After all, these items were acquired at no cost, and as long as the price was reasonable, they would sell. However, Gao Zu could control this profit margin to exceed 50%. After all, he operated in international markets. Otherwise, engaging in business worth tens of thousands in Hong Kong Island was beneath him. Frankly, it would be more advantageous to conquer new territories. 1 Ferrari, 6 Hummer H2S, 2 Porsches, 8 BMW M3S, and a Santana. Not to mention several luxury watches, including Rolex, Black Submariner, and Swiss brands, along with a fair amount of gold and jewelry. Xiao Jiba detailed eagerly. Quite impressive, with a value of at least 10 million. Gao Zu squinted, astonished by the wealth of the Fei Hong gang. Nevertheless, wealth without a means to liquidate, it was merely superficial. Brother Gao, what do you intend to do? Xiao Jiba, snapping out of her reverie, could not help but ask. Fei Hong lacks a market. I possess one. Gao Zu chuckled softly. That evening, the entire Fei Hong gang was subdued by Gao Zu's men, with Gao Zu himself present. Fei Hong, enveloped in white cloth, was pinned to the ground by Gao Jin, his body adorned with numerous new bruises. Brother Gao, I haven't provoked you, have I? Why? Why are you here again? Fei Hong, utterly despondent, felt tears welling up. After being beaten during his earlier visit to demand an explanation, he was now facing another round of punishment from Gao Zu. Are you out of your mind? You are truly a harbinger of disaster. Yet, these words remained unspoken, buried deep within his heart. Do not be so fearful. I am not here to trouble you this time, Gao Zu stated, kicking a chair in front of Fei Hong. Trembling in trepidation, Fei Hong dared to glance back at Gao Zu. Sit, Gao Jin commanded coolly. Fei Hong finally rose, dragging his battered body to the chair. The mere 2 steps felt akin to running a marathon. Zhu Gu, how do you wish to collaborate? Fei Hong inquired promptly. It's simple. You continue with your business. But all the profits you acquire must be handed over to me. I shall not act dishonestly. Anything I find valuable, I will repurchase from you at a mere 10 of the market value, Gao Zu replied, exhaling smoke. 10. Upon hearing this figure, Fei Hong felt an urge to unleash a torrent of curses. Although his goods were of dubious origin, they were typically sold for over 20 of their estimated value. For instance, Chun Haonan's MR2, a newly purchased vehicle, was worth 40,000, approximately 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. If Fei Hong were to resell it, he would expect at least 50,000 or even more. In their line of work, there existed a code. It was preferable to discard or destroy goods rather than to reduce profit margins to 10. Such actions would tarnish one's reputation and render sales meaningless. A 10 profit was not worth the risk of exposure. Only someone lacking sound judgment would consider it. Naturally, one could not dismiss the possibility of those in dire need of money opting for such terms. Generally speaking, once one reached the 10 threshold, negotiations ceased. What is the matter? You seem somewhat dissatisfied, Gao Zu remarked, raising an eyebrow and offering a cigarette, inquiring nonchalantly. Chapter 32, Taming Fei Hong. Subduing the foolish big Shah of Shigong. Smuggling luxury cars. A monumental shift in Lianqing. Brother Zu, it is not that I am unwilling to agree, but your offer of merely 10 is far too meager, Fei Hong lamented, taking a drag from his cigarette. As you know, our line of work involves petty thefts and carries significant risks. If we provide insufficient rewards to our subordinates, they will be disinclined to cooperate. Fair point, replied Gao Zu after a moment's contemplation. Very well, I shall raise it to 20. However, if you refuse again, the Fei Hong gang may need to change its name. Upon hearing this, Fei Hong could not suppress a bitter smile. Agreed, he said. Indeed, those who recognize the tides of time are truly wise. By the way, Xiao Jibai mentioned that you have quite a stockpile. Bring it out for me to see. I shall purchase it all. For you cannot sell it anyway, Gao Zu remarked, patting Fei Hong on the shoulder as he stood up. All right. Fei Hong rose immediately, leading Gao Zu to his secret hideout, all the while cursing Xiao Jibai internally. Having followed Gao Zu for just one day, he has completely sold out his kin. Truly, One forgets their roots upon finding a spouse. He finally understood why he had attracted Gao Zu's attention. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts, where Fei Hong's secret base lay hidden. Within an abandoned, half-finished building, rows of vehicles were draped in white cloth. When Fei Hong lifted the cover, Gao Zu's astonishment was palpable. "All vehicles," he exclaimed. Though the luxury brands were few, there were still over 10 of them, along with approximately 20 other cars, precisely as Xiao Jiebai had described. Fei Hong had not concealed any of his assets. "I will take all of these, valuing them at 20. Gao Zu said nonchalantly, not waiting for Fei Hong's response. "Gao Jin, send someone over to take all this merchandise away." Fei Hong touched his bruised nose, refraining from speaking. This was fortuitous, as he had no intention of moving these goods himself, and no one would be able to handle them. Now that Gao Zu was taking them off his hands, it was a form of relief. "Aside from the cars, do you have any gold, silver, jewels, or jewelry?" Gao Zu turned to Fei Hong, inquiring. "Yes, take me to them." Half an hour passed, and the collaboration between Gao Zu and Fei Hong was exceedingly pleasant. Gao Zu estimated the value of the various valuables and vehicles to be over 15 million. Though modest, there was still profit to be made. "Fei Hong, the 20 is not my final offer. Should you perform well, I can provide you with 30, 50, or even 80 in the future." Gao Zu patted Fei Hong's shoulder and continued with a warning. "Of course, if the police catch wind of this, I expect you to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what Gao Jin might do to you. Rest assured, Brother Zu, in our line of work, the Fei Hong gang has ample experience, and our subordinates are tight-lipped." Fei Hong promptly assured him, then added with a glint in his eye, "Big Sha of Shigong is only slightly stronger than I am." Big Sha of Shigong? Gao Zu squinted, recalling a figure he had almost forgotten. This individual, though flawed in profession, had managed to gain fame, even appearing on television, and was quite powerful in Shigong. "Fei Hong, tonight you shall lead a crew to eliminate Big Sha. Take over his business and territory." With a smile, Gao Zu outlined his plan. Fei Hong was easy to manage, but subduing someone like Big Sha would require more effort. It was more efficient to simply eliminate him and allow Fei Hong to take his place. "Brother Zu." Fei Hong hesitated, his expression clouded with concern. During its prime, the Fei Hong gang could not contend with Big Sha. Now, with Gao Jin and his associates dominating them, how could they possibly succeed? "Gao Jin and the others will support you," Gao Zu replied with a smile. With Gao Zu's assurance, Fei Hong felt a surge of excitement. "Tonight, I shall surely bring down Big Sha," he exclaimed. After all, he had long harbored a desire to eliminate Big Sha and monopolize the thievery business. With Gao Zu's assistance, the opportunity was ripe. In the afternoon, Gao Zu visited Huifeng Shipping Company, spending 10 million Hong Kong dollars to purchase 3 cargo ships. This would ensure the safe transport of luxury cars overseas for sale. That evening, in Shigong's seafood market, the stronghold of Big Sha, Fei Hong, and his gang arrived. Despite the white cloth draped over him, Fei Hong's aura of a gangster was unmistakable. He swaggered into the heart of the venue. Big Sha, who was enjoying a seafood hot pot, lifted his gaze, casting a dismissive glance at Fei Hong. After swallowing a piece of meat, he turned his attention to Fei Hong, smirking. "Fei Hong, you look rather festive today. Who was bold enough to leave you in this state?" "Huh. Well done." Fei Hong's expression darkened. "Brother Sha, I am here to collect a debt. You previously took 3 of my BMW M3s, and I have no interest in discussing anything else. How do you intend to settle this matter? Do you have any evidence?" Big Sha retorted, taking a sip of his drink. "With so many cars in the Kowloon area, your claim of 3 BMW M3s being stolen from you is rather implausible." Upon hearing this, Fei Hong felt a mix of frustration and indignation. "Brother Sha, do not play the fool with me. We all know the truth. My 3 BMW M3s are brand new, worth 200,000 each, totaling 600,000. You agreed to pay 200,000 each. A month has passed. With interest, it amounts to 250,000. Will you pay me today?" With Gao Zu's backing, Fei Hong spoke with audacity, demanding both principal and interest. "Have you lost your mind? Acting so arrogant in my territory? What if I refuse to pay? Do you think this motley crew behind you can take me down? Get lost. Shigong does not welcome you." Big Sha sneered, clearly dismissing Fei Hong's threats. "To hell with you." Upon witnessing the disdainful expression of De Sha, Fei Hong could no longer contain himself. He transformed into a formidable warrior, akin to a vengeful crow, and upturned the table with a swift motion. Scalding water splashed upon De Sha's person. At this moment, Gao Jin and others approached, armed with rebar, charging into the crowd without hesitation. Damn it, Fei Hong, you are truly courting disaster. Just wait. The Shah exclaimed, rising as he ran, cursing vehemently, frantically pulling out his large mobile phone, ready to summon reinforcements. Just then, Gao Jin sidestepped and delivered a precise kick to the Shah's chest, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing onto the heavy bluestone pavement, convulsing a few times before succumbing to death on the spot. Wow, Jingu, you are truly fierce. Fei Hong, having witnessed this scene, could not help but give Gao Jin a thumbs up, even contemplating becoming his disciple. Such prowess rendered the likes of Hongkuan Chun Haonan and the twin flower red sticks insignificant in comparison to Gao Jin. Ignoring Fei Hong, Gao Jin plunged into the throng. Within a few minutes, all of Desha's confidants had been subdued by Gao Jin, choosing to submit without exception. Subsequently, Gao Jin entrusted Fei Hong with the management of Desha's territory and business. It was not that Gao Zu was unwilling to take over. Rather, the illicit trade was beneath his dignity, and his role was merely to act as an intermediary. 3 days passed. The 3 cargo ships ordered from Huixing Shipping had all arrived at the Tsim Sha Sui Pier. Concurrently, Fei Hong had delivered numerous luxury vehicles, all packed and ready for departure. Observing the ships as they sailed away, Gao Zu smiled. This smuggling operation was set to yield a profit of at least 20 million Hong Kong dollars. The Shah was a prominent figure in Sai Kung, his business substantial, with inventory equally vast. Luxury vehicles alone were twice as many as Fei Hong's, not to mention the other treasures of gold and silver ornaments. During these 3 days, while Gao Zu busied himself with the affairs of the smuggling empire, tumultuous waves surged within the He Lian Sheng organization. Lin Bei Lu, one of the candidates for the position of leader, had mysteriously vanished, missing for a full 3 days without a trace. His son had also disappeared. The entire gang had been mobilized, yet no leads could be found, nothing at all. On a basketball court, Deng Bo walked a small mud alongside a young man, casually strolling on the stage. Lin Bei Lu may be in grave danger. You should take the lead this time, Deng Bo remarked, petting his dog. Chapter 33. Deng Bo cultivates Jimmy, the leader's re-election. Didi is furious. Upon hearing these words, Jimmy cast a sidelong glance at the little earth dog and chuckled lightly. Having been part of the society for quite some time, he was well aware of its darkness and Deng Bo's schemes. Anyone who ascended to power or assumed the position of the leader was merely a dog under Deng Bo's command, much like this little earth dog. Ensnared by Deng Bo's leash, devoid of any freedom. Apologies, Deng Bo, but I have no aspirations for the leader's position. I merely wish to conduct my business in peace and earn some dollars, Jimmy stated plainly. I won't hinder your business endeavors, but as the leader, you could expand your operations significantly, could you not? Deng Bo coaxed persuasively. Deng Bo, being the leader may be impressive, but I am committed to legitimate business. If issues arise within the society, the police will be the first to target me. How can I carry on my business under such scrutiny? Please, leave me out of this. Dongguan Zai and Gao Zu are both capable. You should support them instead. Jimmy firmly rejected Deng Bo's proposition. Deng Bo's anger flared. You are a member of this society, and now that it faces a crisis, you refuse to step up? Wanting to benefit from the society while refusing to contribute makes you a traitor. If Didi ascends to power, chaos will ensue. When chaos strikes, do you think Didi will allow you to remain uninvolved? Deng Bo, I truly do not wish to be the leader, but I do have a candidate in mind. Let Gao Zu and Didi compete for the position. Jimmy reiterated his refusal, suggesting that Gao Zu take the blame. You, insolent boy, this matter is beyond your control. Tomorrow, I expect you to step forward and bear the banner of the society. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the survival of your business. Deng Bo warned before departing with the little earth dog. Upon hearing this, Jimmy's gaze turned frosty, yet he felt helpless. He had hoped to find shelter under a grand tree and conduct his business smoothly, but he never anticipated such a predicament. The following morning, at He Lian Sheng's headquarters, an urgent meeting was convened regarding Lin Bei Lu's disappearance. All high-ranking members were present, including Gao Zu. Each individual displayed a myriad of expressions, but the most noteworthy was Didi, whose beaming smile and demeanor exuded an air of contentment. Regardless of their previous support for Didi, all the leaders preemptively congratulated him. Didi held his head high, his eyes brimming with desire for the leader's position, his delight unspoken. Today, he was resolute in claiming the role of He Lian Sheng's leader. Upon learning of Lin Bei Li's disappearance, he was ecstatic, having lost sleep over the past few nights, often daydreaming about the glory of becoming the leader. Let us hear it. Is there any news? Just then, Deng Bo entered, taking his seat at the head of the table, scanning the room with an unusually frigid demeanor. His gaze, however, fixed upon Didi. None. The crowd responded in unison. They had deliberated before Deng Bo's arrival and found themselves at a complete loss. Such audacity, daring to meddle with our candidate for leader. They truly do not know the stakes. If I find out who is responsible, I will have their head. Chueji suddenly slammed his fist on the table, addressing the assembly coldly. Enough of this nonsense. What significance does it hold? Deng Bo shot a glare at Chueji, who awkwardly settled down. Allah would not leave without a trace. It stands to reason he has encountered misfortune. This matter must be resolved. We must see the living or the dead. However, the position of the leader cannot remain vacant. Besides Didi, does anyone else have a candidate in mind? Deng Bo surveyed the crowd, inquiring. Deng Bo, what do you mean by that? The candidates were established as myself and Le Guo. With Le Guo's incident, shouldn't the position of the next leader rightfully belong to me? I, Didi, possess influence, authority, and resources. Am I not qualified to be the leader? Didi rose in anger, directly challenging Deng Bo. While you are indeed qualified, the society requires balance. I have stated before that during the election period, candidates must not engage in conflict. Should a candidate perish, more individuals will be nominated until the 2-month evaluation period concludes, followed by a voting process. Do you not understand the rules? Deng Bo replied calmly in the face of Didi's accusations. He relished Didi's current state. Only in such a scenario could Deng Bo derive a sense of accomplishment. It was precisely because of Didi's rebellious nature that Deng Bo could cultivate his own underlings and solidify his authority. Didi was so enraged that his body trembled, wishing to eliminate Deng Bo, but he dared not do so. Within He Liansheng, Deng Bo's authority was paramount. Enough, sit down. There are no rules here. Deng Bo speaks. Do you think you have a say? Sensing the tension, Chuan Bao promptly intervened to ease the atmosphere. He aligned with Didi's perspective, yet at this critical juncture, suspicions arose regarding Didi's involvement in Lin Bei Lu's disappearance, all while he maintained a facade of collaboration with Deng Bo. Do you truly wish to abandon the leader's position? Didi, although reluctant to concede, chose to endure. He believed that aside from Lin Bei Lu, no one else in the society could rival him. Let us proceed. Everyone, propose your candidates. Deng Bo stated nonchalantly. I, Jimmy, believe everyone knows my character well. Whenever any brother in the society faces issues, it is I, Jimmy, who steps up with effort and resources. I believe he is the most suitable candidate. What say you? Long Jin exchanged glances with Deng Bo and immediately proclaimed. Indeed, Jimmy is commendable. Over the years, he has contributed significantly to the society. This is evident to all. Old Gue Wei, understanding the implications of Deng Bo and Long Jin's exchanged glances, promptly supported Jimmy. The other elder members echoed Old Gue Wei's sentiments. Jimmy is qualified. Gao Zu is even more deserving. Just his success in penetrating Sim Sha Sui and enhancing He Liansheng's reputation qualifies him to be a candidate for leader. Upon witnessing the support for Jimmy, Chuan Bao swiftly championed Gao Zu. Although he consistently chooses the wrong side, he is firmly convinced that this time he will not err. Gao Zu is the most rapidly ascending junior he has ever encountered. As his words hung in the air, everyone turned their gaze towards Chuan Bao, instinctively falling into silence. Concerning this rising junior, Gao Zu, they found themselves at a loss for words. There is no doubt about Gao Zu's capabilities. He possesses them. However, both Gao Zu and those present share little in terms of vested interests, and he has made it clear that he does not engage in the flower trade, maintaining minimal personal contact with them. Elevating someone devoid of any beneficial value to oneself would inevitably undermine one's own interests. Such a thankless and foolish endeavor is something no one is willing to undertake. To put it plainly, unlike the Hongxing Association system, where strength and a multitude of subordinates can secure one's position, this approach is unfeasible in He Liansheng. Observing the sudden stillness in the atmosphere, Deng Bo cleared his throat and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Chapter 34. The Shamelessness of Deng Bo. Gao Zu aims to annihilate the Haoma gang. Chuan Bao seeks to conquer the universe. The elder uncles exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Compared to Gao Zu, Jimmy, and Didi, the others simply lacked the qualifications. Behind them, the younger generation, including Dong Guanzai, gazed with fervent desire at the position of the decision-maker, yet they were acutely aware of their own inadequacies. While Jimmy and Azu were commendable, it was indisputable that Azu was not yet deemed worthy to assume the role of decision-maker. With elections held every 2 years, Deng Bo dismissed Gao Zu's aspirations outright. What constitutes true qualification? Gao Zu inquired languidly. Although he had no desire to be the decision-maker at present, it was indeed audacious to claim he lacked qualifications. Given his overall prowess, he may not surpass Di. But he was certainly not inferior to Lian Sheng, and Jimmy would have to fall in line behind him. You dare say I lack qualifications? Your arrogance knows no bounds. I declare that those I deem worthy are indeed worthy. Deng Bo retorted, his ire evident and his presence commanding. As Deng Bo's words settled, the elder uncles shifted uncomfortably, their displeasure becoming palpable. It was one thing for Deng Bo to occasionally flaunt his bravado, but to publicly assert such opinions in front of so many, disregarding the others, was rather excessive, especially considering they were all from the same generation. Age brings with it a heightened sensitivity to honor, particularly for those like Chuan Bao. Deng Bo, you cannot speak in such a manner. The society is a collective endeavor. All actions must adhere to established protocols. Qualification is not determined by a single individual. Chuan Bao interjected promptly. If Azu lacks qualification, then what of Jimmy? While ostensibly defending Gao Zu, Chuan Bao's intent was merely to display his bravado. Otherwise, his previous bravado would be laid bare. Moreover, with his long-standing conflicts with Long Jin, should Jimmy be elected with Deng Bo's backing, it would spell trouble for him. The others resonated with Chuan Bao's sentiments, not due to a desire to support Gao Zu, but because Deng Bo's domineering attitude was intolerable, creating a one-man rule. Noticing the discontent among the crowd, Deng Bo sought to appease their emotions, conceding, Chuan Bao raises a valid point. The society belongs to everyone. Azu, you asked what constitutes qualification? Today, I shall publicly define it for you. You have slain the Hao Ma gang's prince, struck at Zhong Xine, and even the death of Hao Long is linked to you, is it not? The Hao Ma gang has pressured me repeatedly to surrender you. Yet I have resisted. Were it not for my protection, you would have met your demise long ago. If you seek qualification, then prove your worth by bringing down the Hao Ma gang, and then we shall discuss your qualifications. With his words, the meeting room erupted into fervent discussions. Many left momentarily speechless. It was clear that Deng Bo insinuated that Gao Zu had caused significant turmoil for the society, which Deng Bo alone bore the brunt of, rendering Gao Zu unworthy. However, the attendees were acutely aware of a fundamental truth. The underworld is fraught with violence, and embarking on any venture inevitably invites conflict. Additionally, Gao Zu had brought glory to Lian Sheng and substantial economic benefits to the society. Previously, the monthly dues were a mere 600,000, but under Gao Zu, they had soared to 2 million, a fourfold increase. In essence, Deng Bo's claims could be justified or not, yet sending a hall leader to obliterate the Hao Ma gang was evidently a setup to challenge Gao Zu. Very well, within 10 days, I shall bring down the Hao Ma gang. Without awaiting a response, Gao Zu declared his agreement. Excellent, I grant you this opportunity. You have 10 days. Should you succeed in subduing the Hao Ma gang, you will be deemed qualified. If you fail, Jimmy and Di shall be nominated. Commencing a new election cycle lasting 60 days, Deng Bo stated nonchalantly. 10 days? Even with a year, you would not succeed in dismantling the Hao Ma gang. With Deng Bo's declaration, the tension mounted, and the crowd fell silent. Before long, casual conversations resumed, and the meeting concluded. Few harbored faith in Gao Zu's capabilities to conquer the Hao Ma gang. You believe Gao Zu can topple the Hao Ma gang? Chuan Bao can conquer the universe. Gao Zu remained unfazed. Without confidence, he would not have so readily acquiesced. Su Su and Awu were loyal to him. Seizing the Hao Ma gang was not beyond reach. Just as Gao Zu entered his vehicle, Chuan Bao and Di approached him, insisting on a discussion. Gao Zu invited them into the car, and soon, the trio found themselves in a restaurant. Azu, I knew you would not disappoint me, Chuan Bao exclaimed as he sat, giving Gao Zu an approving thumbs up. Under ordinary circumstances, even with Chuan Bao's support, most would likely have chosen to abstain in the face of Deng Bo's pressure, let alone oppose him. Indeed, Deng Bo's expression earlier was akin to having swallowed something foul. Ha ha ha. Di exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze icy as he mocked. At this juncture, he had effectively allied himself with Gao Zu, speaking candidly. However, Your chances of dismantling the Haoma gang are slim. Chuan Bao's smile faded as he sighed. Zu, why not consider a partnership? Didi looked earnestly at Gao Zu. What sort of collaboration do you envision? Their eyes locked, and Gao Zu smiled knowingly. Didi's intentions were transparent. I will fully assist you in dismantling the Haoma gang, but in return, you must support my ascension. In the next election, I will ensure you are placed in a favorable position, and thereafter, we can alternate leadership. What do you say? Didi boldly expressed his ambitions. His plan was simple. Secure Gao Zu's election as decision-maker, allowing Gao Zu to contend with Ji while he, Didi, could remain in the shadows. Zu, this is a golden opportunity. Didi is strong and has considerable backing from his elder uncles, capable of rallying substantial support. Combined with your strength, the likelihood of toppling the Haoma gang is significantly increased. Chuan Bao immediately encouraged him. For him, it mattered little who ascended, as long as Ji did not. In contrast to Gao Zu and Didi, he shows a stronger inclination towards Didi, for the latter's strength is evident. This matter should not trouble the two of you. I have my own plans. Gao Zu graciously declined, stating plainly that at this crucial juncture, if he did not wish to be a decision-maker, why would he agree to assist Deng Bo with the number gang? That would be utterly irrational. They seek to exploit him? They have chosen the wrong target. Once you seize control of the number gang, your name will surely resonate throughout the realm. By the time of the next election for decision-makers in 2 years, I might not even be able to compete with you. Have you truly given it no thought? Didi's gaze turned colder, fixating intently on Gao Zu. Zu, I am aware that you have been recruiting talent and your strength is not to be underestimated. However, the number gang comprises a multitude of formidable factions, and you are ill-equipped to contend with them. Didi's assistance is genuinely in your best interest. Now you have also offended Deng Bo. Chuan Bao immediately began to persuade him earnestly, as if they were selflessly considering Gao Zu's welfare. Very well, since I intend to run this time, I shall rely solely on my own strength to carve my own path. Gao Zu replied coolly. All right, since you have made your decision, we shall not compel you. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to call me. My promise to you remains steadfast. Didi tossed down a business card and left with a somber expression. You kid. Sigh? Chuan Bao gazed at Gao Zu, exhaling deeply, unsure of what to say. He was too young and reckless, taking steps too hastily. As Didi pointed out, if Gao Zu were to consolidate for another 2 years, he would emerge as another Didi, undoubtedly garnering the full support of many elder figures in the community. Uncle Bao, I hope you will support me in this election for decision-makers. Gao Zu declared ambitious yet without excessive explanation. Although Chuan Bao's standing with Lian Sheng does not rival Deng Bo's, it is still formidable. His connections and relationships are quite commendable, and forging an alliance would not be detrimental. Are you truly going to run? You. Chuan Bao hesitated, at a loss for words. All right then, let us see if you can manage the number gang first. If Gao Zu can truly conquer the number gang, supporting him would not pose a problem. However, is the number gang something Gao Zu can truly seize? Even if he does manage it, he will still have to contend with Jimmy and Didi. Chapter 35. Moving into the luxurious manor. Acquiring the Luo Wang Yu Wang Ba Jian. A Gui's proposal. In the afternoon, after bidding farewell to Chuan Bao, Gao Zu returned to the Jiao Sha Jiu Long Fisheries Company, collecting all office supplies and personal belongings. He soon arrived at the Jiao Long building. The office items were delivered to the Jiao Long group by Gao Jin and his team, while Gao Zu settled into a manor at the end of the street. This manor, procured at a considerable cost, spanned a vast area and was merely a kilometer away from the Jiao Long group. By the time Gao Zu arranged all the furniture, night had fallen. With nothing to occupy himself, Gao Zu activated the Tongzi Go. There were numerous junior jars, 2 intermediate jars, 3 advanced jars, and 1 divine jar. Gao Zu eagerly opened them all, hoping for something remarkable, akin to unboxing a mystery box filled with uncertainty. Ding! The intermediate jar has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Luo Wang Yu Wang Ba Jian number 2, Jinggang, and Jing and I. Ding! The intermediate jar has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 ghost shadow soldiers. Note, already have 300. Ding! 3 advanced jars have been opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Tian Long Special Assault Team. The Demon Commander Duo, and 30 members from the Huaxia and Long organization. The Tian Long Special Assault Team includes Han and Ig, leader, Templeton, the playboy, Barris, the violent technician, Howie, the mad pilot, and Sosa, the indifferent investigator. The Demon Commander duo consists of John, a retired Special Forces colonel known for his brutal output, and Bennett, a muscular man who revels in playing with RPG rocket launchers. The 30 members of the Long organization are the top-tier warriors of Huaxia, proficient in various weapons and equipment, their strength on par with the cinematic characters of the Demon Commander duo. Ding! The divine jar has been opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a channel for laundering $1 billion. Note: although it can be integrated into the world legally, it can only be used once per month. This reward is rather impressive, especially the laundering channel from the divine jar, which is quite advantageous, allowing him to launder $1 billion in a month. This alleviates any worries regarding the black money obtained through smuggling. Had it arrived sooner, he might not have had to plead with Yichio. Moreover, Gao Zu was pleasantly surprised by the Tian Long Special Assault Team, the Demon Commander duo, and the Huaxia and Long organization. This group of elite mercenaries, formidable and fearsome, would be underutilized as mere foot soldiers on Hong Kong Island. Gao Zu quickly devised a plan for them. Since they were mercenaries, he would have them operate as such, ideally establishing a company akin to the internationally renowned Blackwater Group. However, at present, he needed to wait until the issue with the Haoma gang was resolved before determining their next steps. Next, he turned his attention to the Luo Wang Yu Wang Ba Jian. The introduction was impressive. Jing Ni and Zhen Gang, both first-class experts from the Luo Wang organization, the elite assassins of the Qin Empire. The Luo Wang is an organization, and while there are other members of the Yu Wang Ba Jian, only Jing Ni and Zhen Gang had been unlocked thus far. In the next moment, the individuals materialized before him. It must be said that Jing Ni was particularly striking, with an admirable physique. This time, Tong Zigu was exceptionally generous, significantly enhancing his overall strength. Consequently, confronting the Haoma gang would be considerably easier. Around 9 o'clock, a Gue arrived at the door. What is the matter? Is there a problem? Gao Zu inquired upon seeing a breathless Gue. Typically, a Gue managed the distillery business, and it was unusual for him to come running at night. After all, the Jiaolong beverage business was flourishing, with foreign orders surging and local orders pouring in. No, there is a woman who insists on collaborating with us. A Gue replied helplessly. Then his expression shifted. However, this woman is exceptionally beautiful, a true goddess. Exactly your type, Zhu Gu. I thought I'd bring her to you for a glimpse. And, by the way, help me find a sister-in-law. Gao Zu paused, a wry smile crossing his face. Oh, a beauty? You rascal. Are you meddling in my marital affairs? Nonetheless, Gao Zu understood that any woman a Gue brought would undoubtedly be stunning, as a Gue knew his taste well. Only the most extraordinary beauties would catch his eye. Hey, as the big brother, how can I not have a sister-in-law by my side? Zhu Gu, please don't be upset. Honestly, I think she is quite decent, but the Cha Xiu Bao is a bit too small. Plus, she is a bit of a tomboy, which doesn't quite match her elegance. A Gue candidly expressed. All right, I understand your meaning. Bring that so-called Lin Ji Pin beauty over. Gao Zu did not hold a Gue accountable for his remarks. The current attire of the girl did lack elegance, but with a little refinement, she could indeed be a remarkable beauty. Before long, a woman was brought in. Gao Zu was quite familiar with her face. She was the epitome of his dreams from his past life. Qiu Ti. She truly embodies the style Gao Zu favors. Zhu Gu. Hello, my name is Qiu Ti, from Guyan Winery. I wish to collaborate with you on the beverage business. Upon seeing Gao Zu, Qiu Ti spoke with a hint of shyness, astonished by the youth of the Jiao Long beverage boss and his striking looks. Have a seat. Gao Zu gestured for her to sit. Without responding immediately, thank you, Zhu Gu. Qiu Ti placed her small bag down, revealing a beautiful smile. Where's your boyfriend? Did he not come? Gao Zu inquired playfully. Hua Shang, that is Qiu Ti's boyfriend, but he has likely been cremated by now. I don't have a boyfriend. Qiu Ti responded, a hint of sadness in her voice, before fixing her gaze on Gao Zu. Being a businesswoman herself, she understood the implication behind his question. It was evident he was interested in her. Though Hua Sheng had passed away, she needed to move on. She couldn't remain engulfed in her grief. Such a beautiful girl, yet without a boyfriend. What a waste. Gao Zu chuckled softly. I have thoroughly acquainted myself with your information. Step by step, I will establish the Guyan Winery, and my capabilities are commendable in various aspects. My Jiolong Beverage Company is in need of a general manager. The annual salary for this position is 3 million. Gao Zu paused mid-sentence as he gazed at Qiu Ti. Women, after all, can be easily influenced when bound by financial incentives. Provide them with what they desire, and it becomes quite simple to sway them. Furthermore, Chiodi is currently engulfed in the sorrow of Huaxing's demise, and offering her a career could serve as a distraction. Moreover, Gao Zu genuinely requires a proficient manager in the realm of beverages. Although a Gue is competent, he lacks the necessary expertise. Chapter 36. Accepting Chiodi. The meeting of the Haoma gang. Upon hearing the words, Chiodi blinked in disbelief, gazing at Gao Zu with a dazed expression. The meaning of Gao Zu's proposition was unmistakably clear. A chief manager was needed, specifically for Jiulong Jiushui, with an annual salary of 3 million. Her Guyun Jiuzhuang had barely earned that amount over 3 years. Presently, Jiulong Jiushui, if not the second, was certainly among the top 3 in the beverage industry, with daily orders flowing in at no less than several million. At this moment, she felt a genuine attraction to the chief manager position. Yet, she was acutely aware of a fundamental truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch. What is it that you require of me? Chiodi took a deep breath, adjusting her attire, and inquired. Simply manage Jiulong Jiushui for me. Gao Zu replied, flicking the ash from his cigarette, not imposing any unreasonable demands. He preferred not to coerce anyone. Some matters must be approached gradually. In other words, what was the point of a dead fish? This, very well. Chiodi hesitated for a moment, but immediately acquiesced. At that instant, Gao Zu's stature in her heart elevated significantly. Ague, escort Chiodi to Jiulong Jiushui. Gao Zu instructed Ague. No problem. Ague extinguished his cigarette and led Chiodi away. The following day, a rumor spread throughout the Jianghu that Gao Zu intended to declare war on the Haoma gang to secure qualification for the leadership election of Heliansha, with plans to conquer the Haoma gang within 10 days. This news ignited a frenzy across the Jianghu. The Haoma gang was a long-established force, with a considerable number of factions beneath it, and its overall strength ranked at least 3rd tier, only slightly weaker than Heliansha. How could Gao Zu, a mere home master of Heliansha, dare to provoke the Haoma gang? That was akin to stirring up trouble atop the head of a deity or plucking the fur from a tiger, a reckless endeavor. Previously, Lin Bei's ambition to penetrate Sim Sha Sui and Chuan Bao's desire to reach the moon had already been astonishing. Now Gao Zu aimed to conquer the Haoma gang. Heliansha was the subject of mockery among the Jianghu denizens. They were oblivious to the source of Gao Zu's audacity, branding him as a fool whose arrogance was a product of his association with Heliansha. Upon receiving the news, Gao Zu could not help but sigh. Humanity can be truly treacherous. It was undoubtedly Dingbua who had disseminated this information throughout the night. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the entire Jianghu to be informed within such a short span. Naturally, the Haoma gang had caught wind of it as well. Nevertheless, the issue was manageable. It merely required more effort. Upon learning of the news, Gahuang immediately summoned all the hall masters of the Haoma gang. You all have heard about this little brat Gao Zu, haven't you? Gahuang stated coldly from his position of authority, surveying the crowd. At first, he thought he might have misheard the news. He never imagined it to be true. He could only remark on Gao Zu's audacity in seeking to use the Haoma gang as a stepping stone. Such a fanciful notion. Boss, Gao Zu has gone too far. He has already slain our Haoma gang's prince. We were too lazy to hold him accountable, and now he wishes to annihilate our gang? Has he lost his mind? Indeed, does he truly believe that becoming a mere hall master grants him supremacy over all? Gabang Zhu, I propose we mobilize our forces immediately and eradicate Gao Zu. The assembly erupted with indignation, clamoring for Gao Zu's demise. All right, it is rare for everyone to be so united in purpose. Who is willing to take the lead for our Haoma gang and eliminate Gao Zu? Gahuang scanned the room with satisfaction. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the room fell eerily silent. The previously fervent meeting room was suddenly devoid of sound. Engaging in combat was not merely a matter of words. Mobilizing personnel and finances posed significant challenges. Expenses such as appearance fees, medical costs, relocation fees, transportation costs, and more accumulated into a substantial sum. Consequently, unless absolutely necessary, organizations would refrain from large-scale confrontations, adhering to the unspoken rule of negotiating before any conflict. Yet, in the case of Gao Zu, there was no need for negotiation, as his actions constituted a grave humiliation for the Haoma gang, a matter of their honor. If they failed to subdue Gao Zu, even the most insignificant ruffian would dare to challenge their authority. They needed to make an example of him to quell their grievances. You lot are truly Ge, witnessing the situation, felt a surge of anger, barely restraining himself from cursing. They were utterly disunited. Nevertheless, Ge needed these individuals to help him establish his dominion and earn profits, so he swallowed his frustration. The reason he had established so many factions was to rapidly enhance the gang's strength. However, the drawbacks were glaring. With too many factions, management became inconvenient, and each operated as a sovereign entity, leading to scheming and the accumulation of grievances. Overall, the Haoma gang appeared numerous and powerful, yet internal strife ran rampant, even surpassing the discord within Hongxing. For instance, when the prince had died, had it not been for Ge direct orders, Zhongxin would never have stepped up for the gang. Recognizing this, Ge coldly declared, "Each faction shall contribute 200 men. All expenses will be deducted from the gang's treasury." "I agree." Dishu of the Renzi-Du faction was the first to respond, finding Ge decision fair and offering no grounds for refusal. "I concur." Zhongxin also made her decision. For her, while Gao Zu possessed notable strength and had made promises, navigating the Jianghu required a level of skepticism towards Gao Zu. Soon, everyone chose to agree to send personnel. Dishu announced immediately that Gao Zu should prepare himself. Ge instructed with satisfaction. It would be inappropriate for Gao Zu to provoke them without consequence. Furthermore, gather all information on Gao Zu and select an auspicious day to eliminate this reckless young man. After issuing his orders, Ge rose and departed. Entering a room, he dialed Ding Bo's number. "Dongbo, your people are quite arrogant, intending to annihilate my Haoma gang. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" Ge exhaled a cloud of smoke, suppressing his inner fury as he spoke coldly. After all, Gao Zu was still nominally a hall master of Helianxia. Before confronting Gao Zu, it was imperative for him to ascertain Dengbo's intentions. Otherwise, it could easily ignite a fierce conflict between the two factions. A full-scale clash is no trivial matter. It could result in losses amounting to several 100,000, or even millions, and should it escalate, one might find themselves in the police station for a rather uncomfortable discussion. However, the line remained silent. And Ge coldly continued, "Previously, regarding the Crown Prince's affair, I spared you some consideration." "Enough, Ge. The Crown Prince has already avenged the fish head incident, and Gao Zu has dealt with the Crown Prince. The scales have balanced. Let bygones be bygones." Dengbo's weighty tone resonated from the other end. "All right, with your assurance, I feel more at ease. Do come visit when you have the time." With Dengbo's stance clarified, a flicker of a smile broke through Ge previously grim demeanor. The martial world is a tight-knit circle, and Dengbo, being one of its most seasoned and powerful figures, deserved the respect accorded to his position. "Very well, I'll come by when I can, but let me caution you, this young man is no ordinary adversary." With that, Dengbo concluded the call. "No ordinary adversary?" Dengbo's words struck Ge like a revelation. He recalled the gruesome fates of the Crown Prince and Lian Haolong, who had met their ends at the hands of formidable weaponry. Though the police had yet to gather concrete evidence, it seemed that anyone associated with Gao Zu had been mercilessly targeted. With this thought in mind, Ge promptly retrieved several treasured weapons he had kept for many years and entrusted them to his bodyguard. As the saying goes, a visible arrow is easy to evade, but a hidden dart is difficult to defend against. One could not dismiss the possibility that Gao Zu, cornered by a full-scale assault from his faction, might resort to desperate measures. Chapter 37. De Laobi returns to Hong Kong, engaging in Mong Kok. Soon, the response from the Haoma gang reverberated throughout the underworld, urging Gao Zu to wash his neck clean. In Tong Luo Wan, the domain of the Hongxing leader, De Laobi, Chun Hao Nan and his companions were overjoyed upon hearing the news. Chun Hao Nan, in particular, was beaming with delight, as if he could already envision Gao Zu incapacitated by a brutal assault. How audacious of someone like the leader of Lian Sheng to presume he could tread upon the Haoma gang's territory to attain the position of a spokesperson. Truly, one must not court death, for if Gao Zu escapes this time, who will perish? At that moment, De Laobi entered the hall, and, upon witnessing the jubilant demeanor of Chun Hao Nan and his friends, inquired, "What is the matter that has you brothers in such high spirits?" Be go, you're back," they exclaimed, rushing to greet him. "Ah, it's only been a month since I left, and you all miss me so much, huh?" Their enthusiasm brought a smile to De Laobi's face. "Nothing untoward has occurred during my absence, I hope?" As De Laobi settled onto the sofa, he lit a cigarette, and gazed at Chun Hao Nan and his companions. Indeed, there has been, Chun Hao Nan replied, igniting a cigarette of his own, and, after a moment of contemplation, recounted the events that had transpired. His tone grew notably furious when discussing Gao Zu. Chun Hao Nan harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Gao Zu, who had slain his brother Tuzi and stolen the affections of the woman he coveted, Xiao Jiaba. One may tolerate many things, but not the murder of loyal kin or the theft of a beloved. Such grievances are irreconcilable. The audacity of Gao Zu, who ascended from a mere 4-9 subordinate to a hall leader in less than a month, was staggering. Even the prince could not contend with him. And now he sought to obliterate the Haoma gang to secure his candidacy for spokesperson? Astonishing. Dalaobi appeared more concerned with Gao Zu's momentous actions than with Chun Hao Nan's outrage. Bigu, I wish to be involved in this and collaborate with the Haoma gang to avenge Tuzi, Chun Hao Nan declared, his eyes filled with resentment. No, we cannot involve ourselves in this matter. This kid, despite his shortcomings, is still a leader of Liansheng. Engaging with him could provoke Liansheng's wrath. Moreover, the Haoma gang possesses sufficient power to easily eliminate a leader from Liansheng. Though you cannot personally avenge Tuzi, rest assured that Gao Zu's demise is inevitable. Why should you wade into these murky waters? Dalaobi reasoned persuasively. Chun Hao Nan was acknowledged in the underworld as a paragon of righteousness. Slaying Gao Zu would not only uphold the honor of the underworld, but also serve as retribution for his brother Tuzi. In due course, he would reap both fame and fortune. However, since Gao Zu had already incurred the ire of the Haoma gang and was a man marked for death, what necessity was there for Chun Hao Nan to take action himself? Indeed, Bigu has a point. One of them chimed in. Nangu, Guhuang has already proclaimed that this kid Gao Zu won't last much longer. We truly need not involve ourselves. Noticing BG's subtle gesture, Shanji quickly approached Chun Hao Nan to offer consolation. After a round of persuasion, Chun Hao Nan calmed his emotions considerably. In due time, the Haoma gang and Gao Zu will undoubtedly be locked in a deadly struggle. However, this Tongluo Wan is our territory. You all should watch over Boli Avenue. Once they are mutually weakened, we shall reclaim our domain. Dalaobi narrowed his eyes and calmly declared, whoever dares to encroach upon my territory, be they dragon or tiger, must yield to me. Yes, Bigu. Meanwhile, Gao Zu, upon receiving the message from Gu Huang to wash his neck clean, couldn't help but chuckle. How brazen indeed. They think I'm a sickly cat just because I've been dormant? At the same time, Awu called to relay the news from the Haoma gang accurately. Shortly thereafter, Su Su also contacted him. Their accounts were identical, providing ample evidence that neither had lied. Since Gu Huang had issued such a bold statement, Gao Zu decided to drop the facade. If a confrontation was to ensue, it would be prudent to take the initiative. Waiting for the Haoma gang to strike first would place him in a disadvantageous position, which was contrary to his nature. During the past few days, Gao Zu had not been idle. Following his previous recruitment, he had garnered a considerable following, with approximately 600 subordinates. Although this number seemed significant, they were dispersed across various districts such as Yuanlong, Tongluo Wan, and Simsha Sui, rendering them less effective as a cohesive force. Moreover, according to the information from Su Su and Awu, the Haoma gang was set to mobilize at least 3,000 men. While this outnumbered Gao Zu's forces, he was confident in his ability to withstand the onslaught. However, his greater concern lay with the factions lurking in the shadows, poised to take advantage of the chaos. They were undoubtedly awaiting the opportunity to reap the spoils. Thus, Gao Zu knew he must act decisively that night. Under the cover of darkness, a convoy of sea lion vans sped towards Mong Kok. Mong Kok, being one of the most lucrative areas on the island, had attracted various factions, with triads like Dongxing, Liansheng, and Hongxing each claiming their own territory. Even controlling a single street here could yield immeasurable profits, making it a battleground for gangsters. The headquarters of the Haoma gang was situated in Mong Kok, housed within a commercial building that they had leased in its entirety. As the vehicles arrived, they drew the attention of the Haoma gang members, who recognized that Gao Zu's men had come to confront them. Finally, he couldn't resist coming, could he? The boss was right. Gao Zu is indeed too youthful and impetuous, remarked a robust figure named Lei Ting among the gathered leaders. Indeed, it is fortunate that the boss foresaw the presence of a mole within our ranks and made the necessary preparations. Di Shu remarked with a light chuckle. Hearing this, the others displayed displeasure but refrained from speaking. Any attempt to stand out at this moment could lead to being branded as an informant by Gu Huang. Upon hearing these words, Su Su and A Wu felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. No wonder Gu Huang had insisted they swiftly assemble their forces in the afternoon, and no wonder he had summoned all the hall masters to convene together. It was evidently a precaution against internal treachery. This strategy, akin to cutting off the enemy's water supply, would undoubtedly benefit the Haoma Bang without a single drawback, yet for the two of them, it amounted to falsely reporting to Gao Zu. Since they had arrived, they might as well embrace their demise. This time, victory was assured for the Haoma Bang. Ha ha hick, another hall master declared. Enough with the chatter, immediately gather your subordinates for assembly. Lei Ting commanded, observing the increasing number of vehicles arriving below. While his faction may not be the strongest within the Haoma Bang, he was undoubtedly the most trusted by Gu Huang. Besides being a hall master, he also held the title of the second marshal of the Haoma Bang. Even with Hao Long alive, he would still respectfully address Lei Ting as Brother Lei. Subsequently, Lei Ting stepped outside, where over 60 of the most elite and formidable subordinates of the Haoma Bang had gathered. A Wu, Luo Tianhong, you two are the shining symbols of our Haoma Bang. Do not falter this time. Lei Ting encouraged the duo with a focused gaze. Understood, they replied, their eyes glimmering with determination. All right, everyone, stay sharp. As long as we capture Gao Zu, Chief Gu has promised substantial rewards. Lei Ting ignited a cigarette, exhaling 2 clouds of smoke through his nostrils while gazing at his subordinates. Luo Tianhong and the others promptly armed themselves and descended the stairs. Chapter 38. The winds rise, the night enshrouded. The leader of the number gang is dead. Below, Gao Zu personally led a contingent of 500, filling the streets with their presence. The formation was impeccably organized, requiring no ostentatious insignia. The mere sight of their black suits, an ensemble of specially crafted rebar, and the collective determination radiating from the group sufficed to establish their identity. Among them were Gao Jin, Feng Yuxiu, Li Wang, and the members of the Tianlong Special Attack Team, the Devil Commander's 2 ancestors, and the Dark Dragon personnel. Gao Zu did not hasten to initiate an assault, instead patiently waiting for the number gang to assemble their forces. It was far more efficient to ensnare them all in one decisive strike. Sure enough, it was not long before Luo Tianhong and others descended the stairs, followed by the well-prepared members of the number gang pouring in from all directions. As the winds rose and the night deepened beneath the neon lights, both sides were densely packed with personnel. Although not comparable to the battlefields of ancient times, the atmosphere was rife with the demeanor of gangsters. A stark numerical disparity was evident. The number gang outnumbered Gao Zu's forces by more than 2-fold. Observing the scant numbers of Gao Zu's men, the number gang erupted in arrogance, hurling insults and vitriol, their words flying like sharpened swords, leaving no doubt that the number gang had emerged victorious in this exchange. In the face of this tempest of verbal assault, Gao Zu's men maintained their composure and indifference, their gazes sweeping over the number gang members as they locked onto their targets, ready to wreak havoc and seize every opportunity for profit. At that moment, Lei Ting arrived with the various hall leaders. Everyone involved sought wealth, power, and status. You are a hall leader in Liansheng. Our boss has proclaimed that if you surrender now, we can offer you a position as a hall leader in the number gang. Additionally, past grievances will be forgiven. Azu, consider this. Lei Ting fixed his gaze on Gao Zu, as if this were a benevolence bestowed upon him by the number gang. Should I annihilate your number gang, I would be the leader. Is that not far more advantageous? You ignorant youth, brimming with arrogance. Attack! Attack! Slay these wretches. With Lei Ting's command, Luo Tianhong and the others surged forth. The sound of their footfalls resonated like war drums on the battlefield, a rallying cry as they charged forward like untamed stallions, colliding with their adversaries. The chaos of over 4,000 fighters erupted, the air filled with the clanging of weapons and the cries of the wounded. Meanwhile, in a villa, Gu Huang hung up the phone, his eyes cold yet glimmering with a hint of triumph. Just a small-time loser, thinking he could outsmart him. How naive. The thought of Gao Zu falling into his trap brought Gu Huang immense satisfaction. Go, bring the women in. Tonight, I shall indulge until I am inebriated. Gu Huang instructed his bodyguard, simultaneously reaching for an unknown vial and consuming its contents. Soon, 3 beautiful women were ushered into the room. Upon witnessing their enchanting beauty, Gu Huang's face lit up with delight. Casting a glance at his bodyguard, This batch is commendable. There's a reward. Each of you shall collect 10,000 at the hall tomorrow. You may leave now. No one is allowed entry without my command. The bodyguards promptly exited, having thoroughly searched the three women, deeming them harmless. Ladies, come, entertain me with a song and dance. Gu Huang, not in a hurry, lit a Gaoxaba cigarette, gazing at the three women. Primarily, he needed to wait for the effects of the drug to take hold. As time ticked by, Gu Huang pointed to the most stunning woman among them. You, come here, share a drink with me. The two of you continue. The shocking beauty glided forward with graceful steps, her eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. Unbeknownst to the oblivious Gu Huang, peril was imminent. Just as he reached out, she swiftly seized him, dislocating his arm with a brutal twist. As Gu Huang winced in pain and attempted to resist, the beauty raised an ashtray and struck him on the head, while the other two women swiftly covered his mouth with a white cloth to stifle any cries. Amidst muffled sounds, Gu Huang struggled against his restraints. Yet who was she? The foremost among the 8 swords of the king, even the 6S at that moment, a figure weaved through the crowd, fixating on the silhouette of Gao Zu, charging forward with the swiftness of a cheetah. Gao Zu turned, his gaze icy, evading the deadly strike with a deft sidestep. Seizing the assailant's blade, he returned the attack with a ferocity that left the adversary, a diminutive thug, gasping for breath, blood bubbling forth as his eyes widened in shock. Immediately after, 3 brash youths from the Haoma gang launched themselves at Gao Zu, coordinating their assault from 3 different angles, forcing him into a corner with no retreat. Gao Zu narrowed his eyes, his rebar trembling slightly as he pivoted and executed a sweeping strike. The weapons wielded by the 2 diminutive thugs were sent flying, and in swift succession, the bloodied rebar crashed into their faces, fracturing their features as their bodies were propelled backward. Simultaneously, Gao Zu advanced, delivering a devastating blow to another thug with his rebar. In the blink of an eye, 4 members of the Haoma gang lay sprawled beside Gao Zu. Thunder and his companions, witnessing the ferocity of Gao Zu and his allies, were gripped by a heavy sense of foreboding. Despite their numerical advantage, the forceful onslaught from Gao Zu and his cohort had instigated signs of disarray among their ranks, leaving them incredulous. Suddenly, a phone call pierced through the tension. Thunder answered. What? The leader Gu is dead? The surrounding gang leaders stood frozen, their expressions shifting dramatically. The death of their leader struck a profound blow to their morale. The anticipation of victory was now overshadowed by a looming dread. This event signified an opportunity, a chance to ascend to leadership. Each leader began to plot in their minds, for who among them did not yearn for the position of power? A kingdom and beauty could be theirs for the taking, a life of unparalleled glory. Meanwhile, Su Su revealed a barely perceptible smile, casting a glance at Gao Zu, who was embroiled in combat amidst the throng, before slipping away discreetly. Thunder, consumed by fury, seethed. It must be that rascal Gao Zu's doing. He must be eliminated. His anger ignited. He surveyed the battlefield, and, spotting Luo Tianhong's casual demeanor, bellowed into the crowd. Luo Tianhong, Awu. What in the world are you doing? Attack. Kill Gao Zu. Chapter 39. A formidable team. Su Su's rebellion. Upon hearing the news, Luo Tianhong glanced back at Lei Ting, and in the next moment, he halted the sweeping motion of his 8-sided Han sword, pivoted, and with a flash of blade light, 3 members of the Haoma gang fell, their throats sealed by a single strike. Simultaneously, a Wu and his crew reversed their blades, tearing off their red scarves, and turned to retaliate against the Haoma gang. You Luo Tianhong, a Wu, I see an MU. Witnessing this scene, Lei Ting erupted in furious curses. The other hall masters were equally stunned, as the 2 most formidable icons of the gang had unexpectedly turned against them. Where is Su Su? Just as Lei Ting was about to hold Su Su accountable, he realized she had vanished. She was just here. How could she suddenly disappear? The numerous hall masters exchanged bewildered glances. However, in the next second, a large group of loyal and righteous individuals arrived, charging into the fray without hesitation. Many hall masters attempted to flee, but could not withstand the onslaught of the short mules, leading to several being slain by the loyalists. Even veteran figures like Di Shu were not spared. Only Lei Ting managed to withstand the chaos, for he was once the hallmark of the Haoma gang, a force to be reckoned with. Su Su, how dare you betray the gang? I will kill you. Lei Ting kicked aside a short mule and rushed towards Su Su. Yet, in the next instant, he was besieged by the loyalists. As age caught up with him and his stamina waned, Lei Ting ultimately succumbed to a flurry of blades, barely clinging to life. Before Su Su, he coughed up blood and managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. "You will not die a good death." With that, the illustrious life of Lei Ting came to an end. Su Su laughed disdainfully, then raised her head towards Gao Zu, striding forward under the protection of her subordinates. "Gao Zu, the leader Ge has already been slain by you, and I have dealt with Lei Ting and the others. You should leave immediately. Let us transform our conflict into harmony, shall we? Your attitude is quite displeasing." Gao Zu thrust his rebar into the ground, lit a cigarette, and spoke indifferently. "Just a moment ago, he was addressing me as Brother Zu, and now he has switched to calling me Gao Zu. Gao Zu, do not be ungrateful. Leave at once, or tonight, you shall sink to the depths of the sea." A loyal subordinate of Su Su boldly confronted Gao Zu. "Sister Su, is this your intention?" Gao Zu exhaled a puff of smoke, fixing his gaze on Su Su. "Indeed, from today onward, the Haoma gang shall be under the governance of my loyal and righteous faction, and I, Su Su, shall be the leader of the Haoma gang." Su Su raised her proud head and spoke coolly. For this moment, she had expended considerable effort. "Very well, ambitious and spirited, Sister Su. I indeed did not misjudge you," Gao Zu remarked meaningfully, discarding his cigarette, and at the same time, his rebar moved, directly striking down a subordinate before him. "Since it has come to this, let us rely on our own abilities. If you win, you shall be the leader, and if I win, I will kill you." Gao Zu withdrew the rebar, regarding Su Su with a detached expression. "Kill." Su Su gritted her teeth and left without looking back, retreating 3 miles. Indeed, she had previously submitted to Gao Zu, but at that time, she had no choice. Now, with Gu Huang dead and the major hall masters annihilated, the entire loyal and righteous faction was mobilized, and with over 5,000 against 1,500, it was a simple matter. In short, to be under your control, Gao Zu, is not as good as becoming the leader myself. Just then, another group arrived, not others but the Hongxing Shuanghua Red Stick Prince, accompanied by 1,000 men. "How dare they bully my brothers? Kill? Slay this bunch from the Haoma gang." The prince, witnessing the bloody battle unfolding before Gao Zu, erupted in fury, charging forward with his blade. The scene plunged into chaos once more. Meanwhile, in a loft, Jimmy, Deng Guanzai, and Fei Shui watched the unfolding spectacle in astonishment. They knew Gao Zu was formidable, but never anticipated him to be this powerful. These individuals are incredibly strong. Deng Guanzai, cigarette in mouth, fixated intently on Gao Jin, Li Wang, and Feng Yuxiu. Most of the Haoma gang members were familiar to him, aside from a Wu and Luo Tianhong. The others were also ruthless characters, yet before Gao Jin and his companions, they were like refuse, trampled upon. Who would have thought that Su Su would be so audacious, seizing this chaotic moment to plot a rebellion? Fascinating. While Jimmy and Deng Guanzai focused on different aspects, Jimmy was more attuned to the shifting dynamics. Su Su dared to slay the hall masters of the Haoma gang, and with a significant number of loyalists at her side, it proved 2 things. First, Su Su had meticulously planned this, and second, there was an 80% chance that Gu Huang was dead. Otherwise, Su Su would not have dared to act. Furthermore, the prince's appearance genuinely astonished Jimmy. He was the war god of Hongxing, the widely recognized Shuanghua Red Stick. And yet he chose this moment to assist Gao Zu, which was somewhat unfathomable. At the same time, it made him realize the formidable nature of Gao Zu. The thought of competing against such a person sent chills down Jimmy's spine. Besides them, many other factions gathered in various rooms, some to witness the spectacle and ascertain the victor of the night, while others acted as messengers, hoping to claim a share of the spoils. If the prior rumors surrounding Gao Zu were mere whispers, today, his strength was undeniably real. Meanwhile, on the street several hundred meters away, police cars lay quietly. Chun Guozhong and Ma Jun leaned against the hoods, observing the fierce confrontation ahead, utterly astonished. In truth, they had been present all along, witnessing from the beginning. They had a clear understanding of the situation. Gao Zu and his subordinates were truly a group of monsters. The average short mules were fiercer than most, fearlessly charging into battle, with none attempting to flee. They would drag down at least one opponent, even in death. How could this young man, Gao Zu, possess so many willing to sacrifice themselves for him? Such charisma. Chun Haonan, with all his righteousness, could not match this young man's strength. Chun Guozhong exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing ahead at the seemingly impossible situation of defeating many with but a few. Unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment, his tone laden with incredulity. As a seasoned officer with years of experience dealing with various syndicates, he had seldom encountered a team akin to Gao Zu. Loyalty was one thing, but each member exhibited extraordinary valor. Particularly striking were figures like Gao Jin and Li Wang, who vividly embodied the essence of single-handedly confronting 100 adversaries. Gao Zu, however, surpassed even them, displaying an unparalleled ferocity. "Sir, you are the foremost in our police force. Do you believe you could triumph over that man with the slick back hair?" Chen Guozhong's gaze shifted from Gao Zu to Gao Jin. Chapter 40. 3 fists shatter the spirit of the gang. 2 kicks crush the gang's soul. Demon ancestor. It is hard to say. Ma Jun's gaze flickered momentarily, hesitating before he spoke candidly. Although he usually exuded confidence in his own strength, witnessing Gao Jin, who possessed the ability to dismantle the spirit of a gang with 3 punches, left him feeling reluctant to boast. Remarkable. It is truly rare to hear such words from your lips. Upon hearing this, Chen Guozhong turned around, astonished, with his eyes widened in disbelief. The usually violent Ma Jun, who advocated for a brutal approach towards triads, had bestowed such high praise upon Gao Jin. Indeed, there are heavens beyond the heavens and individuals beyond individuals. This fellow surpasses even Lien Haolong. If Gao Zu can recruit such formidable warriors, his own prowess must be equally formidable. Ma Jun chuckled lightly, a sense of relief washing over him. Chen Guozhong fixed his gaze upon Gao Zu. It seems that we are about to witness the emergence of a new overlord in Gangdao. However, I wonder how long he can sustain this. Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, "Kill Gao Zu, and a reward of 3 million awaits." Money can drive men to their deaths, and birds to their doom. In the blink of an eye, over 200 members of the Haoma gang surrounded Gao Zu, their eyes fixed upon him as if he were a succulent piece of meat, glistening with fat. Gao Zu's prowess was undeniable, as everyone had just witnessed. But the temptation of 3 million was too great for anyone to resist. Gao Jin and his companions transformed into harbingers of death. Previously holding back, they now displayed their formidable strength, slaying any who obstructed their path to assist Gao Zu. No one is allowed to intervene. If anyone dares to come, I will slay them. Upon seeing Gao Jin and the others approaching, Gao Zu bellowed angrily. That night, he was already outnumbered. He could not allow his comrades to make any mistakes due to his predicament. Furthermore, Gao Zu was eager to test his limits. With a 10-fold increase in strength, what harm could he face alone against 200 adversaries? In the next moment, Gao Zu charged into the crowd wielding a rebar, reminiscent of Xiangyu, the hegemon of Western Chu, cutting through the throngs. Simultaneously, the encircling foes tightened their formation, their weapons gleaming ominously. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding produced sparks that danced through the air like iron fireworks. Under the rebar, several of the squat thugs were sent crashing to the ground. Whether it was broken bones or lacerated skulls, they were all gravely injured, and without immediate medical attention, they would undoubtedly perish. If granted another opportunity to choose, they might reconsider risking their lives for 3 million. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, Gao Zu's rebar had sent a burly man's steel pipe flying, and then, with a powerful kick to the chest, the man was propelled backward, crashing into those behind him. Thus, Gao Zu's relentless assault continued. However, the sheer number of adversaries meant that while he could block a portion of their attacks, several bludgeons struck his back. Yet, this minor damage was little more than a mere nuisance to Gao Zu, negligible. With cold determination in his eyes, he turned, swinging the rebar to disarm his foes, and then leaped into the air, unleashing a sweeping kick that sent a wave of adversaries flying. With 2 feet shattering the spirit of the gang, I am a being of biochemistry. Gao Zu discarded the rebar, advancing barehanded like a deity of death. The 80th. Gao Zu's fists were drenched in blood as he fixed his gaze upon the gasping thug beneath him, uttering softly yet chillingly. His voice, though quiet, struck terror into the hearts of the surrounding thugs, halting their advance. Moments ago, they had believed Gao Zu to be exhausted, only to witness 10 of their own swiftly eliminated. Now, they dared not gamble. Moments earlier, they might have taken the risk, but now, faced with Gao Zu's bloodthirsty ferocity and overwhelming strength, their resolve faltered. In the next instant, with a sickening crack, Gao Zu crushed the thug's neck beneath his foot, then turned to survey the onlookers, revealing a sinister smile. With that, he charged forth like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Oh my, I can't take it anymore. Who the hell wants 3 million? Those thugs, now targeted by Gao Zu, were so terrified that they abandoned their weapons and fled. The remaining onlookers panted heavily, exchanging glances filled with shock. What on earth? Is Gao Zu some kind of perpetual motion machine? After fighting for so long, he shows no signs of fatigue, growing even more ferocious. In the next moment, covered in blood, Gao Zu turned, his gaze sharp as an eagle, emanating a chilling aura as he swept his eyes across the crowd. His fighting spirit palpable. Those who met his gaze trembled uncontrollably, their weapons slipping from their grasp. With just one look, dozens of thugs sank to their knees, unable to resist. Some even lacked the courage to meet Gao Zu's eyes and fled in terror. A demon. Gao Zu was nothing short of a demon. Demon ancestor. Within mere seconds, the 200 men who had besieged Gao Zu scattered in disarray. This spectacle caught the attention of the surrounding Haoma gang members. Although many were unaware of the unfolding events, the sheer observation of Gao Zu's state made his strength abundantly clear. To withstand an assault of 200 without faltering, and to establish a 10-meter radius of safety around him, spoke volumes. The Haoma gang is destined to fall. Jimmy took a deep drag from his cigarette, swallowing hard, feigning calmness as he spoke. The tremor in his fingers betrayed the turmoil within him. Competing for territory with such a person? Only a fool would dare. I always thought Gao Zu was unworthy. It appears my narrow vision has blinded me to greatness. Dongguan's eye squinted, exhaling a few words chillingly. A future spectacle of grandeur is imminent. Fei Shui has already collapsed onto the sofa in terror. One person stands against 200, achieving an overwhelming victory. The weight of this accomplishment is so remarkable that it seems almost unbelievable, yet it is undeniably unfolding before our very eyes. As expected, while Jimmy and his companions are still in shock, they observe below that the members of the Haoma gang, who had been densely clustered moments ago, are now reduced to merely over 1,000. The rest have either perished, sustained injuries, or fled in panic. No amount of rewards or threats from Su Su could sway them. The majority of the Haoma gang are young, inexperienced lads, some even under 18, lured into the gang like Lin Bei Li's son. Had it not been for Lin Bei Li's timely intervention, he too would have fallen victim to the Haoma gang. Most joined the gang to flaunt their bravado, yet when faced with such a dire scenario, they found themselves unable to escape. It can be said that although the Haoma gang initially boasted over 4,000 members, more than 1,000 fled in less than 3 minutes. The remaining members, aged between 20 and 40, are those who have been officially inducted into the Haoma gang and typically would not retreat before failure. However, confronted by the formidable onslaught from Gao Jin and his allies, they too are unable to withstand the pressure. The sight of Gao Zu single-handedly vanquishing 200 foes has shattered their resolve. With their morale depleted, what hope is there for continued combat? Chapter 41. The numbers gang takes over. The Jianghu is shaken. One man challenges 200? Known as the demon ancestor. Zuga, Susu has escaped. I apologize. Luo Tianhong approached, her eyes filled with remorse. It matters not. Merely a woman. Gao Zu replied, lightly patting Luo Tianhong's shoulder. You are familiar with Zhongxini. Take your men and seize their stronghold. In truth, the headquarters of the numbers gang and that of Zhongxin were merely a few streets apart, which had led Susu to believe she had a chance to seize control of the entire numbers gang that night. However, she had greatly overestimated herself, failing to recognize the reality of the situation. Even without deploying Gao Zu could still take over the numbers gang, especially with the crown prince bringing along 1,000 men to support him. Understood. Luo Tianhong responded promptly, gathering her forces to depart. Zuga, are you all right? You frightened me just now. Zhou and Long, a Gue, and others approached, their eyes glistening with concern. Ha ha ha, what could possibly happen to me? Not only do I have wealth, but my strength is also formidable, Gao Zu declared, addressing his followers. This statement was naturally meant for his younger brothers. Otherwise, they might assume he was merely a man of money without any real power, which would lead to misunderstandings. To be a leader, one must be well-versed in all aspects to command respect from those below. All right, take the brothers to the hospital. I will cover all medical expenses, so they can recuperate in peace. Gao Zu instructed, looking intently at the group. Gao Zu entered his vehicle, changed into another outfit, lit a cigarette, and strode alone towards the police cars. He has arrived. Chen Guozhong discarded his cigarette, but, instantly becoming vigilant, turning to the several officers behind him. Everyone, do not act rashly. No one is permitted to fire without my command. This was their first encounter with Gao Zu, and he was uncertain of his temperament and character. He needed to be prepared for any eventuality. You must be Chen Sir and Ma Sir. I have long admired your names. Gao Zu approached Chen Guozhong and the others, wearing a smile. Zu, causing such a commotion upon entering our jurisdiction, you are truly remarkable. Chen Guozhong remarked sarcastically. They had little interaction with Gao Zu, but due to the previous incident involving the water police and the Yuanan gang, he had indeed conducted an investigation on Gao Zu. However, at that time, Gao Zu was merely a nobody, and Chen Guozhong had not taken him seriously. To his astonishment, within just over 10 days, Gao Zu had already made a name for himself in Wangjing and even annihilated the numbers gang. It must be said, Gao Zu was the most outstanding gangster he had ever encountered, bar none. Chen Sir, you flatter me. In this line of work, skirmishes are inevitable, and I apologize for any trouble caused. I have prepared the individuals for you, and I will deliver the ransom tomorrow. Gao Zu continued to smile. He did not wish to clash with the police. He was willing to cooperate, but if they were to act ungratefully like Huang Zhiqing, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Very well, one does not strike a smiling face. Since you are so understanding, we shall conduct our business accordingly. Chen Guozhong took a deep breath. Regarding shootouts, they had dealt with no less than 800 cases. Typically, they arrested a few individuals to serve as scapegoats. Wrapping things up quickly, unless necessary, they would not typically engage with a big shot like Gao Zu. This was an unspoken rule between the Jianghu and the police. Since Gao Zu was so accommodating, he found it unnecessary to pursue further complications. Please, Gao Zu gestured for them to proceed, speaking calmly. Ma Sir, I appreciate your assistance. Chen Guozhong addressed Ma Jiuan. Ma Jiuan, the head of the major crimes unit, was responsible for making arrests. He approached Gao Zu and offered a subtle warning. Zu, I have investigated you, and you are the only one who does not engage in the flower trade. You possess ambition, and I hope you continue to adhere to that path. If you are well, we are all well. For him, as long as the small-time gangsters refrained from the flower business, any inter-gang conflicts were manageable, easily resolved. What truly caused concern were the various cases that stemmed from the flower trade, which were the most troublesome. This was their first encounter, and he did not wish to prolong the conversation. Understood. Gao Zu nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, Ma Jiuan led over a dozen officers to make arrests. Chen Sir, here is a $3 million blank check. Your health is poor. Please seek treatment. We will have many opportunities to collaborate in the future. Gao Zu stated calmly, if Ma Sir requires assistance as well, feel free to call me. With that, Gao Zu discreetly slipped the prepared check into Chen Guozhong's pocket. Seeing Chen Guozhong hesitate, Gao Zu added, this is not a bribe, it is a blank check. Just say you found it. No one will trace it back to you. Furthermore, you are well aware of the foreigner's methods, right? Hong Kong people managing Hong Kong people. Regardless of how well you perform or how many cases you solve, you are merely a tool, left with a meager salary at the end of the month. Hospital stays can easily drain your finances. This $3 million is sufficient for your treatment. Your daughter and wife are waiting for you to return home. Thank you, Chen Guozhong said with a deep breath, uttering those two words. Although he was unsure how Gao Zu knew of his condition, he truly needed the funds. Gao Zu nodded, turning to return to the scene. As Ma Jiuan arrested over 30 individuals, Gao Zu immediately ordered the area to be cleared. He then continued to sweep through the strongholds of the numbers gang. The primary targets were the headquarters and strongholds like Zhongxin Yi, while he had little interest in smaller factions, allowing them to enjoy a share of the spoils in the shadows. Sim Sha Sui was unusually quiet, as Ni Yongxiao refrained from taking action. In Yuanlong, several small factions gathered in secret, knowing that Gao Zu had triumphed over the numbers gang, and chose to flee the scene. Only in Tongluan was there unrest. Chen Haonan led over 200 men, storming onto Bailey Avenue, determined to reclaim the territory previously seized by Gao Zu. However, with the formidable Zhen Gong leading the charge and 300 men stationed on Bailey Avenue, Chen Haonan and his crew were no match, quickly forced to retreat in disarray. Shanji, attempting to act bravely, was caught off guard by a punch from Zhen Gong, nearly facing dire consequences. Chen Haonan had no choice but to withdraw in frustration. In a single night, the numbers gang underwent a transformation, leaving many unable to comprehend the magnitude of the changes. The leader of the number gang, Go Huang, has perished, along with all of his dozen or more hall masters, leaving no one behind. The major strongholds have been entirely seized by Gao Zu's faction. Could it be true? Did Gao Zu truly triumph? Has he actually conquered the number gang? This is nothing short of a miracle. A mere hall master from Liansheng has managed to obliterate a third-rate, top-tier organization. It is utterly astonishing. Many are left pondering the events of last night, until it was revealed that Gao Zu single-handedly faced 200 adversaries, causing the members of the number gang to flee in disarray. This rumor spread like wildfire, illuminating Gao Zu's formidable prowess. Although the people of the martial world deemed some of the tales exaggerated, there is no smoke without fire. And it is evident that Gao Zu possesses the strength to stand against 100 foes. Consequently, following the battle of the previous night, Gao Zu skyrocketed to fame, using the number gang as a stepping stone to become a prominent figure in the martial realm. His influence and reputation have reached unparalleled heights. They now refer to him as the Devil Ancestor. Chapter 42. A resounding victory. Establishing the Onlong mercenary group. In Mongkok, the stronghold of the Haoma gang, on the second floor of a commercial building, Gao Jin strode in. Zhuge. Gao Zu exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing at Gao Jin. What were the casualties last night? We lost 10 men, and over 300 were injured. The prince's side suffered more, with 20 dead and over 400 injured. As for the Haoma gang, including Gu Huang, the casualties exceeded 1,000. Gao Zu recounted the statistics from the previous night. Although incomplete, they were fairly accurate. Beside him, the prince rubbed his nose, appearing somewhat speechless. The casualty comparison was rather embarrassing for him. Yes, the funerals for our fallen brothers must be extravagant, with a compensation of 600,000 per person. If their families are in dire straits, we shall provide more. And the medical expenses for the injured. Oh right, the brothers performed admirably last night. Each shall receive $1,000 red envelope. There were many valiant ones among them. We must acknowledge their contributions, lest they feel disheartened. Gao Zu squinted slightly, speaking in a calm tone. He was not surprised by the casualty figures. In a fierce confrontation, fatalities were inevitable. However, with lives lost, as the elder brother, he had to step up and offer them the best treatment. Moreover, he was genuinely pleased with the performance of his younger brothers. When the brotherly song played, they all seemed invigorated, with none showing cowardice. He would not let down those who had not let him down. This was a mutual commitment. Gao Jin nodded and was about to leave when Gao Zu added, "There is one more thing. The brothers taking the fall for us are still at the police station. We should ransom them if possible, and if anyone is convicted, inform their families that they will receive $1 million annually for a year, and we will ensure they rise in stature upon release." It was quite common for brothers to take the fall in Hong Kong. This practice was akin to a gang's enforcer, as long as they eliminated targets for the gang. A few years in prison would yield not only a substantial compensation, but also an elevation in status, a coveted opportunity for many aspiring individuals. Upon hearing this, Gao Jin departed. 600,000 in compensation, Zhuge this. The prince couldn't help but smile bitterly, hesitating to express further. In the underworld, the typical compensation for ordinary members ranged from 80,000 to 200,000, depending on rank. Yet, here was Gao Zu offering 600,000 per person, 6 million for 10 individuals. Not to mention the other expenses, medical fees. According to Gao Zu's stipulations, the appearance fee was 3,000 Hong Kong dollars per person. Altogether, the previous night's expenditures surpassed 10 million. Gao Zu's actions left the prince with a peculiar impression, as if the younger brothers were affluent while the elder brother was in want. "Not to worry, brother. I may not have much, but I certainly have plenty of U.S. dollars." Gao Zu chuckled leisurely, considering such funds a mere drop in the bucket for him. He was not being arrogant. Once the battle at Kowloon Warehouse concluded, he would be exceedingly wealthy. Moreover, the financial standing of the Haoma gang had yet to be fully assessed. Even Zhong Xin possessed 200 million in strength. The total funds of the Haoma gang would undoubtedly be substantial. "Thank you, Prince. You have worked hard this time." Gao Zu patted the prince on the shoulder. "I will send you 10 million in cash later." "Zhuge, you underestimate me. I came to help you as a brother, and discussing money would ruin our bond." The prince declined. "You brat. Fine. I entrust the Zhong Xin venue to you. Have your men go there now." Gao Zu did not press further and rephrased his request. The prince had initially sought to establish a foothold in Tsimsha Tsui, but due to his presence, it had failed. A prominent figure like him lacked a proper venue. In the underworld, this was quite embarrassing. Moreover, They were in a state of mutual recognition through conflict. Granting the Zhong Xi venue to the prince was only reasonable. If you refuse, our bond may reach its limit. Gao Zu's tone turned slightly colder. All right. The prince nodded. Rejecting further would seem overly pretentious. Not long after the prince departed, Luo Tianhong entered with Su Su. Currently, Su Su appeared disheveled, continuously cursing Luo Tianhong as an ungrateful wretch. Enough with the curses. A dignified underworld matriarch should not behave like a street harpy. I hope you can maintain some decorum. Gao Zu rose and approached Su Su, gently patting her cheek. What do you want? Su Su gritted her teeth, unwilling to concede. She had plotted against the Haoma gang for so long, hoping to seamlessly control the entire gang and ascend to greatness, crafting a true legend as an underworld matriarch. Little did she expect to be ruthlessly thwarted by Gao Zu. At this moment, her feelings were indescribable. If only you could be like a Wu, you wouldn't have fallen to this state. Gao Zu chuckled. He held both Su Su and a Wu in high regard, particularly Su Su, whose ability to manage the gang and generate U.S. dollars was exceptional, surpassing many underworld leaders. Yet, with great ability came great ambition. Had Su Su not stirred trouble, he would have genuinely considered having her manage the Haoma gang. So you have been wary of me all along. Upon hearing this, Su Su forced a bitter smile. At this moment, even she, no matter how naive, understood that Gao Zu had not only sought to win her over, but also a Wu. Wary of you? You overestimate yourself. Gao Zu retorted. Bring out the hidden cash. I can make your demise swift and dignified. Otherwise, I'll sell you to a brothel, and you can imagine the consequences. Gao Zu spoke directly. The previous billion that had not been recovered must be retrieved this time. You. Su Su gritted her teeth, infuriated. Luo Tianhong, come here. Gao Zu stood up, returned to the sofa, lit a gaoxiba, and prepared to enjoy the unfolding scene. Hearing this, Luo Tianhong moved forward, ready to take action. Su Su panicked, tears streaming down her face. I'll tell you. A dignified matriarch of the underworld should not be sold to a brothel as a courtesan. Subsequently, Su Su divulged everything without reservation. Well, you have some awareness. However, you didn't cherish the opportunity one offered you. Tianhong, handle Su Su as you see fit. Gao Zu glanced at Luo Tianhong, speaking with profound significance. Understood. Luo Tianhong adjusted Su Su's attire and departed. Immediately thereafter, Gao Zu convened members of the Tianlong Special Operations Team, the Devil Commander Duo, and the Huaxia Onlong Organization, totaling 37 individuals. Presently, there were no pressing matters at hand, allowing for their departure from Gangdao. After much contemplation, and with the intention of promoting the illustrious name of the Huaxia, Gao Zu ultimately decided to adopt the name Onlong. He promptly authorized Onlong and the smuggling vessel to leave Gangdao. While numerous mercenary teams exist globally, only a select few have the power to command international attention. It can be asserted that those ranking within the top 100 on the global mercenary leaderboard are considered elite forces. Nevertheless, Gao Zu firmly believes that Onlong will one day instill fear across the globe, compelling even the likes of Heishui and Beijelong Company to submit to Onlong. Chapter 43. The dream remains unfulfilled. Has the number gang been destroyed? The call of the Jianghu. In Tualuo Wan, Chuan Bao was abruptly awakened by a phone call. What? The number gang has been defeated? No, annihilated? Chuan Bao trembled in astonishment, his voice booming and startling Feng Jie beside him. Receiving a glare from Feng Jie, Chuan Bao rose and made his way to the living room. Uncle Bao, it's true. Word has spread in the Jianghu, and Gao Zu's men have already taken over several branches of the number gang. The voice of his subordinate on the phone was filled with dread. All right, I understand. Chuan Bao hung up, his hands shaking as he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, his emotions swirling in complexity. It was safe to say that during the meeting, when Gao Zu had boldly agreed to the demands proposed by Deng Bo, no one truly believed that Gao Zu could conquer the number gang. If he weren't part of their faction, Chuan Bao might have even felt compelled to express his desire to conquer the universe. Yet, he never anticipated that in just one night, a night during which he barely had a dream, Gao Zu had obliterated the number gang, with 8 days still remaining until the deadline set with Deng Bo. This was simply astounding, utterly inconceivable. This meant that Gao Zu had already gained the qualifications to contend for the position of spokesperson for Liansheng. Next would be the three contenders, Di, Jimi, and Gao Zu. As an elder, he would undoubtedly have to choose a side. Di possessed considerable strength, Yet his arrogance and poor character had led to his ostracization by Deng Bo, making his ascension rather precarious. Jimmy was an underdog, backed by Deng Bo, and with a bit of business acumen, he had some financial strength and a better reputation than Didi in every aspect. As for Gao Zu, he was the brightest underdog among them. Despite not being favored by Deng Bo like Didi, Gao Zu's conquest of the number gang was enough to alter everyone's attitudes toward him. With this in mind, Chuan Bao made his decision. He would wholeheartedly support Gao Zu and become his foremost supporter. Taking a chance, should Gao Zu ascend to power, his influence would surely dilute Deng Bo's authority, thus establishing Chuan Bao's position among the elder faction. Soon, Chuan Bao contacted Gao Zu, expressing his unwavering support and readiness to shoulder any burdens. In response to Chuan Bao's declarations, Gao Zu could only remark that this old man had some skill in adapting to circumstances. However, having support was undoubtedly a positive development. It was said that Chuan Bao always chose the wrong side, yet profited each time, and Gao Zu believed that this time, Chuan Bao's fate was about to be rewritten. In Suanwan, at the hall, upon receiving the news, Didi was left in a daze, genuinely shocked by Gao Zu's audacity. He had not anticipated that the individual he dismissed would conquer the number gang without his assistance, thus forging a reputation for himself as a formidable figure in the Jianghu. This meant he had gained a new enemy, a powerful one at that. Now, Didi wore a troubled expression, feeling a tinge of regret. If he had collaborated with the number gang, what could Gao Zu have amounted to? Alas, the fact that Gao Zu had taken down the number gang was already a settled matter. Nothing could change that. From this point onward, they would be adversaries. Chang Mao, go investigate Gao Zu. I want every detail about him. Lovers, family, enemies. I want it all. Didi commanded his trusted subordinate. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. In the past, Gao Zu had merely been a lowly figure, unworthy of investigation. Now, however, he had to be taken seriously. At the very least, Didi did not believe he had the capability to eliminate the number gang. Brother Didi, aren't we investigating Jimmy as well? Chang Mao asked, slightly confused. Jimmy? No rush. As long as we can control this young man, Jimmy is of no concern. Didi lit a high-end cigarette, reclining on an opulent sofa, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Compared to Jimmy, Gao Zu was the true source of his apprehension. For in Didi's understanding, strength alone could secure one a position of authority. Gao Zu was evidently the obstacle in his path. I understand, Chang Mao replied, turning to leave without further inquiry. The upper echelons of major societies such as Hunghing and Dongxing were astonished by Gao Zu's conquest of the number gang. Amidst their surprise, they realized that the rise of Liansheng was likely just a matter of time. However, upon learning that Gao Zu had been compelled to annihilate the number gang to obtain eligibility for the spokesperson election, many found themselves reveling in the misfortune. Wasn't Deng Bo clearly trying to make things difficult for Gao Zu? Now that Gao Zu had succeeded, gaining election qualifications, the internal dynamics of Liansheng would surely be tumultuous in the days to come. In Sham Shui Pe, at the Jiang family villa, the leader of Hunghing, Jiang Tiansheng, emerged from the gym and entered the living room. Chen Yao, the prince has been waiting for quite some time. Gao Zu, aged 23, entered the service of Yu Tu Biao 3 years ago. With his audacity and fighting spirit, he was promoted to the top horse by Yu Tu Biao. Primarily engaged in the fishing industry, he secretly conducted smuggling of frozen goods, notably abstaining from any dealings with flour. Recently, after Yu Tu Biao's death, he sought vengeance by storming Jinsha Jiao and annihilated the number gang's prince, thus rising to prominence and recruiting over 2,000 subordinates with generous incentives. Subsequently, Lin Bei Lu vanished, and it seems this young man is preparing to run for election. Old Deng Bo certainly wouldn't support someone he couldn't control, hence he proposed the demand for Gao Zu to eliminate the number gang. Chen Yao elaborated on the information he had gathered. Haha, that old Deng Bo truly lacks vision. To secure his own power, he treats a junior like this. Jiang Tiansheng chuckled, contemplating whether to feel fortunate or helpless over the fact that a talent like Gao Zu was being undermined by Deng Bo Prince. What are your thoughts on Gao Zu? Jiang Tiansheng exhaled a puff of smoke, inquiring of the prince. Mr. Jiang, Gao Zu possesses exceptional combat prowess. He is formidable, and I am no match for him. The prince replied. Chen Yao and Jiang Tiansheng exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. The prince was their shining star at Hunghing, Renowned in the Jianghu as a formidable warrior, a dual-flower red stick with terrifying strength, yet he admitted to such a thing. This compels both individuals to pay heed to Gao Zu. You share a cordial relationship with Gao Zu. I implore you to extend an invitation on my behalf. Should he express a willingness to join our Hongxing, I am prepared to elevate him to the position of Tang Zhu, despite any existing criteria. Mr. Jiang, in that instant, was struck by the prospect of recruiting talent. It is well known that he harbors a profound appreciation for the acquisition of distinguished individuals. He is acutely aware that the greater the strength of his subordinates, the further the Jiang family's Hongxing can thrive. Presently, Gao Zu stands as a paragon among men, akin to Han Bin. He is inclined to amend the conventions of the society. Moreover, the Crown Prince's recent assistance to Gao Zu considerably facilitates this endeavor. Should we fail to recruit him, we would have no choice but to eliminate him. He will not permit any rival society to emerge as a formidable force. Crown Prince, I shall accompany you. This will convey a greater sincerity. Chen Yao smiled faintly. Very well. The Crown Prince readily acquiesced, as he too was eager to enlist Gao Zu into Hongxing. Other societies share Jiang Tiansheng's sentiments, all seeking to capitalize on this opportunity to lure Gao Zu away. You, Deng Bo, lack discernment, as they are all quite perceptive. Chapter 44. No one supports my lofty aspirations. I shall tread through the snow to the mountain peak. In Mongkok, within the towering commercial edifice, Gao Zu's phone incessantly buzzed. Initially, it was the various uncles from Lianshan calling to congratulate him on securing a candidacy for the leadership election. However, none of them boldly expressed their unequivocal support for Gao Zu. Adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face, Gao Zu responded with perfunctory pleasantries. He understood very well that individuals like Lao Gue Wei were self-serving opportunists, primarily motivated by personal gain. Lacking any mutual interests with them, he realized that clear affirmations of support would necessitate financial incentives. Moreover, there was still Jimmy and Didi to consider. Nevertheless, Gao Zu felt no urgency in courting these individuals. The leadership election spanned several weeks, and the outcome among the three contenders remained uncertain. Next, external forces began to reach out, expressing a desire to converse and extending olive branches, all of which Gao Zu declined. After expending such effort to attain candidacy, he had no intention of becoming a mere pawn in their game. Furthermore, it was better to seize control of Liansheng and establish himself as the leader. Zhuge, I wish to meet you. Just as Gao Zu ended one call, the prince dialed in with an agenda. Gao Zu narrowed his eyes, sensing an unusual tone in the prince's voice. His visit likely bore implications from Hongxing, yet Gao Zu did not refuse. After all, the prince was the only one willing to risk offending the numbers gang, even without significant mutual interests, to offer his assistance. Such camaraderie was scarce in this world, where loyalty was often overshadowed by self-interest. Gao Jin, today we will filter out the members of the numbers gang. Seizing this opportunity, we shall recruit new talents tomorrow. Remember, quality over quantity. Better to have fewer, but stronger individuals. Gao Zu instructed Li Wang. Previously, due to a lack of subordinates, he had adopted a more lenient selection criterion. However, it was imperative to tighten standards now. Last night's takeover of the numbers gang involved over 10,000 individuals. Excluding nominal members, there were at least 6,000 active participants. Yet, based on Gao Zu's assessment, fewer than 1,000 would likely pass the new scrutiny. The rule against engaging in the flower trade alone would eliminate a significant portion. Understood, Zhuge. Li Wang nodded and departed. Soon after, the prince arrived with Chen Yao. Upon seeing Chen Yao, Gao Zu felt no surprise. As he had anticipated, the prince came representing the organization. Chen Yao was a formidable figure. Though not the leader, he served as the strategist for Hongxing, holding a high-ranking position with considerable influence within the organization and the underworld. After exchanging pleasantries, the three settled onto the sofa. Chen Yao conveyed Jiang Tiansheng's intentions and presented numerous generous conditions aimed at persuading Gao Zu to join Hongxing. Thank you, Yao Gu and Mr. Jiang, for your recognition. However, I have no intention of switching allegiances. Gao Zu firmly rejected Chen Yao's proposition. Zu, in Hongxing, we value strength and talent. Should you join us, you would undoubtedly carve out a place for yourself. However, unlike Liansheng, we operate on a principle of balance. Deng Bo seeks absolute authority and a singular voice. Both you and Didi are mavericks, and Deng Bo will undoubtedly back Jimmy. Based on my understanding of Deng Bo, No matter how fiercely you three compete, Jimmy will inevitably emerge as the next leader. Moreover, you could be manipulated by Deng Bo to contend with Didi, leading to mutual destruction, ultimately benefiting Jimmy. Why pursue such a path? Chen Yao earnestly articulated the internal intrigues of Lian Sheng. This indeed constituted a valuable insight. Only the older generation possessed the clarity to comprehend Deng Bo's true intentions, while the younger subordinates remained oblivious. Yao Gu, it is premature to draw conclusions. Some matters are not set in stone. Variables constantly exist, contingent upon who can break the mold. Chen Yao's arguments were logical and well-founded, yet Gao Zu would not allow himself to be maneuvered by Deng Bo. Interesting. No wonder you were able to conquer the numbers gang. Your words carry weight. In that case, I shall not intrude further. Here's my card. Should you ever find yourself unable to endure under Lian Sheng, feel free to call me. Chen Yao rose, placed a business card on the table, and spoke calmly. Regarding Gao Zu's stance, Chen Yao could only think that this young man had yet to experience the harsh realities of society. Once Deng Bo imparted a lesson, he would naturally come to understand. Having endured the storms of Lian Sheng for decades, even those lacking courage, like Chuan Jiao, had been elevated by Deng Bo, showcasing the latter's cunning. In terms of intellect, Gao Zu, no matter how formidable, could not outmaneuver Deng Bo Zhuge. The prince took a deep breath, hesitating to speak. Prince, it's time to go. There is nothing further to discuss. Gao Zu patted the prince on the shoulder, smiling. Understood. The prince rose and departed alongside Chen Yao. That evening, Gao Zu and his brothers gathered at the Mi Ji Lawn nightclub, reserving the entire venue for a celebratory night. Gao Zu encountered Ruby. Their meeting was imbued with unspoken camaraderie. Simultaneously, Chuan Jiao, Lao Gue Wei, and others arrived, all eager to show their support and forge connections with Gao Zu. In all honesty, these older uncles were no match for Gao Zu in terms of strength. Their usual strategy involved recruiting younger subordinates to solidify their standing, while also profiting from those same subordinates. Moreover, with the critical leadership election looming, it was essential for each of the three contenders, Jimmy, Didi, and Gao Zu, to establish their alliances. As for who to support, it depended on who could navigate the intricacies of relationships effectively. In essence, when interests aligned, conflicts were easily resolved. Overall, that night was merely a modest celebration. Compared to the previous ceremony for the new leaders, this gathering was far more lively. Chuan Jiao and others were more vocal, surrounding Gao Zu with flattery. This transformation stemmed from the strength he had demonstrated. Adapting his demeanor to suit the audience, Gao Zu graciously engaged with everyone. Didi, observing Gao Zu enveloped by admirers, felt a chill of envy. Just then, Deng Bo arrived with Jimmy. Everyone's gaze converged upon them, with expressions of astonishment etched upon the faces of Chue Ji and Chuan Bao. The hall master had shown such disdain for attending the banquet, yet here was Deng Bo, inexplicably present at a mere celebration. Moreover, his deliberate inclusion of Jimmy was a clear indication of his intent to disrupt and assert his stance. Azu, within just a few days, had seized control of the Haoma gang. Indeed, he was the most radiant dark horse in our collaboration with Lian Sheng over the years. Congratulations on securing your candidacy for the position of spokesperson. Deng Bo approached, looking up at Gao Zu with a smile that did not reach his eyes, and spoke in a solemn tone. Deng Bo, you flatter me. Serving the society is merely my duty. I do not regard the Haoma gang as a significant concern. Gao Zu cast a discerning glance at Deng Bo, maintaining a stoic expression, managed a slight smile. The slap in the face was delivered with startling swiftness. Who could have anticipated that the Haoma gang, so inept, would be obliterated by Gao Zu? Such a thought had never crossed his mind. Indeed, well said, but young man, do not bask in your own glory. Sometimes, it is necessary to cultivate humility. Deng Bo promptly retorted. No one supports my aspirations to ascend. I shall tread through the snow to the mountain's peak. Gao Zu replied with indifference. He had no intention of offering any courtesy to this old man. Chapter 45, Cultural Persons. The storms are great. I cannot grasp them. Old man, no one supports my lofty aspirations. I shall tread through the snow to the mountain's peak. Such a bold proclamation, indeed, and it possesses a certain cultural depth. I must say, Azu, I never expected you to be a person of culture. With a hearty laugh, Chuan Bao was soon joined by others around him, who raised their thumbs in admiration. Among those who mingle in the world, there are but a few cultured individuals. Some cannot even recognize a single character. Those with knowledge would not stoop to becoming thugs. Of course, there are exceptions, like Chen Yao, who is indeed a cultured person. Otherwise, he would not qualify as a strategist for the Hongxing Society. How audacious! Seeing he could not outtalk Gao Zu, Deng Bo sent Jimmy to converse with the elder uncles while he led Gao Zu to a quiet private room. Didi may wield great power, yet he is a rebellious spirit, young and arrogant, lacking the wisdom to navigate the ups and downs. Placing him in a position of leadership could lead to the society's ruin. Although Jimmy may not rival Didi in strength, he possesses an understanding of human affairs and considers the society's welfare. Sitting on the sofa, Deng Bo lit a cigarette and spoke meaningfully. One obeys, the other does not. Whom do you think I should choose? Deng Bo, how you choose is your business, Gao Zu replied coolly. Deng Bo's intention was clear. He sought Gao Zu's stance. Would he be the obedient dog or the disobedient one? Should he choose to be the obedient dog, he could gain Deng Bo's support. Otherwise, like Didi, he might find himself excluded from the position of leadership. Azu, although you have qualified for the election of the leader, it does not mean you can assume that role. Perhaps a selection might bring about a turning point. Deng Bo believed Gao Zu could not grasp his meaning, so he stated it plainly. In name, Chu Ji is the leader of the society, yet he behaves like a dog, devoid of dignity. You have played this balancing act for decades. It is time to retire. You are old. Why cling to power in the society so stubbornly? Gao Zu chuckled lightly, thinking, to be your dog, Deng Bo? Are you worthy? Ha ha ha. Deng Bo sneered, his heavy gaze turning icy. Azu, the storms of Hong Kong are formidable. Winds may rise, rain may fall, calamities can strike at any moment. You are still young. There are matters beyond your grasp. Indeed, the storms of Hong Kong are fierce. But Deng Bo, beware lest the storms crush you. It is not worth risking your life for a few rotten fish. In the face of Deng Bo's intimidation, Gao Zu remained unfazed. He is a time traveler, possessing a mindset far ahead of his time, unconstrained by the limitations of thought that bind Didi, and thus unafraid of Deng Bo. No further discussion? Deng Bo's expression darkened, glaring discontentedly at Gao Zu. Their eyes met, and Gao Zu chuckled lightly, choosing silence. Well, it seems you are resolute in your stance, so be it. Deng Bo rose and left the private room. Upon exiting, Gao Zu saw Deng Bo departing with Didi. Gao Zu rubbed his nose, thinking it amusing that if he could not manipulate himself, he would turn to manipulate Didi. Just then, Ruby approached Gao Zu, and together they departed. In the crowd, Jimmy cast a complex glance at Gao Zu. The next day, in Mongkok, Gao Zu had acquired the entire commercial building, designating it as one of the branches of the Jiulong Group. He had also taken control of a dock overseen by the Number Gang. Subsequently, Gao Zu procured 3 container ships and 6 cargo vessels from HSBC Shipping, along with 10 fishing boats. The acquisition of these vessels served to obscure the facade of the fishing business, primarily facilitating the smuggling of arms, alcohol, jewelry, luxury goods, beef, and electrical appliances. The more docks one possesses, the lesser the risks involved. Moreover, operating under the name of the Jiulong Group, a legitimate company, as long as Wang Fengyi and Gangxing maintain accurate accounts, the police would find it difficult to act against the Jiulong Group without concrete evidence. Simultaneously, Li Wang's recruitment efforts had commenced. Gao Zu arrived at the designated outskirts, surveying the vast crowd with satisfaction. However, he did not reveal himself and drove away. That evening, following the recruitment, Li Wang promptly reported back. After filtering through candidates from the Number Gang, only 600 were deemed suitable, while a meager 400 were recruited that day. Compared to the last recruitment, there was a significant disparity in numbers. Gao Zu was not surprised. He had instructed Li Wang to raise the selection standards, and additionally, in the world of gangs, many capable individuals had already been claimed by other factions. Gao Zu descended to the ground floor, where a neatly arranged row of 1,000 individuals awaited. Among them, he unexpectedly spotted a fragment from Jinggu, Gao Gang. He then instructed Li Wang to lead them into employment, allowing them to experience a taste of an upscale lifestyle, engaging their minds first. Meanwhile, he headed to the Lianxing General Hall, as Deng Bo, that old man, was convening yet another meeting to assert his presence. TMD, these past few months have truly tested my patience. The frequency of these meetings surpasses my encounters with women. Do they truly believe we have nothing better to do? Upon entering, Gao Zu immediately heard Chuanbao's curses. The others were equally discontented. Their heads hung low, for who among them did not have their own affairs to attend to? Gao Zu remained silent, calmly taking a seat and lighting a cigarette. Soon, Deng Bo entered, surveying the room before fixing his gaze on Gao Zu. Today, we shall address 4 matters. First, Azu has eradicated the number gang, enhancing our reputation and establishing the society's name. A commendable achievement. The previous promise made to Azu is now in effect. He shall be one of our candidates for the position of leader. From this moment forth, the election for the leader commences. I hope the 3 of you perform well and earn the recognition of all. However, having learned from Ali's situation, I have adapted my approach. The old rules are hereby abolished. There shall be no restrictions on life and death among the 3 of you. Without enduring hardships, one cannot achieve greatness. Therefore, the one who survives to the end shall be the leader. If only 2 or 3 remain, the final decision shall be made by vote. Deng Bo stated resolutely. As the words fell, Di was infuriated, nearly cursing in his frustration. He thought to himself, when I made my choice, I was on the verge of becoming the decision maker, and you insisted your rules were absolute. Now those rules have inexplicably changed. Fortunately, Deng Bo had communicated with him in advance. Otherwise, Di felt he would truly lose his composure and consider forming a new alliance with Lian Sheng. I concur, he added. Otherwise, when will we ever select a decision maker? Long Zhen, aligned with Deng Bo, immediately interjected. The elder statesman had no objections. The disputes among Gao Zu and his 2 associates were their own affair, and these older gentlemen merely needed to choose their sides when the time came. It could be said that the greater the animosity among Gao Zu and his companions, the more they required these elders to profit from the trio, a task that was, in essence, quite simple and straightforward. Gao Zu remained silent, a knowing smile playing on his lips. This old fellow had abandoned all pretense. Now, onto the second matter. Azu, having secured the territory of the Hao Bang, your business will undoubtedly flourish, and your membership fee will triple. Does that pose any issue? Deng Bo gazed at Gao Zu with a bemused expression. A tripling meant that the monthly fee would amount to 600,000. This was somewhat excessive, yet not a single elder voiced support for Gao Zu. Even Chuan Bao hesitated at that moment. Membership fees are the lifeblood for those who thrive within the society, requiring all members to contribute a certain sum. In essence, it is a means of purchasing the society's reputation as a safeguard. To venture forth under the banner of a major organization not only commands respect, but also facilitates operations and mitigates unnecessary troubles. These fees are directed into the society's accounts, to be distributed among the upper echelons of the organization, with dividends akin to those in a company. 600,000 a month amounts to 72 million a year. After expenses are accounted for, when dividends are issued, Chuan Bao and others would still receive a substantial share. As this matter directly impacted everyone's interests, it was only natural that Deng Bo's remarks went unchallenged. Meanwhile, Di wore a look of schadenfreude, knowing that the entire Tsuanwan district merely had to pay a little over 200,000. Chapter 46. The Number Gang's Offer? Are you being gracious? Kowloon Warehouse in advance. An investment of 30 million shares. Tripling? No problem. Gao Zu squinted, nodded slightly, and spoke with a calm demeanor. I fear you may have the means to acquire, but not the fortune to spend. The third matter at hand. The Number Gang is a colossal organization, and there are substantial profits to be made. Azu, relinquish a portion for the organization to manage. Deng Bo gazed at Gao Zu, speaking in a nonchalant manner. With Deng Bo's remarks, a fervent discussion erupted among the elder uncles present. Their excitement was palpable. After all, free resources should not be turned down. Even a few strip clubs or nightclubs could ensure their lavish indulgence. Azu, it is not that we are insisting on claiming your territory, but rather that you, Gao Zu, benefit from the organization. And it is only fair for the organization to receive a share, is it not? Longzhen exhaled smoke leisurely. Gao Zu's previously serene expression turned slightly frosty. First, they wanted him to increase the membership fees, and now they sought to claim part of his territory. Not only did they wish to diminish his financial strength, but they also aimed to encroach upon his domain. Deng Bo, you are indeed calculating, seeking your own gain at the expense of others. Treating Gao Zu as if he were insignificant. The Number Gang was built through his own efforts. None from He Lianqing aided him in his endeavors. When it came to facing danger, they all acted like turtles retreating into their shells, yet when there were benefits to be had, they all wanted a piece of the pie. Truly shameless, a group of unrepentant scoundrels. This is non-negotiable. Sharing is out of the question. If you possess the capability, then bring your men and take it. I shall accompany you. Gao Zu lit a cigarette and said calmly. As his words fell, the room fell into silence. Gao Zu, is this a refusal, and in front of everyone, openly rejecting Deng Bo's proposal? How bold! Does Gao Zu no longer wish to be part of this world? Azu, mind your attitude and recognize your position. You survive by the organization's support. Without it, you are nothing. What achievements do you claim today? Shui Ji slammed the table, glaring at Gao Zu. Such words cannot be spoken lightly. Azu built his empire through his own prowess. Did the organization contribute? No, they have no right to a share. Chuan Bao stood up, staring at Shui Ji. Furthermore, as the spokesperson, you cannot speak recklessly. One must uphold integrity, and fairness must prevail, or else the younger brothers will not respect you. To be honest, he had no intention of standing up for Gao Zu, as being a scapegoat would offend Deng Bo. However, Deng Bo's actions were undeniably unjust. While the increase in Gao Zu's membership fees could be overlooked, seeking a share was excessive. Deng Bo was clearly targeting Gao Zu for his own selfish motives. If Gao Zu were to be driven away, the organization would suffer greatly. Shui Ji's eyes widened, enraged yet speechless. He had not anticipated Chuan Bao's strong stance, which disregarded Deng Bo's intentions and defended Gao Zu. What do you mean by Shui Ji? Are you attempting to drive away the organization's talents? Chuan Bao slammed the table in retort. Though he appeared to confront Shui Ji, every word was directed at Deng Bo. With Chuan Bao's intervention, many elder uncles, momentarily blinded by profit, regained their senses. Chuan Bao was right. Without younger brothers, where would they earn money? Deng Bo remained unfazed, calmly lifting a cup of tea. Enough, Chuan Bao, sit down. Azu, you may not relinquish your territory, but you must engage in the flower business. Otherwise, we shall all be left to suffer. What say you? Deng Bo, is a membership fee of 6 million not sufficient to satisfy the organization's appetite? Gao Zu cast a cold glance around the room, ultimately locking eyes with Deng Bo. It must be said, Deng Bo is quite clever, understanding that he could not pressure Gao Zu through the organization, so he resorted to leveraging the interests of the crowd to create discord. When it comes to manipulation, he plays the game masterfully. Indeed, as Deng Bo spoke, it tugged at the interests of the crowd, who once again became eager to speak. My principle is simple. I will not engage in the flower business. If you wish to use it as leverage to force me to relinquish my territory, I shall withdraw from the organization and start anew. Gao Zu, weary of excessive discourse, stated directly. By heavens, D is attempting to establish a new Helianxing, and you, Gao Zu, wish to withdraw from the organization and start anew? Truly, both are headstrong individuals, ready to sever ties at a moment's notice. The key is, both possess the capability to do so. At this moment, the room fell silent. Even Deng Bo was no longer composed. This was a golden opportunity to rid himself of Gao Zu, yet he understood that the organization could not rely solely on the old guard's rhetoric to thrive. Talents like Gao Zu must not be allowed to slip away. Very well, since you uphold your principles, I shall not force your hand. After a moment of contemplation, Deng Bo ultimately chose to swallow his pride. Now, let us discuss the final matter. Big Boss B wishes to set a stage. The reason is that Azu has encroached upon Big Boss B's territory in Causeway Bay and has also eliminated several members of Hongxing. In this matter, we have no justification, and I agree to negotiate. Azu, do you have any objections? Upon finishing, Deng Bo regarded Gao Zu with a knowing smile. Did you truly believe that seizing the number gang would render you untouchable? Now, we shall temper your arrogance. Agree to apologize to Big Boss B over tea and compensate for the losses. Refuse, and you shall contend with Big Boss B. It could lead to mutual destruction. Do remember, Big Boss B is a hall master of Hongxing and one of Jiang Tianxing's most capable lieutenants, ranking among the top in Hongxing's 12 hall masters, with countless subordinates. No problem. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu instantly grasped Deng Bo's intentions. Yet he would not simply acquiesce to Deng Bo's desires. Negotiation is necessary. However, the approach is the question. Very well, 2 days hence at noon, at the No Backbone restaurant. Azu, you are in the wrong here. Prepare 2 million. Deng Bo reminded him. Understood. Gao Zu nodded, revealing a barely perceptible smile. In the afternoon, Gao Zu arrived in Central and met with Xiao Anna to gather information regarding the stock acquisition of Kowloon Warehouse. In recent days, Xiao Anna had spent 5 billion at a price of 15 Hong Kong dollars per share, securing 30 million shares of Kowloon stock. There remains 150 million. It is precisely due to the acquisition of 30 million shares of Jiulong stock that the attention of both Yi Hang and the king of charter boats has been captured. Now, the price of Jiulong warehouse stocks has soared significantly, reaching 30 Hong Kong dollars. Clearly, the battle for Jiulong warehouse has commenced ahead of schedule. Gao Zu has repeatedly cautioned Xiao Anna regarding her demeanor, urging her to avoid drawing attention. However, having already acquired 30 million shares, the matter has become inconsequential. It is sufficient to grant him negotiating power in front of Yi Hang and the king of charter boats. As for the remaining 150 million, he intends to continue acquiring as much as possible. Gao Zu set down the documents and fixed his gaze upon Xiao Anna, admonishing her. This woman is undeniably beautiful, yet she is excessively obstinate. Ah, Mr. Gao, should we not seize this opportunity to sell now? Xiao Anna rose, her gentle eyes locking onto Gao Zu, unable to refrain from offering her advice. Selling now could yield a risk-free profit of 450 million. Even a fool would know the prudent choice. Yet you, Gao Zu, still wish to invest the remaining 150 million. Has your mind been clouded? Whatever I say, you must follow. Gao Zu approached Xiao Anna, speaking from a position of authority. The domineering CEO re-emerged, and faced with his sudden assertiveness, Xiao Anna could only sniffle and nod in agreement. All right. After organizing the necessary arrangements, Gao Zu, accompanied by Li Wang and Gao Jin, exited the company. Bang, bang, bang. As the sound of explosions erupted, a large jewelry store was engulfed in thick smoke, flames reaching skyward. Chapter 47, The King of Guns. Collecting Yiguohuan. A sudden barrage of gunfire erupted on the street, as several masked individuals armed with rifles unleashed a volley into the sky, sending bystanders fleeing in terror. Moments later, a few more masked figures emerged from a jewelry store, each lugging a suitcase as they rushed towards a getaway van. Within minutes, the van sped away. Gao Zu witnessed this scene unfold before his eyes. Astonished to encounter a band of golden thieves, it piqued his interest. Go investigate this gang and bring them, along with their loot, back here. Though Gao Zu was oblivious to the identities of these masked gold robbers, he was certainly intrigued by their gold and their audacity. After all, only the most audacious individuals would dare to rob a jewelry store at gunpoint. Later that evening, around 11 p.m., Gao Jin and Li Wang returned to Jinshai. Inside the estate, a group of masked individuals had been apprehended and securely bound. Simultaneously, boxes of gold were being transported in, the quantity substantial enough to be valued at no less than 1 million. Additionally, there were several old A-47 rifles and a cache of ammunition. Gao Zu stepped out from the living room. His curiosity piqued as he gazed upon the 10 masked captives. He found himself in a world that fused elements of Hong Kong cinema, where notorious figures like Zhang Shihai, Long Jiqiang, Zhu Ziqiang, Yi Guohuan, and Ji Jingxiong roamed, each a legendary outlaw, each a title holder of the century's most infamous thieves. Who leads this group? Gao Zu inquired as he approached the 10, igniting a cigarette. I do, came the reply from a figure in the corner, dressed in a sleeveless top. Gao Zu approached and peeled away the black cloth obscuring the man's face. To his surprise, he recognized the familiar features of Yi Guohuan. You are Gao Zu, Yi Guohuan exclaimed, suddenly animated, his previously fearful demeanor softened by admiration. You know me? Gao Zu exhaled a plume of smoke. Of course, you're not only renowned in the underworld, but also a formidable figure in the smuggling trade. How could I not recognize you? Yi Guohuan effusively praised him, his sincere flattery stemming from a newfound disinterest in the perilous business of gold robbery, where the risks outweighed the meager rewards. By chance, he had come to learn about the lucrative smuggling trade, where merely a single voyage could yield millions, a prospect that left him envious. Hence, over the past month, he had diligently researched the smuggling scene in Hong Kong, identifying Gao Zu as a prominent figure. Are you implying you wish to engage in smuggling? Gao Zu, recalling the narrative, quickly discerned the young man's intentions. Initially, Yi Guohuan had been involved in robbing jewelry stores and trading gold, but due to the dubious nature of his dealings and the exploitation by buyers, he had opted to pursue smuggling instead. Indeed, Brother Zu, we are strangers no longer. Accept my allegiance, and I shall serve you faithfully, Yi Guohuan declared, an eager glint in his eyes. Very well, you will be responsible for smuggling gold and other commodities. Gao Zu contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. Yi Guohuan had a penchant for firearms, particularly the A rifle, and pairing him with the A rifles produced by Tongzi Gu for smuggling operations would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. As for loyalty, Gao Zu was unconcerned. Matters that could be resolved with cash were never an issue. Moreover, smuggling encompassed a variety of goods, electronics, gold, jewelry, arms, luxury cars, etc., requiring different individuals to manage various channels. While the old shipper had commendable capabilities, entrusting all operations to him could potentially lead to betrayal. A balance of power was essential. Checks and balances were necessary. In that moment, Gao Zu began to comprehend the wisdom of Deng Bo. Excellent. Thank you, Brother Zu. Yi Guohuan sniffled, revealing a beaming smile. Release them. Gao Zu instructed Gao Jin and the others. Before long, Yi Guohuan and his companions were brought into the grand hall. Gazing at the opulent decor, they felt a sense of envy. Being from the mainland, they had never encountered such grandeur and struggled to maintain their composure. Cease your staring, focus on your tasks. Everything I possess will eventually belong to you, Gao Zu said as he passed by the group, his tone casual. Your weapons are outdated. Here, I have prepared new arms for you. As he spoke, Gao Zu opened a suitcase, revealing 10 A rifles and a substantial quantity of ammunition. Yi Guohuan's eyes narrowed with excitement as he stepped forward, eagerly handling the A rifle. What a fine weapon. After a brief examination, he realized the gun was of exceptional quality, and suddenly a thought struck him. Could this not be the renowned king of guns from the international stage? Indeed, the king of guns. Gao Zu exhaled smoke languidly. After the doctor's reselling, the A rifles had become immensely popular internationally, acknowledged by connoisseurs as the king of guns, and they were aptly named a Chong Wang. Even with a price tag of 5,000 each, demand remained sky-high. Recently, the doctor had even sought to place an order for 100,000 units, but Gao Zu had declined, citing insufficient funds to invest in production. Additionally, he preferred to limit supply, for rarity enhances value. If overabundant, they would lose worth. Impressive, Brother Zu. To acquire such formidable weaponry is truly remarkable. Yi Guohuan marveled, his fingers gliding over the A Chong Wang, satisfaction radiating from his expression. It was known that the A Chong Wang was a treasure difficult to procure, valued at around 4,000 on the market. In the black market, price alone did not guarantee acquisition. It required bidding, with the highest bidder securing the purchase. Brother Zu, please feel free to command us. We shall follow your lead from this day forth, Yi Guohuan earnestly declared, recognizing the fortune that awaited them by aligning with such a prosperous figure. Now, proceed to the Tongluan Pier and inform them that you will be responsible for the maritime transport of gold, jewelry, and electronics. The old shipper will make the necessary arrangements for you, Gao Zu stated casually. Currently, Jiao Wenlong managed the Mong Kok Pier, while Jinshayi, Yuan Long, and Tongluan were all under the old shipper's purview. Understood. Yi Guohuan nodded in astonishment. He was well aware of the old shipper's reputation as a smuggling magnate, and the realization that he was now under Gao Zu's wing alleviated any remaining apprehensions. Following the path of Gao Zu, isn't it a certain affair to thrive as a smuggling mogul? 2 days later, at the Meigawei wine house, the presence of the subordinates from Lianxing and Hongxing was notably grand. Armed with knives and clubs, the scene was truly comparable to a horse racing spectacle. This time, the esteemed boss Bi even invited Jiang Tianxing to lend his support. With Gao Zu's arrival, the atmosphere on site became markedly nuanced, as numerous subordinates fixated their gazes on Gao Jin and Li Wang, pondering how this group of ruffians was attired like business elites. Such a lack of conformity. Though harboring feelings of discontent, many could not help but envy the refined appearance of Li Wang and his companions. Clad in suits and ties, who wouldn't desire that? Chapter 48. Ignoring Jiang Tianxing, confronting Deng Bo with fury. Arrogance. Gao Zu descended to the first floor, where the banquet had been fully prepared. Deng Bo and Jiang Tianxing occupied the main seats, while those who held influence, like Cui Ji, took their places beside them, followed by Chun Yao and others. Laughter and lively conversation filled the air. Upon Gao Zu's arrival, all eyes turned towards him, for he was the protagonist of the evening. Zu, you're here. Please take a seat. Cui Ji smiled and gestured to the vacant space in the center. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Jiang, the leader of Hongxing. And this is Chun Yao, Brother B. Cui Ji stood and made the introductions. Gao Zu merely nodded and sat down without offering any greetings, barely glancing at the others. Ha! Deng Bo, you truly are the golden emblem of your alliance with Lianxing, Quite impressive, Jiang Tiansheng remarked, subtly indicating Gao Zu's lack of decorum. Indeed, quite audacious and lacking in manners. Those unaware might think he is the one in charge of Lianxing. Brotherby chimed in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. At these words, the expressions of Deng Bo and his companions darkened. The insult was sharp, albeit not overtly harmful. Where did this barking dog come from? Truly bothersome. Gao Zu inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke. What did you say, you deadbeat? Do you believe I won't slice you down right now? Shun Haonan shot up, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Gao Zu, his desire to draw his blade and eliminate Gao Zu palpable. The mere thought of the image of Shi Shili nestled in Gao Zu's embrace ignited a fire within him that was hard to suppress. Just you? Shun Haonan, I don't even regard Brother B. So what are you? Gao Zu laughed, a laugh filled with arrogance. You. Shun Haonan was left speechless, unable to retort. Deng Bo, your man is quite arrogant. Shall we continue this discussion? Jiang Tianxing frowned, his gaze fixed on Deng Bo. He had initially considered recruiting Gao Zu, but now realized that such a reckless individual would bring nothing but trouble. Zu, let us keep it brief. We are here to negotiate, not escalate matters. Deng Bo said, casting a stern look at Gao Zu. Gao Zu nodded slightly. This was his last chance to extend an olive branch to Deng Bo and Lianxing. If everyone present lacked courage, it might be time for Lianxing to be overturned. He would not hesitate to extinguish another gang if necessary. Little Jiang, speak your mind. How do you wish to negotiate? Deng Bo lit a cigarette, his eyes fixed on Jiang Tianxing. To encroach upon my Hongxing's territory and harm my people. In the past, I would have sought retribution. However, today, for your sake, Deng Bo, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, let us minimize the conflict. A compensation of 3 million as settling funds, relinquishing the Copper Gong Bayon by Li Avenue, and having your men serve tea and apologize to mine will suffice. Jiang Tianxing articulated clearly, locking eyes with Deng Bo. As a premier society in Hong Kong, such demands were indeed reasonable. Deng Bo feigned a troubled demeanor, though this was a prearranged strategy with Jiang Tianxing to suppress Gao Zu's arrogance and remind him of the hierarchy. Isn't this a bit excessive? Your Hongxing may be first class, but this is sheer bullying. Chuan Bao interjected at an inopportune moment. Deng Bo's expression shifted, barely restraining the urge to slap Chuan Bao. Bullying? So what if we do it to you and Lianxing? Brother B chuckled, dismissing Chuan Bao entirely. Be mindful of your words, Brother B. Jiang Tianxing pretended to reprimand, although a smile lingered on his face. We at Lianxing do not seek trouble, but we do not fear it either, Brother B. Do not presume that your strength allows you to flaunt before me. Deng Bo asserted, determined to reclaim Lianxing's dignity. Brother B opened his mouth to retort, but was silenced by a glare from Jiang Tianxing, prompting him to sit down. Zu, you are in the wrong this time. Comply with Mr. Jiang's demands. Our two societies have maintained a good relationship. Let us transform conflict into harmony. Deng Bo nonchalantly ordered Gao Zu. Under normal circumstances, such an outrageous demand would tarnish the society's reputation. But today was different. The intent was to suppress Gao Zu. And Jiang Tianxing's increasingly unreasonable demands were welcome. Chuan Bao and others glared at Deng Bo in discontent, yet they refrained from speaking out. They understood that any internal discord would only serve to amuse Hongxing, further embarrassing them. However, this placed Gao Zu in a precarious position, as it meant compensating with money, land, and dignity. Ha ha! Gao Zu laughed, his gaze turning icy as he mocked Deng Bo. What a gathering of cowards. Jiang Tianxing, do you not seek justice for Brother B? If you have the guts, come to me. I, Gao Zu, am always ready. I await your arrival. Gao Zu leisurely rose, discarding his cigarette but onto the table. This scene left Chuan Bao and the others speechless, astonished by Gao Zu's audacity to disregard Hongxing entirely. Brother B and the others stood, their gazes locked onto Gao Zu. As the entire hall fell into a tense silence, a confrontation looming. Deng Bo, you are a respected elder in the underworld. Is this the kind of disciple you have raised? Jiang Tianxing ground his teeth, his tone icy. He realized Gao Zu was a formidable opponent, more so than anticipated, showing no regard for either himself or Deng Bo. Zu, sit down. Who permitted you to leave? Deng Bo slammed the table, sending the plates of Chaozhou roast duck flying. Not only was Jiang Tianxing furious, but Deng Bo was on the brink of losing control of his anger. I said, sit down, did you hear me? Seeing Gao Zu remain unmoving like a stone, Deng Bo rose, his voice cold. You old fool. I called you Ding Bo out of respect. Disrespect me, and I'll end you. Gao Zu turned, his eyes sharp as blades, seemingly capable of taking lives. With that, Gao Zu strode away. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. The faces of the onlookers adorned with disbelief. They had not anticipated that a person could be so audacious as to disregard Jiang Tianxing and confront Ding Bo directly. Truly, he was the demon ancestor. Even the typically brazen Didi found himself feeling that his past arrogance was trivial in the presence of the high ancestor. I have matters to attend to, Didi remarked as he rose. Rubbing his nose and hastily vacating the scene of discord, today's events were beyond his purview. The likes of Chuan Bao and others similarly opted to withdraw. Ultimately, only Ding Bo and Jiang Tianxing remained in the hall. Ding Bo, this fellow is even more troublesome than Didi. It has been ages since I encountered someone so reckless, Jiang Tianxing observed, exhaling a ring of smoke. Heh. The world of martial arts has never been devoid of such individuals. They merely perish in due course, Ding Bo coldly replied, his gaze trembling. Having lived to a venerable age, he had seen all manner of people, yet none as audacious as the high ancestor had survived unscathed. Those lacking guile do not endure long. What course of action do you intend to pursue next? Jiang Tianxing inquired, fixing his gaze upon Ding Bo. Those who disregard the rules and are ungrateful have no value in keeping around. I cannot act personally. You must assist me, Ding Bo stated plainly, without a hint of reservation. Assistance is not merely a matter of words, Jiang Tianxing chuckled, his tone laden with meaning. Indeed, Ding Bo was acquainted with his father, Jiang Zhan, and their relationship was amicable. However, the current high ancestor was a formidable opponent, and without a vested interest. Jiang Tianxing would not help Ding Bo. Should you eliminate the high ancestor, his territory will yield 2/3 to you, while I will settle for 1/3. Moreover, we will not engage a single soldier from Liansheng. Ding Bo laid his conditions bare. What do you say? Utilizing Hongxing to eliminate the high ancestor is a lucrative deal. If one were to blame, it would be the high ancestor's hubris. Those who cannot be controlled must meet their demise. Are you certain? Jiang Tianxing exhaled a cloud of smoke, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The high ancestor's territories were plentiful and ripe for plunder. Should they be entirely secured, Hongxing's power would ascend to unprecedented heights. The crux of the matter was that Liansheng would not be involved, implying that Hongxing would only have to contend with the high ancestor. Of course, I, Ding Bo, have never reneged on my word. Consider this a favor owed to you. Ding Bo responded nonchalantly. Very well, this is agreeable. Jiang Tianxing smiled, fully aware that Ding Bo was exploiting him to eliminate the high ancestor and maintain his own unilateral control. However, this fact bore little significance. The high ancestor was merely at the level of a hall master. Could the vast Hongxing not handle him? Ding Bo was essentially offering him this opportunity. Yet, he desired more than just this. At that moment, Chun Haonan and Da Lao Bi entered, with Chun recounting the encounter with the high ancestor on Fei Yi Mountain, where he had unearthed the remains of Lin Bei Lu. Upon hearing this, Ding Bo's aged visage contorted with fury. Lin Bei Lu was a subordinate he had painstakingly nurtured, and the indignity of having his remains buried on Fei Yi Mountain was an affront. He suspected Da Lao Bi's involvement, but, reflecting on the conflict between Lin Bei Lu and the high ancestor, he was convinced that the latter was implicated. Moreover, Ding Bo, now incensed, firmly believed the high ancestor to be Lin Bei Li's murderer. Ding Bo, the high ancestor clearly holds you in contempt. Da Lao Bi feigned mockery. Enough, you two may leave. Observing Ding Bo on the brink of rage, Jiang Tianxing hastily urged Da Lao Bi and his companion to depart. The corpse of Lin Bei Lu was discovered yesterday. I personally went to inspect it, and the condition was gruesome. Jiang Tianxing embellished. Ding Bo nodded. Subsequently, Ding Bo and Jiang Tianxing deliberated on the particulars regarding the high ancestor. The more they conferred, the more Jiang Tianxing felt a sense of pity for the high ancestor. According to Ding Bo's intentions, should they fail to eliminate the high ancestor along the way, Ding Bo still aspired to expel him from Liansheng, eventually allying with Hongxing to annihilate the high ancestor. Clearly, today, the high ancestor's arrogance and the death of Lin Bei Lu had unsettled this old man. Otherwise, no matter how much a troublemaker the high ancestor was, he would not abandon his status as Liansheng's golden emblem so recklessly. However, this was precisely the outcome Jiang Tianxing desired. The more chaotic Liansheng became, the greater the opportunity for Hongxing. If he could seize the moment to swallow Lien Sheng whole, it would be even better. I no longer desire the High Ancestors' territory. I have but one request. When the time comes, bring this brat before me. I wish to see him perish in despair. Deng Bo declared, his gaze icy. Understood. No problem. A fruitful collaboration. Jiang Tianxing grinned with the satisfaction of a scheme coming to fruition. That evening, Deng Bo secretly convened with Didi. Didi, assist me in a matter, and I shall support you as the decision-maker. Deng Bo stated with a grim tone upon their meeting. Hearing this, Didi's face lit up with elation. Deng Bo, please elaborate. He had observed everything that transpired today. If Deng Bo did not bolster him, he would have to emulate the High Ancestor. Eliminate the High Ancestor. Deng Bo uttered succinctly. He was a cunning strategist, and his collaboration with Jiang Tianxing was merely a precaution. His true intention was to leverage his own men to eradicate the High Ancestor. In essence, if he could dispose of the High Ancestor himself, then Jiang Tianxing's promise would become moot. The High Ancestor possessed numerous territories. He would not easily relinquish them. Didi was an excellent pawn in this game. Not a problem. I have been waiting for your words. I have thoroughly investigated the High Ancestor's information and devised a complete plan, ensuring his elimination will go unnoticed. Didi responded with a relaxed demeanor, brimming with confidence. Excellent. I await your good news. Deng Bo rose and patted Didi's shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. As for the specifics of Didi's plan, he did not pry further. Having dared to challenge his authority in public, Deng Bo now only desired the High Ancestor's demise. While Deng Bo was arranging matters with Didi, Jiang Tianxing and Chen Yao personally arrived at Tongluan. Jiang Tianxing outlined the general strategy discussed with Deng Bo and then turned to Chen Yao. Brother Yao, what do you think we should do? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yao replied, Mr. Jiang, on the surface, Deng Bo speaks well, but in reality, he merely seeks to wield others as instruments for his own ends. Deng Bo, having navigated the complexities of the underworld for decades, is undoubtedly a cunning and untrustworthy individual. Today, we have all witnessed Gao Zu's dismissive attitude towards him, which undoubtedly serves as a significant affront to someone as prideful as Deng Bo. He will certainly be unable to contain himself. We shall remain poised, observing the unfolding events. And it would be most advantageous for us to wait until they inflict mutual destruction upon one another. In comparison to Gao Zu's domain, I believe that seizing the entirety of Lien Sheng would be far more valuable. Indeed, there is wisdom in that. Boss B gazed at Chen Yao with admiration. It is indeed the perspective of an educated individual that sets him apart. Jiang Tianxing expressed his satisfaction with Chen Yao's suggestions. In truth, he shared the same sentiment. Whether viewed from a perspective of profit or from the standpoint of the organization, this approach would maximize our benefits. As for the commitments made to Deng Bo, Jiang Tianxing turned to Boss B and remarked, Gao Zu's ability to conquer the Haoma gang indicates that this young man possesses considerable skill. We must conduct a thorough investigation, particularly concerning the individuals he has stationed along by Li Dao. Let us reclaim by Li Dao first. As for the other matters, we shall observe how they unfold. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Boss B nodded, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 49. Didi goes fishing without a helmet. Deng Bo's commanding presence and ruthlessness. The following day, at the break of dawn, Didi called Gao Zu, expressing a desire to go fishing in the wilderness for a chat. Neither of them brought companions, and they ventured into the great outdoors to set up their fishing gear. With their rods cast upon the water's surface, Didi, with a mischievous glint in his eye, declared, Zu, let us compete today and see who can catch more fish. Very well, Gao Zu replied, quietly lighting a cigarette as he gazed upon the water. Half an hour passed, and as Gao Zu reeled in fish after fish while Didi caught none, a surge of anger ignited within him. These are worthless fish. Have they all gone blind? Tomorrow, I shall bring an electric shocker to dispatch these lifeless creatures, he exclaimed, cursing as he tossed his fishing rod to the ground. Enough, Didi. If you cannot catch fish, do not blame the earth for its lack of gravity. Gao Zu retorted, retracting his rod and releasing all the fish from his net. Do not run for office this term. I will support you in the next. What do you desire? I can grant it. Didi boldly asserted. With your backing, I shall prevail. Didi, you cannot compete with Deng Bo. Pitting you against Jimmy is a certain defeat. Gao Zu remarked candidly. Impossible. I am the leader of Tsuan Wan, with both people and resources at my disposal. Why would they not choose me? Didi replied, unable to bear the blow to his ego. Still unconvinced. Reflect on your candidacy against Lin Bei Lu. With Deng Bo's endorsement, how likely were you to ascend? How many of the elder uncles from He Lianqing supported you? Would you like me to enumerate them? Gao Zu smiled with a hint of mischief. At these words, Di hesitated, contemplating his response. Under Deng Bo's influence, the support of the elder uncles had wavered, clearly favoring Lin Bei Lu, a fact that could not be denied. Now that Deng Bo backs Jimmy, you have angered him. Will you not find it impossible to succeed? Di protested. There is nothing I cannot achieve. I am determined to secure the position of the speaker, Gao Zu replied, squinting with a sly smile. Seeing Gao Zu's unwavering confidence left Di speechless. Only Gao Zu would dare to be so audacious in front of Deng Bo and Jiang Tiansheng. If it were him, he would lack such courage. Yet, the more Gao Zu behaved this way, the more Di felt a glimmer of opportunity. The body of Le Guo has been found, and Chun Haonan identified you as the perpetrator. Is it true? Di inquired urgently. Upon hearing this revelation from Deng Bo the previous evening, a chill enveloped him, deepening his wariness of Gao Zu. The audacity of a hall master to eliminate a candidate for the speaker, he could hardly fathom it. Now that Gao Zu was a candidate, would he dare to kill Deng Bo? He was filled with anticipation. Perception defines reality. If you believe I am the murderer, then I am. If you think otherwise, even if evidence lies before you, a lie remains a lie. Gao Zu spoke ambiguously. Azu, is it so difficult to speak the truth? Di's expression turned cold. What if I admit it? What if I deny it? In this life of ours, fighting and killing are commonplace. If one lacks strength, they are destined to be eliminated. Just like Deng Bo, who has grown old. Either he finds peace in death or retreats from the world. Yet he insists on controlling He Lianqing. Do you think such a person will escape elimination? Gao Zu rose, gazing down at Di with indifference. In contrast to the duplicitous Lin Bei Lu, Di possessed a measure of cunning, albeit somewhat dulled by Deng Bo's indoctrination. Manipulating this fool would be simple. You wish to move against Deng Bo? Di exclaimed incredulously, feigning shock. He considered himself bold, priding himself as the leader of Sun Wan. Yet, moving against Deng Bo was a different matter entirely. Nevertheless, he felt an inner delight. This was precisely the attitude he sought from Gao Zu. Do you not harbor similar thoughts? I merely articulated what you were thinking. Gao Zu patted Di's shoulder, penetrating his soul with his words. With the three factions vying for the position of speaker, Jimmy enjoyed Deng Bo's support, while Gao Zu had offended him. Di could easily stir the waters between them. Feeling his inner fears and schemes laid bare, Di swallowed hard, as if having made a momentous decision. Let us collaborate, eliminate Jimmy first, and then we shall negotiate further. What do you say? Agreed. Gao Zu nodded. Last night, Deng Bo approached me. He wants me to remove you. Di recalled Deng Bo's words from the previous evening, relaying them in full. Having endured so much, he had come to see He Lianqing clearly. His greatest adversary was not Gao Zu, nor Jimmy, but that old wretch Deng Bo. He fancied himself the master of the game, intending to use Di to eliminate Gao Zu. While he was daring, he was not foolish. He had previously underestimated Gao Zu, considering him merely a minor player. Yet upon learning of Gao Zu's annihilation of the Haoma gang, fear had already begun to take root within him. Subsequently, as Gao Zu gained eligibility for the speaker's election, Deng Bo sought to ingratiate himself, offering his unwavering support. Why had he not done so sooner? Gao Zu pondered, realizing that Deng Bo's intentions were clear, to pit them against each other, elevating Jimmy in the process. This was intolerable. Better to seize the reins of power himself, allowing Gao Zu to eliminate either Deng Bo or Jimmy, then reaping the rewards. Gao Zu squinted, recognizing that Di possessed a modicum of intelligence and a knack for manipulation. Do you know why I can catch fish? Gao Zu asked nonchalantly. Why? Di's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Because I can control the situation. If I wish to catch fish, I merely need to cast an enticing bait. If I do not wish to catch fish, even if one bites, I shall not lift my rod. Gao Zu replied coolly. By the way, Di, when fishing, one must wear a helmet. Gao Zu glanced into the woods, spotting a figure, and offered a reminder before departing with his fishing gear. Deng Bo's intentions were all too clear, and Gao Zu was well aware of them. He was simply waiting for the right opportunity. That opportunity, he presumed, would soon arrive. Di rubbed his forehead, pondering the absurdity of fishing while wearing a helmet under the scorching sun, fearing he might succumb to the heat. Yet, his thoughts were not on the peculiar sight, but rather on Gao Zu's earlier words. Was Gao Zu insinuating that he too was a fish? Di was unwilling to accept such a fate. He aspired to be the fisherman instead. Resolutely, he picked up his fishing rod and approached the spot where Gao Zu was casting his line, defying the odds to try his luck. As minutes passed, his efforts yielded nothing but disappointment, leading him to the brink of frustration. In a fit of anger, he hurled his fishing rod into the river. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him, catching Di by surprise. He turned, startled, initially believing it to be Gao Zu. "Damn it, Changmao, are you out of your mind? You nearly gave me a heart attack," Di exclaimed through gritted teeth. "Brother Di, it's a call from Deng Bo. He said he urgently needs to speak with you." Changmao quickly produced a mobile phone and handed it to Di. "Hello, Deng Bo, what's the matter?" Di furrowed his brow, turning to gaze at the river as he spoke. "Where are you? When will you take action?" Deng Bo's voice crackled through the phone. "I'm at home, don't worry, Deng Bo. I assure you, I will handle everything impeccably. You will be satisfied." Di responded, holding his breath. "Is that so? You arranged to fish with Gao Zu, thinking I wouldn't find out? What are you plotting?" Deng Bo's temper flared, his voice rising in fury. "Are you watching me, you old fool?" Di retorted, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. However, before he could say anything more, an excruciating pain struck the back of his head, and he collapsed to the ground. The assailant was none other than his trusted confidant, Changmao. Trembling, Changmao raised a heavy stone, mercilessly striking Di. "I'm sorry, brother Di. Please rest easy. I will take good care of your wife." Di's eyes widened in shock, unable to muster any strength to respond. Under the brutal blows, he succumbed to his injuries and passed away. Seeing Di's lifeless body, Changmao, his fingers stained with blood, picked up the phone again. "Deng Bo, Di is dead. Well done. You shall be the leader of Tsuan from now on." Deng Bo replied, his tone chillingly indifferent. Changmao hung up, tidied the scene, and glanced around to ensure no one was watching before he sighed in relief and departed. Unbeknownst to him, Gao Jin had been lurking in the shadows, capturing the entire episode on camera. Meanwhile, at Deng Bo's residence, his face was contorted with rage, his cold gaze reflecting his fury. His hefty frame trembled like a wave due to his anger. Deng Bo had long been aware of Di's unreliability and had someone keep tabs on him as a precaution. He was taken aback by Di's duplicity. While feigning loyalty, he had conspired with Gao Zu. Deng Bo could imagine the details of their discussions vividly. He could not tolerate betrayal, leaving him with only one course of action, death. Having maintained his authority for decades, he could not afford to be perceived as powerless. "Jimmy, I have removed an obstacle for you. Tomorrow, I will eliminate Gao Zu, and you shall be the one in charge. But remember, should you betray me, Di's fate will be yours." Deng Bo warned Jimmy coldly. "I understand, Deng Bo," Jimmy replied, taking a deep breath and swallowing hard. He had not anticipated Deng Bo's ruthless disposition. Indeed, one must be fierce to maintain stability. However, he still hesitated to accept the role of leader. "Deng Bo, we agreed that I would only serve as the leader for this term." Jimmy adjusted his posture, making his stance clear. "Very well," Deng Bo nodded. The leadership term lasted 2 years, ample time for him to train a new subordinate. At that moment, Ji arrived, presenting Deng Bo with a wooden box. Upon opening it to reveal the ceremonial dragon-headed staff, a faint smile graced Deng Bo's lips. "Ji, I will keep the dragon-headed staff safe for you. You may return now," Deng Bo instructed, his gaze fixed on Ji. Ji glanced at Jimmy before turning to leave. "Jimmy, this is the dragon-headed staff. It symbolizes power. Only by obtaining it can one truly become the leader of Lian Sheng. It commands respect and admiration." Deng Bo elaborated, handing the staff to Jimmy. Jimmy accepted it, mesmerized by its significance. Power. The concept consumed his thoughts. Initially, he believed his ambitions were limited to business, but the moment he touched the dragon-headed staff, his desires surged. In that instant, as Deng Bo presented this enticing opportunity, he realized it wasn't that he didn't want to be the leader. Rather, he had never considered it possible, as he had always believed it was beyond his reach. This was akin to a man who claims to be devoted to one woman, only to find that he had merely not encountered someone better. When one steps beyond their preconceived boundaries and gains access to previously unattainable treasures, their desires inevitably amplify. This was Deng Bo's strategy, transforming a beggar into a king, a proposition no one could refuse. "Thank you, Deng Bo." After a moment of contemplation, Jimmy emerged from his reverie, a newfound smile illuminating his face. Indeed, Deng Bo nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of Didi's demise, Gao Zu was astonished by the swiftness and ferocity of Deng Bo's actions. He had indeed killed Didi. In truth, Gao Zu could have intervened to save Didi, but he understood a critical reality. The throne of power is built upon a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Without such sacrifices, how could one attain the glory of the throne? Deng Bo had truly gone mad. As the storm approached, the ensuing chaos would bring forth blades and bloodshed. Gao Zu chuckled softly. Should I eliminate Deng Bo? Gao Jin suggested. There's no need. He is merely a stepping stone for me. Without his madness, how could I consolidate power and openly control He Liansheng? We must simply watch and wait. Deng Bo's reckless actions will lead to his own demise. Gao Zu replied calmly. Killing an old man is trivial. Why not eliminate Hongxing or Dongxing as well? The reasons are manifold. As the saying goes, existence equates to justification. Deng Bo's prolonged survival in the underworld benefits various factions. This is the truth. By the way, has there been any movement from Boss B? Gao Zu lit a cigarette and inquired leisurely. Yesterday, he had offended not only Deng Bo but also Jiang Tianxing, a man equally petty and concerned with his reputation, who would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to retaliate against him. The most plausible method of doing so would pertain to the incident at Tongluan Boli Avenue. Currently, there is nothing. It is quite tranquil, Gao Jin replied. Gao Zu squinted, sensing that this world of martial arts appeared excessively calm. It seemed everyone was focused on the impending election of Lianxing. At that moment, Li Wang arrived, dragging along a barely conscious Chang Mao. Chapter 50, The Madness of Dengbo. Didi, the Chicken Slayer. You, how could it be you? Upon removing the blindfold, Chang Mao saw Gao Zu, and his heart raced, revealing a sheepish smile. He had thought Dengbo was here to eliminate him, and he nearly lost control. To his surprise, it was Gao Zu. Although they were both part of the same organization, they had never exchanged a word. Why on earth did you bring me here? Could it be that I have exposed myself? Impossible, absolutely impossible. What is this? You seem surprised? Gao Zu raised his teacup, taking a sip, and spoke casually. Gao Zu, what do you mean by this? Let us speak plainly. You brought me here without any courtesy. Chang Mao took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. It's nothing of great significance. I merely wanted to ask you one thing. Who ordered you to kill Didi? Speak the truth, or I will make you feel the consequences of Didi's demise. Gao Zu stepped forward, patting Chang Mao's trembling face, his tone chilling. I didn't kill brother Didi. Chang Mao immediately denied it. According to the rules of the underworld, without evidence, anyone could claim they did not kill Didi, especially since this matter involved Dengbo. He had to keep his mouth shut, or it would mean death for his entire family. Sigh. Gao Zu breathed a long sigh. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. This is the video of you killing Didi. With that, Gao Zu played the tape, revealing footage of Chang Mao ambushing Didi from behind. Seeing this, Chang Mao felt a chill run down his spine. His heart raced with anxiety. The evidence was unequivocal. He was truly finished. Gao Zu nonchalantly picked up a butterfly knife from the table, killing one's own brother. According to the rules of the underworld, warrants the punishment of 3 stabs and 6 holes. I shall execute Didi's sentence. Brother, please don't. I will speak, I will speak. Seeing the sharp blade aimed at his throat, Chang Mao was terrified, his courage crumbling, and he hastily confessed. It was Dengbo. Dengbo instructed me to do this, intending to frame you. As expected, Gao Zu narrowed his eyes, knowing that Dengbo must have been behind Didi's death, scheming to frame him. This was about to get interesting. Gao Zu pinned Chang Mao's fingers down, raising the knife. Shoo, don't scream. If you dare make a sound, I will sever your entire hand. Do you understand? Chang Mao's face turned pale, nodding vigorously, his earlier composure gone, his expression resembling someone bereaved of their parents. Now, you will follow my orders. Gao Zu stood up, discarding the butterfly knife into the trash can. The next day, news of Didi and the Chicken Slayer's demise spread like wildfire throughout the underworld, shocking even the police. The leaders of Tsu and Wan, Didi and the Chicken Slayer, both died on the same day, signaling trouble. The police immediately launched an investigation, fully aware that if this escalated, chaos would ensue in the underworld. However, figures like Jiang Tianxing understood the underlying truths and didn't find the deaths particularly surprising, considering it was election season for the leaders of Liansheng. A death or two was not uncommon. They were more curious about what would unfold next with Liansheng and whether there would be an opportunity to benefit from it. The entire underworld was focused on Liansheng. Simultaneously, Dongbua summoned all high-ranking members of Liansheng for a meeting. Following orders, Gao Zu made his way to Liansheng's headquarters. He had thought Dingbua's act of killing Didi was already outrageous. Little did he know that the chicken slayer, who had been under Dingbua's command for years, had also met his end. It seemed Dongbua had become somewhat deranged, losing his sanity. Today's meeting would likely be a trap set for him, Gao Zu thought with a smirk. Things were becoming increasingly entertaining. Soon, Gao Zu arrived at the conference room. The elders present wore grim expressions. Upon Gao Zu's arrival, everyone cast him unwelcoming glances. In their eyes, the deaths of Didi and the chicken slayer were undoubtedly the work of Gao Zu. Only he possessed such audacity, and with their demise, all benefits would tilt in Gao Zu's favor. Thus, it was evident that Gao Zu was the perpetrator behind the deaths of Didi and the chicken slayer. Ah, Gao Zu, you scoundrel! For the sake of your own power, you have forsaken the principles of the underworld. You will not meet a good end. The likes of Lao Gui and Long Jin stood up, pointing fingers at Gao Zu and hurling abuse. Gao Zu, are you even human? Killing 2 people in a single day. I curse you. You will meet your demise. I will kill you today, to cleanse the organization of vermin. Kun Shu rose directly before Gao Zu, spitting as he spoke when Gao Jin and others stepped forward, glaring. Keep quiet if you don't want to die. With that single sentence, Kun Shu lowered his hand, reluctantly sitting down. Dongbua squinted, satisfied with this scene. This was precisely the outcome he desired, turning Gao Zu into a target for everyone. Long Jin, Kun Shu, you have yet to uncover any evidence, yet you hastily placed the blame on Gao Zu. Is that not a bit excessive? Furthermore, what proof do you have that the chicken slayer and Didi were killed by Gao Zu? Realizing the situation was turning against them, Chuan Bao stood up to defend Gao Zu. This time, he was resolute in his support. Chuan Bao, do you have a problem with your mind? Can't you see who benefits most from this? It can only be this brat. Long Jin slammed the table and stood up, coldly stating. Chuan Bao retorted, that doesn't prove Gao Zu committed murder. In this world, it's all about evidence. Without evidence, even the police wouldn't dare arrest anyone on a whim. You are speaking without basis. Chuan Bao's remarks quickly ignited collective outrage. Soon, a scene unfolded where he single-handedly debated against the crowd. While the others argued, Gao Zu committed their faces to memory. None of these individuals would escape, and they would find no refuge. Gao Zu, having committed murder, you no longer deserve to sit in this position. As Gao Zu prepared to take a seat, Dongbua's voice pierced through the discussions, causing everyone's gaze to fixate on Dongbua and Gao Zu. Dongbua's words revealed much. In other words, they understood Dongbua well. He would not publicly accuse without solid evidence. The entire situation left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that Gao Zu truly eliminated Chueji and Didi? It is well known that the slaughter of one's own sect is a grave taboo in the martial world, one that no organization can abide by, as it has long been enshrined in the guild's regulations. If this were indeed the case, it would be certain that Gao Zu would not be able to leave this place today, for Didi and Chueji held significant positions, one as a candidate for leadership and the other as the current leader. Gao Zu, seemingly unfazed, casually seated himself, lit a cigarette, and gently tapped his temples, followed by a brief chuckle. Dengbo, have you lost your wits? A death within the sect is hastily blamed on me. Your father has been gone for decades. Would you like me to acknowledge him as well? Dengbo, now unable to navigate the complexities of the situation, found himself at a loss, while Gao Zu had no intention of indulging him further. Dengbo swallowed hard. His fists clenched tightly, glaring at Gao Zu. Azu, we are of your elder generation. Your disregard for propriety is becoming increasingly apparent. Propriety? Gao Zu erupted into laughter. A gaggle of pretentious individuals. Discussing propriety with you is akin to passing gas while disrobed, a futile endeavor. Ah, you possess spirit and ambition. Now that you, Azu, have grown powerful, you no longer regard us elder statesmen. Dengbo retorted. How do you explain the death of Alo? Suddenly, his expression softened, revealing an air of vulnerability. What do you mean? Gao Zu feigned ignorance. The body of Alu has been discovered, buried on Fei Yi Mountain. Chen Haonan from Hongxing witnessed Azu murder Alo. As Dengbo spoke, figures entered the room, including Chen Haonan and others. Dengbo, speak up. Do not fear. Dengbo nodded, signaling Chen Haonan and the others to voice their accounts. Soon, Chen Haonan distorted the truth, claiming that he had fled in fear upon encountering Gao Zu, only to assert that he had witnessed Gao Zu slay Lin Bale. Azu, Do you have anything to say? Deng Bo revealed a chilling smile. Chapter 51. Deng Bo faces a setback. Gao Zu under attack. Do you believe the words of outsiders? In the face of Chun Haonan's accusations, Gao Zu remained completely unfazed, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the tabletop, his gaze reflecting disdain for what he perceived as a gathering of fools. Words without evidence are meaningless, especially when Chun Haonan is one of Hongxing's own. Deng Bo, this is indeed against the rules. Without proof, you cannot convict Azu. Chuan Bao immediately interjected. The other uncles remained silent, merely observing the spectacle. It could be said that once Deng Bo was in charge, their involvement was rendered irrelevant. Gao Zu, are you still pretending? Your rampage on Baili Avenue was nothing but an attempt to eliminate witnesses, albeit one that did not succeed. Chun Haonan continued, clearly intent on entrapment. Indeed, this makes perfect sense. Azu, you have nothing to say now, do you? Haha. Long Jin chimed in. As Chun Haonan linked the events of Baili Avenue with those at Fei Yi Mountain, many began to find his arguments persuasive. Otherwise, why would Gao Zu, instead of staying in Jinsha-ji in the Yuanlong district and risking the ire of the formidable Boss B, recklessly venture to Causeway Bay to assault Baili Avenue? Madness. I could also claim to have seen your wife with Chun Haonan at Fei Yi Mountain. Would you believe that? Does it not also make sense? Gao Zu calmly exhaled a puff of smoke. Directing his gaze at Long General, he refrained from explaining the situation at Baili Avenue. After all, the destruction of the Yuannan gang was too shocking, with dozens of water police dead, a burden Gao Zu could not shoulder alone. How dare you? Are you seeking death? Long Jin glared at Gao Zu, saliva flying as he spoke. Deng Bo smiled slightly, fixing his gaze on Chun Haonan and the others. Anan, you all may leave for now. I shall treat you to drinks another day. Once Chun Haonan and his companions departed, Deng Bo slapped the table and surveyed the room. Azu, this matter will continue to be investigated by the society. Do not think that a mere tongue can allow you to act with impunity. In truth, he did not expect to convict Gao Zu solely based on Chun Haonan's words. This was merely an attempt to construct the narrative that Gao Zu was responsible for Lin Beili's death. With such a notion in place, the subsequent actions would be much easier. Enough of this. Let us move on to the next matter. If you have something to say, then say it plainly. Gao Zu fixed his gaze on Deng Bo. Deng Bo's expression grew serious. I ask you, did Didi accompany you fishing yesterday? Yes. Gao Zu nodded. Following my investigation last night, Didi was found dead at the fishing site. Furthermore, there were witnesses who saw you murder him on the scene. Deng Bo enunciated each word with precision. According to the society's rules, harming a fellow member results in disqualification from the election of the speaker, and you will be expelled from the society. In that moment, Deng Bo's icy demeanor was filled with confidence. If he could eliminate Gao Zu today, then he would retain absolute authority over Lianqing. Deng Bo, do you not feel a bit hasty? Where is your evidence? Gao Zu remained calm. Deng Bo glanced at Jimmy, who promptly left the room, returning shortly thereafter alone. Deng Bo, the person did not arrive. Jimmy reported, his brow furrowed as he looked at Deng Bo. What? Deng Bo clenched his teeth, appearing somewhat embarrassed. This was a critical moment, and Long Mao had inexplicably vanished. Where is he, Deng Bo? Who is this mysterious figure? Gao Zu rose, a playful smile on his lips. Deng Bo, you truly are losing your touch. Your talent for performance is a tremendous loss to the entertainment industry if you do not pursue acting. Ha ha ha. With Gao Zu's words, the atmosphere in the conference room thawed. Many struggled to suppress their laughter, not daring to be as audacious as Gao Zu. Deng Bo's earlier fervent declarations had culminated in a self-scripted farce. Deng Bo now felt a surge of pressure, caught in a predicament he had not anticipated, Long Mao's disappearance. However, being a cunning individual who had lived half a lifetime, he possessed both intelligence and an exceptionally thick skin. This matter remains under investigation, but Azu is the prime suspect. You are not permitted to leave Hong Kong Island for the next few days. Deng Bo, I must say I preferred your earlier defiant and outrageous demeanor. Gao Zu would not let such an opportunity to embarrass Deng Bo pass by. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He aimed to utterly ruin Deng Bo's reputation. Enough, Azu, do mind your manners. Long Jin interjected with dissatisfaction. Gao Zu remained silent, coolly observing Long Jin, who did not have much time left. Moving on, with the death of Chu Ji, it is often said that a nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, nor can a household be without a leader. The election of the speaker must be expedited. With Didi gone, only Jimmy and Azu remain. Within 3 days, A speaker must be chosen between the two. At this juncture, Deng Bo had no choice but to bypass the matter. Lifting his teacup and feigning calm as he sipped, though internally he was seething. His meticulously crafted plan, which had been seamlessly executed, was now jeopardized by Long Mao's unexpected disappearance. It felt like a complete failure. The reason for the 3-day timeline was simple. It was neither too short nor too long, perfectly timed. The final election of the speaker hinged primarily on the votes of the senior uncles. These 3 days would suffice for Jimmy to consolidate support from the senior uncles. Simultaneously, it was time for Jiang Tiansheng to make his appearance. Although Deng Bo understood that Jiang Tiansheng would not go all out against Gao Zu, as long as he could stall Gao Zu, that would suffice. Moreover, with the dragon head staff, a symbol of the speaker's authority, still in his possession, he was confident that Gao Zu could not match him. Deng Bo, you make a valid point. With Chu Eiji's death, Long Jin, now the top dog, immediately pledged his support to Deng Bo. By the way, Deng Bo, with Chu Eiji's demise, where is the dragon head staff? Chuan Bao could not help but inquire. I have sent someone to the mainland. Whoever becomes the speaker will possess the dragon head staff. Deng Bo replied nonchalantly. Chuan Bao frowned, but had no choice but to acquiesce. For he knew that even if the dragon head staff were hidden beneath the table, Deng Bo would never reveal it. In other words, if Jimmy ascends to power, Deng Bo would not hesitate to present it, but if it were Gao Zu, it would be uncertain. Within Lianxing, there exists a rule that the speaker must be equipped with the dragon head staff to be deemed the true speaker. Otherwise, one may hold the title, yet wield no real power. It can be said that decades ago, the long staff served as a means of identification. However, in the present day, it has become a symbol of power. Much like an emperor who must wield the national seal to truly claim the title, the current long staff signifies authority. Azu, are you deaf? Deng Bo is addressing you. Observing that everyone else had voiced their agreement. Yet Gao Zu remained silent. Long Jin directed a tirade of insults at him. Long Jin has become rather inflated with pride. With Jimmy in his corner, and now the support of Deng Bo, he relishes the thought of Jimmy ascending to a position of influence, where even the most rebellious would be obliged to show him respect, lest they face repercussions. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Gao Zu couldn't even be bothered to glance at Long Jin as he stood up to depart. They are merely a group of soon-to-be-dead individuals. Further discussion would be futile. Gao Zu, that rascal, is indeed a thorn in our side. Allowing someone like him to take charge could lead to untold trouble for us. Perhaps when he rises to power, we shall all meet our demise. After Gao Zu exited the conference room, Long Jin slammed the table in anger and bellowed, "Gentlemen, the choice is clear, is it not?" Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, none daring to voice their opinions. For everyone understood that these 3 days would determine victory or defeat, simultaneously serving as their opportunity for profit. Their allegiances were dictated by the highest bidder. Very well, the meeting is adjourned. Deng Bo raised his cup of tea and took a sip, his gaze cold and indifferent. Gao Zu, having left Liansheng Zongtang, received a call from Shao and Na and proceeded directly to Central. Before long, he encountered the aloof and poised Shao and Na once more. During his first visit, her gaze towards him was unmistakably laced with disdain, akin to how one might regard a nouveau riche. On the second occasion, her demeanor had shifted noticeably, though she still feigned an air of superiority, as if she were an untouchable jewel. However, upon this meeting, her eyes had transformed, imbued with a seductive allure and a hint of flirtation. Clad in a professional ensemble paired with black and adorned with captivating eyes, she was utterly irresistible. Without hesitation, Gao Zu activated the goddess card upon her, and in an instant, information regarding Shao and Na unfolded before him. Her affection value was astonishingly high, reaching a staggering 90. Is this the allure of wealth? Quite intriguing. Mr. Gao, the tea has been prepared for you, please. Shao and Na approached him, her red high heels clicking against the floor, gazing up at him and gently taking hold of his arm. Standing at over 1.7 meters, she still appeared delicate and demure in his presence. Excellent. Gao Zu nodded and ascended to the second floor alongside her. Meanwhile, Gao Jin and Li Wang awaited quietly at the entrance. This woman is truly remarkable. Li Wang inhaled sharply, commenting. Indeed, she would make a fine sister-in-law. Gao Jin interjected unexpectedly. Oh, I truly cannot fathom what Brother Zu is thinking, always so restrained. Were it me, I would eliminate that old fool Deng Bo and seize control of the entire Liansheng. Anyone who dared to disobey would meet their end. Li Wang's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Killing one person is simple, and taking out many is not difficult either. However, if all are slain, who remains to lead? One cannot simply eradicate all adversaries. In Hong Kong, to rise as the leader of a gang, one must garner the support of the masses to win their hearts. Lian Sheng, despite its struggles, comprises thousands of members who have endured Deng Bo's manipulation for decades. The path Brother Zhu is treading diverges from that of other gangs. Consolidating the gang is merely preparation for smuggling operations. Some matters require a gradual approach. We are not in the Golden Triangle. The police and the Hong Kong government are not mere decor. Gao Jin elucidated each point meticulously. Humph. We possess what do we have to fear? How about we eliminate the Hong Kong government? Li Wang retorted, still unconvinced. The Hong Kong government has at least 60,000 troops, equipped with tanks, artillery, fighter jets, and naval vessels. Go ahead and try. Furthermore, our men are mostly petty criminals. In their minds, the Hong Kong government is akin to a deity. Do you expect them to wield against the military? How would that even work? The British Empire is not a mere trinket, and the northern mainland would never permit a gang to dominate Hong Kong. Not to mention our neighboring nations, Siam, the Golden Triangle, and the monkeys of Yunnan. All are watching. A single thread could unravel everything. It cannot resolve these issues. Whether facing a gang or the Hong Kong government, one must consider the grand scheme. Gao Jin patted Li Wang and could not help but lecture him on Gao Zu's behalf. How do you know so much? Li Wang felt as if he had received a revelation, his eyes reflecting a hint of embarrassment. Gao Jin's words had rendered his previous thoughts rather foolish. I, like you, have posed this question to Brother Zhu. Gao Jin retrieved a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Li Wang. Understood. Li Wang accepted the cigarette and ignited it, taking a leisurely puff. Mr. Gao, the current situation with Jiu Longsong has exceeded our expectations. Yi Yong Hang and the Boat King are vying for control of Jiu Longsong, driving the stock prices to 80 Hong Kong dollars. Xiao and Na exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Very well. Sell the quantity of stocks we hold. Gao Zu flicked away the ash from his cigarette, speaking nonchalantly. This had effectively accelerated matters by a month. However, it was within reason, as Xiao and Na had failed to follow his strategy of gradual acquisition, instead purchasing 30 million shares of Jiu Longsong in one fell swoop. With a total issuance of 100 million shares, 30 million equated to a 30 stake, thus granting Gao Zu a seat at the Jiu Longsong board. Such a substantial entry would inevitably attract the attention of Yi Yong Hang and the Boat King, both of whom harbored ambitions to seize Jiu Longsong. A confrontation leading to a surge in Jiu Longsong's stock price was entirely expected. Following this, Gao Zu found an opportune moment to acquire the Tsim Sha Sui Pier. Once he possessed an independent dock, the foundation for his smuggling operations would shine brightly. Excellent. Xiao and Na was unusually compliant this time, refraining from voicing any objections. If the Boat King calls you, please inform me. Gao Zu rose, casting a brief glance at Xiao and Na as he instructed her, and then made his exit. Stepping outside, night had fallen. The sky was unkind, thunder crashing as if it sought to tear the heavens apart, while rain cascaded incessantly. The tumultuous crowd sought refuge from the rain, and amidst the throng, several repairmen hurried towards Gao Zu, evidently in desperate need of shelter. However, Gao Zu quickly discerned that these individuals were not genuine maintenance workers. Their skin was remarkably fair, and tattoos peeked from their waists, their gazes fixated on Gao Zu with an unsettling intensity. Indeed, as the so-called repairmen approached Gao Zu, their true intentions were laid bare, with the leader brandishing a large black pistol aimed directly at him. With a resounding bang, a bullet was fired. Yet, Gao Zu's physical prowess was formidable. Before the bullet could fully emerge, his body had already evaded the lethal strike. In a swift motion, he advanced towards the gunman, seizing the assailant's arm and exerting immense force, dislocating it with brutal efficiency. Following this, his fist crashed into the assailant's face, resulting in a concave indentation on the forehead, and the gunman collapsed, blood mingling with the rainwater. Concurrently, Li Wang and Gao Jin sprang into action, subduing the remaining faux repairmen. At that very moment, a swarm of short, knife-wielding figures surged from the surrounding streets, charging directly at Gao Zu. Chapter 52. The collision with the mountain chicken, blood paving the path, the value of Jiu Longsong. Kill. Soaked to the bone, Gao Zu's gaze turned icy as he charged into the crowd alongside Gao Jin and Li Wang. Damn, this kid can dodge bullets. It's truly like encountering a ghost. In a Santana, Shan Ji's eyes widened in disbelief as he recalled the earlier scene, exclaiming in shock. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never believed it. Despite the situation appearing nearly foolproof, an unexpected turn of events had unfolded. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Focus. If Gao Zu wasn't killed, he would drive straight over and run him down. Today, this brat cannot be allowed to leave alive. Chen Haonan clenched his weapon, the Dahei Xing, his eyes fixated on Gao Zu's figure. The demon ancestor was not only formidable, able to take on 100 foes single-handedly, but also exuded a facade of harmlessness while being ruthlessly merciless. Those who had crossed him met with dire fates. All right. Shan Ji swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Gao Zu, feeling increasingly alarmed. The title of demon ancestor was no mere embellishment. He killed without blinking, effortlessly sending a subordinate flying with a single punch, or worse, outright killing them. No one struck by him could rise again. Gao Zu, while still possessing some semblance of humanity, was a stark contrast to Li Wang and Gao Jin. Some victims had their heads brutally smashed, while others were kicked away for dozens of meters. These three were nothing short of butchers. The scene was excessively bloody, more than any film would dare to depict. Minutes passed, the rain mingling with blood, while Gao Zu and his companions stood resolute, surrounded by dozens of incapacitated foes. Dead or wounded, none could rise again. Damn, Shan Ji was astonished. So many had been taken down by just 3 men. At that moment, Chen Haonan roared, Shan Ji, run them down. With that, Shan Ji slammed the accelerator, and the engine roared like thunder, the Santana hurtling towards Gao Zu at 200 km/h. Gao Zu and his companions swiftly retreated into the Hutubang, flooring the gas as they prepared to flee. But they were a moment too late. The rear of their vehicle was struck, wedged against the wall. Simultaneously, Chen Haonan leaned out with the Dahei Xing, unleashing a barrage towards Gao Zu in the driver's seat of the Hutubang. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets struck the glass but failed to shatter it. The bulletproof glass held firm. This Hutubang, being Gao Zu's vehicle, was equipped with ballistic protection. Damn it. Seeing Gao Zu smile at him through the glass sent Chen Haonan into a frenzy. He emptied the magazine. Yet, the glass remained unyielding. The string of failures ignited Chen Haonan's rage, and he drew a machete, intent on confronting Gao Zu. Brother Nan, we can't win one-on-one. We should leave. Shan Ji interjected urgently upon witnessing the scene. Air and the others also restrained Chen Haonan. They were already exhausted. If they did not act now, they might never have another chance. Chen Haonan broke free from their hold, machete in hand, stepping out of the vehicle. Reluctantly, Shan Ji and the others accompanied him. Gao Zu's eyes narrowed. If they sought death, he would grant Chen Haonan his wish. But at that moment, a fleet of police cars approached, and Gao Zu gritted his teeth. Flooring the gas as the Hutubang broke free from the Santana's grasp, performing a 360-degree spin like a wild stallion, charging towards Chen Haonan and his group. Chen Haonan was agile, quickly evading the oncoming vehicle, but Shan Ji and Air had just exited the car when the Hutubang's hood collided with Baopi and Chaopi, their upper bodies relatively unharmed, but their lower halves met a grim fate. Air was pushed away by Baopi and remained uninjured, while Shan Ji was struck aside by the Hutubang. The scene was horrifying. Following this, Gao Zu departed, leaving the chaos behind. Baopi and Chaopi simultaneously let out anguished cries, gripping the car window in terror. Air and Chen Haonan approached, witnessing a scene they would never forget. The lower halves of the two were essentially reduced to pulp. Whether they had a future was uncertain, let alone their survival in the current state. Baopi, Chaopi, Shan Ji and Air were overcome with tears. Quick, call an ambulance, an ambulance. Chen Haonan frantically dashed to the street, seeking a phone from nearby shops, only to find them closed. Brother Nan, woo-woo. Shan Ji cried out in agony, cradling the lifeless bodies of Baopi and Chaopi. Upon hearing this, Chen Haonan froze, turning back to see Baopi and Chaopi had closed their eyes. Chen Haonan hurried to their side, trembling as he knelt on the ground. I'm sorry. I caused your demise. Gao Zu, I swear I won't rest until you're dead, Chen Haonan's self-reproach and anguish intertwined as he cursed in distress. Witnessing his brothers perish before his eyes shattered his spirit. Meanwhile, a group of police officers arrived, their hearts chilled by the horrific scene. However, their primary objective was to apprehend Chun Haonan and his crew. Gao Zu drove to the outskirts, sinking the Hutubing into the sea before switching vehicles to leave Central. He was not in haste for revenge. Instead, he advanced towards Tongluan, fully aware that Chun Haonan's pursuit of him was not merely about the events at Ba Li Dai Dao in Tongluan. Engaging in a deadly conflict with Dalao Bi would complicate matters for him when dealing with Jimmy and Deng Bo 3 days later. At the Jiang family villa, Dalao Bi, Jiang Tiansheng, Deng Bo, and Jimmy were enjoying tea when a phone call interrupted. Confident, Dalao Bi answered, but his expression shifted drastically the next moment. What? Failed. The laughter on Jiang Tiansheng and the others' faces vanished upon hearing this. What happened? With so many men and even the Da Haixing deployed, how could they not eliminate him? Jiang Tiansheng inquired angrily as Dalao Bi approached. Mr. Jiang, I'm not clear on the specifics. However, our losses were substantial. All 30 of our knife wielders have been rendered useless. Baopi and Chaopi are dead, and Annan and the others have been taken by the police. Dalao Bi inhaled deeply, delivering the grim news. At this moment, he was angrier than anyone else. The failed assassination was hardly worth mentioning, but the deaths of many subordinates and the arrests of Chun Haonan and his associates were significant blows. Mobilizing the Da Haixing to extricate Chun Haonan and the others would require considerable financial resources. The critical issue was that they had completely offended Gao Zu. Damn it! Jiang Tiansheng gritted his teeth, his expression darkened. Tonight had indeed been a major loss. Accomplishing little while causing much trouble, Deng Bo gazed at the frustrated Dalao Bi and reproached him. Aren't you from Hongxing? How could you fail to protect 3 people with dozens surrounding them, even involving the Da Haixing? There's a time and place for everything, Dalao Bi replied, visibly displeased. Deng Bo, I was assisting you in this matter. My men have suffered heavy casualties. You cannot simply talk without taking action. Jiang Tianxing shot a glare at Deng Bo, equally dissatisfied. All right, I shall cover the bail and related expenses for you, Deng Bo remarked, fully aware of Jiang Tianxing's implications. With this young man's temperament, he would not let this go easily. Mr. Jiang, should we take the initiative and eliminate Gao Zu directly? Dalao Bi said, glancing at Jiang Tiansheng, his anger palpable. A.B. This is an internal matter within Lianxing. Jiang Tiansheng lit a cigarette and shot a stern look at Dalao Bi. This situation is inherently an internal affair of Lianxing. Are you suggesting that Dalao Bi should take the initiative to eliminate Gao Zu? Have you lost your mind? Upon hearing this, Dalao Bi fell silent. Deng Bo, things have reached this point. I have done all I can, and my kindness has limits. Moving forward, Jiang Tianxing's words trailed off. But Deng Bo interrupted with a cold smile. This young man is known for his vendettas. If he gains control of Lianxing, do you believe he wouldn't target Hongxing first? Just as he did with the Haoma gang. Xiao Jiang, are you certain you want to participate? Don't say I didn't warn you. Now that you wish to withdraw, is it too late? Deng Bo continued. To be honest, today's events were rather unexpected. Why is it so difficult to eliminate Gao Zu? Hongxing is a first-rate organization. Whoever controls Lianxing is of little consequence to us, Jiang Tiansheng asserted defiantly. However, we must ensure that those we send are delivered safely. Speak your mind freely, Deng Bo replied with a chuckle. Indeed, Hongxing is powerful, stronger than Lianxing, but in terms of internal unity, it falls short. Just one rebellious figure, Liang Kuan, is enough to give Jiang Tiansheng a headache. Setting aside Hongxing's internal matters, the enmity between Gao Zu and Dalao Bi has already been established. Gao Zu has humiliated Dalao Bi, who is a representative of Jiang Tiansheng in the underworld. If he does not defend Dalao Bi, how can he maintain his standing? With this conflict at play, Jiang Tiansheng cannot simply stand by. Both he and Jiang Tiansheng shared a common target, Gao Zu. Only by eliminating Gao Zu could they solidify their reputations. Deng Bo contemplated. Since the assassination has failed, let us observe the situation. If Gao Zu attacks Hongxing, you will have a righteous reason to eliminate him. At that time, you can mobilize all of Hongxing to destroy him. However, based on my understanding of this young man, he is remarkably adept at enduring. He will not retaliate against you within 3 days. My suggestion is to wait for 3 days until Jimmy rises to power, and then we shall collaborate to eliminate this young man. Deng Bo, your vision is commendable, but what if Gao Zu ascends to power? Jiang Tiansheng chuckled lightly, feeling a nagging suspicion that Gao Zu would indeed rise. Unless I am dead, he will not ascend. Deng Bo replied coldly, exuding confidence. Very well, in that case, I shall await good news. Jiang Tianxing flicked the ash from his cigarette, revealing a satisfied smile. The internal rules of Lianxing were strict. If Deng Bo were to be killed by Gao Zu, the entirety of Lianxing would pursue him, leading to internal chaos. If Deng Bo survived, given his capabilities and influence, the likelihood of Jimmy ascending to power was indeed significant, perhaps not a certainty, but an 80 chance. Yet, could Gao Zu's current aggressive stance allow Jimmy to rise? Henceforth, Hongxing merely needed to observe the brewing storm within Lianxing. The following day, the police arrived in Tsimsha Sui. However, Gao Zu had already devised a strategy. Lawyer Ma Shuiran would speak on his behalf, relieving Gao Zu of any concern. Faced with Ma Shuiran's professional prowess, the police could only retreat. After all, the statements of Chun Haonan and his companions were insufficient to convict Gao Zu. They were all gangsters in the eyes of law enforcement, and thus not to be trusted. They had merely come to fulfill a formality, having long since mastered the unspoken rules of the underworld. Simultaneously, news arrived from Xiao Anna that the shipping magnate wished to meet Gao Zu. Gao Zu agreed and made his way to Victoria Peak. At Victoria Peak, both now and in the future, it remained a residence for the affluent of Hong Kong. From here, one could gaze upon the splendid night view of the island, a picturesque scene that was also relatively undisturbed. The residence of the wealthiest man in Hong Kong, the shipping magnate, was situated atop Victoria Peak, featuring multiple spacious villas that far surpassed the grandeur of the estate Gao Zu had purchased in Tsimsha Sui. Upon arriving at the villa, several bodyguards approached warily. Xiao Anna stepped forward immediately to clarify their intentions. You and this gentleman may enter. But these two cannot, the bodyguard stated, glancing at Li Wang and Gao Jin dismissively. Fine. Gao Zu did not object. Shortly thereafter, he and Xiao Anna entered the villa. What opulence! Xiao Anna marveled at the extravagant decor surrounding them. Despite her considerable financial acumen and high annual salary, owning such a villa would remain a lifelong dream. If you like it, I'll buy you one in the future. Gao Zu gently patted Xiao Anna's shoulder. Speaking nonchalantly, Mr. Gao, please don't jest. Xiao Anna replied with a smile, turning back to him. Just then, the shipping magnate descended from the second floor, approaching the duo with a smile. Welcome, please take a seat. The shipping magnate scrutinized Gao Zu, his eyes momentarily widening in surprise. You must be Gao Zu. Quite impressive. At such a young age, your vision is exceptional. You flatter me, Gao Zu nodded, lifting his cup to take a sip of tea. This is not merely a matter of his unique vision. It is simply the privilege of a time traveler. There are not many young individuals like you in Guangdao. Thus, I wish to acquire all the Jiulongcang stocks in your possession. I wonder if you would consider transferring them to me. As the compliments concluded, the shipping magnate fixed a serious gaze upon Gao Zu and spoke earnestly. Certainly. Gao Zu beamed with a smile. Feel free to state your conditions. I shall agree to anything I am able to fulfill. The shipping magnate's smile widened. The reason is quite straightforward. Gao Zu currently holds 32 of Jiulongcang's shares. If he were to acquire the remainder, his stake would surpass 51, firmly establishing him as the largest shareholder and actual controller of the company. However, this 32 stake holds immense value, equivalent to 32 million shares of Jiulongcang. Given the current market value of Jiulongcang at 80 Hong Kong dollars per share, it amounts to a staggering 56 billion. Chapter 53. The marketplace is a battlefield, snatching food from the tiger's mouth. The stubbornness of Dengbo. Jimmy, it must be Jimmy. The current soaring stock price of Jiulong Warehouse attests to the shared ambition between you and Ihe Yanhang for Jiulong Warehouse. This stock price is not the limit. There is still room for growth. Mr. Bao, do you agree with my assessment? Gao Zu inquired softly, keenly observing the expression of his counterpart. Gao Zu's thoughts on this matter were quite straightforward. Prioritize profit while also considering that both he and Bao Chuan Wang are Hong Kongers, sharing the same bloodline, making him a suitable negotiator for Bao Chuan Wang. If negotiations fail, he would turn to Ihe Yanhang. Gao Zu firmly believed that foreign capital would take great pleasure in undermining a Hong Kong capital, especially in winning over Bao Chuan Wang. It is worth noting that the media has long since publicized the Jiulong Warehouse battle. Countless eyes across the island are fixated on the outcome of this confrontation. On one side stands the century-old foreign firm, a bastion of foreign capital. On the other is the Hong Kong capital of Bao Chuan Wang, who has ascended to the pinnacle of wealth on the island after breaking free from numerous shackles. The marketplace resembles a battlefield, though devoid of gunpowder. The stakes involved in winning or losing are immense. Gao Zu's inquiry was a declaration of intent. Bao Chuanwang could not expect to deceive him in the upcoming negotiations. Yes, you do speak the truth. Bao Chuanwang narrowed his eyes, surprised that a junior would adopt such a posture, finding it rather intriguing. In fact, he had investigated Gao Zu's background, a ruffian from the fishing industry, embroiled in daily violence, lacking education, and possessing scant knowledge of finance. Under ordinary circumstances, he wouldn't even spare a glance. Thus, despite Gao Zu's substantial stake in Jiulong warehouse, Bao Chuanwang merely regarded him as a lucky fool. A few $100 million would suffice to settle the matter. Yet, Gao Zu's unexpected remarks caught him off guard. It must be a scheme concocted by Xiao Anna. However, you must comprehend a fundamental fact. The Hong Kong dollar, particularly in sums of several billion, does not come from the wind. I have invested tens of billions. Foreign capital is in a similar position. This far exceeds the intrinsic value of Jiulong warehouse. Your 32% stake is indeed significant, but if we both invest tens of billions more to acquire it, what do you think the likelihood of success is? Bao Chuanwang seemed to address Gao Zu, but was, in fact, speaking to Xiao Anna. He was well aware of the bond companies, which survive on fees. As long as there is profit to be made, they are satisfied. He trusted that Xiao Anna would understand his sentiment. Xiao Anna blinked, eager to speak, yet she recognized that the power and control did not lie with her. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu smiled. Mr. Bao, why don't we first discuss the specifics before delving into other matters? Very well. Bao Chuanwang nodded, his demeanor immediately regaining composure. His eyes now reflecting a hint of confidence. The earlier suggestion had not been in vain. Based on the market price of 80 Hong Kong dollars, that amounts to over 2 billion. I can sell it to you for a lesser amount. A flat price of 2 billion. Furthermore, grant me the container terminal at Tsim Sha Tsui. Gao Zu directly articulated his intentions. He had long coveted Jiulong warehouse, eagerly awaiting this moment of negotiation. Securing the Tsim Sha Tsui container terminal and integrating it into Jiulong Group would allow him to expand his maritime operations. International shipping is not like the fishing industry, where profits are limited. It can easily yield millions, a secure endeavor. Once sufficient capital is amassed, he could even venture into shipbuilding, manufacturing vessels of substantial value, including container ships, fishing boats, and icebreakers. You want the Tsim Sha Tsui container terminal? And you demand 2 billion? Your ambitions are quite grand. Bao Chuanwang looked at Gao Zu in astonishment, finding this unexpected. Why, as a ruffian, aren't you enjoying life with your dollars? Why attempt to encroach upon the container terminal? What do you mean? He was aware that his acquisition of Jiulong warehouse was primarily to gain control over the 3 terminals it managed. To attempt to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Mr. Bao, Jiulong warehouse operates 3 large terminals. I only seek one, which is not unreasonable. Perceiving Bao Chuanwang's caution, Gao Zu continued. Haha, you have clearly done your homework. You are quite the astute calculator, aiming to gain much for little, and yet you wish to achieve this without investment? Business does not operate in such a manner. Bao Chuanwang chuckled lightly. The Tsim Sha Tsui terminal is valued at a minimum of 1 billion. Gao Zu has just invested 6 billion in Jiulong warehouse, seeking to profit 20 billion, while also acquiring the Tsim Sha Tsui terminal. This does border on excessive demands. Here is the contract. 2 billion is my absolute limit. And as for the Tsim Sha Tsui terminal, that is off the table. Bao Chuanwang resolutely stated, pulling a contract from his drawer and placing it before Gao Zu. Initially, he had only intended to offer 10 billion, considering him merely a petty thug without much discernment. However, Gao Zu's demeanor indicated he was no ordinary individual. Mr. Bao, there is a saying, without risking the child, one cannot catch the wolf. The 32 million shares of Jiulong are my current capital. Should you find my proposal unsatisfactory, I am confident that Iha Yinhong's foreign capital would accept it. With that, Gao Zu rose to leave. Wait, Bao Chuanwang stood up, staring intently at Gao Zu. Are you leaving just like that without even negotiating? At that moment, over a dozen bodyguards appeared, blocking their path. Mr. Bao, what do you mean by this? Do you think a few of them can stop me? Gao Zu turned, coldly asserting. I, Bao Yugong, have faced far greater storms in Hong Kong. However, you are quite unique. Why don't we sit down and have a proper conversation? Let us be friends. Bao Chuanwang lit a cigar, implying a deeper meaning. He attempted to use his reputation to stabilize Gao Zu. I have already stated the terms, 2 billion for the Tsim Sha Tsui container terminal, or it is off the table. As Gao Zu stepped forward, the bodyguards swiftly surrounded him. Tension escalated between both parties. Enough. You cannot defeat this young man. Stand down. Bao Chuanwang's eyes were exceptionally cold. As the wealthiest man in Hong Kong, he had encountered all sorts of people, but someone as unreasonable as Gao Zu was indeed rare, showing no respect and giving him no face at all. Damn it. Come and sign the contract, I agree. Seeing Gao Zu about to step out the door, Bao Chuanwang took a deep breath and spoke helplessly. It wasn't that he dared not touch Gao Zu. Rather, as a top-tier tycoon, he disdained resorting to underhanded tactics. Moreover, such actions would tarnish both his company's and his personal reputation. As for Kowloon Wharf, he was determined to secure it. Otherwise, if Jardine Matheson managed to hold on to Kowloon Wharf, the impact on him would be no less severe than if he were to eliminate Gao Zu outright. After an entire afternoon, Gao Zu and Bao Chuanwang signed the relevant contracts concerning Kowloon Wharf and Tsim Sha Tsui Pier. All that remained now was the matter of the fund transfer. As long as Bao Chuanwang triumphed over Jardine Matheson, Tsim Sha Tsui Pier would fall securely into Gao Zu's hands. Well, it's already quite late today. Tomorrow morning, 2 billion will be transferred to your Kowloon Group's account, Bao Chuanwang promised, fixing his gaze on Gao Zu as he affixed his final signature. Although Tsim Sha Tsui Pier had been split with Gao Zu, diminishing the overall value of Kowloon Wharf compared to earlier estimates, he had no other choice. Currently, the media had elevated the conflict between him and Jardine to a struggle between foreign capital and local Hong Kong capital. This reputation was something he absolutely had to claim. Thank you, pleasure doing business with you, Gao Zu said, picking up the contract and leaving directly with Xiao Anna. Navigating the world of commerce with businessmen was fraught with overt and covert dangers, but fortunately, this time he had achieved his goal without major incident. Wow, that scared me to death just now, Xiao Anna exclaimed once back in the car, looking at Gao Zu with lingering fear. He's the richest man in Hong Kong. Even the governor shows him some respect. And you were so arrogant in front of him. Luckily, he's a magnate with principles, unwilling to stoop to pettiness. Otherwise, things could have gotten really messy for you today. Just a minor scene, hardly worth mentioning, Gao Zu replied calmly, exhaling a puff of smoke. In his eyes, today's confrontation was entirely normal. Without such an attitude, achieving his goals would have been nothing but a pipe dream. All right then, Xiao Anna nodded reluctantly. Let's go, it's been a long day. I'll take you to get something to eat and relax, Gao Zu said. Looking at Xiao Anna, this woman's affection meter was quite high, and tonight presented an excellent opportunity. Okay, Xiao Anna agreed without refusal. Today was indeed a day worth celebrating. Meanwhile, in a tea house elsewhere, the atmosphere was unusually dim. This was where Uncle Deng often enjoyed his tea. However, today it was exceptionally lively, with all the senior elders of the He Lianxing Society gathered. The reason for calling everyone here today needs no further explanation, I presume? Uncle Deng, seated in the main position, spoke softly while holding his teacup. Uncle Deng, we support Jimmy. That goes without saying, Long Jin immediately declared, then adopted a troubled expression. But that kid Gao Zu is a major troublemaker. Who knows if he might do something utterly rebellious? His words prompted identical expressions from the others. Rebellious? Over decades, He Lianxing had weathered all kinds of storms. At most, Gao Zu was just a bit more formidable than Didi. As long as we few give our nod, the position of leader won't fall to Gao Zu. If that kid doesn't know his place, what's wrong with eliminating him? Uncle Deng's voice was hoarse, yet brimming with authority. Indeed, within He Lianxing, he possessed such capability. Indeed, this kid has no sense of rules. He disregards loyalty and morality, acts arrogantly, and shows no respect for us elders. Teaching him a lesson this time wouldn't be a bad thing. He needs to be kept in check. It wouldn't be impossible to consider him for the next election. Yes, this kid is still too young and needs more tempering. The other senior elders echoed similar sentiments. In short, in Uncle Deng's presence, everyone behaved obediently. Seeing so many people supporting Jimmy and aligning with Uncle Deng's stance, Chuan Bao could only offer a bitter smile. It seemed he had chosen wrongly once again. Good, Uncle Deng said. Very satisfied with everyone's attitude. However, there's one last point I must emphasize to all of you. If the younger generation doesn't understand propriety, I expect you to know better. Don't sacrifice your positions within the society for mere personal gain. You must understand one thing clearly. Only if the society exists and you remain within it can there be benefits to reap. If the society is thrown into chaos, it will no longer belong to us. I won't say more, you all understand. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They all grasped Uncle Deng's meaning. It was a warning directed at them. Typically, During leadership elections, candidates would employ various methods to secure votes, which naturally involved spending money. Compared to Jimmy, Gao Zu had stronger financial resources, meaning greater potential benefits from him, a point everyone was well aware of. Any further objections? Uncle Deng asked, looking at the group calmly. None. Good. Please enjoy your tea. With Uncle Deng's invitation, everyone raised their teacups in turn. Soon after, the senior elders dispersed from the scene. Meanwhile, under Uncle Deng's direction, Long Jin and Jimmy hurriedly arranged secret meetings with the various elders. Outwardly, they had to maintain an image of integrity, but in reality, they were engaged in covert dealings behind the scenes. Moreover, with only 2 days left until the leadership election, and after tonight, just 1 day remained, time was of the essence. When Long Jin brought Jimmy to Chuan Bao's residence, Chuan Bao's expression was grim. He didn't want to go back on his choice, yet he had no choice but to yield to Uncle Deng's influence. Chuan Bao, I'll speak plainly. Now that it's finally my man's turn to rise, I hope you can offer your support, Long Jin said calmly. As Long Jin finished speaking, Jimmy tactfully placed a suitcase on the coffee table. This is Jimmy's gesture of goodwill, 1 million Hong Kong dollars, Long Jin stated clearly, offering a cigarette. 1 million. Chuan Bao inhaled slightly, surprised by Jimmy's generous offer. After all, with over a dozen senior elders, 1 million each would amount to more than 10 million in total. Indeed, there is no denying that Jimmy possesses greater prowess than the previous Didi, exuding an even more formidable presence. However, he hesitated. For who does not know of his allegiance to Gao Zu? Accepting the offer would be a contradiction, a blatant slap to his own face, as the saying goes. Accepting money necessitates action. Failing to act may lead to reckoning. Chuan Bao, do you truly intend to oppose Deng Bo for the sake of a mere child you have known for only a few days? Or do you dismiss the significance of Long Jin, Quan Shu, and Lao Guiwei? Observing Chuan Bao's indecision, Long Jin could not restrain his inquiries. Moreover, Jimmy has treated you well, has he not? When you faced difficulties, Jimmy exerted effort to assist you. Have you forgotten? In terms of camaraderie, Jimmy surpasses Gao Zu in his regard for you. In terms of strength, although Jimmy lacks the number of followers that Gao Zu commands, he remains the finest ally for our organization. Regarding qualifications, Jimmy has been part of the organization for nearly a decade, if not more. Long Jin flowed forth with words like a faucet that could not be turned off. Chapter 54. A windfall of 2 billion at Sim Sha Sui Pier. An automated shipbuilding factory. Long Jin, you were right. I remember everything. However, I have my own principles. Take these things back. Whether I am absent or present makes no difference. I will support Azu to the end. Chuan Bao clearly stated his position and pushed back the million-box shipment, expressing his regret. Never mind. Long Jin was not surprised by Chuan Bao's choice. Chuan Bao was commendable in many respects, yet his vision was lacking, and his thinking was rather rigid. Stubborn as a mule. Let us go. Long Jin stood up and left with Jimmy. Chuan Bao squinted, lit a cigarette, and dialed Gao Zu's number, recounting the events of the day to him. Uncle Bao, thank you. If I ascend, you shall be second to none. Gao Zu immediately promised Chuan Bao. Other elder figures had contacted him, but none took a clear stance. Instead, they hinted at offering some benefits to Gao Zu. Perhaps they would support him. Let us hope, you lad. Take it easy. Don't get me into trouble. Chuan Bao cautioned before hanging up. Gao Zu put away his mobile phone and returned to the manor. The next morning, before 9 a.m., Gao Zu received simultaneous messages from Xiao Anna and Wang Fengyi. 2 billion had been credited. Gao Zu arrived at Jiulong Group, reviewed the accounts and some procedures, and confirmed there were indeed no issues. The shipping king was still competent, not engaging in any petty antics. Although his negotiation skills left something to be desired, it wasn't too bad. Meanwhile, a throng of reporters surrounded Jiulong Group's office building, creating a bottleneck. Gao Zu furrowed his brows and called Xiao Anna to inquire if any information had been leaked. Xiao Anna replied in the negative. Gao Zu squinted, instantly understanding the mastermind behind this scheme. Indeed, it was 100 the shipping king orchestrating this from behind the scenes. What a cunning ploy, thrusting him into the spotlight. Through media manipulation, he amplified his notoriety while simultaneously inciting animosity against himself. And once investigated, it would be evident that Gao Zu was merely a small-time thug. The sources of funds would undoubtedly be scrutinized by the relevant departments of the Hong Kong government. However, Gao Zu had anticipated these developments. It was not a major problem. The 600 million was a legitimate investment from Yiqiu. As expected, With the increasing number of media reporters, various relevant departments arrived on site. A large contingent entered the company, demanding a thorough investigation of the entire Julong Group and Gao Zu's personal assets. Gao Zu could only comply. At that moment, a luxury car pulled up outside Julong Group, and the shipping king revealed a knowing smile upon seeing the line of investigators. Once Julong Group collapsed and its assets were seized, reclaiming Tsimsha Sui Pier would be a trivial matter for him. "Father, do you think what we are doing is too?" A young man couldn't help but interject. He was none other than the shipping king's son-in-law, Wu Guangjing. "To what? Business is like warfare. I offered him an opportunity yesterday, and he was too blind to appreciate it. In business, being ruthless and heartless is not a pejorative but a virtue. Only by achieving this can one earn wealth beyond their comprehension. Otherwise, bound by emotions and societal judgments, one remains perpetually inept. You are to succeed me. I hope you gain new insights from this experience. Let us go." With that, the shipping king closed his eyes. Simultaneously, the news media across Hong Kong erupted, fueled by information disseminated by the shipping king, reporting on Julong Group and Gao Zu. Much of the content was accusatory and skeptical. Yet, it also publicized Gao Zu's windfall of 2 billion. The capital circle was in an uproar, especially as Li Jiaqing learned of the news, leaving him numb. He had significant insights regarding Julong Warehouse. Unfortunately, he had entered the game too late, just as he had raised several hundred million from Changjiang Shiya. Preparing to invest in Julong Warehouse, its price skyrocketed from 15 Hong Kong dollars to 30 Hong Kong dollars. The doubling of value deterred him from making a wager. Thus, he missed this golden opportunity for sudden wealth. Little did he know that someone could earn 2 billion in Julong Warehouse. "Go, find out everything about this person named Gao Zu. I want all his information." Li Jiaqing exhaled smoke while glancing at his alluring secretary, issuing a solemn command. He then closed his eyes to rest, and upon closer inspection, one could see his eyelids involuntarily twitching, revealing how deeply unsettled he was. There is a saying, seeing others earn wealth is more painful than being killed. That was his state. At Yionghang, Chairman Kai's Kujan and numerous shareholders sat together, gazing at the newspapers published by various press agencies, each face darkened with displeasure. Had it not been for the leak of this news, they would have thought they could stabilize Julong Warehouse and compete with the shipping king. The shipping king was indeed cunning. Unbeknownst to them, he had quietly acquired 32 of Julong Warehouse's shares. This time, he had triumphed. Indeed, it was all Gao Zu's fault, damn it. He won, but the shipping king had invested a substantial amount. This far exceeded Julong Warehouse's value. The foreign investors erupted in a barrage of curses. How could the shipping king seize it while you all did nothing? Kai's Kajan coldly questioned the group. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. In truth, they were aware that Gao Zu owned 32 of Julong Warehouse's shares, but learning that he was merely a small-time thug made them willing to humble themselves to negotiate with him. The back and forth allowed the shipping king to seize the opportunity. They also never anticipated that the shipping king would genuinely be willing to invest 2 billion for the acquisition. It was completely out of the ordinary. This was far beyond Julong Warehouse's value, not aligning with their overall interests. "Mr. John, should we teach this kid a lesson?" a bald foreigner suggested. While reviewing Gao Zu and Julong Group's information, Kai's Kujan pondered, "No, this lad possesses great potential. Furthermore, he is in the same industry as the king of charter boats. The king of charter boats has long dominated the maritime industry of the entire island. Perhaps this young man can seize this opportunity to soar to new heights. Not only can I refrain from targeting him, but I can also support him, encouraging a fierce rivalry with the king of charter boats, leading to mutual destruction. Would that not be even better? Let someone keep an eye on the Julong Group. If any issues arise, you can communicate with the relevant departments to help Julong Group navigate through it." Excellent. Everyone felt that what Kai's Kajan said was reasonable. Letting Hong Kong people engage in mutual strife is their forte. This encapsulates the essence of colonialism. In the underworld, various factions were taken aback. In the streets and alleys, numerous gangsters were leisurely sipping tea, fervently discussing the day's news event. Gao Zu, that name rings a bell. Could it be the same Gao Zu associated with Liansheng? Surely it cannot be a mere coincidence. The Julong Group? That is indeed the enterprise of Gao Zu from Liansheng. It used to be called Julong Fisheries. Is that true? Indeed, it is. No, I must investigate further. A gangster earning 2 billion? I cannot believe it. In Shamshui Pe, at the Jiang family's villa, Chun Yao hurriedly entered, clutching a newspaper. Mr. Jiang, something has happened. Chen Yao gasped. What is it? Why the rush? Sit. Jiang Tianxing removed his sunglasses and, observing the frantic Chen Yao, said nonchalantly, It is Gao Zu. Gao Zu has made 2 billion in finance. Chen Yao said as he handed the newspaper to Jiang Tianxing. What? Jiang Tianxing could no longer remain seated. He snatched the newspaper and began to read intently. Are you certain it's not a namesake? Jiang Tianxing inquired as he set the newspaper down and lit a gauchy cigar. Absolutely. Chen Yao replied. This young man has indeed struck it rich, managing to earn 2 billion amidst a precarious financial climate. He truly has stumbled upon great fortune. However, he won't last long. Jiang Tianxing chuckled. Gao Zu is now a billionaire. But then again, who isn't a billionaire these days? This young man is currently in the limelight. Will Deng Bo reconsider? Chen Yao asked. No. Jiang Tianxing chuckled lightly. In this regard, as a leader, he is quite confident. There are numerous reasons, but the two most critical are these. First, no matter how much Hong Kong dollars Gao Zu possesses, they do not belong to Deng Bo, and Gao Zu cannot invest them in the gang. Second, Lian Sheng has been an established gang for decades, with substantial financial reserves, and most importantly, Deng Bo has managed Lian Sheng for decades. He will not relinquish it easily. Simply put, unless Gao Zu is genuinely willing to purchase Lian Sheng, Deng Bo will not let it go. What is the current situation of Lian Sheng? Jiang Tianxing asked. Currently, most of the elder generation has opted for Jimmy under Deng Bo's strong influence. However, these old-timers in Lian Sheng prioritize profit and are insatiable. Gao Zu now has 2 billion. If he casually invests a portion, Jimmy's ascension might be somewhat precarious. Chen Yao reflected for a moment. Indeed precarious. It now depends on Deng Bo's prestige. Jiang Tianxing chuckled. Chen Yao expressed once more. Yes, I wonder if Deng Bo will fight to the bitter end or yield. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing contemplated. Indeed, the situation has surpassed expectations. Deng Bo is in jeopardy this time. However, you should maintain communication with Jimmy. Based on my understanding of Deng Bo, he is likely to stage a desperate counterattack. Understood. Chen Yao nodded and departed. Once Chen Yao left, Jiang Tianxing retrieved his mobile phone. Hello, Deng Bo, have you received the news? What are your thoughts? Jiang Tianxing inquired directly. On the other end, Deng Bo remained silent for a moment. If Jimmy fails in the election, I may perish. At that time, Jimmy will cooperate with you. I hope you will do your utmost for revenge. In that moment, he had to confront reality. Originally, he had felt 100% assured, but he knew that tomorrow's election might unfold unexpectedly. He had already prepared for the worst. Though he called it the worst-case scenario, he understood that the enmity between him and Gao Zu could not be resolved. He was in a position akin to an arrow drawn, ready to release. Well, Jiang Tianxing took a deep breath and said, in fact, you could directly relinquish your position to Gao Zu. Why go through all this? I have lived my life, and now that I stand at the threshold of death, I, Deng Bo, have always been strong-willed. Even in death, I must preserve my reputation. Deng Bo asserted, word by word. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing fell silent and ended the call. Indeed, Deng Bo had spent his life as a gangster. Death might be a liberation. However, the manner of his demise would differ. At 2 p.m., faced with sudden inspections from various departments, the Jiolong Group's innocence delivered a resounding slap to everyone's faces. In the absence of evidence, the Jiolong Group's reputation remained untarnished. Gao Zu returned to the manor and opened Tong Zi Gu once more. This time, it contained a divine-grade can and 3 advanced cans. Gao Zu directly opened the blind boxes. Ding! 3 advanced cans opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sword of the King of Yu and 200 ghostly soldiers. Ding! Divine grade can opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a large shipbuilding factory with fully automated production, now stored in the space. Sword of the King of Yu? 200 ghostly soldiers? Gao Zu narrowed his eyes, exceedingly satisfied. This significantly enhanced his power, and now, in facing Lian Sheng and Hong Xing, he was even stronger. However, what astonished him most was the large-scale manufacturing factory, akin to a military factory, capable of coin-operated production. Gao Zu immediately opened the page to view the types of vessels available, both ancient and modern. In this current period, a newly constructed VLCC oil tanker requires 600 million Hong Kong dollars, while Gao Zu only needs to invest 60 million into the shipbuilding factory to obtain it, saving a staggering tenfold. The ships produced can be used personally, and even if sold, they would yield a tenfold profit. It was simply delightful. Soon, Gao Zu invested 1 billion into the manufacturing factory. 10 very large crude carriers, VLCCs, each with the capacity to transport 300,000 tons of crude oil, have been acquired, alongside 10 Panamax container ships capable of holding 500 TEU, 20-foot equivalent units. Additionally, several bulk carriers have been obtained. In a single night, this endeavor resulted in an astonishing profit of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. It must be acknowledged that engaging in shipping incurs significant costs. Nevertheless, the investment is undoubtedly worthwhile. Concurrently, Gao Zu has entrusted Wang Fengyi with the credentials of Zhulong Group to establish a shipbuilding factory, with the intent of concealing the sudden emergence of these vessels. Conducting business, particularly on Hong Kong Island, necessitates a foundation of reason, legality, and compliance. Simultaneously, aside from Long Jin, numerous elder figures have gathered in a room upon learning of Gao Zu's remarkable profit of 2 billion. The atmosphere in the room has shifted dramatically, with Chuan Bao exuding an air of superiority and satisfaction. Little did they know that just yesterday, he was the target of their scorn. Now, Gao Zu has transformed into a newly minted tycoon of Hong Kong Island, boasting assets amounting to 2 billion, which stands in stark contrast to the funds within their organization being entirely legitimate Hong Kong dollars. Chapter 55, Meeting with Uncle Lien Sheng. Finding Long Jin. Upon witnessing the demeanor of Chuan Bao, the crowd was decidedly displeased. The angle of his mouth seemed to reach the heavens. Nonetheless, in this moment, they found themselves in need of Chuan Bao's assistance and had to endure. Chuan Bao, I admit my voice was a bit loud yesterday, but can it be amended? Please communicate with Azu. Our requests are minimal. Just a token gesture will suffice. Guan Zaisan spoke, exhaling smoke with a significant air. Indeed, Chuan Bao, we have known each other for over a decade. Do you not grasp our intentions? Moreover, you witnessed Deng Bo's attitude yesterday. What options do we have but to acquiesce verbally? As long as Azu shows sufficient acknowledgement, it matters not who takes the lead, Lao Gui added promptly. You speak to me, yet I have no authority. It is for you to converse with Azu. Surely, you are acquainted with him? Chuan Bao observed the crowd with disgust, perceiving them as a selfish, insatiable lot. Oh, Chuan Bao, do not be this way. Although we know Azu, we have not conversed. You must act as our intermediary. Should benefits arise, we shall share a portion with you. We navigate this underworld for profit. Do not let money come between us. Lung Lao shamelessly declared. Fine, I shall feign ignorance regarding your intentions to profit from Azu. However, you must assist him in tomorrow's election. Before Chuan Bao could finish, the crowd unanimously agreed. With a resigned glance, Chuan Bao picked up the phone to call Gao Zu. Hello, Azu. What is it? The esteemed uncles wish to meet you. Are you available tonight? Chuan Bao inquired promptly. Upon hearing this, Gao Zu exhaled a puff of smoke in the manor, revealing a smile. All right, 8 o'clock tonight. Come to my manor. With that, Gao Zu ended the call. His original plan was to gather the older generation tonight, eliminate a few, and set an example. It seemed the news of his recent windfall at Kowloon Wharf had leaked, prompting these elders to change their stance. In light of the impending election for the leader, they sought to extract some advantage for themselves. Thus, he resolved to accept their overtures, albeit reluctantly. Of course, should they overstep their bounds, it would be a different matter. After terminating the call, Gao Zu promptly informed Gao Jin and others to bring back only Long General in a quaint tea house. Dance, hurry up. The faster, the better. Long Jin shouted eagerly at the woman in a yellow dress before him. Watching beautiful women dance was one of his few pleasures. In his youth, Long Jin was a dashing figure in society, renowned for his charm. However, mingling in such circles inevitably led to troubles. After entangling himself with the younger sister of a powerful figure, he was left with dire consequences. This left him in anguish, gradually warping his psyche. He often had his underlings bring beautiful women for his amusement to alleviate his inner turmoil. After all, no man can bear the weight of his own inadequacies. The woman in yellow, sensing Long Jin's intimidation, numbly began to dance. At that moment, the door of the tea house was kicked open. Gao Jin's silhouette appeared before Long Jin, startling him into silence. He recognized Gao Jin, the spokesperson of Gao Zu. Encountering him was akin to facing Gao Zu himself. Gao Jin, how dare you barge in without knocking? Do you not regard me as one of the elders? Long Jin feigned calm, slamming his hand on the table as spittle flew. Regard you? Apologies. But you do not even register in my eyes. Come, Zu has summoned you, Gao Jin stated flatly. A chill ran down Long Jin's spine. With the election approaching, his summons could only mean trouble. Please step outside. I need a moment to prepare. Long Jin replied coldly. You think I care for your pretense? Gao Jin advanced towards him, causing Long Jin to panic and reach for the phone for help. However, Gao Jin was already upon him, delivering a punch that sent Long Jin crashing back into his chair. Take him away, Gao Jin commanded, retracting his fist and regarding the nearly unconscious Long Jin coldly. Soon, at 8 o'clock sharp, Chuan Bao arrived at the manor with numerous uncles. Zu, congratulations. Upon seeing Gao Zu, the crowd donned insincere smiles. Ladies and gentlemen, my time is precious. Please state your business directly. Gao Zu settled on the sofa, exhaling smoke as he surveyed the grinning assembly. Guanzai's son and the others fixed their gaze on Chuan Bao. Chuan Bao sat down, sipping tea. You speak of your matters. They do not concern me. In truth, he understood his position with Gao Zu. Others believed he supported Gao Zu because he was his superior, but in reality, he had not assisted Gao Zu in any meaningful way. He merely took a stance in this election. Gao Zu was not beholden to him, just as he was not beholden to Gao Zu. Zu, to be candid, Deng Bo has spoken with us. His intention is for us to fully support Jimmy. You know Deng Bo wields absolute authority within the society. We uncles are obliged to comply with his wishes. Guanzai's son declared, laying bare his position. And then, Gao Zu calmly poured himself a cup of tea. Zu, though you have been in the society for over 3 years, you have yet to witness an election for the leader. To ascend to the position, we must cast our votes, Guanzai's son continued, believing Gao Zu did not grasp his meaning. I am aware, and what of it? Gao Zu replied with a smile that sent chills through the crowd, making them feel as though they were being scrutinized by a demon. Zu, we did not come here to witness your antics. I will ask plainly. Do you wish to ascend? Shuang Fandong interjected directly. I do wish to, Gao Zu replied nonchalantly. Throughout the entirety of Gangdao, the omnipresence of various societies is undeniable. To extricate oneself entirely is a daunting endeavor, unless one departs from Gangdao. As the saying goes in the film Long in the Jianghu, once one enters the Jianghu, how can one easily withdraw? Well, we have no time to engage in trivialities here. If you wish for our support tomorrow, do express your intentions. Shuang Fandong stood up, revealing a smile. Since we have broached this topic, I shall be candid. As long as your sincerity is sufficient, we shall all support you. Even Deng Bo cannot object. You are a billionaire, after all, with assets amounting to 2 billion. Such matters ought to be trivial for you. Cui Bao concurred. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes fixated on Gao Zu, brimming with anticipation. What you all say is quite reasonable. Gao Zu took a deep breath. I wonder how much you all deem necessary to manifest sincerity? 10 million. 10 million per person. Guanzai's son spoke without restraint. As his words fell, the crowd was taken aback. To propose 10 million per person right off the bat? Have you lost your mind? There are more than 10 of us here. That amounts to several hundred million. If one has such funds, why not start their own society instead of acting as a figurehead for you in Liansheng? Get lost. If you can't speak properly, then be silent. Cui Bao retorted with a curse. Guanzai's son wished to say more, but, upon feeling the murderous glares from the crowd, promptly fell silent. Guanzai's son is a bit mentally challenged. Do not take his words to heart. Our demands are not excessive. 300,000 per person will suffice. And we can guarantee that you will be elected without a doubt tomorrow. No, for the next term, we will elect you again. How does that sound? Lao Guai immediately chimed in. 3 million to buy the position of Liansheng's figurehead is indeed steep, yet he believes it is worth the price. After all, Liansheng has a population of 20,000, with at least 10,000 active members after excluding nominal participants. It is entirely feasible for a figurehead to earn over 10 million annually. With a 3-year term, that amounts to 40 million. This is a surefire investment. Moreover, one could command a legion, reigning like an emperor. This is invaluable. He trusts that Gao Zu will acquiesce. Indeed, it is not an exorbitant sum. However, do you lot truly believe yourselves to be worth 300,000? Gao Zu raised an eyebrow and smirked, casting a scornful gaze upon them. You? What do you mean by that? Guanzai's son, known for his fiery temper, was immediately incensed, declaring unabashedly, do not mistake my respect for weakness. Jimmy has compensated us handsomely, 100,000 each. As a billionaire, what is 300,000 to you? We are here tonight because we hold you in esteem, not to be at your mercy. please grasp the essence of this matter." At these words, Chuibao slammed the table in anger, glaring at Guanzai-san. "Enough, let us discuss matters amicably. What right do you have to bark from the sidelines? Speak again, and do not blame me for being impolite." Upon seeing the atmosphere grow tense, he turned to the others and said, "Perhaps 300,000 is indeed a bit excessive. Gao Zu, could you reduce your offer? As for you all, consider earning a little less. Let us all take a step back and resolve tomorrow's matters satisfactorily. Shall we?" "Good." Lao Guai immediately expressed his agreement. The others nodded in unison. To put it plainly, as long as it is double what Jimmy offered, no less than 200,000, this matter remains negotiable. No need for that. Tonight I shall not part with a single cent. Gao Zu rose, surveying the room with cold disdain. As his words resonated, Li Wang and others entered through the door, encircling everyone. "Ah, what do you intend to do? We are your elder peers. Should any harm befall one of us, it would be an act of treachery against our forebears, inciting the wrath of both heaven and man. Do not expect to become the figurehead tomorrow. Indeed, should you make a move, I will ensure you cannot attain the position and will have the entire society hunt you down." Witnessing such a formidable display, the crowd was thrown into disarray. They had come with thoughts of extracting wealth from Gao Zu, forgetting that he is a merciless demon, capable of actions that even Didi would not dare undertake. Damn, how careless. They felt like sheep entering a tiger's den. However, they remained unafraid, for they were many, and all were elder peers. They could not believe that Gao Zu would dare to slaughter them all. Such heinous acts would not only invite the wrath of Lian Sheng, but would also provoke the Jianghu to seek justice. For the gangsters hold a strong sense of righteousness, embodying a spirit that has been passed down for decades. Observing the audacity of the crowd, Gao Zu approached the most boisterous, Guanzai-san, raised his fist, and struck him squarely in the face. With a loud thud, several teeth flew from his mouth. Guanzai-san cried out in pain, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Gao Zu. Yet he dared not utter another word, enduring the agony in silence. This scene left Lao Guai and the others utterly dumbfounded, their bodies frozen in disbelief. Damn, you really struck him. In all the years they had been among Lian Sheng's elder peers, no one had ever dared to treat them in such a manner. Even the madman Didi only dared to mutter a few words. Anyone who dares to bark again will face the consequences. Gao Zu coldly addressed the crowd. He had long found these individuals distasteful, and now, with their loud proclamations before him, he felt it necessary to assert his authority. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on Gao Zu. "Bring him in." Gao Zu had no intention of wasting time with idle banter. He called for reinforcements. In the next moment, Long Jin was brought in by Gao Jin and thrown to the ground. The crowd turned to see Long Jin's pitiful state, which left them utterly stunned. A large bump had formed on his head, threatening to burst at any moment, and the imprints of fingers were starkly visible on his face, more vivid than tattoos. His mouth was stuffed with white cloth, most of which was already soaked in blood. His clothes were tattered, covered in dust, resembling a beggar rather than a figure of Lian Sheng's stature. Hey, Gao Zu, have you lost your mind? Is this how you treat your elder peers? This is sheer treachery." Lao Guai trembled, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Treachery? How could you harbor such thoughts? Throughout one's life, one venerates heaven, earth, and one's parents. How can such profound disrespect arise? Awaken, for your words may sway others. But they shall not control me." Gao Zu gazed upon the crowd, laughter spilling forth from his lips, a laughter that reeked of unrestrained arrogance. He found amusement in their ignorance. These individuals incessantly brandish notions of chivalry and the betrayal of one's teachers and ancestors, subjugating those beneath them. Yet among them, who can truly be deemed virtuous? In terms of shamelessness and hypocrisy, they rival the elder generation of Lian Sheng and Deng Bo, who regard themselves as the second in the world, yet none dare to claim the title of the first. Even the Eastern Star Litu would humbly concede before Deng Bo. Upon hearing this, the crowd could only manage a wry smile. The entirety of Lian Sheng had succumbed to Deng Bo's manipulations, obedient and compliant. Yet two rebellious spirits, Didi and Gao Zu, emerged amidst the conformity. Chapter 56, A Lesson in Discipline. The election commences. Drawing in Dongbo Dabadu. Engaging in deception. Gao Zu, I demand you release me immediately. Otherwise, when Jimmy ascends to power tomorrow, you shall have no place to rest. As Gao Jin pulled the white cloth from Longin's mouth, Longin, in a fit of hysteria, spat bloodied saliva, angrily retorting at Gao Zu without uttering a single coherent word. And you, Chuan Bao, who supports Gao Zu, shall not escape the consequences either. Ha ha. Betraying your masters and disregarding the code of the Jianghu, prepare yourselves for Dongbua's judgment. Old Gawei, Guanzin, do not fear this young man. He dares not slay us all. In Longin's eyes, he believed these individuals were forcibly brought by Gao Zu, and as long as they united, Gao Zu would not have the audacity to commit murder. Indeed, you are correct. I could not possibly slay you all tonight. Gao Zu brandished a butterfly knife and approached Longin, adding, however, the death of you alone is quite feasible. Upon witnessing this scene, old Gawei turned to Chuan Bao, bellowing, Chuan Bao, assist Longin. Are you truly going to watch this unfold without intervening? Should Dongbua learn of this, you will all perish. Enough of your cries. Dongbua has controlled the society for many years. It is time to yield your position, Chuan Bao shockingly proclaimed. You. Old Gawei trembled at the words. A dozen individuals stood frozen, gazing at Gao Zu advancing towards Longin, paralyzed by the known prowess of Gao Jin and Li Wang. Now facing Longin, Gao Zu remarked, did you know I have long found you displeasing? Gao Zu, should you kill me, neither Dongbua nor Jimmy will spare you. Longin roared back. Is that so? Gao Zu chuckled, the blade glinting ominously. Cough, cough, cough. You. I shall await you below. Longin clutched his throat, eyes wide with disbelief as he succumbed to the ground, blood spilling forth and staining the floor. His agonized struggles instilled terror in Guanzin and the others, many succumbing to panic, their bodies trembling as they collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath. Gao Zu has truly slain Longin, and before their very eyes, he has shown utter disregard for their status as elders. Longin choked a few times before finally closing his eyes. The entire hall fell into a chilling silence. The previously boisterous elders stifled their breaths, fearful of drawing Gao Zu's attention. Seeing their terror-stricken faces, Gao Zu smiled with satisfaction. To slay the chicken and warn the monkey is the highest form of etiquette towards these old-timers, who otherwise carry themselves with inflated egos, brazenly asserting their seniority. Guanzin, you were the loudest just now. I ask you, who killed Longin? Gao Zu placed the butterfly knife on the table and lit a cigarette, speaking nonchalantly. It wasn't you. Guanzin, upon being named, widened his eyes at Gao Zu, momentarily ready to speak but abruptly silencing himself. The truth lay manifest before them, yet articulating it was another matter entirely. I don't know how Longin died. I didn't see anything. Guanzin hypocritically stated, rubbing his nose. And you all? Did you see anything? Gao Zu inquired, fixing his gaze upon old Gawei and the others. Nothing. We saw nothing. Longin was at home. They exchanged glances and quickly reached a consensus. None were foolish enough to contradict Gao Zu at this juncture. It was clearly a path to self-destruction. Indeed. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, your families are being watched by my men. Now, regarding tomorrow's election, express your stance. Do not say I haven't given you an opportunity. Gao Zu continued. At this proclamation, a fierce intensity flashed across Guanzin and the others' faces. It is well known that the rules of the Jianghu permit any maneuver, but family should never be harmed. Gao Zu, do you not understand the principle of sparing families? Do not overstep your bounds. Chuanshu retorted through gritted teeth, dissatisfied. They had originally planned to return tonight and inform Dongbua, rallying their allies to eliminate Gao Zu. Little did they expect him to take their families hostage. Very well, I support you. Unlike Chuanshu, old Gawei exhibited understanding, swiftly capitulating. The others followed suit, aligning themselves with Gao Zu. You lot, how dare you? Chuanshu was taken aback by how easily they yielded. Not only had he lost the promised 3 million tonight, but tomorrow he would also defy Dongbua to support Gao Zu. He had assumed old Gawei and the others would resist. Damn, this was somewhat hasty. In the next moment, Li Wang suddenly appeared before Chuanshu, gripping his neck. Chuanshu's pupils dilated as he attempted to retract his previous statements, but with a slight motion from Li Wang, a sickening crack echoed, and Chuanshu's eyes dimmed. Chuanshu's ignorance would cost him dearly. He would accompany his family to the underworld. There would be a companion on the road to Huangquan. Gao Zu stated calmly. Li Wang nodded, producing a large mobile phone and dialing a number before placing it on the table. Hello, kill Chuanshu's entire family. Li Wang uttered coldly. Within half a minute, the anguished screams of Chuanshu's family echoed from the phone, a haunting cacophony of despair that pierced through the air, instilling terror in old Gawei and the others. They had thought themselves ruthless, yet they were taken aback by Gao Zu's mercilessness, as he would eliminate an entire family at the slightest provocation. In the next moment, Gao Zu's eyes scanned the crowd, and old Gawei once more declared, "Gao Zu, we are all on the same side. I shall certainly support you tomorrow." "Yes, yes, yes. We all support you." The others echoed, eager to align themselves, fearing that any delay might result in their own families facing dire consequences. In their youth, they had committed many transgressions, having survived in the Jianghu to this age. They had long since discerned the myriad realities of life. As the saying goes, the wheel of karma turns. Not everyone can meet a good end. They would rather bear the consequences of their own sins than let any misfortune befall their offspring. "What? You no longer desire the 3 million. Gao Zu continued, lighting another cigarette. "Gao Zu, what do you mean? We wholeheartedly support you. Discussing money would only hurt our camaraderie." Lao Gui, with a nonchalant demeanor and an unwavering heart, has become a fence-sitter, surpassing even the notorious Ji Gu of Hongxing. It would have been preferable if this had occurred sooner, as it has left everyone in a precarious position. "Well, the hour is late. You shall all stay here tonight." Upon witnessing this, Gao Zu merely chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. The objective of instilling fear had been achieved. Gao Jin escorted everyone away. While Gao Zu recognized a figure amidst the crowd, a person exuding a strong sense of justice. Gao Zu was aware of this individual's unique identity. He was known as Daquan Bao in Heiliansheng and as Captain Shi in the northern continent, an operative lurking in Gangdao. However, Gao Zu chose not to expose his identity, for as long as he did not provoke him, anything could be negotiated. The following day marked the commencement of the triennial election in Heiliansheng. The entire community was abuzz with excitement. Though they could not participate directly, they were poised to witness the emergence of a new sovereign. Particularly, Jimmy and Gao Zu were emerging stars within the organization, serving as role models for many. At the same time, other factions were closely observing Heiliansheng, as it maintained a significant standing within the underworld. Whether Jimmy, the favored candidate of Deng Bo, or the rebellious Gao Zu took charge would inevitably influence the entire realm. The main hall of Heiliansheng was already teeming with people, predominantly members of the organization, alongside individuals from other factions, all awaiting the results of the election. Soon, Gao Zu arrived, greeting everyone warmly before entering the hall, where he encountered Jimmy at the entrance. "Gao Zu, did you take Uncle Long Jin?" Jimmy approached, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and inquired coldly. "One must adhere to evidence. Do not presume that mere words suffice for unfounded accusations. Is this what Dangbo has taught you?" Gao Zu chuckled lightly and proceeded into the main hall, for nothing is more infuriating than being ignored. Jimmy inhaled deeply, momentarily taken aback. Shortly thereafter, the grand election commenced. Dangbo occupied the central seat, flanked by Chuan Bao and others, with a rectangular conference table made of century-old fragrant wood in the center. Gao Zu and Jimmy were seated on either side of Dangbo. During the selection process, they were not permitted to speak. Only the elder members could voice their opinions. However, the absence of two seats drew Dangbo's attention. Where are Long Jin and Uncle Quan?" Dangbo glanced at his watch, noting the time had arrived. Yet Long Jin and his companion had yet to appear. It was widely known that Long Jin and Ji Mi shared a close bond, akin to that of blood relatives. There was no doubt they would not miss such a significant occasion. The crowd remained silent, choosing not to respond. It was prudent to refrain from speaking at that moment. "Immediately send for them," Dangbo commanded with dissatisfaction. "Dangbo, the time has come. Their absence is their own affair. We cannot allow them to delay our election." Chuanbao interjected decisively. "No, every vote is crucial. A single vote could alter the fate of our entire organization. Hence their presence is indispensable." Dangbo asserted with authority. He understood that something might have happened to the two, yet he insisted on seeing them, whether alive or dead. "Dangbo, should we continue to wait indefinitely for their arrival?" Chuanbao queried, slapping the table in frustration, speaking with great conviction, for he was acutely aware that today, Gao Zu's ascension as the spokesperson was inevitable. With Gao Zu's support, his influence among the elder members would be unparalleled, rendering Dangbo's authority subordinate to his, in accordance with Gao Zu's assertion that he would be one beneath one, above 10,000. Dangbo furrowed his brows, preparing to retort, but Chuanbao shot him a glance. And the other elder members echoed similar sentiments, agreeing to commence the election immediately. In truth, They all knew that Long Jin and Uncle Quan would not be present today. Very well, since everyone insists, let the election begin. Deng Bo reluctantly acquiesced to the consensus, while a bitter smile crossed his face, recognizing that most of the elder members had been swayed by Gao Zu, as he had anticipated. However, before the election, we must address the matters left unresolved from the previous meeting. Didi was killed by Gao Zu. I have verified this. Bring someone in. Deng Bo surveyed the room coolly. In the next moment, Didi's wife was ushered in. Upon seeing Gao Zu, she put on an impressive performance, claiming to have witnessed Gao Zu murder Didi. She recounted how Gao Zu had invited Didi for a fishing trip, and even stated that after Didi's demise, Gao Zu had extinguished the flames of conflict for Didi's widow. She painted Gao Zu as a remorseless villain and even produced footage that bore an uncanny resemblance to Gao Zu's silhouette. Everyone, Didi was the hall master of Liansheng, and now this scoundrel Gao Zu has taken his life. I demand he must pay for his crime. May Didi's spirit find peace. Didi's wife lamented, tears streaming down her face, her performance tragically convincing. Witnessing this scene, Deng Bo revealed a long-forgotten smile. With Chang Mao missing and his thorough investigation yielding no results, it seemed likely that Gao Zu had eliminated him. In desperation, he had devised this plan involving Didi's wife. As Didi's spouse, her testimony, coupled with the footage, firmly implicated Gao Zu in Didi's murder. Even with Gao Zu's extraordinary abilities, he could not extricate himself from this predicament today. Jimmy remained silent, merely wearing a smile, while the elder members exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their discomfort. Does anyone have anything to say? Deng Bo scanned the room, offering a sweet smile as he leisurely sipped his tea. Chuan Bao and the others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting deep resignation. Who could have anticipated that Deng Bo had such a trump card hidden up his sleeve? This was before they had even entered the true electoral phase. Gao Zu had unwittingly been ensnared by Deng Bo's substantial leverage. It is well known that there are 3 great taboos in the underworld: wearing red shoes, washing the lawn, and coveting a brother's wife. These 3 taboos are intolerable in any faction. The actions of Gao Zu in executing Didi and the incidents involving the slaughter of Huanyo resonate perfectly with the current situation. The evidence is irrefutable. Henceforth, the candidacy of Azu as a decision-maker must be revoked. Simultaneously, Jimmy is poised to take the reins in the next term alongside Liansheng, and Deng Bo is preparing to make an announcement. Gao Zu approached Deng Bo with a smile and remarked, Deng Bo, are you not a bit hasty? Have you committed some unspeakable act? Deng Bo glared fiercely, attempting to intimidate Gao Zu. You have no standing to speak here. Step aside. However, in the next moment, Gao Zu delivered a resounding slap to Deng Bo's face, the sharp sound reverberating throughout the conference room. This unexpected series of events caused everyone, including Chuan Bao and others, to tremble in shock. No one anticipated that someone would dare to strike Deng Bo, a figure of imperial stature, especially in such a solemn setting, publicly delivering a slap to him. It was utterly astonishing. Chapter 57, Deng Bo, A Fall from Grace. The ascendant power broker, waiting for the rabbit to come. The conference room fell into a profound silence following the resounding slap that marked the end of the heated exchange, the atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Even Jimmy stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. The stricken Deng Bo was momentarily immobilized, having basked in luxury for over a decade. He had never envisioned that someone would dare to lay a hand on him, let alone in such a humiliating manner. Cursing under his breath, Deng Bo regained his composure and rose, roaring with fury. A man of considerable pride, he felt utterly humiliated by the slap, and his anger was palpable. Enough of that. Sit down. Let us discuss serious matters, Gao Zu said, his hand pressing firmly on Deng Bo's shoulder, forcing his corpulent form back into his seat with the weight of iron. This is not your playground, Gao Zu. Release Deng Bo at once, or you shall face my wrath. Jimmy stepped forward, glaring intently at Gao Zu. Very well. Gao Zu nodded slightly, then clapped his hands, summoning Gao Jin, who entered with a companion. The newcomer was none other than the long-absent Chang Mao, now trembling with fear. The sight of Chang Mao caused Deng Bo's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably, a clear indication of his unease. The knowledge Chang Mao possessed weighed heavily on him. Yet, Deng Bo quickly gathered his thoughts, calming himself. After all, Chang Mao was merely the top horse of Didi. No matter how extravagant his claims, they paled in comparison to the words and evidence of Didi's wife. There was still a glimmer of hope for redemption. though the sting on his face from the slap was irksome, an inexplicable affront. What do you intend to do, Gao Zu? Jimmy feigned ignorance, inquiring with a hint of sarcasm. Chong Mao, speak. Who instructed you to kill the D? Gao Zu lit a cigarette, a smirk playing on his lips. It was Deng Bo that day. Chong Mao recounted the events, his voice trembling. As his words concluded, disbelief swept through the room. As all eyes turned towards Deng Bo, the series of revelations left everyone in a state of confusion, unsure of what was real and what was fabricated. Words are mere whispers, and besides, Chong Mao is merely Didi's top horse. I believe Didi's wife speaks the truth, Gao Zu remarked, a mocking tone evident in his voice. Ah, the lengths you go to absolve yourself of guilt, Gao Zu. Such lowly tricks you can concoct. I am truly impressed. Jimmy chuckled lightly. Is that so? Gao Zu snapped his fingers, prompting Gao Jin to produce a tape featuring Didi's wife, replacing it with a new recording. The screen soon displayed the ghastly scene of Chong Mao murdering Didi. Chong Mao, how dare you kill Didi? I will have your head. Chuan Bao leapt to his feet, bellowing in rage. I had no choice. Deng Bo ordered me to do it, promising me leadership of Tsuan Wan if I killed Didi. I know I was wrong. I am sorry. I am so sorry, Didi. Chong Mao collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. In that moment, he realized he was merely a pawn in the power struggle between Deng Bo and Gao Zu, a sacrificial victim of their competition. All he wished for now was to preserve his life. Don't move, or you will die, Gao Jin said coolly as Chuan Bao attempted to approach Chong Mao. Chuan Bao fell silent, awkwardly returning to his seat. Deng Bo, do you have anything to say? Gao Zu approached, sitting casually on the conference table, his gaze fixed on Deng Bo with a mixture of intrigue and disdain. I. Deng Bo found himself at a loss for words. Oh, and you were behind the murder of Chui Ji as well, weren't you? To expedite the selection of the power broker for your own selfish gain, you killed Didi, you killed Chui Ji, and attempted to frame me for it. Deng Bo, your shamelessness knows no bounds. Gao Zu laid bare all the accusations. In that instant, a light of understanding dawned upon the assembly. It became evident that Deng Bo was the true architect behind these heinous deeds, not Gao Zu. Deng Bo, you. The assembly hesitated, uncertain of how to defend Deng Bo. It was apparent that he had descended into madness in his quest for power. At that moment, Deng Bo's reputation lay in ruins, his fall from grace complete. Deng Bo's previous fabrications crumbled under scrutiny. Step aside, I will settle the score with you later, Gao Zu said coolly. Grinding his teeth, Deng Bo could only rise, assisted by Jimmy, as he departed from the main seat. Gao Zu, on the other hand, took his place without hesitation, and though discontent simmered among the others, they could only endure in silence. Even Jimmy could merely watch, knowing he was no match for Gao Zu without Deng Bo's backing. Please continue. Gao Zu lit another cigarette, inhaling leisurely. With Deng Bo stripped of his influence, Chuan Bao stood and declared, there are many unusual matters to address today, yet the election for the power broker shall proceed as planned. Without further ado, let us cast our votes. Those in favor of Jimmy were expected to rise, yet not a soul stirred, each remaining seated in silence. Observing this scene, Deng Bo could not help but offer a bitter smile. Despite all his scheming, he had failed to anticipate this outcome, having been outmaneuvered by a younger rival. Those supporting Gao Zu, please stand. Chuan Bao continued. In the next moment, all the elder figures rose, save for one, Quan Bao, who had been identified by Gao Zu the previous night, Captain Shi from the Public Security Bureau. Very well, let it be known that our new power broker is Gao Zu, Chuan Bao announced decisively. Deng Bo, last time you claimed you retrieved the dragon head staff, now that Gao Zu has ascended, hand it over. Chuan Bao approached Deng Bo, his tone icy, recalling the vital matter that could not be overlooked. For within the inner workings of the Liansheng, there existed an unspoken rule. Even an elected power broker could not command authority without the dragon head staff, akin to the ancient tiger talisman. With Gao Zu now securely in position, Chuan Bao anticipated soaring within Liansheng. He believed this gamble was the wisest decision of his life. I have not seen the dragon head staff taken from me. Deng Bo gritted his teeth, unwilling to part with it at such a critical juncture. It was his sole talisman for survival, the only means to restrain Gao Zu's burgeoning power. Have you truly not seen it? Or do you simply refuse to hand it over? You must choose wisely. Gao Zu stood and approached Deng Bo, his voice steady. Deng Bo, I have navigated the underworld for decades. Do you truly believe I would fear you? Deng Bo feigned composure as he retorted. Indeed. You incited Chong Mao to murder Didi, and there are witnesses and evidence aplenty. How do you intend to explain this matter? Gao Zu inquired with a tone of indifference. There is nothing to say. I do not acknowledge these accusations. While it is true that Chang Mao killed Didi, he claims I urged him to commit such acts. Pray, what evidence do you possess? Deng Bo replied with a cold smile. Oh, it is no wonder you are regarded as the supreme emperor of Lianxing. Your words possess a certain essence. The art of evasion is indeed mastered to perfection. Gao Zu mocked, then turned to address the others. Deng Bo is indeed innocent. Well, let us conclude today's meeting here. Everyone may return. As for the banquet, once I procure the long-two gun, I shall invite all to revel. Gao Zu surveyed the assembly, his words laden with significance. He was in no rush to purge these individuals. Rather, he required them to reveal their true selves before he dealt with them. To be candid, Gao Zu was acutely aware of Deng Bo's stature within Lianxing. Disgracing him today did not diminish his capacity to command the masses. Deng Bo wielded absolute deterrence, and the long-two gun remained in his possession. Given this old fox's disposition, he would not easily relinquish the long-two gun, which would invite the ire of Jimmy and the various senior figures allied with Lianxing. Sometimes, waiting patiently can yield better results than acting impulsively. As for Didi's sister-in-law and Chang Mao, there was no need for Gao Zu to personally mete out punishment. They would ultimately incriminate themselves and act on his behalf. Soon, the results of the Lianxing leadership election were made public. To everyone's astonishment, it was not Jimmy, supported by Deng Bo, who ascended, but rather the rebellious Gao Zu, which left many in the martial world utterly stunned. After all, everyone understood the internal structure of Lianxing. The leader was merely a tool for Deng Bo. For years, Deng Bo had maintained his position, and every individual he endorsed had successfully taken the helm. The emergence of such an unexpected outcome was indeed rare. Many speculated whether Deng Bo would retaliate. For Gao Zu was a renegade and would not simply become Deng Bo's lackey. Yet, Deng Bo was also reluctant to relinquish power easily, creating a paradox. At the Jiang residence in Deepwater Bay, Jiang Tianxing was acutely aware of the election results the moment they were announced. He fell into deep contemplation, while Chun Yao, De Lao Bi, and Chun Haonan remained silent. The outcome was utterly unforeseen. In the collective consciousness, Deng Bo was the most authoritative figure in the Jianghu, and his influence was akin to that of a supreme emperor in ancient empires, where even the emperor had to heed his words and observe his demeanor. Such a powerful individual had failed. One could say that Gao Zu was now the youngest leader in the entirety of Hong Kong, unmatched in his youth, even compared to the significantly older Enai Yongxiao of Tsimsha Sui. Chun Haonan inhaled sharply, his body stiffening as he felt the weight of despair. How long had he labored under the banner of Hongxing? With De Lao Bi by his side, they had traversed countless trials to earn the title of Red Stick. Yet in comparison to Gao Zu, it seemed utterly trivial. After all, Gao Zu had now claimed the title of leader. In terms of status within the Jianghu, even the esteemed Red Sticks would have to address him as elder brother. Witnessing his adversary bask in triumph and ascendancy stirred a profound discontent within him, especially as he contemplated that Gao Zu had now become the dominant force in the region. Chun Haonan felt utterly powerless. How could he avenge Tuzi? How could he repay the debts owed to Bao Pai and Chao Pai? Indeed, the last assassination attempt on Gao Zu had claimed the lives of Bao Pai and Chao Pai before they even reached the hospital. Chun Haonan's mind spiraled into chaos, his eyes ablaze with fury. Envy and resentment warped his features. Anan, I shall avenge you. Do not fret. What is a leader? When the time comes, they must perish. Noticing Chun Haonan's distress, De Lao Bi comfortingly patted his shoulder. He had entrusted many affairs, great and small, to Chun Haonan, who had remained unwaveringly loyal. Such a valuable subordinate must not lose hope due to Gao Zu's rise. Shall we contact Deng Bo? Chun Yao inquired promptly. Although he was unaware of the specific conspiracies between Jiang Tianxing and Deng Bo, he was certain it pertained to the leadership of Lianxing. Not yet. The time is not ripe. Jiang Tianxing replied, regaining his composure. Deng Bo's survival indicated he had not yet been defeated, and based on his understanding of Deng Bo, he would never easily relinquish the long-two gun. What circumstances might arise from this situation remained unpredictable. For the time being, the best course of action was to await the opportune moment. Meanwhile, conversations regarding the election echoed through the streets and alleys of the Jianghu. That evening, Deng Bo arrived at a clandestine hotel accompanied by Jimmy, where Jiang Tianxing, Luo Tuo, Enai Yongxiao, and others awaited their arrival. Deng Bo. Upon seeing him, Luo Tuo called out. If one were to ask who his idol in the Jianghu was, it would undoubtedly be Deng Bo. Ah, Deng Bo nodded, taking a seat with Jimmy. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all my partners in Heilianqing. However, we have encountered some issues that require your assistance. Deng Bo stated directly as he settled in. Deng Bo, we are well aware of the internal election results today. Speak plainly. Ni Yongxiao replied, furrowing his brow. He had come solely out of respect for his father's relationship with Deng Bo. Otherwise, he would not have wished to be involved. You all know Gao Zu is a rebel, lacking decorum and showing disdain for all. His stance against the flower trade could jeopardize our business and have significant repercussions on the entire Jianghu of Hong Kong if he were to lead Heilianqing. Deng Bo began by criticizing Gao Zu's personal shortcomings, then proceeded to use business and Jianghu concerns as a pretext to challenge Gao Zu. It must be said that Deng Bo truly embodies the essence of an experienced player, as he deftly entangles everyone in the matter with just a few words. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that it is a concern shared by all, particularly for Dongxing Luotu, whose business revolves around flour. Should their collaboration with Heilianqing come to an end, it would result in a significant financial setback. This is exacerbated by the fact that Deng Bo controls numerous flour production lines, a resource that Dongxing lacks. At present, the pivotal authority remains with me, and I still possess a degree of influence over Heilianqing. Concurrently, I hope our companies can unite in cooperation to eliminate Gao Zu. In due course, I shall facilitate Jimmy's ascension, ensuring that our previous business dealings and collaborations endure. As Deng Bo lit a cigarette, the weight of his words hung in the air, and the others exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. The past collaborations are now a distant memory. Deng Bo finds himself facing challenges that threaten his standing, potentially losing his voice in matters concerning Heilianqing. To put it plainly, if you do not enhance your stakes based on previous foundations, who would be willing to assist you? The benefits must be substantial. Chapter 58. Enchanted by the moonlight. The slaughter begins. Undercurrents emerge. Schemes unfold. This matter has no connection with the Ni family. I shall not partake. I have affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Ni Yongxiao rose, a subtle smile gracing his countenance, exuding an air of utmost gentlemanliness. In truth, Deng Bo's earlier remarks held no sway over him. His return to assume control of the Ni family was not to amplify their flour business, but rather to steer the family towards a righteous path, cleansing their name to avoid repeating his father's missteps. Furthermore, when he had recently returned to take over the Ni family, Gao Zu had refrained from causing chaos amidst their internal turmoil. Thus, for various reasons, he would not involve himself in the plot against Gao Zu. Jimmy, see him off. Deng Bo nodded, not insisting on Ni Yongxiao's assistance. In a world governed by interests, the hearts of men are discernible, and he was not particularly acquainted with Ni Yongxiao. Had it been Ni Kuan, he might have exchanged a few more words. Stay? Ni Yongxiao remarked, turning to depart. How about this? 10 million each, and you can each take half of Gao Zu's territory. Deng Bo turned to Jiang Tiansheng and Luo Tuo. Gentlemen, lend a hand. Who among us hasn't faced a few challenges at home? Assist us, and in return, we shall aid you. Jimmy promptly added. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiansheng and Luo Tuo exchanged glances. Deng Bo's offer was indeed quite generous. The fact that the notoriously frugal Deng Bo would utter such words was entirely predicated on self-preservation. Under normal circumstances, he would not be one to suffer losses. All right, I shall take Mong Kok. The remainder goes to you, Hong Xing. Luo Tuo exclaimed joyfully. As for how much wealth he would ultimately acquire, they could discuss that later. No problem. Jiang Tianxing nodded. He felt quite displeased, having assumed Deng Bo would only involve him, but now Luo Tuo was drawn into the fray as well. This thwarted his intention to capitalize on the mutual destruction of Deng Bo and Gao Zu. However, upon further reflection, he thought it acceptable to incur a minor loss by assisting Deng Bo this time. If Liang Kuan made a move later, he could easily join forces with Deng Bo to eliminate Liang Kuan. Just as Jimmy said, you help me, and I help you. Such is the nature of the underworld. There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Very well, each of you will send 2,000 men, and we shall provide 2,000, totaling 6,000, to easily subdue this brat. Deng Bo stated calmly. Subsequently, Deng Bo and the two devised a comprehensive strategy to strike against Gao Zu. Dongxing would assault Sim Sha Sui, directly targeting Gao Zu's stronghold, while Hongxing and Heilianqing would attack Mong Kok together. Following the conquest, the three parties would regroup. This was an exceptionally well-conceived plan, systematically dismantling their adversary. Even if Gao Zu possessed extraordinary abilities, it would not matter. As the conspiracy concluded, the group dispersed. Meanwhile, Ni Yongxiao returned to Tsimsha Sui and placed a call to Gao Zu, informing him of Deng Bo's clandestine scheming alongside Jiang Tianxing and Luo Tuo. "Thank you, Mr. Ni. I shall treat you to drinks another day," Gao Zu replied before hanging up. He was not surprised by Deng Bo's desperate counterattack. Such a twist was precisely what made the game intriguing. Otherwise, he would have eliminated Deng Bo long ago. Early the next morning, Gao Zu summoned all senior members of Lianxing for an urgent meeting. Chuan Bao was the first to arrive, his head held high, while others pretended not to notice. Before long, Gao Zu arrived, surveying the room. Indeed, Deng Bo and Jimmy had become so indifferent that they did not even bother to participate in the meeting. "Guanzai-san, speak." Gao Zu seated himself, fixing his gaze on Guanzai Senator everyone. "Deng Bo met with me yesterday and even presented a dragon-headed staff, urging me to collaborate with Jimmy in attacking our esteemed leader's territory. This is a breach of protocol. Such treachery must be exposed." Guanzai-san stammered, visibly shaken. "Well, the facts are clear to all. If my guess is correct, Deng Bo likely extended an invitation to everyone present as well. Each has their own stance, and I shall not compel anyone," Gao Zu declared, his tone unwavering. "I, Gao Zu, lay down the law. We are all members of the same society, and if we cross swords, we become foes." Gao Zu's gaze swept the room, revealing no one willing to confess, mirroring Guanzai-san's disclosure. To put it plainly, regardless of Deng Bo's waning power, his authority remained intact. Gao Zu chuckled lightly before continuing. "Deng Bo and Jimmy not only seek to usurp power, but have also allied with the two major societies, Dongxing and Hongxing. Their crimes are unforgivable. I hereby declare Deng Bo and Jimmy as targets for extermination. Additionally, should I discover anyone colluding with them, there will be no mercy, and their entire lineage shall be eradicated. Furthermore, all factions must mobilize. Your singular task is to defend your territories." With that, Gao Zu rose and departed. In his quest to safeguard his interests and seize control of Lianxing, Gao Zu understood that relying solely on these individuals was futile, for they had long been subjugated by Deng Bo. Expecting them to exert their utmost efforts on his behalf was an impossibility, and many among them still harbored inclinations towards Deng Bo. Gao Zu was acutely aware of this. Concurrently, he reached out to Gao Jin, Li Wang, Jing and Zhen Gang, and Feng Yuxiu, assigning them relevant personnel. This time, Gao Zu was determined to demonstrate his strength and command the respect of the underworld. He aimed to eradicate all malignant elements and truly seize control of Lianxing. Simultaneously, at the Hongxing headquarters, Jiang Tianxing convened the 12 leaders of Hongxing, clarifying the target and points of interest for the impending assault. Naturally, Boss B was the first to express unequivocal support, while the others, upon recognizing the potential for profit, were eager to partake. However, with Liang Kuan's dissent, several leaders promptly reconsidered their positions. "Mr. Jiang, Lianxing and our Hongxing have traditionally maintained a non-interference policy. Moreover, this is an internal matter for their society. Our involvement may be somewhat unethical, don't you think? And who knows if Dongxing might seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on us," Liang Kuan remarked, his words laden with foreboding, deliberately reminding Jiang Tianxing of the potential pitfalls. Those who choose not to participate should refrain from excessive commentary. When the time comes to divide the spoils, do not claim that the association has denied you. Participation is entirely voluntary. Chen Yao spoke up immediately. "Very well, I wish you all good fortune." Upon hearing this, Liang Kuan muted his microphone. "The meeting has concluded." The crown prince was held back by Jiang Tianxing. "This time, I implore you not to involve yourself on either side," Jiang Tianxing said coldly. "Mr. Jiang, I assure you that I will not engage in the association's disputes, nor will I partake in matters concerning Mong Kok. However, Tsimsha Sui is unrelated to the association." The crown prince replied indifferently. "Must you defy the interests of the association to assist Gao Zu?" Jiang Tianxing exhaled a puff of smoke, gritting his teeth as he spoke. He realized he was increasingly losing control over the association. Similar to the crown prince, Liang Kuan, and other hall masters, they were all unruly elements who refused to heed his commands. The interests of the association? Mr. Jiang, one cannot phrase it that way. I have stated that I will not involve myself in the association's affairs. My assistance to Gao Zu is because we share a brotherly bond. In circumstances where the association's interests are not harmed and no conflict arises, what I choose to do is beyond the association's interference. The Crown Prince reiterated his stance. He was determined to be a rebel. In truth, he had never held Jiang Tianxing in high regard, as he had always supported Jiang Tianyang, not Jiang Tianxing. Even after many years of Jiang Tianxing presiding over Hongxing and leading it to a certain scale, the Crown Prince still regarded Jiang Tianxing's character as inferior to that of Jiang Tianyang. Enough, enough, enough. Jiang Tianxing was so enraged he felt murderous, yet he understood that the Crown Prince was the golden emblem of Hongxing and could not be harmed. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The Crown Prince stood and departed without delay. As for Liang Kuan, he hurriedly left the Hongxing headquarters and returned to the company, where he pounded the table, deep in thought, before promptly dialing Gao Zu's number. In the realm of martial arts, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Such a splendid opportunity must be seized to support Gao Zu, this rebel. After all, Boss B, Jiang Tianxing, and Gao Zu all harbor enmity towards one another, and that is precisely the leverage he could exploit. Simultaneously, Dongxing convened a meeting. In contrast to Hongxing, Luo Tuo's words held weight in Dongxing, and unanimous agreement was reached. Ultimately, the interests were laid bare before them, leaving them with no reason to refuse. As night fell, Gao Zu arrived at Deng Bo's residence with his men. It must be said that Deng Bo possessed considerable audacity. He had neither fled nor chosen to hide, exuding an air of confidence. Only you may enter, no one else is permitted. Upon seeing Gao Zu and his entourage arrive, the bodyguards at the entrance immediately surrounded them, the leading captain cautiously drawing out a large firearm. Very well, Gao Zu nodded, leading his companions inside. Deng Bo, I must commend you. Even at this juncture, you still have the leisure to sip tea and appreciate beauty, such exquisite taste. Upon entering, Gao Zu observed Deng Bo leisurely enjoying tea. Do you not fear that I might end your life? From the moment you ascended to the position of Hall Master, our fates became intertwined. Have I ever feared you? Deng Bo calmly sipped his tea and replied coldly. Currently, it is you who should fear. Ha. Gao Zu took a seat, speaking nonchalantly. Is your confidence truly so unwavering? Deng Bo produced a chessboard and placed it upon the table. The facts will speak for themselves. After tonight, only one of us shall survive, and it will undoubtedly be me. Generals shall forever be generals, and soldiers shall forever be soldiers. Gao Zu smiled lightly. There are no eternal generals, only eternal soldiers. Care for a game? Deng Bo set the chessboard free. All right. Gao Zu nodded in agreement. At the same time, in Tsim Sha Sui, the once bustling streets were unusually tranquil this evening, with all major shops and nightclubs closed. The wind whistled softly as a row of men in black had long awaited on the streets. Leading them were Li Wang and Zhen Gang, numbering over 1,000, covering a significant portion of the street. This time, who dares to flee, I will slaughter their entire family. What is there to fear from mere rumors? They are all just men, and we outnumber them twofold. Each of us could drown them with a single spit. Kill, slaughter the bloody king, and you will make a name for yourselves, rising as leaders. Sha Meng roared coldly. Damn it, we haven't even fought yet, and you're already scared off by their reputation. This is something Sha Meng absolutely cannot allow. With that, Sha Meng charged forward, wielding a machete. Li Wang smiled faintly, took a step forward, and uttered a single word. Kill. Soon, the two sides clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, in Mongkok, at the former headquarters of the Numbers Gang, outside the building S entrance, led by Boss B, they arrived on the street. Gao Jin, Luo Tianhong, Wan Shun, Wang Liang, and others were equally prepared for battle. Chapter 59. A flourishing scene. Bloodshed on the streets. The police station's assessment. The autumn wind swept through the scene, bringing a slight chill to the gathering crowd. The throng, numbering over 3,000, created a formidable spectacle, quite rare in its magnitude. Such an assembly typically only occurs when significant enmities between major factions culminate in a life-and-death struggle. After all, the appearance fee for a mere lowly thug could amount to 3,000 Hong Kong dollars, translating to a staggering total of 6 million for 2,000 participants, an amount equivalent to a month's dues for a large organization like Hongxing. This figure does not even account for subsequent expenses such as relocation and medical costs. As the two factions confronted each other, words were sparse. It was a classic case of enemies meeting, filled with animosity, and the clash erupted in an instant. The blades wielded by those of Hongxing glimmered ominously, moving like white waves, their sharpness dazzling in the light. In contrast, the steel bars held by Gao Jin and his followers emanated a foreboding silence, glinting with a bloody sheen. Chun Haonan unsheathed a long dormant katana, advancing with an icy resolve, declaring, "Kill for me." With both sides stepping forward simultaneously, the grand tableau of 1,500 versus 2,000 reverberated through the streets, creating a tremor akin to an earthquake. Chun Haonan remained composed, scanning the battlefield until he fixed his gaze upon Gao Jin within the crowd. He recalled the assassination attempt on Gao Zu in Central, where Gao Zu had been conspicuously present. With blood-red eyes, Chun Haonan surged into the fray, his sword flashing coldly as he felled several adversaries in swift succession. His prowess astonished the onlookers, prompting the ghostly shadow soldiers to encircle him. Undeterred, Chun Haonan kicked a lowly thug aside and maneuvered towards Gao Jin from another angle. Gao Jin, noticing Chun Haonan's advance, approached him with an indifferent demeanor. A Hongxing thug attempted to strike Gao Jin, but was met with a swift, lethal response, his abdomen sliced open, blood spilling forth. "Gao Jin, today I shall avenge my brother," Chun Haonan proclaimed as he confronted Gao Jin directly. Their eyes locked. Gao Jin, expressionless, casually brushed aside his hair and replied, "Consider this your opportunity. Do not disappoint me." With that, the two engaged in battle. Meanwhile, a mere 10 meters away, Luo Tianhong wielded his sword, resembling a radiant rainbow, cutting a bloody path through the throng. Under the tutelage of Gao Jin and others, Luo Tianhong's swordsmanship had reached new heights, rendering him a formidable opponent for anyone, including the likes of how long Luo Tianhong swept his blade, a flash of cold light striking first. The speed of his attack blurring the vision of onlookers. Multiple Hongxing thugs fell, their throats severed, a testament to Luo Tianhong's famed technique, the one sword to seal the throat. On another front, the likes of Wan Shun, Wang Ling, Jiu Wenlong, and ghostly shadow soldiers exhibited their own formidable skills, driving Hongxing thugs to retreat. In the perilous world they navigated, life was a gamble. Yet, those like Wan Shun were not merely playing with their lives. They were recklessly fearless, their combat prowess terrifyingly superior. Many Hongxing thugs, gripped by fear, seized the opportunity to flee, realizing that a few $100s a month was not worth risking their lives. Simultaneously, Defei set his sights on Gao Jin, charging forward only to be intercepted by Wan Shun. Meanwhile, the aging De Lao Bi, his combat capability diminished, struggled to protect himself under De Tian Air's watchful eye, already covered in wounds. In an instant, a ghostly shadow soldier charged at De Lao Bi, aiming a steel bar at his face. De Tian Air reacted swiftly, drawing his blade to parry the attack. The collision was fierce, sending De Tian Air's weapon flying, yet the steel bar continued its lethal trajectory. De Lao Bi, eyes wide with instinctual fear, raised his blade in a desperate defense. Under the immense force, his weapon was pressed against his chest, blood spilling forth as it became clear he could not withstand the onslaught. Just as De Tian Air surged forward again, the ghostly shadow soldier turned and kicked De Lao Bi aside, launching another steel bar at De Tian Air. As the cold wind blew, De Tian Air felt a sudden warmth on his forehead, followed by a heavy dizziness, warmth trickling down his face. "Brother B, flee quickly," he managed to utter before collapsing. De Lao Bi, terrified and panicked, made a hasty escape, realizing he was outmatched. On a nearby rooftop, Chun Guozhong and Officer Ma Jun, along with several police officers, observed the violent clash below. Chun Guozhong raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the unprecedented scale of the conflict in Mongkok. Despite their prior preparations, they knew they could only intervene once the chaos subsided, a long-standing protocol. While Hongxing posed a formidable challenge compared to other groups, the source of Gao Zu's impressive recruits remained a mystery. Among his 1,500 men, at least 200 possessed elite combat capabilities, with Gao Jin standing out as a veritable champion among warriors, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Ma Jun could not help but marvel at the potential such prowess could lend to the police force. In a time of turmoil, the emergence of a hero like Gao Zu might shatter the long-standing status quo, provided he survived the night. Let things unfold naturally. This young man is indeed remarkable. Whether he is a dragon or a mere worm remains to be seen. However, even if he secures Mongkok, can he hold Simsha Sui, especially with Lian Shun yet to make a move? The stakes are high. Ma Jun mused. At that very moment, Jimmy arrived at the entrance of the Liansheng headquarters, accompanied by his men. Here gathered the likes of Chuan Bao and Guanzai Senator. Upon seeing Jimmy and his entourage arrive, Chuan Bao seethed with anger. Jimmy, what do you intend to do? Jimmy paid no heed to Chuan Bao's words. Instead, he retrieved an item from a box and raised it above his head, proclaiming, esteemed guests, do you recognize this object? It is the Long-Tu gun. Guanzai Sun exclaimed in shock. For his own selfish desires, Gao Zu has ruthlessly eliminated Fish Head Biao, Fire Niu, and Lin Bei Lu, inciting Chong Mao to kill Didi, and has even cruelly murdered Chui Ji and Quan Shu to ascend as the decision-maker. Such a man is beyond redemption. In the name of the Long-Tu gun, I command you to eradicate the treacherous Gao Zu. This is not merely my will but also that of Deng Bo, and indeed, the will of the Long-Tu gun. Jimmy articulated Gao Zu's crimes with precision, his tone firm yet commanding, exuding an undeniable authority. Moreover, he brandished the Long-Tu gun, presenting himself as a paragon of virtue. As Jimmy's words resonated, the surrounding members of He Liansheng rallied in support of Jimmy, clamoring for the demise of Gao Zu. Many, unaware of the intricate details, were swayed by the symbol of the Long-Tu gun, which represented the authority of He Liansheng. Jimmy's rationale was sound, and Deng Bo had long manipulated these individuals, whose minds had become ensnared in his influence, prioritizing Deng Bo and the Long-Tu gun above all else. Witnessing this scene, Chuan Bao's eyelids twitched, and he immediately stepped forward to defend Gao Zu, saying, Jimmy, do not spread falsehoods to mislead the masses. All of this is the handiwork of Deng Bo. Moreover, Gao Zu's assent was in accordance with the rules. Enough. Bao Shu, you are in league with him, thus your words hold little weight. Those who wish to support Deng Bo and heed the call of the Long-Tu gun, step forward. Jimmy retorted, fixing his gaze on the crowd while holding the Long-Tu gun aloft. In the next moment, murmurs erupted, and a multitude expressed their allegiance to the Long-Tu gun. However, Gao Zu was the elected leader, causing a dilemma among many of the younger members. At that moment, Lao Gui and the formidable Yi Ling ran emerged, addressing the crowd. I can attest that Jimmy speaks nothing but the truth. We, of He Liansheng, have always recognized the Long-Tu gun. I, Lao Gui, pledge my allegiance. I, Lung Lao, pledge my allegiance. I, Shui Go, pledge my allegiance. I, Shuang Fandong, pledge my allegiance. You are aiding in tyranny. You are destabilizing He Liansheng. Chuan Bao gritted his teeth, incredulous as he gazed at the crowd, his heart heavy with sorrow. The younger members were oblivious to the underlying machinations, yet the older ones understood all too well. Gao Zu had even released the families of these individuals to mend past grievances, yet now, in his time of need, they had all chosen to betray him without hesitation. The fickleness of human sentiment is truly unfathomable. A heartless and ungrateful man like Gao Zu deserves to be vanquished. Jimmy, make your intentions known, Lao Gui stated coolly. In truth, they had long been bought off by Deng Bo. Their recent display was merely a charade for the younger members. Eradicate all of Gao Zu's followers and strip him of his authority. Jimmy coldly surveyed the room as he commanded. Oh, you dare to rebel? A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air, sending a jolt through Jimmy and his allies, stemming from their innate fear of Gao Zu. As the synchronized sound of marching footsteps echoed, a dark tide of individuals surged toward them, among them, Jing Yu and Gao Gang, totaling over 1,000. What are you doing here? Jimmy swallowed hard, feigning calmness. This plot against Gao Zu was a masterstroke. The information had not been concealed, and in fact, according to Deng Bo's design, it was meant for Gao Zu to be aware. Ideally, faced with the looming threats from Dongxing and Hongxing, Gao Zu should have secured his followers in Simsha Sui and Mong Kok, or even at the bustling boulevard in Causeway Bay. How could there be so many people here? Moreover, they had arrived without a sound, leaving no trace of their approach. Was this a scheme orchestrated by Gao Zu? Jing Yu disregarded Jimmy and stepped forward, surveying the crowd with icy detachment. To stand with Jimmy is to stand against Gao Zu. Consider your choices carefully before making a decision. Following her declaration, many younger members immediately expressed their loyalty to Gao Zu, while the elders and hall masters attempted to intervene, but to no avail. Figures like Dong Guanzai chose to abandon their leader in favor of Gao Zu. In no time, the crowd split into two factions, each representing opposing allegiances, one for the Long-Tu gun, the other for the decision-maker. Sighing, Chuan Bao gazed at Lao Gui and the others, uncertain of how to salvage the dire situation. Attack! Jimmy gritted his teeth, issuing the charge with fervor, his eyes ablaze with madness. Fixated solely on the position of the decision-maker and his pact with Captain Sure. Kill! Jingyu chuckled, stepping forward, her foot shattering the ground as she plunged into the throng. In Tsim Sha Sui, Sha Ming wielded his bone-crushing knife with ferocity, his gaze sweeping the battlefield. Engaging in a brawl while flaunting his muscles. How conceited. Did he think he could intimidate others with mere physicality? Observing Li Wang surrounded by several Dongxing members, Sha Ming swung his blade toward Li Wang's abdomen, taunting him. Li Wang's fierce eyes flared with murderous intent, remaining unfazed amidst the assault. The steel rebar wailed, propelled by tremendous force, sending several Dongxing members flying. As Li Wang leapt into the air, evading Sha Ming's strike, raising the rebar to target Sha Ming's head with ruthless intent. Sha Ming hastily retracted his blade, altering his stance and pushing a younger member toward Li Wang as he made his escape. Looking back with trepidation, he regarded Li Wang with palpable fear. Had he not consumed a substance prior to this confrontation that dulled his senses and heightened his physical capabilities, he would surely have fallen victim to Li Wang's lethal strike. Yet before he could exhale a sigh of relief, Li Wang charged at him like a ferocious tiger. The rebar, though marred with scars from battle, did not diminish Li Wang's might. It emerged like a drawn sword, glinting ominously as silence enveloped, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. Sha Ming's eyelids twitched in terror as he immediately raised his broken bone knife to defend himself. Sparks flew as the weapon, which had accompanied him in countless battles, shattered in an instant. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force propelled his body, akin to being struck by a cannonball, sending him crashing against a vehicle. Coughing violently, Sha Ming clutched his chest, a steaming mouthful of blood erupting forth, his eyes wide with horror as he beheld Li Wang approaching. He yearned to move, yet found himself utterly immobilized. In the next moment, tears welled in his eyes. Li Wang, I apologize. I admit my voice was a bit loud just now. I beg of you, spare me, and I will leave at once with my men. It is of no consequence. Simply refrain from such arrogance in your next life, Li Wang replied with a cold smile, letting the rebar fall upon Sha Ming's head. He then turned and bellowed at the gathered crowd. Dongxing Zai, Sha Ming is dead. Why are you not fleeing? At the sound of his thunderous roar, many Dongxing Zai turned in shock, momentarily stunned by the sight of Sha Ming's demise at the hands of Li Wang. The name Bloodthirsty King echoed in their minds once more. Flee! Someone screamed, and the remaining Dongxing Zai hurriedly ran, wishing fervently for additional legs to escape more swiftly. The death of their commander and the dispersal of their primary spirit could alter the tide of battle, just as it would have in ancient armies. These Dongxing Zai, drawn solely by the promise of appearance fees, felt no loyalty. With Sha Ming's death, they found themselves with a legitimate excuse to depart. After all, they had quailed in fear before the bloodthirsty king from the very beginning, and after enduring such a prolonged conflict, their morale had dwindled significantly. Truly, they were a pitiful lot, unworthy of the title of warriors. Not far away, within a second-floor building, Huang Zhiqing exhaled smoke, his countenance marred by a frown as he offered a sardonic remark. Tsim Sha Sui was under the jurisdiction of their West Kowloon police station. They had arrived long ago. Yet, like Chen Guozhong and others, they could only observe, waiting for the opportune moment to act. His intention had been to see Dongxing seize control of Gao Zu's forces, as he believed they would be easier to manage compared to Gao Zu's men. To his astonishment, Gao Zu's forces emerged victorious, triumphing against overwhelming odds. In truth, it could be said that Dongxing had been suppressed from the very start by Li Wang and his cohorts. This outcome had surpassed all conventional predictions and norms. Chapter 60, A Dialogue of Chess. The Dawn of Victory. Captain Sure steps forward. It is not that Dongxing is weak, but rather that Gao Zu's men are exceptionally formidable. Lu Qichong narrowed his eyes and offered a calm assessment. As long as Gao Zu survives tonight, the landscape of the Jianghu will undoubtedly undergo a transformation. Beside him, Ling Qian'er remained silent. Her expression was as tranquil as still water, yet her heart was a tempest of anxiety. She worried for Gao Zu, lamenting her own inability to assist him. Unbeknownst to her, a tear slipped from the corner of her eye, which she hastily wiped away. Alas, what a calamity! Huang Zhiqing gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with indignation. All right, Zhiqing. Even without his presence, others will emerge. At the very least, Gao Zu does not engage in the trafficking of flour, nor does he persecute the people of Hong Kong. In this regard, he surpasses many of his peers. Lu Qichong placed a reassuring hand on Huang Zhiqing's shoulder. However, it is quite strange that the Ni family has made no move at all. Yet, the more tranquil it is, the better for us, sparing us from any trouble. Inform everyone to prepare for the apprehension of a few individuals to take back to the police station. At that moment, Huang Zhiqing, who had been observing the fierce conflict, shifted his gaze. Are they here? Could they be from the Ni family? Lu Qichong and Ling Qianer immediately directed their attention to the approaching vehicles, from which individuals began to disembark. Li Wang stepped forward and remarked nonchalantly, "They have arrived." The Crown Prince nodded, a smile gracing his face. "All right, keep an eye on Jin Shakuei for me. I must step out for a while," Li Wang stated. "No problem, go ahead. I shall await your triumphant return." The Crown Prince watched as the group departed. In truth, he had arrived earlier, but Gao Zu wished to spare him the difficulties within Hongxing, entrusting him merely with the task of guarding the upcoming time, while the affairs of violence were to be handled by Gao Zu himself. The Crown Prince had no choice but to acquiesce. Tonight, anyone who dares to come shall be met with no mercy. The Crown Prince coldly addressed his men. "Understood, big brother." The younger brothers nodded in agreement. Although they were members of Hongxing, their allegiance lay with the Crown Prince and Gao Zu, especially since Gao Zu had once granted them a legitimate stronghold when he established the Number Gang. This kindness was forever etched in their hearts. In the battlefield of Mongkok, compared to the Dongxing of Tsim Sha Sui, the combat prowess of the Hongxing members was indeed somewhat more vigorous. Yet before the likes of Gao Jin and his cohorts, they were still in a state of relentless retreat. I shall kill you." Chen Haonan's eyes burned with fury. Although the samurai sword felt light in his hand, it now bore a heavy weight, thwarted by De Fei and his band of younger brothers. Just moments ago, Chen Haonan had faced Gao Jin one-on-one, initially managing well. But as the fight progressed, fear gripped him as he realized that Gao Jin was toying with him like a monkey. And he was the monkey. With De Fei's entrance, he felt confident that 2 against 1 would present no issue. However, Gao Jin swiftly incapacitated De Fei with a single blow, prompting the two to choose flight. Unbeknownst to them, Gao Jin had set his sights on De Lao Bi, who, being elderly and frail, could not contend with Gao Jin, and in a single exchange, was pierced through by Gao Jin's rebar. This scene was witnessed by Chun Haonan, mirroring the earlier disaster. "Let us go. Brother B is dead, already dead. If we continue down this path, we may face complete annihilation. They are not human," De Fei shouted, restraining the frenzied Chun Haonan. De Fei's heart trembled with fear. Since the Crown Prince's failed attempt in Tsim Sha Sui, many within the gang had branded him a failure, unable to defeat even a 20-something opponent. And yet he acknowledged Gao Zu as his elder brother, bringing shame to Hongxing, with some even describing the Crown Prince's downfall as heroic. De Fei harbored similar thoughts, believing the Crown Prince had lost his edge with age. It was only moments ago that he recognized the foolishness of his beliefs. Any random soldier from the Ghost Shadows possessed the strength to match the Crown Prince. "Brother B, woo-woo." Chen Haonan choked on his sobs, tears streaming from his bloodshot eyes. De Lao Bi had treated him as his own, like a father. Now, witnessing his death before him, Chun Haonan was engulfed in despair. In the next moment, Gao Jin approached them, causing De Fei's countenance to pale. He swiftly hoisted Chun Haonan away, shouting, "Retreat! Withdraw!" With De Lao Bi dead, and the Hongxing members in a state of passive suffering, De Fei understood that further conflict was futile. At his command, the Hongxing members hesitated for a moment, relief washing over their faces. In truth, they had long been terrified. Had it not been for the bonds of brotherhood and the constraints of Hongxing's rules, they would have fled long ago. Upon receiving the order to retreat, the Hongxing gang scattered. "Enough, do not pursue them. Everyone come back." Upon seeing the Hongxing members fleeing, Zhu Wenlong and others ready to chase, but Gao Jin interjected immediately. "Zhou Wenlong, Gao Gang, take your brothers to the hospital. The rest, follow me." Gao Jin gathered his men and promptly organized the necessary affairs. Victory here did not guarantee victory for the night. They had another task at hand, a bloodbath at Liansheng. Soon, Gao Jin rallied several hundred men and set forth towards the Liansheng headquarters. "Let us go. It is our turn to make an entrance." Chen Guozhong flicked his cigarette butt away and turned to the cavalry. In swift succession, a contingent of police stormed the scene, symbolically arresting a few individuals before departing. It was not a matter of injustice, nor was it willful ignorance. During this period, the ruling authority in Hong Kong was the Hong Kong government, which was a product of the British Empire. With fewer than 60,000 personnel stationed in Hong Kong, controlling 6 million residents required a singular strategy: to have the local populace govern itself. Whether through the existence of the police or the gangs, there existed a mutual restraint. As long as there was no deployment of lethal weaponry, the Hong Kong government generally adopted a stance of indifference towards gang conflicts, allowing police forces formed by the local populace to address gang issues. This effectively diverted the tensions between the local populace and the government, facilitating easier governance of Hong Kong by the authorities. To put it simply, the Hong Kong government employs the strategy of governing Hong Kong through Hong Kong to control the populace of the island, allowing interactions among Hong Kongers as long as they do not exceed certain boundaries. Under such circumstances, the so-called justice of the world cannot be upheld. Acknowledging this reality, and after years of accumulated experience, the personnel in various police stations have opted to manage conflicts among gangs in this manner. This can be regarded as a form of harmony. In a loft on the second floor, the sound of boiling water filled the air, accompanied by faint cries, as if in a final struggle. Once a move is made, there is no turning back, Deng Bo. You must contemplate this carefully, Gao Zu remarked, holding a white chess piece and gazing at the board filled with black and white pieces. I have one, have I not? Deng Bo lifted his aged eyes to glance at Gao Zu, smirking coldly as he unhesitatingly placed a black piece on the board. Ha ha ha. Opening the champagne prematurely is hardly a commendable habit, Gao Zu stated while positioning a white piece in a subtle spot. You merely wish to win. But it is I who has truly triumphed. The difference is but a single move. I was merely careless. Deng Bo gritted his teeth, expressing his reluctance. A single failure leads to total defeat. Losing is simply losing. Deng Bo, in truth, you had numerous opportunities to turn the tide, yet you presume yourself to be the ultimate authority, that everyone must heed your commands. This is a grave folly, Gao Zu subtly critiqued. Humph. I have been in this game since I was 10, became a leader at 35, and a decision-maker at 40. I have strategized and collaborated with Lien Sheng for many years, and my word has always been final, extending to the present. No one can disrupt the rules I have established. No one, Deng Bo retorted coldly. In earlier times, the elders warned that for a gang to endure, balance is essential. No single person can dominate. This principle has persisted for decades. It cannot be disregarded at will. Gao Zu chuckled lightly, sipping his tea. The art of governance revolves around wealth, interests, beauty, and reputation. One must possess all these elements to wield influence. How many of these do you possess? You aspire to maintain balance within the gang and prevent any single entity from rising too high. You lack the qualifications. Your notion of balance is merely an excuse to sustain your own voice. So why do you incessantly speak of the gang's welfare and established norms? As for whether these rules can be broken, perhaps you should open your eyes to the world before speaking. Deng Bo scoffed. I've told you, the tides of Hong Kong are tumultuous. You cannot navigate them. What use is your 20 billion? Your credentials and connections are insufficient. No one can assist you. Gao Zu pondered, his gaze deepening. Deng Bo, having lived so many years, do you not realize that one must rely on oneself? Relying on others is precarious. Mountains may crumble, and people may change. Self-reliance is paramount. Indeed, Gao Zu did not dismiss Deng Bo's words. The wisdom contained therein resonates strongly with those new to the world, encapsulated in the common adage that many friends make many paths. However, Gao Zu understood a crucial truth. When faced with interests, human nature is not easily scrutinized. Surrounded by a group of friends indulging in lavish feasts and camaraderie, one may appear to bask in glory, yet when confronted with real challenges, such bonds often falter and betrayal may ensue. Upon hearing this, Deng Bo's expression shifted. At that moment, Gao Zu truly impressed him, as he had discerned the fundamental issues of human relationships, insights not typically possessed by someone of Gao Zu's age. It is no wonder he cannot manipulate others. He has already delved into human nature at such a young age. I know not what agreements exist between you and Hong Xing, to solicit their assistance. However, I am certain you will not easily relinquish your promises for their benefit. Therefore, even if you win this time, there will still be conflicts between you, Lien Sheng, Dong Xing, and Hong Xing. Alas, this time, you have not emerged victorious. Gao Zu candidly exposed Deng Bo's thoughts. You are truly extraordinary. More calculating than A Lu, more audacious than Di, and more ambitious than Jimmy. Yet you remain cautious and methodical. But do you believe that winning the chess game equates to defeating me? You underestimate me, Dengbo. Dengbo narrowed his eyes. To be frank, he was astonished that someone of Gao Zu's age could perceive the world so clearly and recognize his own schemes. Yet, what does it matter? Gao Zu is merely a genius who faltered along the way. He firmly believes in the adage that only those who endure until the end are the true victors. Underestimate? Dengbo, you are overly conceited. I have not given you any regard. Gao Zu chuckled lightly, for thus far, everything lay within his control. Dengbo was merely a stepping stone on his path to greatness. You, Dengbo fumed, on the verge of speaking. At that moment, both of their phones rang simultaneously. Dengbo's expression darkened ominously. Guess who has triumphed? Answer it. Your people will provide you with the answer. Gao Zu replied nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette with poise. Dengbo, Dong Xing has fallen. Dengbo, Hong Xing has fallen. Dengbo, Jimmy is currently clashing with Gao Zu's men. The situation suggests a retreat. And Gao Zu's forces in Tsim Sha Sui and Mongkok are en route to the headquarters. The voice on the phone reported the entire situation Dengbo had orchestrated. What? Dengbo's anger flared, his fist colliding with the table, then taking a deep breath. Fine, I understand. Maintain surveillance and report any developments promptly. After speaking, Dengbo set down his phone and turned his gaze to Gao Zu, who likewise answered his call. Contrary to Dengbo's situation, Gao Zu's side was achieving resounding success. Tonight's objective is to ensure that Lian Sheng is entirely unified. Tomorrow, there shall be but one voice within Lian Sheng. To those who resist, kill, Gao Zu declared, placing his phone down and exhaling a plume of smoke, his expression laced with a playful smile directed at Dengbo. The harm in that glance was minimal, yet the insult was profound. As their eyes locked, it was evident that Dengbo gritted his teeth, seething with anger, silently condemning Dongxing and Hongxing as a bunch of worthless scum. He could hardly believe that a situation so seemingly victorious had devolved into this pitiful state. Truly, they were more adept at sabotaging than succeeding. Just wait and see. I have no time to engage in idle banter with you. After accompanying you for so long, it is time to settle our scores and bid you farewell. Gao Zu extinguished his cigarette butt and rose, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. This is an act of treason, betraying your mentor and ancestors. Upon hearing this, Dengbo's jowls quivered, and he immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Gao Zu. Azu, there is a saying that one should not act with lethal force. We might still meet as friends in the future. Don't you agree? Just then, a figure emerged from another room, wearing a confident smile. This individual was none other than Daquan Bao, a master of the He Lian Sheng, known for his ruthless demeanor in both personal and professional matters. What gives you the audacity to speak so brazenly before me? Gao Zu retorted coolly as he turned around. I am the hall master of He Lian Sheng, and it is my duty to protect Dengbo Azu. Today, you will not kill Dengbo. Not even Jesus could intervene, I assure you, Daquan Bao declared, as he approached the sofa and adjusted his suit with nonchalance. Composed and unflappable, this was the demeanor Daquan Bao exuded. Dengbo, meanwhile, wore a confident smile, appearing utterly at ease. Gao Zu realized that this old rascal had likely clarified his identity and intentions to Dengbo, which explained the latter's audacity. TSK. No wonder you are Captain Sure from the northern continent. You certainly speak with conviction, Gao Zu remarked as he sat down, lighting another cigarette. He recognized Daquan Bao instantly. Since he was here, it was only fitting to offer him a proper reception. However, as Gao Zu's words settled, Dengbo's expression shifted dramatically. Daquan Bao swiftly drew his sidearm, aiming it squarely at Gao Zu's head. How did you know my identity? Chapter 61, The Indomitable Fire Wheel. Perilous situations. The victors are kings, and the vanquished are bandits. The first thought that crossed Daquan Bao's mind was that there were spies planted by Gao Zu around him. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. The only individuals aware of his identity were from the northern continent, and there were fewer than 10 people on Gangdao who knew who he truly was. The fact that Gao Zu seemed to know his background left him astonished and on high alert. As a competent undercover agent, he had been in Gangdao for decades, transforming from a mere Daquan Zai to the current Daquan Bao. He prided himself on his meticulousness and could not fathom how he had revealed himself. Such exposure was utterly taboo. After much contemplation and a thorough review of past events, he remained perplexed, unable to identify when he had compromised his secrecy. The tension in the atmosphere escalated. Deng Bo wore a smile, secretly wishing Daquan Bao would take the drastic step of shooting Gao Zu. Such an act would solidify Jimmy's position and ensure his own authority, while Daquan Bao would bear the blame, potentially implicating the northern continent. In summary, if Daquan Bao were to assassinate Gao Zu, it would be immensely beneficial for him. Kill him. Fire your weapon. Deng Bo's inner monologue was fervent. Captain Sure, it's quite impolite of you to act this way upon our first meeting, Gao Zu stated fearlessly. How did you come to know my identity? Daquan Bao gritted his teeth, refusing to lower his guard due to Gao Zu's words. He deliberately maintained distance from Gao Zu, adhering to the basic skills expected of a police officer. If you wish to play, I shall indulge you, Gao Zu replied, raising his hand as several red dots illuminated the foreheads of both men. A sniper, Daquan Bao instinctively blurted out, glancing at the red, hovering above Deng Bo's head. You'd best lower your weapon, otherwise you will meet your demise, Gao Zu warned, his icy gaze fixed upon Daquan Bao. In the previous election for the leader, Daquan Bao had been the sole individual who did not stand to support Gao Zu. The outcome was evident. He intended to back Jimmy. Surely, Gao Zu could not afford to be careless around Daquan Bao. You. Daquan Bao clenched his teeth, reluctantly holstering his weapon. What do you want? He truly did not dare to wager his life on the sniper that Gao Zu had arranged. Captain Sure, you hail from the northern continent, and I can offer you a favor. If you depart now, I will treat this as though nothing occurred. Gao Zu declared coldly. There's no need to be so ruthless. We can discuss matters, Captain Sure said helplessly. He had indeed confessed his identity to Deng Bo and Jimmy, a decision made out of necessity. From his standpoint, controlling Gao Zu was challenging, necessitating Jimmy's assistance in Guangdao. However, the events of this evening had taken an unexpected turn, forcing him into the open. Captain Sure, we bear no grievances against one another. I grant you an opportunity. Accept it or face the consequences. You have 1 minute to vacate your people. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Gao Zu's voice was frigid. He had no desire to entangle himself with the northern continent, as his ambitions were too constrained, and the northern continent would not permit them. After a moment of contemplation, Daquan Bao sighed. Deng Bo, I cannot gamble with the lives of my people. Farewell. With that, he turned to leave. Deng Bo remained silent, yet internally he felt as if he had sunk into deep waters, chilled to the bone. His greatest reliance had been seized by Gao Zu. What could he do? Rely on the few bodyguards below? If Gao Zu had arrived, he must have contemplated how to deal with those bodyguards. Deng Bo forced a bitter smile, his profound gaze betraying a flicker of regret and dissatisfaction. In truth, when he learned that Hongxing and Dongxing had been repelled, he realized he had already met failure. He simply refused to believe and accept it, clinging to the hope that Jimmy could create a miracle. At that moment, Deng Bo's radio crackled to life, while Gao Zu's phone remained silent. Hello? Deng Bo answered the radio, pausing to glance at Gao Zu before responding. Not good, Deng Bo. Jimmy has escaped. We have lost. The words from his subordinate struck Deng Bo like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through his heart. It was as if 5 thunders had struck him, plunging his already fragile spirit into utter despair. The radio slipped from his grasp and fell onto the sofa as he stared blankly, a sense of resignation washing over him. In that instant, he aged several years, chuckling to himself in self-deprecation. After a lifetime in the underworld, I never imagined I would be outsmarted by you. Outsmarting is merely a premise. The most crucial factor is still strength. Gao Zu rose and approached Deng Bo's wheelchair. Deng Bo, have you ever played the fire wheel? What do you mean? Deng Bo asked, bewildered. Nothing much. You will find out shortly, Gao Zu said, pushing Deng Bo's wheelchair toward the door. You won't kill me? Deng Bo queried, puzzled. Why would I kill the Supreme Emperor of Lianxing? That is a crime I cannot bear. Gao Zu's lips curled into a slight smile, as if recalling a particularly amusing thought. Exactly. Let us coexist peacefully and work together to strengthen Lianxing. If Jimmy fails, I will certainly support. Before Deng Bo could finish, Gao Zu forcefully propelled the wheelchair down the staircase. Deng Bo, already portly, resembled a large ball of flesh. The momentum combined with the impact of his body against the steps generated tremendous energy. Buzzing. The indomitable fire wheel had been set in motion, and Deng Bo began to tumble. Gao Zu lit a cigarette, quietly admiring the spectacle. Only after the performance concluded did Gao Zu descend to the first floor, looking down at Deng Bo. This is the fire wheel. Was it enjoyable? You. You will not have a good end, Deng Bo stammered, struggling to keep his eyes open. Simultaneously, the bodyguards outside heard the commotion and were about to enter when Gao Zu's shadowy soldiers swiftly sent several individuals to meet their end, joining Deng Bo in the Western realm to face the divine. Brother Zu. 10 shadowy soldiers approached Gao Zu with utmost respect. Clear the scene. Leave no evidence for the police. Gao Zu commanded before departing. He bore no psychological burden, for as the ancient saying goes, the victors are kings, and the vanquished are bandits. Soon, Gao Zu arrived at the headquarters of Lianxing. On the street, although it had been meticulously cleaned, the faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Zuj. When the crowd beheld Gao Zu descending from the tiger head, they all respectfully addressed him in unison. Chuan Bao and the others immediately stepped forward to provide a brief report on the events of the evening. Among the many elder figures, with the exception of Chuan Bao and Guan Zaisan, the rest had turned against him. This did not surprise Gao Zu. In fact, one could say it was a deliberate maneuver on his part. There was no justification for the slaying of these individuals, which would have incited the wrath of the entire organization. Now that a rationale had emerged, the narrative could be easily spun. Bring them all to the hall for confinement. Gao Zu cast a glance at the restrained La Guiwai and the others. Subsequently, over 30 subordinates escorted La Guiwai and his companions into the main hall. Gao Zu turned back, scanning the crowd. I appreciate your support, brothers. Tonight, you have all worked hard, but we must see this matter through before we can rest. He surveyed the room coldly and inquired. Are there any objections? None. The crowd responded in unison. Very well, Deng Guanzai, you will take Guan Zaisan's position. Gao Jin, you will assume Chuanshu's role. Li Wang, you shall replace La Guiwai. Zhou Enlong, you will take over Shui Leo's position. Xingang, you will fill Lung Lao's shoes. Ensure the management of personnel and the venue is impeccable. Any issues will be dealt with by the gang. Is that understood? Gao Zu promptly laid out the necessary arrangements. At this moment, Lianxing was in utter disarray. With La Guiwai and others absent, the possibility of mischief from the remaining members was high. Moreover, Gao Jin and his cohort were his trusted allies, offering a perfect opportunity to overhaul Lianxing and replace its personnel entirely. None. Although the crowd was astonished by Gao Zu's decisions, which seemed somewhat contrary to the rules of the underworld, no one dared to voice dissent. Go. Gao Zu lit a cigarette, gazing down the long street. He understood that the events of the day were merely a single step on the journey of life, with a long road ahead to reach his destination, and the encounters and events that awaited him were still unknown. Azu, Jimmy has fled. Should we send someone to pursue him? The dragon head stick is still in his possession. As the crowd began to disperse, Chuan Bao approached Gao Zu to remind him. The dragon head stick? Gao Zu scoffed dismissively. A mere token, which, after decades of evolution, has become a symbol of authority. How utterly laughable. Chuan Bao shared this sentiment. What of Lianxing? Using ideology to enslave the masses, that old wretch Donghua has caused considerable harm. Gao Zu had already eliminated this scourge. As for Jimmy, we shall address that tomorrow. He exhaled a plume of smoke, speaking calmly. Investigating Jimmy now would yield no results. In other words, he still had Daquan Bao as a shield. And Gao Zu was not inclined to stir any conflicts with him at this juncture. Very well, let us return to rest. Noticing Chuan Bao still wished to speak, Gao Zu had already begun striding toward Tiger Head. If the roots are not eradicated, the spring breeze will bring them back. Caution is paramount. Azu, Chuan Bao said anxiously. Yet Gao Zu offered no reply. The following day, news of Gao Zu withstanding the assaults from Dongxing and Hongxing, as well as Jimmy's betrayal, spread like wildfire throughout the underworld. In truth, the word of Dongxing and Hongxing's intent to strike against Gao Zu had circulated widely among the underworld circles. However, what astonished many was that Gao Zu was not merely facing a dual assault, but also the threat posed by Jimmy. In the midst of this tripartite onslaught, Gao Zu not only emerged unscathed but triumphed, a twist of fate that left many utterly flabbergasted, particularly upon deeper investigation into the events. They uncovered a wealth of information. The magnitude of last night's events left them all in a stupor. In Jianshazui, 1,000 men held off 2,000 from Dongxing, sending them fleeing in disarray, and one of Dongxing's 5 tigers, Shaming, was brutally dispatched. In Wangjiao, a force of 1,500 repelled an assault of over 2,000 from Hongxing, resulting in the death of one of Hongxing's 12 hall masters, Dalao Bi, on the streets. Staining the ground with blood, both major factions suffered grievous losses, and even greater humiliation. Furthermore, Gao Zu had to contend with Jimmy leading a significant portion of Hulianxing in revolt, a precarious situation fraught with challenges. Yet, against the backdrop of being besieged on all sides, Gao Zu still emerged victorious. Just hearing a brief account, many gangsters regarded Gao Zu as a near-mythical figure, with numerous individuals hailing him as a paragon of our generation. Simultaneously, the infamous title of Demon Zu Gao Zu resonated throughout the underworld once more. Gao Zu's standing in the underworld surged, placing him on equal footing with the leaders of Dongxing, Hongxing, Huliansheng, and the Ni family, including Ni Yongxiao. He was hailed as the youngest, most formidable, and strongest leader in the history of Hong Kong. Of course, these were merely the thoughts of ordinary low-ranking members. Figures like Ni Yongxiao were keenly anticipating how Gao Zu would tackle Dongxing and Hongxing next. Would he symbolically concede to stabilize his position as leader before settling scores? Or would he boldly confront both factions head-on? Amidst the external tumult, Gao Zu convened a meeting with all the senior members of Huliansheng. A large number of Huliansheng's personnel had arrived early, effectively encircling the entire main hall. The crowd on the streets kept their distance, and some patrolling officers monitored the scene from afar, though they dared not intervene. With Gao Zu's arrival, the attendees clasped their hands over their abdomens, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle while respectfully calling out, "Zuj." Gao Zu surveyed the assembly, nodded slightly, and proceeded into the main courtyard. The numerous subordinates resumed their stances, and upon witnessing Gao Zu's upright silhouette, they began to murmur among themselves. "Zuj, he truly is handsome. Indeed, if I were a woman, oh my." "Handsome? You are too superficial." Gao Zu, at merely over 20 years of age, has already become a titan in the underworld, reigning supreme. He is truly a model for our generation. We must learn from Zuj. As the crowd engaged in discussion, Gao Zu had already reached the courtyard, where Chuanbao, Li Wang, and others had been waiting for some time. "Zuj." The group greeted him. Gao Zu nodded slightly, his gaze fixed upon a grand locust tree. Lao Guiwei and his companions were firmly subdued by Gao Jin and his associates. As Gao Zu made his entrance, excitement surged among the crowd, their eyes brimming with a pleading yearning directed at him. "You are guilty," Gao Zu pronounced coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the group. "We acknowledge our transgressions, Gao Zu. We should never have heeded the deceptive words of Jimmy, nor should we have colluded with Deng Bo. We were in the wrong. And we sincerely apologize." Lao Guiwei was the first to capitulate, his voice trembling with despair. "I have elders above me and little ones depending on me. I beseech you, grant me my life." His earlier arrogance from the previous night had now transformed into abject fear. Their failure rendered them vulnerable, and such failure implied the establishment of various charges against them. The mere accusation of rebellion and usurpation was sufficient to subject them to the harshest penalties. Survival within such dire circumstances was a rare fortune. How could they not submit? Chapter 62. Reform and Liansheng. Fei Shui recites the gang rules, declaring war on Dongxing and Hongxing. "Indeed, Azu, we had no intention of opposing you. It was merely that Jimmy and Deng Bo wielded the dragon head stick, and we were left with no choice. Please grant us another opportunity. I assure you such a situation will not repeat itself." Lung Lao spoke up immediately. Hey, what are you two doing? Although we have sinned, our crimes do not warrant death. Azu, do not forget, we are the hall masters of the society. Obeying orders is our duty. Jimmy possesses the dragon head stick, and he has the authority. What do you expect us to do? Moreover, Azu, while you are the spokesperson, without the dragon head stick, you are not the true spokesperson, and you lack the authority to judge us. Shuang Fan Dong glared menacingly at Lung Lao and Lao Guiwei, reciting his points with vigor, believing his arguments were well-founded. His audacity stemmed not from Liang Jingru, but from his conviction that they had spent the majority of their lives within the society and still had a voice. Furthermore, they had many subordinates, and should they perish, those subordinates would undoubtedly seek retribution. This was their leverage, which made him confident that Gao Zu would not easily eliminate them. Shuang Fandong, are you out of your mind? If you wish to die, do not drag us with you. The others immediately retorted angrily at Shuang Fandong. Jimmy has fled in defeat, Deng Bo is nowhere to be found, and the entire Liansheng has submitted to Gao Zu, yet you still act as if you are important before Gao Zu. If you do not perish, who will? What a foolish dog. Enough, cease the bickering. Your sins will be determined by the gang rules. Fei Shui, step forward and recite the gang rules. Let them understand the nature of their transgressions. Gao Zu lit a cigarette, casting his gaze towards a chubby fellow in the crowd, speaking in a calm tone. While Gao Zu was uncertain of others' familiarity with the gang rules, he was certain that reciting them was Fei Shue's forte. Fei Shue blinked, surprised to be called upon. After a brief hesitation, he stepped forward, glanced at Lao Gui Wai and others, and spoke sternly. Disruption of the society, betrayal of comrades, and killing comrades are acts of treason. Treasonous individuals shall face the punishment of 3 knives and 6 holes. As his words fell, they struck Lao Gui Wai's head like a heavy hammer, causing several to shudder, their expressions turning anxious. The weight of those words hung over them like a blade, cold and unyielding. The evidence is irrefutable. According to the gang rules, the punishment is 3 knives and 6 holes. Gao Zu exhaled a plume of smoke, surveying the crowd with a detached demeanor. Among the more than a dozen uncles present, apart from Chuan Bao and Guanzai San, as well as the deceased Quan Shu and Long Jin, all were aware that the future of Liansheng would be dominated by the younger generation, composed entirely of his own people. After planning and enduring for so long, this moment was what he had been waiting for. Otherwise, he would have already struck against the society and eliminated Deng Bo. However, one must conduct oneself uprightly, especially within the society, where adherence to order is paramount. In the world of Jianghu, one must possess legitimacy. Azu, this seems inappropriate. Those individuals. Chuan Bao stepped forward, attempting to plead for Lao Gui Wai and the others. Gao Zu interrupted directly. A nation has its laws, a family has its rules. Without regulations, chaos ensues. Anyone who violates the gang rules must face punishment. Li Wang, Gao Jin, Feng Yuxiu, Zhen Gang, Jing and I. Execute the sentence. Upon hearing this, Li Wang and the others seized their targets, drawing forth daggers. The scene was too horrific. The courtyard was filled only with heart-wrenching cries. Once the execution concluded, Gao Zu led everyone into the meeting room. Many were elevated to positions of power, including Li Wang, Dong Guanzai, Fei Shue, and Long Yi. As for Guanzai San, although he had not colluded with Deng Bo and Jimmy the previous night, he was deemed a parasite and stripped of his position as hall master. Relegated to serve Chuan Bao as a subordinate. Chuan Bao, having supported Gao Zu throughout, would not be treated poorly. He was appointed as a representative of the older generation of Liansheng, similar to Deng Bo. Though lacking in ability, these individuals held seniority and would serve as a facade in public. Ladies and gentlemen, the masterminds behind last night's debacle, Deng Bo and Jimmy, are currently untraceable. I hereby issue a bounty of 3 million for their heads. The second matter is that Liansheng has come to an end. Effective immediately, Liansheng shall be renamed Tianmen. Is there any objection? Gao Zu scanned the room, inquiring. Liansheng was indeed renowned in Jianghu. Yet Gao Zu aimed to make it clear that the Liansheng under his control was not a mere trivial society. The first step must begin with the name. No one dared to oppose Gao Zu's wishes. The third issue concerns the conflict between the dragon head stick and the leader. The origins of the dragon head stick date back several decades. Its existence was to validate the identity of the leader. Yet today, a mere stick can be equated with the leader. This is nothing short of a grand absurdity. As the times progress, we can no longer remain shackled by feudal superstitions. From this moment forth, the long-two gun shall no longer symbolize authority. Its position within the society must be abolished. The fourth matter is that henceforth, no one is permitted to engage in the trade of flour within the society. Should I or the Shuiying Tang discover any transgressions, the punishment shall be severe. This elicited hesitations among many. With so many underlings required to pay their dues, how could they possibly survive without resorting to unscrupulous means? Azu remarked, we, of course, concur with this decision, but there may be considerable dissent from the ranks below. The sentiment echoed, doesn't Hongxing also thrive without dealing in flour? Our society has long been consumed by pursuits of pleasure and profit from flour, losing its very essence. This is a grave misstep. We are all men here. While I shall not speak of women, the trade of flour is detrimental to both parties, and I shall not permit its existence. If the lower ranks disagree, let them have a chance. Within 3 days, those who wish to leave may do so. Tianmen shall not harbor idlers, nor a host of addicts. Gao Zu's voice was cold and resolute. He sought not numbers, but quality. A dog that cannot be led is merely a drain on resources. With Gao Zu's firm stance, the assembly could only acquiesce. The fifth matter pertains to the issue of dues. The Tang leader shall receive 1. 5 million monthly, while the grass shoes shall receive 800,000. Though this figure appears substantial, I assure you that from this day forth, I shall lead us to seize opportunities and engage in lucrative endeavors. Gao Zu surveyed the room and spoke with an air of calm authority. The crowd wished to voice their thoughts, but recognizing Gao Zu's commitment, they swallowed their words. The final point concerns the collusion of Dongxing, Hongxing, and the traitors Deng Bo and Jimmy, who have harmed our society's interests. Effective immediately, we declare war on Hongxing and Dongxing. Gao Zu's tone was stern. It was not arrogance born from a recent victory that clouded his judgment. Rather, both Dongxing and Hongxing were in a position of weakness and must be pursued relentlessly to elevate Tianmen's reputation. The decision to engage or not shall depend upon the forthcoming attitudes of Dongxing and Hongxing. Chuanbao and others remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Tianmen had become a realm governed solely by Gao Zu's will. They held no authority to voice dissent. Their desire for conflict was not theirs to determine. Well done, everyone. The previous He Lianxing has operated for decades, amassing 600 million Hong Kong dollars in dues. I shall distribute 200 million among the entire society, while the remaining 400 million will be allocated for daily expenses, Gao Zu declared. Chuanbao, you have managed the society's register. Please calculate the number of members in each branch and ensure that the 200 million is evenly distributed among them. Also, eliminate any nominal members from the list. Gao Zu's tone was measured. The establishment of rules was essential. Such gestures of goodwill would secure loyalty. He felt no remorse for spending freely to address his own affairs. Chuanbao nodded in compliance. Although he felt it was a pity, he recognized that Gao Zu was indeed cultivating goodwill. A sweeping reform would inevitably provoke dissent, and tangible actions were required to silence any naysayers. Brother, I thank you on behalf of the others. Dong Guanzi stood and respectfully addressed Gao Zu. The distribution of 200 million, particularly to the lower ranks, was unprecedented in He Lianxing's history. Funds had typically been reserved for daily expenditures or dividends, with only the Tang leaders and elder figures eligible for a share, leaving the lower ranks with nothing. In this moment, regardless of Gao Zu's true motives, he demonstrated a vision that merited respect. Many in attendance had been with He Lianxing for years, possessing strength, but feeling repressed by Deng Bo and the elders, who had never regarded them as equals. Despite the audacity of Gao Zu's actions, including the renaming of the society, the regulations he proposed were just and considerate of the members. This alone set him apart from Deng Bo and his ilk. Simply put, while Deng Bo never regarded them as individuals, Gao Zu treated them with dignity. Soon, the meeting concluded, and Gao Zu led his followers to the various docks under Tianmen's control. These docks were commendable, totaling 6, previously managed by He Lianxing. Gao Zu promptly instructed Wang Fengyi to arrange for the transportation of vessels, ensuring that upon their arrival, operations could commence. Engaging in legitimate maritime trade, while also facilitating smuggling, would yield substantial profits. Simultaneously, news of the renaming of He Lianxing to Tianmen and the declaration of war against Dongxing and Hongxing rippled through the martial underworld. The community was abuzz, questioning Gao Zu's sanity for daring to launch an offensive so soon after assuming command. Yet, they were equally eager to see how Dongxing and Hongxing would respond. In the Hongxing headquarters, following the demise of Dalao Bi and the retreat of 2,000 men, Gao Zu's leadership over He Lianxing, now Tianmen, was met with immediate concern from Jiang Tiansheng, who convened an urgent society meeting. All 11 Tang leaders gathered, and an eerie atmosphere enveloped the room. Who would have thought? Da Bi is dead, a true surprise. Liang Kuan squinted, his tone dripping with mockery, his expression betraying a hint of glee. Liang Kuan, refrain from your callous remarks. Brother Bi sacrificed himself for the society, even taking the field. Unlike some who lack the courage to act, the frail De Fei retorted weakly. For the society? Such nonsense. Had it not been for your greed, our society would not have suffered such grievous losses. The Tang leader was slain, and we returned in defeat. Our honor has been tarnished. Liang Kuan seized upon De Fei's words, directing his ire toward Jiang Tiansheng. Humph. De Fei scoffed, choosing not to respond further. Faced with Liang Kuan's accusations, he found himself at a loss for words, especially since, with Dalao Bi's death, Liang Kuan had emerged as the most powerful Tang leader within the society, a figure not to be crossed. Meanwhile, Chen Haonan remained silent, engulfed in profound remorse, his visage reflecting deep sorrow. Kushanji was visibly displeased. Liang Kuan, What are you capable of aside from kicking someone when they are down and betraying your brothers? If it weren't for your efforts in safeguarding Li Avenue for Gao Zu, we would have long since seized control of this territory. Shanji, what gives you the right to speak here? Liang Kuan retorted, his gaze frigid. In the presence of Lord Guan, rank is irrelevant. If you err, I will call you out on it. Shanji responded with a scornful snort. The two stood in staunch opposition to one another. Is this how the esteemed Bi instructs you? To show such disregard for your elders, without any sense of decorum? Your words are nothing but filth, Liang Kuan declared as he rose and approached Shanji. Chapter 63. Hongxing, Dongxing Conference. To strike or to negotiate. Enough, let us not bicker, everyone. Please keep your voices down. Chen Yao stood up, glaring at Liang Kuan and Shanji, speaking in a cold tone. Today, I am giving Yao good face. Shanji, do not be too arrogant. Arrogance can lead to demise. Liang Kuan warned in a hoarse voice as he returned to his seat. Shanji clenched his teeth, reluctantly taking a seat. The animosity between both sides was well established, and such incidents were commonplace. The rest had grown accustomed to it. Although it appeared to be a feud between Liang Kuan and Lao Bi, it was, in truth, a conflict between Liang Kuan and Jiang Tianxing. Just then, Jiang Tianxing arrived. Mr. Jiang. Ji Gu was the first to rise, wearing a feigned smile as he respectfully greeted him. The others followed suit, bowing, except for Liang Kuan, clad in a yellow jacket, who ignored them, puffing on his cigarette and muttering derisively. Always taking your sweet time, as if you're the boss, making me wait until my back aches. His voice was not loud and was drowned out by the noise in the room, yet Jiang Tianxing caught it. However, he merely cast a casual glance at Liang Kuan, choosing not to address it. When Lao Bi was still present, he dared not confront Liang Kuan. Now that Lao Bi was gone, Jiang Tianxing opted to turn a blind eye and remain deaf to the matter. Sit down. Jiang Tianxing signaled for everyone to take their seats. There has been a monumental shift within Lianxing. Deng Bo has vanished, presumably dead. Now, Gao Zu is in control, having renamed Lianxing to Tianmen, and he has declared an unyielding conflict with us at Hongxing. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts? Jiang Tianxing sat down, lighting a high-end cigarette as he spoke. Furthermore, there were those who, for personal gain, conspired with Deng Bo to intervene in Lianxing's affairs. I urged against this, but alas, my words fell on deaf ears. Now, the leader is dead, and our Hongxing has lost face. Liang Kuan remarked with a sarcastic tone. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, for Liang Kuan spoke the truth, while Jiang Tianxing's expression darkened. Liang Kuan, mind your words. Jiang Tianxing only intended to reclaim some territory for the society, always with the society's interests in mind. You have no right to cast blame here. Besides, what purpose does it serve to lament what has already transpired? Chen Yao immediately interjected on Jiang Tianxing's behalf. Very well, you make valid points. Please continue. Liang Kuan shook his head and lit a cigarette, taking a drag. His aim of criticizing Jiang Tianxing had already been achieved. Currently, Tianmen has been entirely seized by Gao Zu, who is on a formidable rise. His subordinates are highly motivated, and should conflict arise, our losses would be significant. I believe it unnecessary to engage in a head-on confrontation with Tianmen merely to satisfy our pride. Our intervention in the internal elections of Lianxing was indeed unjustifiable, and with Dongxing poised to strike, I suggest we negotiate with Gao Zu. If we can avoid conflict, we should. The path of the Jianghu is long. The vendetta against Lao Bi must be avenged, but not at this moment. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too late. Chen Yao swiftly presented his opinion. As Jiang Tianxing's confidant and Hongxing strategist, he was well aware of Jiang Tianxing's intentions. At present, Jiang Tianxing was thrust into the spotlight. If they were to fight, Gao Zu's men were all elite fighters, and engaging them directly would result in catastrophic losses. It was even possible for Dongxing to seize the opportunity to attack. Most crucially, Jiang Tianxing had lost to Lao Bi and had to be wary of Liang Kuan. Therefore, this path was one Jiang Tianxing would certainly avoid. Yet, if they did not fight, with the leader dead, Hongxing's honor would be tarnished. Failing to regain their standing would invite contempt. The only viable path to preserve their dignity while ensuring the society's safety was through negotiation. Even if it meant offering apologies to Gao Zu, it would be defensible both within the society and the Jianghu. In short, there are many ways to concede, and negotiating is the most prudent choice in terms of reputation. As Chen Yao concluded, The room fell into deep contemplation. I concur with Yao Gu's perspective. Negotiation is preferable. Times have changed. We are no longer in an era where bloodshed is the norm. Hongxing cannot be perpetually embroiled in violence. Financial stability is paramount, Taizi stated calmly. In truth, he, who only knows of violence, could not have articulated such sentiments. These were words imparted to him by Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Tianyang remarked, to achieve great things, one must possess 3 essentials. First, money. Second, money. And third, still money. Taizi perceived this in Gao Zu as well. Unlike Jiang Tianyang, Gao Zu not only generates wealth, but also wields formidable power. Taizi, how have you become so timid? To refrain from seizing power, how can wealth be attained? It is utterly laughable. I cannot fathom how you have been so bewitched by Gao Zu. If Tianmin wishes to fight, let them. The vendetta against the Lao Bi cannot go unavenged. Otherwise, what dignity remains for Hongxing? Ji Gu expressed his dissatisfaction. Naturally, he did not genuinely advocate for a brawl. Such remarks were merely for show. Chun Yao's disapproval, contrasted with his own support, served to highlight his own assertiveness. In essence, Chun Yao's lack of support implied a significant probability of avoiding conflict with Tianmin, thus emboldening his righteous declarations. This exemplifies the essence of being a fence-sitter, discerning and navigating social dynamics. Taizi smiled faintly, offering no further explanations. Ji Gu's perspective was too narrow-minded. He was unworthy of discussing profound truths with himself. Enough, Taizi is correct. The times have indeed changed, and it is no longer a period of violence. However, the society belongs to all. Everyone has both the right and the obligation to participate. Whether to fight or negotiate should be determined by a vote. Chen Yao observed the ongoing disputes among the crowd and promptly suggested. This notion was originally intended for Jiang Tiansheng to present. However, it was well known that Dalao Bi was Jiang Tiansheng's man. Now that Dalao Bi was deceased, it would be inappropriate for Jiang Tiansheng to make such a suggestion without addressing the matter, as it would invite ridicule and deter future alliances. Shifting the responsibility to the various leaders was a different matter. Should they choose to mobilize, it would reflect the will of the people. Uniting the entire society against Tianmin, and even Liang Kuan would be unable to refuse. If the majority were to oppose sending troops, Jiang Tiansheng could still preserve his reputation and provide an explanation to Chun Haonan and others, as well as to the outside world. All right, let us vote. Everyone agreed. It wasn't only Jiang Tiansheng who had his own schemes. They all had their motives. Indeed, the death of Boss B significantly impacted the reputation of Hongxing. But once a life is lost, it no longer holds any value. Moreover, deploying troops implies potential losses. Everyone is currently living well, so who would willingly undertake a thankless task? Thus, when it comes to the issue of Tianmin, whether from a standpoint of profit or sentiment, most individuals harbored some degree of selfishness. Those in favor of negotiations, please stand up. Conversely, those opposed, remain seated. Chun Yao declared promptly. Soon, the crowd exchanged glances, and Chun Haonan, Brother Ji, De Fei, and Chun Yao all rose. The remaining individuals remained seated. 6 stood while 6 sat, resulting in a tie. Chun Yao furrowed his brow and remarked. As the results were announced, all eyes turned to Jiang Tiansheng, who, after much deliberation and calculation, would ultimately have to make the decision. Such is fate. Mr. Jiang, it's a tie. Whether we advance or not is for you to determine. Chen Yao looked at Jiang Tiansheng with resignation. To be honest, he hadn't anticipated such a scenario. It seemed as if destiny had trapped them, leaving no room for escape. My stance is straightforward. We cannot let the grudge against AB go unavenged. However, this involves the collective interests of the gang. We must not act impulsively and cause unnecessary losses for our brothers. Therefore, negotiations are essential. At that time, all the hall masters will go to discuss with Tianmin. If negotiations succeed, splendid. If not, we will strike directly. Jiang Tiansheng surveyed the room and spoke calmly. Jiang Tiansheng is indeed wise. The crown prince revealed a smile. If negotiations were dismissed outright in favor of combat, he would rather withdraw from the gang. The others echoed Jiang Tiansheng's sentiments. Only Chen Haonan was displeased, yet he dared not defy Jiang Tiansheng's wishes. Furthermore, I must announce another matter. AB has passed away, and the position in Tongluan is now vacant. From now on, it will be assumed by Chun Haonan. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Jiang Tiansheng stated coldly. Hongxing is undoubtedly formidable, a first-rate gang, Yet internally, it is unstable. As the leader, he lacks tangible manpower and can only solidify his position by nurturing individuals like Boss B. With Boss B deceased, he naturally must support someone to rise. And Chun Haonan is an excellent choice. Like Boss B, he is a worthy investment. Upon hearing this, no one voiced any objections, not even Liang Kuan, who was too indifferent to address the matter, who was unaware of Jiang Tianxing's intentions. Without Chun Haonan, another would inevitably rise to take his place. After all, Jiang Tianxing remains the leader. Meanwhile, Dongxing convened an urgent meeting in response to external news. Crow, Wu Jiwei, Lei Yaoyong, Situ Haonan, and several other hall masters gathered together. It was utterly absurd. A previously inconspicuous little brat actually triumphed over Deng Bo, which was laughable and indicative of the decline of Lian Sheng. Crow, with a toothpick in his mouth, spoke arrogantly. Now they renamed themselves Tianmen. Lei Yaoyong took a sip of tea and casually reminded. Renamed? How outrageous. This is akin to betraying one's ancestors. TSK, I don't believe there one TB internal strife. This kid is far too arrogant, digging his own grave. Crow paused briefly before scoffing. In the case of gangs, especially at the top echelons, the names have been passed down through the rivers and lakes for decades and hold significant influence, both externally and internally. To put it bluntly, it is a matter of faith, now that the High Ancestor has renamed Lian Sheng to Tianmen. The first thought that crosses Crow's mind is that internal chaos is inevitable. Moreover, speaking of Sha Meng, that fellow is utterly useless. Over 2,000 men couldn't defeat 1,000, and he was even slaughtered. How disgraceful. Situ Haonan remarked coldly, his gaze flickering. Alas, let us not dwell on it. Due to Sha Meng's failure, the High Ancestor has become so arrogant that he wants to challenge us. Wu Jiwei chuckled lightly and said indifferently, let us go to war. What are we afraid of? If internal issues cannot be settled, how dare he declare war on us? The High Ancestor is truly overestimating himself, believing that becoming the leader makes him invincible. He hasn't even learned to walk yet, but he is already thinking about romance while trying to show off to us. He will pay the price. Crow slammed the table and spoke coldly. Fight. We cannot fight. We must negotiate. At that moment, Camel walked in and said blandly. Old Chief. As Camel entered, everyone stood up respectfully. Camel holds significant status in Dongxing. His approach to leadership is akin to Deng Bo, but with subtle differences. Both utilize noble rhetoric such as respecting teachers and upholding chivalry to manipulate those beneath them, but Camel extends kindness to all, unlike Deng Bo. Please, have a seat. Camel lit a cigarette and spoke softly. Everyone is aware of the situation with Tianmen, correct? Old Chief, the High Ancestor is far too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson. We must avenge Sha Meng. Crow, known for his fiery temper, interjected directly. If Dongxing were to be divided into two factions, one being the left wing and the other the right wing, Crow would typify the right wing, advocating for a martial resolution to issues and taking a more radical approach. Indeed, I concur. We must restore Dongxing's dignity and teach the High Ancestor a lesson that there is always someone stronger out there, and the Hong Kong underworld is not solely dictated by him. Wu Jiwei followed suit. This is a splendid opportunity for Dongxing to expand its territory, a rare chance. Otherwise, with Camel's timid nature, Dongxing will remain stagnant forever. We must strike Tianmen and allow Hongxing to benefit from our efforts. Have you all lost your minds? Camel slammed the table in anger, glaring at Crow and the others. However, Old Chief, we cannot let the grudge against Sha Meng go unavenged. Crow dissatisfiedly responded. We will negotiate first, and then we shall see. This matter is settled. Camel exhaled a puff of smoke and decisively surveyed the room. Wu Jiwei and Crow exchanged glances, their eyes filled with resignation and disbelief. Camel is admirable in many ways, yet he is excessively timid, overly cautious and hesitant. Situ Haonan, Lei Yaoyong, and the others remained silent. In the evening, Gao Zu returned to Tsim Sha Sui from the Tianmen headquarters. He looked up information about the Tsim Sha Sui container terminal. The entire control and operational rights of the terminal had been transferred by the shipping magnate to the Jiulong Group. This meant that the vast Tsim Sha Sui container terminal would now legally belong to Gao Zu. Additionally, 10 cruise ships, 10 Panamax container vessels, along with bulk carriers, were all in place, and the various container ships originally at the terminal were now Gao Zu's property. The next step involved coordinating business between Hong Kong Island and international markets. These matters were entrusted to Wang Fengyi to handle. Meanwhile, Gao Zu had not forgotten his grand smuggling enterprise. Operations involving arms, gold, luxury cars, jewelry, high-end goods, petroleum, and other commodities were primarily managed by Agaway, Laogaway, and Yiguahuan. On the surface, they conducted legitimate shipping business, while secretly focusing on smuggling, essentially earning double profits from each voyage. The profits from the smuggling venture far exceeded those from regular shipping operations, being more substantial and unadulterated, as they avoided various tariffs. Gao Zu stood atop the terminal, gazing at the turbulent waters ahead, quietly smoking a cigarette. Before long, Laogaway, Yiguahuan, and Agaway arrived, dust-covered and weary. Brother Zu, Brother Zu, Brother Zu, the three said respectfully. How are the tasks I assigned you progressing? Gao Zu exhaled a ring of smoke, casually seated on the steps, and spoke in a measured tone. Chapter 64. With He Lianxing now extinct, Tianmin must rise. Zhuge, today we have successfully taken over all the docks previously controlled by He Lianxing. However, there are always some individuals who persist in their foolishness, pretending to challenge us. We can only send them to the depths of the sea. Laogaway spoke coldly. Indeed, well done. Gao Zu smiled slightly. In truth, he had already engaged in discussions with the heads of 6 docks today, offering them substantial benefits that exceeded the actual value of the docks. Yet, there are always those who choose to defy his will. What more can Gao Zu do? They can only be sent to meet Yan Wang prematurely, to be guided into the afterlife. There is a saying that resonates well. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. No great hero ascends the heights without bloodshed. Is everything running smoothly in business? Gao Zu continued to inquire. He had not been involved in smuggling matters for quite some time. It was all being managed by the trio on his behalf. As for arms, luxury cars, and television, there were no issues. Regarding luxury goods, we have already established a collaboration with individuals from Yinhuagua, and currently, everything is fine. The major concern lies in jewelry and gold. Zhou Dafu and several large jewelry and gold stores have partnerships with the king of chartered boats, making it impossible for us to intervene, leaving us with only the option to deal with some unsavory products. Laogaway sighed. I understand. There is no need to rush. We will proceed step by step. Gao Zu nodded. There are only a few commercial giants in Hong Kong Island, and it is quite normal for them to engage in business dealings. Moreover, the king of chartered boats is the wealthiest individual in Hong Kong Island, so it is understandable for these entities to collaborate with him, in contrast to the Jiulong Group. You may return now. Gao Zu glanced at his watch and addressed the trio. Shortly after their departure, the prince and Liang Kuan arrived. Isn't it chilly to be out here in the wind? The prince approached and sat beside Gao Zu, inquiring. Liang Kuan, however, was shivering in his windbreaker. This breeze pales in comparison to the cold gleam of a knife. Gao Zu replied nonchalantly. I must thank you both for your efforts. The prince had guarded Sim Sha Sui for him, while Liang Kuan had safeguarded the bustling streets of Causeway Bay, allowing Gao Jin and others to confront various hostile forces without distraction. Otherwise, with so many establishments under his control, Gao Zu would undoubtedly have lost a few. Furthermore, neither of them took the opportunity to seize his territory. Such righteousness. No need for formality. We are brothers. The prince smiled calmly. Our collaboration is founded on sincerity. It is merely a small matter, so no need for pleasantries. Liang Kuan replied with a slight smile. Gao Zu nodded at Liang Kuan. Among the numerous films from Hong Kong, only a handful have caught his eye. Ai Yongxiao, Liang Kuan, Lei Yaoyao. These individuals possess both courage and wisdom. Had it not been for plot constraints, they would each stand as formidable figures in their own right. At that moment, a fleet of large vessels approached across the tranquil sea, led by Tony Jia. Upon seeing their safe return, Gao Zu felt a wave of relief. The arms trade yields substantial profits in US dollars, primarily producing A-class firearms, which have limited profit margins and must be restricted in quantity. Otherwise, their value diminishes. Therefore, Gao Zu also manufactured RPG rocket launchers, Makarov PB pistols, Type 85 submachine guns, grenades, and various other weapons, each surpassing the performance of their predecessors. Tony Jia's recent expedition was primarily to deliver samples of these weapons to the doctor and discuss potential collaboration details. Come, let me take you to the manor for some tea, Gao Zu announced as he rose. Soon, the three departed by vehicle. At midnight, Gao Zu bid farewell to the two. To express his gratitude, he prepared a red envelope for each of them, totaling 3 million each. Simultaneously, They revealed Jiang Tianqing's intentions for negotiations. Negotiations? Gao Zu would naturally not refuse, but the nature of the negotiations posed a dilemma. If they were to be as insipid as the last time, devoid of any genuine attitude, Gao Zu would not offer them any leniency. Just as he intended to return to the manor, a figure in the shadows, illuminated by a dim street lamp about 30 meters away, caught his attention. Ordinary individuals would struggle to discern the person's features, but Gao Zu, enhanced by a strengthening serum, possessed extraordinary vision and recognized her instantly. Gao Zu smiled and approached. "What brings you here, Ling sir, at such a late hour?" Gao Zu addressed Ling Qian'er casually. Ling Qian'er was not clad in her usual uniform. Instead, she wore the distinctive attire of a nightclub hostess, a white shirt paired with a red mini-skirt, an image contrasting starkly with her typically aloof demeanor. Upon seeing Gao Zu, she appeared somewhat flustered, her expression conveying a sense of vulnerability and a hint of grievance. I. Ling Qian'er blinked rapidly, attempting to articulate her thoughts, but struggling to find the words. A moment later, a tear rolled down her cheek. Gao Zu stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace. In truth, he had discerned her feelings for him, which had reached an astonishing 100. He understood precisely what this signified. Moreover, her presence here at such an hour was not merely for the execution of a task. Her pitiful demeanor clearly revealed her deeper sentiments. Feigning resistance in Gao Zu's embrace, Ling Qian'er was effortlessly lifted into a princess carry and taken back into the manor. Inside the grand hall, she nestled against Gao Zu's broad chest, weeping. Time seemed to stretch on, tears soaking Gao Zu's clothing. He gently stroked Ling Qian'er's head and asked, "Have you calmed down a bit?" "Humph." Ling Qian'er raised her head, feigning strength as she wiped away her tears. However, when her gaze met Gao Zu's, her expression revealed her distress, with tears shimmering in her eyes. "All right, no more tears. Our Ling sir has transformed into a big softy." Gao Zu reached out to dry her tears. Could you please refrain from making me worry so much in the future?" Ling Qian'er stammered. Although neither had explicitly defined their relationship, in that moment, she resembled a devoted little wife leaning against Gao Zu. "Understood." Gao Zu nodded, drawing Ling Qian'er into his embrace. A night passed without further words, only the gentle spring breeze and soft rain hinting at the promise of spring. 6 days later, He Lianxing had vanished, replaced by Tianmen. During these 6 days, as anticipated by all, turmoil erupted within Tianmen. Many loyal followers of Dongbua, He Lianxing, and Lao Guowei were incensed upon learning of Gao Zu's reforms. They rose in rebellion, intent on eliminating Gao Zu and restoring the name of He Lianxing. Consequently, a storm of bloodshed ensued within the ranks. However, these insurrectionists were swiftly subdued by the formidable presence of Li Wang and his allies. Within just 6 days, peace returned to Tianmen, though some external forces sought to capitalize on the chaos to undermine Gao Zu. Yet, before they could act, Gao Zu decisively quelled the unrest with overwhelming force. Nevertheless, this turmoil exacted a considerable toll on Tianmen, particularly in terms of personnel. Many were killed, banished, or voluntarily withdrew, leaving the total membership of Tianmen at approximately 10,000. Compared to organizations like Hongxing, Tianmen was significantly outnumbered. Gao Zu remained unfazed by this unexpected upheaval, having anticipated such consequences when implementing his reforms. While outsiders viewed his actions as self-destructive, Gao Zu perceived them as a pursuit of excellence, believing they would not weaken Tianmen, but rather enhance its overall strength and cohesion. Those who failed to appreciate the situation departed Tianmen in search of alternative paths, while new aspirants sought to join. After all, Gao Zu offered his subordinates remuneration akin to a white-collar salary in society. Furthermore, Gao Zu had long been idolized by numerous young followers, who regarded him as a role model. With financial incentives in place and moral influence established, it was only natural for new members to flock to him. Frankly, he never worried about recruiting new followers. The task of gathering new members was delegated to Gao Jin and others. Meanwhile, the time for the peace talks with Dongxing had arrived. Gao Zu, accompanied by several hall leaders, made his way to the No Bones restaurant, a favored venue for significant discussions among the martial community. Dongxing had invited Tianmen, and Luo Tao and others had been waiting there for some time. Surrounded by over 100 individuals, all loyal subordinates of Dongxing, they had come to maintain order. "Old Ding, the time is almost upon us. Not a single person from Tianmen has arrived. Do you think they might not come?" Wu Yao expressed his concerns while lighting a cigarette. Given the magnitude of today's event, widely known throughout the martial world, and the fact that Dongxing had extended a formal invitation to Tianmin, it would be a severe blow to Dongxing's reputation if Tianmin failed to appear. The thought of this left Wu Ya exceedingly displeased with Luo Tao. It was utterly embarrassing for the esteemed Dongxing to be in a position of seeking an apology from Tianmin. Luo Tao, you are too timid. Calm down. The time has not yet come. Luo Tao shot a glare at Wu Ya, and, exhaling a cloud of smoke, replied calmly. He had spoken with Gao Zu, who had not declined the invitation, and Luo believed Gao Zu would not let him lose face. In the next moment, a procession of luxurious vehicles approached from down the street. All were sleek Hutuban cars, numbering over a dozen. Following closely behind, led by Gao Zu, rows of Tianmin members disembarked, all impeccably dressed in suits and ties, a sight to behold. This display immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Wow, even the lowly followers are dressed like social elites. This is truly ostentatious. Wu Ya blinked and couldn't resist commenting. Enough chatter. Luo Tao took a deep breath, then revealed his trademark smile. While Wu Ya viewed Gao Zu's display as pretentious, the reality was that this was the true essence of mingling in society. He had witnessed similar spectacles in the Wanwan region, where the largest gang, Sanlian Gong, presented themselves in a comparable manner, exuding considerable prestige. Had economic constraints not been a factor, he would have long sought to emulate such an appearance for Dongxing. However, even an ordinary suit cost a minimum of 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, and outfitting the entire Dongxing would be a financial strain they could not bear. The other Dongxing members gazed enviously at the Tianmin contingent. Yet, as members on the roster, they could not leave the gang. Otherwise, they would genuinely consider joining Tianmin and aligning with Gao Zu. After all, who wouldn't desire a glamorous presence in the outside world? Azu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Luo Tao greeted Gao Zu with an even broader smile. I cannot accept such praise. Your Dongxing is far superior to our Tianmin. Gao Zu replied with a nonchalant air. Ha. Luo Tao chuckled awkwardly. Please, take a seat. Soon, both parties settled into the hall. Azu, the incident involving Sha Meng and his crew at Sim Sha Sui was conducted without my organization's knowledge. Admittedly, he was in the wrong, but now that he has passed, it would be best to let it go. Moreover, our two factions have always maintained a harmonious relationship, with plenty of past collaborations. There is no need for us to escalate this into a bitter feud, wouldn't you agree? Luo Tao stated directly, without beating around the bush. Although this approach might seem somewhat cowardly, Luo Tao preferred to see Hongxing and Tianmin clash, allowing him to reap the benefits as a bystander. In the world of gang life, impulsiveness was a grave error. It was the steady stream of patience that determined who would ultimately prevail. As Luo Tao's words echoed, the Dongxing members felt a sense of shame. They recognized Luo Tao's cautious nature and were taken aback by how far he was willing to bend. It was as if he was close to kneeling to Gao Zu and polishing his shoes. Moreover, to shift the blame for Sha Meng's actions onto the deceased was utterly shameless. It seems your people are somewhat dissatisfied, Gao Zu remarked, lighting a cigarette and casting a pointed glance at Wu Ya and his companions. While Luo Tao's demeanor was commendable, Gao Zu had not anticipated such restraint from this old-timer, who had come out acknowledging fault, leaving Gao Zu feeling somewhat awkward. However, he had come prepared to assert his authority and needed a breakthrough, with Wu Ya and his group as his targets. Wu Ya, what is the matter with you all? Why the grim expressions? Unclench your fists. Luo Tao coldly admonished Wu Ya and his companions. Upon hearing this, the few crows shot a defiant glare at Gao Zu, but at the suggestion of the camel, they unclenched their fists and allowed smiles to grace their faces. Gao Zu, you have misunderstood. We were merely in a poor state of mind due to a lack of sleep last night. So it was indeed. Gao Zu's expression transformed as if he had received profound enlightenment. The Sha Meng had indeed perished, yet what of my losses? The mental anguish suffered by over 1,000 brothers, the appearance fees, the relocation expenses, the compensation for lost work. Gao Zu exhaled a plume of smoke and turned to gaze at the camel with an air of indifference. How much do you desire? The camel furrowed his brow, feeling slightly displeased. 8 million, not a penny less. Gao Zu replied with an unwavering tone that was remarkably resolute. Declaring war simultaneously on the Dongxing and Hongxing gangs was not a decision made in haste, but rather one that had undergone profound contemplation. Dongxing and Hongxing had always been at odds, each wary of the other, scheming against one another. The likelihood of the two factions collaborating to strike against Tianmin was minimal. Even if they did unite, It would merely result in mutual deception, leaving Tianmin largely unscathed. It was precisely because Gao Zu comprehended this reality that he orchestrated such a grand display. His ultimate aim was to tread upon Dongxing and Hongxing, thereby elevating the reputation of Tianmin. With Lianxing no longer in existence, Tianmin shall rise. Chapter 65, Psychological Warfare. Manipulating Luotu and Jiang Tiansheng. 8 million. Luotu's anger flared up at once, and he felt a surge of frustration. You killed Sha Ming, and Dongxing didn't even settle the score. Now you come to talk and audaciously demand 8 million? This is too much. However, after a moment of serious contemplation, Luotu decided to acquiesce. He realized that even the venerable Gao Zu would not grant him any favor given his subservient attitude. It was evident that in the future, Jiang Tianxing and the group from Hongxing would be even less forgiving. When Hongxing and Tianmin clashed, Dongxing could merely watch the fierce conflict unfold. Very well, we acknowledge our fault. We shall pay the 8 million, Luotu declared. Indeed, you Dongxing have the capability for great endeavors. Gao Zu responded with satisfaction. He was well aware of Luotu's ulterior motives. The latter's current restraint was merely a guise to profit from the situation. Truth be told, if it weren't for Dongxing's relatively weaker strength, their unity and intellect far surpassed that of Hongxing. The plotlines in television dramas make this abundantly clear. Once Liang Kuan perished, Dongxing lost its fear, and Emir Wu Jiwei and a crow brought Hongxing to the brink of collapse. Were it not for Chun Haonan's protagonist aura, the likelihood of Hongxing being swallowed by Dongxing would have been considerable. Ha ha ha. By the way, Azu, your flower business is quite substantial. Do you truly not wish to engage in it? Luotu chuckled. Since Gao Zu renamed and allied with Lianxing to form Tianmin, the flower industry under Tianmin was entirely ceased. This was a business worth at least hundreds of millions, and Gao Zu simply declared its termination. He was undeniably envious. If Dongxing were to take it up, it would be a splendid addition. Not interested. Gao Zu coldly asserted his stance. Can you at least provide me with the contacts? I wish to purchase. Luotu blinked eagerly. No, not for sale. Gao Zu steadfastly rejected Luotu's proposal. These individuals sell flour exclusively to the Hong Kongers. They are nothing but a bunch of blood-sucking scoundrels. Even if Gao Zu didn't profit, he would rather discard the flour than sell it to the people of Hong Kong. Of course, he was open to selling it to other countries, such as the prosperous Sakura country or the hegemonic Eagle Sauce Empire, but he would never support selling to his own compatriots. This very well. Luotu forced a bitter smile. In Hong Kong, with so many involved in the underworld, aside from Hongxing, Tianmin could arguably be the second group that strictly forbids any dealings with flour. He could only remark on Gao Zu's wealth and integrity. All right, I shall not keep you any longer. The people from Hongxing are arriving shortly. Gao Zu flicked the ash from his cigarette, signaling the departure of the Dongxing members. Very well, we shall meet again another day. Upon hearing this, Luotu smiled and promptly left with his entourage. Old boss, are we being a tad too subservient? As soon as they got into the car, Wu could no longer contain his emotions. Dongxing, in terms of strength, may not rival Hongxing, but it is significantly stronger than before when allied with Lianxing. As for the current Tianmin, its numbers have diminished greatly, lacking the former glory it had with Lianxing. Although Gao Zu's men possess formidable combat prowess, it is difficult to assess. In Wu Ye's eyes, Dongxing is indeed stronger than Tianmin. Why must we be so humble? Humble? Tuya, how many times have I told you? The world is not about mere violence. It revolves around human relationships and social dynamics. One must use their wits. Let me put it this way. If you find humility hard to accept, those from Hongxing, who are all self-important, will certainly not be able to accept it. They cannot handle it. When Hongxing and Tianmin engage in a deadly struggle, we Dongxing, Luotu paused, leaving the rest unsaid. The message was clear enough. If we still didn't understand, he truly was a fool. So that is how it is, old boss. I admire you. After hearing Luotu's words, Wu Ye felt enlightened. Enough, let us head back. Luotu closed his eyes. Not long after the Dongxing members departed, Jiang Tianxing arrived with 12 hall masters, among them the prominent Chun Haonan. With Jiang Tianxing's overwhelming support, he had firmly secured his position as the leader in Causeway Bay. In the crowd, he reveled in the attention, enjoying this feeling of being in the spotlight. After mingling with the formidable Big Boss B for so long, he had finally become a hall master and tasted the essence of power. At times, he found himself reminiscing about Gao Zu, wanting to express his gratitude. Without Gao Zu, he would not have attained this stature. However, he understood that he was on a righteous path and must repay the grievances against Big Boss B and the others. He needed to maintain his image to endure in the long run. How did the talks with Dongxing go? Do you have any news? Jiang Tianxing glanced at Gao Zu's men and inquired of Chun Yao and the others. The outcome of the discussions with Dongxing held significant importance for Hongxing, as it would influence their subsequent decisions. To put it plainly, he shared the same intention as Luotu. Both wished for the other to clash with Gao Zu. None. But I heard that Luotu and his companions left with solemn expressions. Chun Yao promptly reported. Sigh. Jiang Tianxing frowned. Urgency etched across his features. Ask again. Just then, Gao Jin approached. Mr. Jiang, please. Our brother Zhu has been waiting for quite some time. Very well. Jiang Tianxing nodded and led the group into the restaurant without dignity. Azu, how have you been? The last time I saw you, you were merely a hall master. And now you've transformed into the leader of Tianmen. Congratulations. Jiang Tianxing greeted with pleasantries upon entering. No need for congratulations, since you wish to discuss. What is the manner of your discussion? Gao Zu replied indifferently. I have heard that Dongxing also wishes to converse with you. I wonder how that is proceeding? Jiang Tianxing awkwardly smiled and casually inquired as if it were of no consequence. This does not concern you. Gao Zu flicked the ash from his cigarette. Jiang Tianxing's attempt to extract information and weigh the pros and cons was immediately seen through by Gao Zu. It was clear that even if Jiang Tianxing were to inquire about Luotu would never divulge. Gao Zu desired this ambiguous and inscrutable scenario, as it would make it easier for him to manipulate Jiang Tianxing. Gao Zu, do not be arrogant. Do not think that just because you are the leader of Tianmen, you can act brazenly in front of us at Hongxing. Chen Haonan suddenly protested, slamming the table in anger. Indeed, our discussion is not rooted in fear of your Tianmen, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary casualties. In the presence of our Hongxing, you Tianmen hold no standing to act pretentiously. Bai Gu immediately echoed this sentiment, attempting to assert dominance over Gao Zu and salvage the dignity of this negotiation. After all, maintaining the reputation of a society while traversing the world is paramount, especially for Hongxing, which thrives not on the trade of flour, but on its esteemed name. The others remained silent, sitting quietly as they had little stake in any conflict with Tianmen, choosing to disengage from the matter entirely. Their presence here was merely to maintain appearances. Oh, if you are untroubled by Tianmen, then I shall oblige, for there is nothing further to discuss. Please see yourselves out. Gao Zu chuckled lightly, revealing not only his lack of willingness to negotiate, but also his intent to maintain an air of superiority. It was indeed a generous display of patience on his part, allowing such insolence to flourish. Hold on, Azu. Jiang Tianxing clenched his teeth, his expression darkening as he spoke. Our He and Lianxing have always maintained a peaceful coexistence, with little animosity between us. This time, Boss B acted independently, unaware of the repercussions. Now that a life has been lost, and you remain unharmed, would it not be prudent to let this matter rest? Let us coexist peacefully. Ha ha ha, your words echo those of Dongxing. Do you truly believe I would act differently? Gao Zu deliberately provoked, seeking to lead Jiang Tianxing to speculate whether Dongxing had indeed fallen out with Tianmen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing's brow furrowed even deeper. Gao Zu's insinuation left him hesitant to make assumptions. If Lata and Gao Zu had indeed quarreled, then Hongxing would have no obligation to intervene, merely reaping the benefits of their discord. As you have stated, the affairs of Dongxing are no concern of ours. I seek no knowledge of your negotiations with Dongxing. Today, I wish for our two factions to coexist in peace. Jiang Tianxing replied calmly, glancing at Chen Yao. Chen Yao offered a wry smile and shook his head, as Dongxing had remained tight-lipped, revealing no information thus far. Very well, I must still extend courtesy to Mr. Jiang. However, having disrupted my affairs, taken lives, and caused me substantial loss, you cannot expect me to turn a blind eye. Gao Zu declared coldly, tapping his fingers on the table. What do you intend to do? Jiang Tianxing retorted, his displeasure evident. Gao Zu seemed intent on extorting him. With Boss B deceased, it was impossible to demand an apology from him. Yet I have heard that Chun Haonan has succeeded Boss B as the leader of Tongluan, and as Boss B's godson, let him offer me the apology I seek. Furthermore, I require compensation of 10 million. Once these two matters are resolved, we shall wipe the slate clean. Gao Zu stated, composed and unruffled. Dongxing had already conceded. Faced with the might of Hongxing, Gao Zu felt confident in his ability to manipulate Jiang Tianxing, even if he could not sway him. The worst outcome would be a confrontation, which would still elevate the name of Tianmen. Are you out of your mind? 10 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? Chen Haonan slammed the table, his fury spilling over. If it comes to blows, I am not afraid of you. De Fei rose, venting his outrage. Silence. Who permitted you to speak? Jiang Tianxing shot a cold glare at the two, then turned back to Gao Zu. Mr. Jiang, this fellow is far too insolent. Not only does he demand an apology, but he also expects us to pay 10 million. Chen Haonan expressed his discontent. Jiang Tianxing's gaze darkened, wishing he could slap both of them. Hongxing was not afraid of Tianmen. Their true fear lay with Dongxing and Liang Kuan, those two reckless youths. How foolish. Seeing Jiang Tianxing's demeanor, the two fell silent, knowing better than to provoke further. Mr. Jiang, this is the second time these two have spoken disrespectfully to me. One cannot let such insolence pass thrice. If there is a third, Gao Zu paused, letting the implication linger. That will not happen, Jiang Tianxing replied, a tight smile masking his irritation. He then glanced at Chun Yao, who pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. What are your thoughts on the conditions I proposed? Gao Zu inquired, his tone shifting to one of psychological warfare. The question of whether Dongxing would reveal their alliance with Gao Zu at this juncture was one he felt confident about. Luo would remain silent. Jiang Tianxing aimed to outmaneuver Dongxing, but Dongxing was equally intent on outsmarting Hongxing. It was merely a game of mutual deception. Gao Zu adeptly exploited this interplay between the two factions. The initiative for negotiation originally belonged to Hongxing, yet Gao Zu executed a clever maneuver by allowing Dongxing to take the lead. Consequently, whether Dongxing would confront Tianmen became inscrutable for Hongxing. Should they choose to engage, Hongxing could simply observe from the sidelines, and should they opt not to, Hongxing would have no choice but to bow to Gao Zu. Throughout this exchange, Jiang Tianxing scrutinized Gao Zu's demeanor. Yet Gao Zu exhibited an unwavering calmness, revealing no chinks in his armor, exuding confidence and authority. This left Jiang Tianxing uncertain. To him, it appeared as though Gao Zu was merely putting on a facade. The likelihood of a fallout between Lita and Gao Zu seemed high. If that were the case, then Hongxing had no reason to engage in conflict with Tianmen, merely benefiting Dongxing. Very well, Chen Haonan, offer tea and apologize on behalf of AB. The 10 million must be delivered within 3 days. Jiang Tianxing contemplated before stating. No, it must arrive tonight, or else we shall fight. Gao Zu asserted with vigor. By the end of today, both Hongxing and Dongxing would surely seal their lips. Yet by tomorrow, that certainty would waver. Thus, it was imperative to secure the payment before they uncovered the truth. Agreed. Jiang Tianxing gritted his teeth. All eyes turned to Chen Haonan, whose countenance was dark and brooding. The request for him to apologize to his adversary, especially in such a subservient manner, was a bitter pill for his pride to swallow. Anan, what are you waiting for? Do you intend to ignore Mr. Zhang's words? Chen Yao urged. Hurry, AB is dead. As his godson, it is only fitting for you to apologize to Gao Zu. Liang Kuan, who had remained silent until now, croaked with a hoarse voice, eager to see this unfold. The more humiliation Chen Haonan endured, the more Jiang Tianxing would feel the sting of embarrassment, while Hongxing's reputation rested on Jiang Tianxing's shoulders. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Chen Haonan finally lifted the teacup, fixing his gaze on Gao Zu with reluctance as he uttered, Gao Zu, I apologize on behalf of Bigo. What? The sound was too faint for me to hear. Gao Zu revealed a playful smile. You. Chen Haonan gritted his teeth, the sound of his molars clicking together. I apologize. Gao Jin, did you all hear that? Gao Zu turned to gaze at the members of Tianmen. I did not hear it. Gao Jin replied directly. Gao Zu, I am sorry. Chen Haonan opened his mouth wide and shouted. Can you hear now? Indeed, it is an honor for De Lao Bi to have a godson like you. Gao Zu commented as if he were an elder. This infuriated Chen Haonan to no end. Mr. Jiang, since your Hongxing has shown such sincerity, let us erase the previous grievances. Gao Zu stood up, exhaling smoke leisurely. This was a psychological contest, and it was evident that Gao Zu emerged victorious. He did not even need to resort to force to make the two major rival gangs concede. All right. Jiang Tianxing rose, displaying a forced smile, feeling as though his backside was icy, as if it were exposed. Chapter 66. Hongxing and Dongxing's Major Division. The distinction of black and white. Winning over Yiqiu. Steel fruit has gold mines. With the conclusion of the negotiations between Dongxing, Hongxing, and Tianmin at the Maguki restaurant, many in the Jianghu were filled with curiosity regarding the outcome. In their eyes, Tianmin was destined for annihilation. After all, both Dongxing and Hongxing are prominent syndicates in Guangdao, and they harbored no fear towards a solitary Tianmin. They were baffled by the confidence of Gao Zu, who, having just quelled internal strife and stabilized his position as the leader, dared to provoke the formidable Hongxing and Dongxing. Was he merely lighting a lamp in the lavatory, searching for refuse? However, until evening, the three parties had yet to announce the results of the negotiations, leaving the Jianghu community in a state of bewilderment. Typically, such news would be made public without delay. Could it be that both Dongxing and Hongxing had submitted to Tianmin? Perhaps they were too embarrassed to disclose the truth? Surely not. Hongxing and Dongxing were notoriously proud and temperamental. They might accommodate Deng Bo, but they would never bow to Gao Zu. I suspect it was Gao Zu who cowered, and out of a sense of face, both Hongxing and Dongxing chose not to release the information. In the Jianghu, it was not merely about violence. It was also about human relations and social nuances. As discussions amongst the Jianghu thrived, Dongxing and Hongxing had already dispatched their financial reparations to Gao Zu's residence, and the news of the negotiations spread like wildfire across Guangdao. Dongxing compensated Tianmin with 8 million. Hongxing, Chun Haonan, on behalf of De Lao Bi, offered tea and an apology, compensating Tianmin with 10 million. Upon the revelation of this astounding news, countless individuals were rendered speechless, utterly flabbergasted by the outcome. Was it true? Did these two major syndicates effectively capitulate to Tianmin? The once majestic Hongxing and Dongxing had succumbed to Tianmin, a situation that seemed utterly ludicrous. Many believed the news to be false and rushed to confirm it with Dongxing and Hongxing. Upon receiving confirmation, they found themselves at a loss for words. When did Tianmin become so powerful that even Hongxing and Dongxing dared not provoke it? While outsiders struggled to comprehend the situation, both Hongxing and Dongxing were embroiled in chaos internally. It was evident that Gao Zu had successfully manipulated both syndicates. At the Jiang family villa, Jiang Tiansheng was displeased upon learning of the developments, feeling as though he had been outmaneuvered. Gao Zu's display of dominance left him believing that a rift had formed between Gao Zu and Dongxing, and that the latter was merely putting on a brave face in front of him. Little did he know, Gao Zu's confidence was genuine. Those useless fools in Dongxing. Jiang Tiansheng muttered in frustration. He never expected a man as prideful as Luotu would yield to a junior. Although his plot against Dongxing had failed, this situation still aligned with Jiang Tiansheng's interests. His immediate concern was to eliminate internal threats. Liang Kuan posed a significant danger. As exemplified by Gao Zu, he wished to avoid the same fate as Deng Bo. His aim was to train Chun Haonan in the shortest time possible to solidify his position while also keeping Liang Kuan in check. Meanwhile, at Dongxing's headquarters, Luotu was enraged upon hearing the news, cursing loudly. Hongxing is a bunch of trash. Useless. I initially thought that given Hongxing's temperament, they would surely clash with Tianmin, allowing us to take advantage. Who would have thought that Hongxing would be so cowardly, retreating in the face of Gao Zu's provocations? Now we've lost face in the Jianghu. Moreover, 8 million has already been delivered. The grudge with Sha Meng is now settled, and we can no longer use that excuse to confront Tianmin. This was truly a miscalculation, losing both the lady and the soldiers, a heavy loss indeed. The following day, Gao Zu rented out the Peninsula Hotel in Tsim Shui, inviting members of the Jianghu to partake in his leadership banquet. He naturally held little regard for such gatherings. However, it presented an opportunity to demonstrate his status as the leader of Tianmin to the outside world and to promote Tianmin's reputation. Jiang Tiansheng, Ni Yongxiao, Luotu, and others attended. Gao Zu did not skimp on courtesy. He offered the respect due to his guests. After the banquet concluded, Gao Zu sat alone within the hotel. Qiu Ti, adorned in a black evening gown, approached him. The fragrance enveloped him, and as Gao Zu opened his eyes, he poured himself a drink and downed it. Why haven't you gone home at this late hour? I fear you may have no one to care for you, Qiu Ti replied, gazing at Gao Zu's handsome face with tenderness. When she first met him, he was merely a rookie, but now he had transformed into the leader of Tianmin. To claim she was indifferent to him would be a lie. No woman can resist the allure of strength, and she was no exception. Furthermore, Gao Zu now stood as the boss of Jiulong Group, having amassed a fortune of 2 billion from Jiulong Warehouse. He possessed wealth, charm, height, and status, Gao Zu was nothing short of perfection. Now you are here, aren't you? Gao Zu smiled. Zudge, it's getting late. Let me escort you back to your room for some rest, Chiu Ti said, rising to his side. Gao Zu did not refuse. Despite having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, he was not intoxicated. The strength of the drinks was as inconsequential to him as water. Soon, the two arrived at the room. The next morning, Gao Zu departed from the Peninsula Hotel, heading to Jiulong Group. Zudge. Long time no see. Upon spotting Gao Zu, Yi Qiu rushed over and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Ah, you rascal. How have you become so sentimental? Gao Zu laughed, patting Yi Qiu's shoulder. Zudge, I apologize. I've been busy abroad these past few days. I just returned and heard of all that has transpired. Yi Qiu seated himself, expressing his remorse. As a brother, he felt guilty for not being present to assist Gao Zu during such tumultuous times. No need for concern. Such trivial matters do not require your intervention. Besides, you are now a philanthropist and must remain detached from such affairs. Gao Zu replied calmly, fully aware of Yi Qiu's intentions since his release from prison. He sought redemption and wished to shed the image of a black boss. Hence, even amidst crisis, Gao Zu had refrained from contacting him. How goes your quest for redemption? Gao Zu lit a cigarette and spoke softly. Fulfilling others' wishes is akin to fulfilling one's own. Not at all. Yi Qiu chuckled bitterly before pouring a cup of white coffee into a cup of black coffee. Black will always remain black. It can never turn white. In rigid thinking, black and white are eternally separated. Black cannot become white, nor can white become black. I believe that after spending 8 years in prison, I had come to understand many things and aspired to be a good person upon my release. Yet, this was merely my one-sided wish. Gao Zu, while there is indeed a distinction between black and white, this division stems from the constraints of rules. Break the rules, and anything becomes possible. Your inability to transform into white is not due to societal rejection, nor is it because Song Guoming or the police of Gangdao do not accept you. It is simply that you have not yet become strong enough to defy and disregard the rules, Gao Zu remarked calmly. Yi Qiu was undeniably a rare talent, possessing profound insights about life, yet his courage was still insufficient, and his vision not broad enough. In contrast, Gao Zu had traversed from another world, his thoughts and perceptions surpassing those of Yi Qiu. Just like in Syria, where a terrorist could be recognized as a president by the Eagle Empire. What else in this world is impossible? The only impossibility lies in one's own lack of strength. That is the original sin. Li Jia, now the king of Causeway Bay and founder of TVB, shared a past akin to yours, stained with blood. The Hong Kong government and its foreign administrators have committed numerous acts of oppression against the people of Hong Kong, resulting in countless deaths at their hands. So, what truly distinguishes black from white? Come work with me, and I shall guide you to become a good person, one recognized as virtuous by the world. Gao Zu flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone measured. If Yi Qiu continued to stir unrest, he would surely meet his end. Yi Qiu gritted his teeth, his expression pained, eyes reddened. Gao Zu's words struck him as a harsh blow. The stark reality conveyed by Gao Zu pierced through his inner desires and hopes. Often, it is the most realistic truths that inflict the deepest pain. Is the Jiulong Group beneath your notice? Gao Zu inquired nonchalantly. Although the Jiulong Group is not publicly listed, its economic benefits far surpass those of Yi Qiu's charitable foundation. Currently, Jiulong Group operates solely in shipping, maritime transport, and fishing, but it can expand into more sectors in the future. No, Brother Zu, you misunderstand. If I join Jiulong Group, my charitable funding. Yi Qiu hesitated. Why not do both? Gao Zu replied evenly. To win over Yi Qiu was not only a matter of brotherly loyalty, but also a strategy to elevate Jiulong Group's profile. The growth of Jiulong Group would attract more business opportunities. Otherwise, he would find himself competing with the world's shipping tycoon at a disadvantage, particularly with other formidable shipping magnates in Gangdao. The competition in this industry is exceedingly fierce. To stand out in this field, significant capital is needed to scale and professionalize the fleet while ensuring the safety and reliability of material transport. With a solid reputation, business will flourish. Of course, other influences, such as fluctuations in oil prices and demand, also play crucial roles in this sector. Therefore, Gao Zu envisioned diversifying into more businesses rather than remaining confined to a single industry. With numerous shipping tycoons vying for the title of the world's shipping king, Gao Zu had ambitions of his own. Simply put, all of Gao Zu's endeavors aim to earn you, dollars. Earn, earn, earn. In this world, aside from death, nothing is beyond the reach of money. If it is merely a matter of insufficient profit. Once the dollars are secured, laundering the past becomes a mere formality, a realization Gao Zu grasped profoundly. All right, no problem. Yichio cast a deep glance at Gao Zu, aware that the latter would not harm him. From today onward, you shall be the CEO of Jiulong Group. Wang Fengyi will assist you, Gao Zu proclaimed with a smile. Excellent. Yichio beamed. Previously, he thought Gao Zu was no different from any ordinary thug, engaged in perpetual violence, until the Jiulong warehouse incident reshaped his worldview. He found Gao Zu's recent statements quite agreeable, reflecting a level of insight beyond that of an ordinary individual. He believed that by collaborating with Gao Zu, a formidable alliance could lead to redemption. Subsequently, Gao Zu summoned Wang Fengyi to discuss Jiulong Group matters with Yichio. At that moment, news arrived from the Dark Dragon organization, operatives earning U.S. dollars abroad. They had discovered a gold mine in Ganggu, and its scale was immense, due to limited exploration conditions. The exact capacity could not be determined, but it could be preliminarily established as a large-scale rock gold mine, with reserves exceeding 20 tons. Currently, this gold mine was in a phase of contention among various factions, yet none possessed sufficient strength. Thus, the Dark Dragon promptly informed Gao Zu. A gold mine. Gao Zu inhaled deeply. At this time, gold prices were not particularly high, yet relative to people's living standards. They remained reasonable, affordable for the wealthy, but out of reach for the poor. Gold is eternally timeless, a symbol of prosperity and peace, and a life-saving tool in chaos. Should it indeed be a rock gold mine with over 20 tons, at the very least, 15 tons of gold could be refined, with each ton valued at no less than 30 million U.S. dollars, totaling approximately 450 million U.S. dollars, truly worth pursuing. This estimate only reflects the basic price of gold. If it were to be fashioned into new artifacts for jewelry stores, its value would increase further. Moreover, Ganggu is resource-rich, abundant in various rare metals such as gold, silver, and diamonds, all of which hold significant competitive potential in future industries. The crucial aspect is that Ganggu is a territory rife with armed factions. Strength is the key to establishing dominion there. Gao Zu had no qualms about creating his own armed force in Ganggu. In summary, this is an undeniably lucrative venture, and moreover, it presents an opportunity to expand one's own capabilities. The island of Gangdao, in the future, will not accommodate Gao Zu. Considering various factors, Gao Zu has resolved to intervene in the matter of Ganghua, to ensure absolute certainty and to guarantee that the Onlong organization secures the gold mine amidst numerous armed forces. Gao Zu has activated the Tongzi Go. After days of accumulation, a considerable number of jars have been amassed. Among them, there are 2 mid-level and 2 high-level treasures. Ding, a mid-level jar has been opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the gambling deity, Gao Jin. Gao Jin, indeed, is a true gambling god. Just the thought of bringing him to the casinos of Aomen and taking a spin there is exhilarating. If my memory serves me well, the inaugural gambling deity competition in Aomen is set to take place at the end of this month, and Gao Jin's arrival is perfectly timed. Ding, a mid-level jar has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 Ghost Shadow Soldiers. Ding, a mid-level jar has been opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 Onlong. Ding, a high-level jar has been opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving Zhuan Pe, Miahun, Yen Ri, and Xian Jian. Note, the 8 swords of Yu Wang are now complete. Ding, a high-level jar has been opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 Apache armed combat helicopters. Chapter 67. Amidst gunfire and chaos. The Heavenly Kingdom Organization. Upon the opening of the divine-grade container, the host was greeted with the remarkable fortune of acquiring 3 complete sets of mining equipment, including mining machines, drilling rigs, rock drills, rock grabbers, tunneling machines, mining electric shovels, C4 explosives, and more. Gao Zu chuckled in astonishment. It was indeed true that when one is in need, assistance arrives unexpectedly. He had initially intended to exchange his US dollars for points to purchase such equipment, but to his surprise, the Zongzi offered the mining apparatus as a gift, fully integrated and comprehensive. Additionally, the fragments of the Luo Wang Yu Wang Ba Jian had been entirely gathered, further enhancing the combat prowess of the Tianmen. However, it seemed somewhat wasteful for them to remain on Gangdao. They needed to engage in grand endeavors elsewhere. The following day, Gao Zu summoned Jing Ni and Zheng Gang, along with 6 others, to depart from Gangdao. As for Tianmen, it was entrusted to Gao Jin and Li Wang for management. A few days later, Gao Zu and his companions arrived in Ganghua. Presently, the situation in Ganghua was dire. Despite having rulers, their strength was woefully inadequate. Faced with various armed factions, they could scarcely hold onto a mere fraction of their territory, ceding the remainder to other armed forces. It was indeed a predicament. Gao Zu had initially intended to directly collaborate with the rulers of Ganghua to unify the entire region and extract various ores. After all, the mineral reserves in Ganghua ranked among the highest globally, promising immense profits. However, Gao Zu was acutely aware of a harsh reality. Differing skin colors often led to divergent hearts. As the saying goes, those not of my kind must have different intentions. These individuals possessed a somewhat ungrateful nature. Supporting them would likely lead to a tale reminiscent of the farmer and the snake. It was preferable to be the leader rather than to let others take the lead. Soon, Gao Zu arrived at a village where he rendezvoused with the Onlong organization. After a prolonged absence, the Onlong organization had grown considerably stronger, an aura of bloodlust permeating the air. Clearly, through trials of blood and fire, everyone had undergone significant transformations. Zhuge, upon seeing Gao Zu's arrival, everyone greeted him with respect. "Let us head inside," Gao Zu remarked, surveying the surroundings. There were scarcely any decent houses. Most were thatched huts, and mud houses could be considered luxurious here. Gao Zu could not help but reflect on the stark disparity between wealth and poverty in this world. Take, for instance, the current state of Yinghuagua, whose overall economic strength had ascended to second in the world, with an impending trend of surpassing the Eagle Sauce Empire. As the nation thrived, the quality of life for its citizens naturally improved. One could aptly describe the current lifestyle of Yinghuagua's populace, indulging in Aozhou lobster and drinking John Bull red wine as if it were water. Such extravagance. Before long, the group promptly reported the local situation to Gao Zu. Overall, although Ganghua had a multitude of armed forces, their strength was lacking, aside from a few local warlords and some externally formed armed groups. The nominal rulers of Ganghua had never dared to intervene. In this contest for the gold mine, the 2 most formidable factions were the local warlord Zafi and the mercenary Bob Nal. Both represented elite forces amidst the myriad armed factions in Ganghua, akin to the Hongxing and Dongxing factions of Gangdao. Zafi's forces, being a long-established local warlord faction, boasted over 10,000 men. Their weaponry primarily consisted of tank clusters featuring the Soviet T-55 tanks, along with a MiG fighter jet, several mortars, and a handful of scattered firearms, such as the imitation A series, though in limited numbers. Their strength was on par with that of Ganghua's rulers. In contrast, Bob Nal led 3,000 mercenaries, with 1,000 hailing from Aozhou, and the remainder consisting of locally recruited natives. Although they were outnumbered by Zafi's troops, their weaponry was exceptionally lavish. The 2 factions had long been embroiled in conflict over resources on Ganghua's land. After all, resources equated to US dollars, and with US dollars, one could procure more weapons and recruit more individuals to solidify their power. It is often said that power is captivating, a truth that holds in every nation. Having grasped the pertinent information, Gao Zu swiftly devised a strategy. It was simple. As the clam and the heron vie for supremacy, the fisherman reaps the rewards. While Zafi's forces and Bob Nal's mercenaries clashed openly, they would remain hidden, waiting for the 2 factions to exhaust each other before Gao Zu would mobilize his troops to seize the gold mine, an assured triumph. Zhuge, according to our intelligence, Bob Nal plans to launch a night raid on Zafi's forces tonight. Han Nibaz promptly reported. "Let us await the outcome," Gao Zu replied. "By the way, I have brought along Zheng Gang and 208 others, along with 3 Apache helicopters and some munitions. You are familiar with the terrain around the gold mine. Make arrangements. Tomorrow, we must swiftly take the gold mine." "Understood." Han Nibaz nodded and led Zheng Gang and the others outside. "It's unbearably hot here. No wonder this place is abundant in small black people," Gao Zu sighed. "One must possess considerable endurance to endure this environment." Gao Zu promptly exited and found refuge beneath a banana tree. The gold mine was not far from the village, approximately 3 kilometers away. As night fell, the sounds of gunfire echoed continuously, and Gao Zu could even see flames rising into the dark sky. Clearly, Zafi's forces had engaged in battle with Bob Nal's mercenary group. The following morning, at dawn, the results of the clash were revealed. Although Zafie's forces were numerous, their equipment was inadequate. In the face of overwhelming firepower, they were no match for Bob Nal's mercenaries and suffered a crushing defeat. Go, seize the gold mine. I expect good news from you. Gao Zu addressed the team of over 200 with calm assurance. While they were few in number, their firepower configuration was undeniably formidable. Upon receiving the command, Han Nibas, Jing Ni, Jin Gang, and the others set off. 3 Apache-armed combat helicopters ascended into the sky, and over 10 military trucks roared to life, heading towards the gold mine in grand procession. What followed would be a true tempest of bloodshed. Upon reaching within 1 kilometer of the gold mine, the Devil Commander duo, accompanied by 30 snipers, advanced to a commanding height. Meanwhile, the Luo Wang Yuang Ba Jin group of 8 was tasked with clearing the sentries in the jungle, while Han Nibas led the remaining forces in ambush towards the gold mine's location. Each individual is armed with an A-class firearm and carries an RPG rocket launcher. This modest arsenal surpasses the firepower of the Bobiner Mercenary Corps during its peak by several folds. Moreover, the enemy had just endured a fierce battle the previous night, leaving them utterly weakened. Before long, the Devil Commanders had secured the high ground with their men, each sniper position capable of targeting the Bobiner Mercenary Corps encampment. In the jungle, a large tree is smeared with blood. Jing Yu sheathed his dagger, casting a cold glance at the corpse before continuing onward. Thus, through mutual coordination, the main force led by Hanny Jia has entered the forest, merely 100 meters from the gold mine. The Bobiner team is busy clearing the battlefield. The air is thick with gunpowder. The acrid stench of burnt flesh mingling with sulfur is intensely pungent, resembling a hellish nightmare. Yet for these mercenaries, this is merely a routine scene. They operate with remarkable proficiency, devoid of hesitation. A bald man strides towards a group of captives, brandishing a machete, his face etched with coldness. He is Bobiner, a native of Ozhou. With a swift motion, he brings down his blade, akin to slaughtering chicks, devoid of humanity. The violent scenes of Hongdao pale in comparison. They are merely trifles. General, in half an hour, this place will be cleared. Would you like to return to the camp for safety? I fear Zafi may return. A female mercenary approached, her gaze fixed on Bobiner. No worries, let us first check the gold mine. Bobiner discarded his machete and, with an arm around the woman, they proceeded toward the mine. Preparations complete. On the mountaintop, the Devil Commander John spoke into his radio. Understood. In the jungle, Hanny Jia nodded. Commence bombardment, then assault. Immediately, 3 Apache helicopters roared overhead, their engines creating a distinctive thunderous sound. Subsequently, Hellfire missiles rained down, targeting the 2,000 strong mercenary group below. A standard Apache can carry 16 Hellfire missiles, but the modified version crafted by Tongzi Gu can bear 32 upgraded missiles. Thus, 3 Apaches unleash a staggering 96 missiles in a blanket bombardment. Simultaneously, Hanny Jia and his men raised their RPG rocket launchers, and over 100 rockets were fired in unison. The combined aerial and ground assault filled the sky with a deluge of munitions. The spectacle left the mercenaries, who were reveling in their victory moments ago, utterly astonished. However, the next moment, a chill ran through them, and they scattered in panic. Yet, the snipers of the Devil Commanders were not merely sunbathing on the mountaintop. The sound of Barrett rifles echoed, shaking the rocks as bullets traversed hundreds of meters, reaching the fleeing mercenaries. Bobiner was the first victim, a bullet exploding his head, blooming brighter than a rose, followed closely by the second, then the third. With the thunderous roars of hellfire and rockets crashing down, the explosive sounds were akin to sudden thunderclaps, uprooting vast amounts of earth, with yellow dust swirling through the air. Upon closer inspection, amidst the clouds of dust, remnants of human tissue could be discerned, the air filled with heart-wrenching screams. Damn, this firepower. A surviving mercenary quivered at the sight before him, realizing that what was once a dense crowd had dwindled to less than a few hundred, surrounded by blood and craters. He quickly picked up a heavy machine gun from the ground, adjusting his aim skyward, just as he was about to fire. A Barrett bullet pierced his skull, followed by the Apache's machine gun fire arriving as expected. Without a doubt, he met a gruesome fate, having received special attention from both the Barrett and Apache. Stop. Leave the rest to us. Hanny Jia commanded into the radio, addressing the 3 Apache pilots. It was not for the sake of claiming credit, but rather, he intended to personally obliterate the entire Bobbiner team without leaving a single soul behind. These scoundrels do not deserve to live in this world. The three Apaches ceased their bombardment and elegantly departed, while Hanny Jia, accompanied by numerous shadow dragons and ghost soldiers, moved in to encircle the remaining foes. Although Bobbiner was dead, over 300 mercenaries still survived, all experienced and formidable. Now terrified, they armed themselves and sought cover. "They're coming. Alert!" someone in the crowd shouted, prompting many to peek out. However, just as they discerned the situation, bullets pierced through their foreheads. Instantly, torrents of bullets poured from the forest, a dense barrage enveloping the scene like a net. The mercenaries retaliated fiercely. For a time, the mountains echoed with the sounds of gunfire as both sides engaged in a face-to-face confrontation. It is unclear how long this fierce exchange lasted, but Hanny Jia's firepower remained relentless, while the mercenaries found themselves with depleted ammunition, physically and mentally exhausted after 2 grueling battles. Having not slept for an entire day and night, a monumental trial for them. Suddenly, from behind, a group emerged, prompting the mercenaries to hastily discard their weapons and surrender. Hanny Jia and his comrades swiftly closed in. Observing the desperate pleas for mercy, he chuckled softly. "Which of these has not shed blood? They all deserve to die." Hanny Jia raised his firearm and unleashed a barrage. As the gunfire ceased, the encirclement of the Bobbiner mercenary corps came to an end. This also signified that the gold mine was now firmly within Gao Zu's grasp. Soon after, over 10 military trucks rolled in, enveloped in dust. "Informs Wago, we have resolved matters here." Hanny Jia instructed a ghost soldier. He then turned to the others. "Clean the battlefield. We cannot allow any survivors." In the afternoon, Gao Zu arrived in a military truck. The scene had been nearly cleared. All corpses incinerated. Hanny Jia promptly reported the situation, stating that aside from a bit of expended ammunition, not a single person had been harmed or lost. "Well done. Immediately raise our flag and declare this territory as ours. We shall be known as the Heavenly Kingdom Organization." Then, he summoned individuals to come and fell trees, clearing a site for construction, while simultaneously procuring building materials. In due course, they would erect structures here, facilitating future mining operations. Gao Zu promptly made various arrangements. After speaking, he proceeded towards the gold mine. Upon reaching the entrance, he gazed intently at the freshly excavated gold ore on the ground. Picking it up, he examined it closely. Indeed, it was rock gold ore. Furthermore, it was not merely rock gold ore, but also contained associated gold. The specific type of rare metal it accompanied remained unknown to Gao Zu, who could only ascertain such details through separation and thorough professional testing. This venture proved to be exceptionally worthwhile. Moreover, this was merely one gold mine. Throughout Ganghwa, numerous mountains concealed a plethora of rare metals, yet the rulers of Ganghwa lacked the capability to exploit these resources. Thus, they had been guarding a treasure trove while remaining in abject poverty. Once the Tiongwa organization established a firm foothold here, they would methodically scheme for the future. Soon, the Tiongwa organization could possess an inexhaustible supply of rare energy resources. Chapter 68, The Finale of the Gold Mine. The Fall of He Shichong. Jiulong Film and Television. On that evening, Gao Zu meticulously analyzed the combat capabilities of the Tiongwa organization. Although the firepower was formidable, it was insufficient, and the number of personnel presented a significant challenge. Extracting a gold mine necessitated a substantial workforce. Moreover, the region of Heizhou was rife with chaos. Beyond the armed factions within the territory of Ganghwa, numerous other formidable armed groups lurked outside. After some contemplation, Gao Zu expended $60 million to exchange for 6 million exchange points, a sum equivalent to 300 million Hong Kong dollars. Although this was a considerable financial outlay for Gao Zu, it was a worthwhile investment, for merely extracting the gold mine would yield over 2 billion. If processed into exquisite artifacts or traded in the Eagle Sauce Empire for US dollars, the profits would be substantial. Subsequently, Gao Zu procured 60 Al-Tai main battle tanks and 2 Apache helicopters through Tongzij, heavy equipment renowned as the Iron Flood. At this juncture, they would suffice for territorial expansion in Ganghwa. Additionally, he gathered a large cache of ammunition, including A and RPG rocket launchers from the armaments factory. The weaponry was plentiful, yet personnel remained a concern. While it was possible to exchange for ghost shadow soldiers from Tongzij, the cost was exorbitant. Why not utilize the available resources? If the Zafi troops were incorporated, the manpower issue would be resolved. With this thought in mind, Gao Zu summoned Ba and others. Tonight, we shall assimilate the Zafi troops. Should Zafi refuse, we shall make an example of him. If they all resist, we will send them to hell. Gao Zu coldly declared while fiddling with the tea set. Yes, Brother Zu. The others nodded and promptly set off to carry out their tasks. That night, the atmosphere in Gangwa would be anything but tranquil. It would be steeped in blood and fire. Simultaneously, the rulers of Gangwa became aware of Gao Zu's maneuvers. However, upon learning that the Bao Buner mercenary group had been utterly annihilated by Gao Zu and his men, they ultimately succumbed to fear. The following morning, Gao Zu awoke feeling invigorated, sensing a significant enhancement in his physical strength. Upon stepping outside, he encountered a throng of individuals encircled by dingy and others. Predominantly local natives, a sea of black, where only those with white teeth could be distinguished in the night. Brother Zu, we have fulfilled our mission. The Zafi troops have surrendered entirely. A total of 9,000 men. Ba reported as he stepped forward. Excellent work. Gao Zu beamed with satisfaction. He then approached a dark-skinned man. You are Zafi? Yes, Zafi replied, his gaze evasive. Clearly intimidated after being beaten by Zhang and his associates the previous night. Now, facing Gao Zu, the mastermind behind Zhang, he trembled with fear. Follow me diligently, and you shall not be wronged, Gao Zu assured him. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Tianghua organization. I will provide you with the best living conditions and environment. Zafi, you will retain your leadership, but no one must rebel. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Gao Zu articulated each word with gravity. As his words resonated, everyone knelt in submission. Zafi, how many mines do you control? Gao Zu inquired. 3 small gold mines, 1 medium gold mine, and 2 diamond mines. Zafi disclosed without hesitation. Very well, I shall exert all efforts to exploit these mines, and I will share a portion of the extracted resources with you. I expect you to fulfill your responsibilities. Gao Zu warned. Gangwa was rich in minerals, particularly gold and rare metals. However, the extraction efficiency was appallingly low. The gold mines relied on manual labor akin to a bygone era. Such inefficiency, in the face of future advancements, was laughable. While others were developing nuclear capabilities, they were still struggling to extract gold. It was indeed extraordinary to expect wealth under such circumstances, guarding a treasury without knowing how to utilize it. Good, Zafi exclaimed with a smile, relieved to have survived. Zhang, take him to see our equipment. Gao Zu smiled and commanded. The rest shall commence with expansion. Soon, the crowd dispersed. Meanwhile, a military vehicle approached, prompting Gao Zu to squint, observing the Gangwa flag flying overhead. Following a thorough inspection, the military vehicle halted before Gao Zu, and a small black man disembarked. Greetings, I am Bell, the commander-in-chief of Gangwa. It is a pleasure to meet you. Bell greeted politely. State your purpose directly. Gao Zu exhaled a puff of smoke. His tone indifferent. He had no time to engage in political games, especially as the Tianghua organization had just stabilized, and the arrival of the other party carried significant implications. We have experienced prolonged turmoil in Gangwa, leading to a dire existence for our people. Now that your Tianghua organization has eradicated Bao Buner and assimilated the Zafi troops, we wish to avoid any military conflict with you and spare our citizens from further chaos. After deliberation, we propose a truce. Bell promptly articulated the purpose of his visit. In essence, he had come to capitulate, seeking to preserve their political power in Gangwa. The military prowess displayed by the Tianghua organization was intimidating. Within 2 days, they had effortlessly eliminated their formidable adversaries, Bao Buner and the Zafi troops. They dared not gamble on whether Gao Zu would target them next, hence their immediate overture for peace. Very well, Gao Zu did not refuse. The immediate priority was to exploit the various mines. He held no current ambition to annex Gangwa. A towering tree invites the winds. Without strength, he would not become a conspicuous target. As 10 days passed, various weapons and equipment were assembled, the mountains cleared, and the necessary construction materials procured. All that remained was the passage of time for gradual refinement. Meanwhile, Gao Zu had departed. He entrusted the affairs of the Tianghua organization to Jingmi and others. With simple directives, establish a firm foothold in Gangwa while expediting the extraction of gold. At that point, Gao Zu intended to amass immense wealth through the gold harvested. The Onlong organization also departed to undertake tasks around the world, earning bounties for Gao Zu. Zhilong Group, Gao Zu's arrival. Wang Fengyi reported on the various collaborations undertaken by the company in recent days. The transportation orders for beverages and fisheries have surged several-fold, and currently, the business at every dock is thriving. At this moment, the company is flourishing. Huh, have you encountered some trouble? You seem distracted. And what happened to your hand? Upon seeing Wang Fengyi's demeanor, Gao Zu furrowed his brow and inquired. I'm fine, just a little scratch. Wang Fengyi's gaze flickered as she placed the documents on the table and hurriedly left. Gao Zu exhaled a puff of smoke, contemplating that perhaps this woman had fallen under the sway of He Shichang. The situation could indeed be quite explosive. Just as Wang Fengyi departed, Yi Qiu entered. Wang Fengyi, what's wrong? Gao Zu asked. She seemed unwell yesterday, but she has been quite attentive to the arms dealings recently. Yi Qiu immediately replied. Arms. It is impossible for Wang Fengyi to be involved in arms. Only He Shichang would engage in such matters at Hong Waiting. It is likely that He Shichang is pressuring Wang Fengyi. However, if Wang Fengyi chooses not to speak, he would refrain from intervening. To put it bluntly, Wang Fengyi is merely his employee. Meddling in others' family affairs would be unethical. As for arms, not only Wang Fengyi, but even if He Shichang brought the entire Hong Waiting, they would not be able to procure a single bullet. At 6 in the afternoon, Gao Zu was about to leave the office to return home when Wang Fengyi entered, taking small, hesitant steps, her expression somewhat anxious and uneasy. What is it? Gao Zu said casually as he donned his coat. Brother Zu, I have a friend who wishes to collaborate with you on an arms business. Shall we have dinner together? Wang Fengyi mustered her courage to suggest. Sure. Gao Zu nodded. Let us go? Taken aback by Gao Zu's agreement, Wang Fengyi quickly followed suit. Soon, at a high-end restaurant, Wang Fengyi introduced Gao Zu to a man. This man was none other than the impulsive He Shichang. Wow, as expected of the young lady's boyfriend, he is quite handsome. Brother Zu, I have long admired your reputation. Upon meeting Gao Zu, He Shichang approached and complimented him. With his words, Wang Fengyi's face turned crimson. Gao Zu remained silent in response. Please, have a seat. Gao Zu said coolly. Fengyi mentioned you wish to engage in arms dealings? Indeed, I hope Brother Zu will grant me an opportunity. I assure you, I can make the arms business flourish for you. He Shichang exclaimed eagerly. He had been investigating for quite some time and discovered that the hottest A-gun on the market was, in fact, owned by Gao Zu, which led him to fixate on Wang Fengyi. Wang Fengyi held a significant position within the Jiulong group, and he intended to leverage the connection between her and Gao Zu to forge a partnership. Fengyi, if I recall correctly, you are currently the head of Hong Waiting, which is undergoing a transformation, right? Gao Zu did not respond to He Shichang, but instead focused on Wang Fengyi. Wang Fengyi hesitated. At that moment, He Shichang fixed his gaze on Wang Fengyi. If there is anything, speak freely, and I will support you, Gao Zu said, patting Wang Fengyi's shoulder. Precisely, our Hong Waiting does not engage in flower business, nor will we partake in smuggling arms dealings. As she reached this point, Wang Fengyi faltered. She feared He Shichang might indeed harm her father, who was imprisoned. He Shichang, if your head is saying this, then the arms business is off the table. Gao Zu smiled lightly, gazing at He Shichang. Fine, fine, fine. He Shichang gritted his teeth, unwillingly conceding. His anger was immense, yet he lacked the courage to confront Gao Zu directly. According to Wang Fengyi, she was under Gao Zu's protection. Even Dongxing and Hongxing dared not challenge Tianmen, let alone him. We have no ties. Collaboration is off the table. We shall take our leave. Understanding the situation, Gao Zu stood up and left with Wang Fengyi. Soon, Gao Zu returned to the manor and arranged a room for Wang Fengyi. He then went downstairs. Go. Eliminate He Shichang tonight. Such a person cannot be left alive. He was unconcerned for himself, primarily worried about Wang Fengyi's safety. Understood. Gao Jin nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, upon returning to the hall, He Shichang was infuriated, cursing vehemently. How dare they reject a toast and force a penalty drink? Go, bring Wang Fengyi to me. I will make this woman infamous tonight. He Shichang's eyes were cold as ice. Brother Chang, she is Gao Zu's woman. If we harm her, it may provoke him. The butcher cautioned. He was He Shichang's most loyal subordinate, known as the butcher, who killed without hesitation. What is there to fear? If something goes wrong, I will bear the consequences. Once we finish this job, we will leave Hong Kong Island. He Shichang declared madly. He planned to use Wang Fengyi to extort Gao Zu. All right. The butcher nodded, ready to leave the hall with a group of subordinates. Gao Jin and his men had already arrived. The two parties clashed without words. Minutes passed, and the butcher was sent to his demise by Gao Jin. He Shichang met the same fate. Clear the scene, Dispose of the bodies. Gao Jin commanded the others. Although He Shichang's men were reckless, in the presence of Gao Jin and his few companions, they were nothing more than slightly stronger grasshoppers, utterly insignificant. The next day, Wang Fengyi gazed at Gao Zu's handsome face, revealing a blissful smile. She had long been enamored with him. Yet, she had not had many opportunities to be with him. She never anticipated that it would be so easy to be together this time. All the pain of her previous days vanished in that moment. Awake, you. Wang Fengyi regained her composure, noticing Gao Zu had awakened at some point and was gazing at her, causing her to appear somewhat flustered. Indeed, Gao Zu smiled, embracing Wang Fengyi. From now on, you can share anything with me. I will assist you. Do you understand? Last night, Wang Fengyi had revealed many matters. Her father was imprisoned, and before leaving, he entrusted Hong Huiting to her, transforming her into the head. Simultaneously, she insisted that Hong Huiting must not engage in any illicit business. Soon after, He Shichang's dealings in arms were discovered by Wang Fengyi, who demanded an explanation. Enraged and ashamed, He Shichang attempted to assert dominance over Wang Fengyi. In a moment of desperation, she invoked the name of Gao Zu, thus averting a tragedy. This was followed by the events of last night. Wang Fengyi nodded eagerly, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains. By the way, I need you to establish a film company for me, Gao Zu proposed after a moment's contemplation. At this juncture, the entertainment industry in Guangdao is abundant with natural beauties, such as Li Jiasin and Zhang Manyu, who are truly exquisite. Notably, the Miss Guangdao pageant occurs annually, with only the most remarkable beauties making the cut. Establishing a film company would not only provide opportunities to woo beautiful women, but also enable lucrative profits through box office revenues. In essence, the advantages are plentiful. Very well, but what shall we name it? Wang Fengyi inquired without much thought. Zhilong Film Studio, Gao Zu replied nonchalantly. Excellent. Wang Fengyi buried her head deeply in Gao Zu's embrace, relishing this hard-earned moment of happiness.